And I must confess that exactly 9 days from today, 25 years ago, the 10th of April, 1994, we shocked the world in style when we won the African Nations Cup. As at that time, we didn't know what we were doing. As you see us all here, we are just one big family. We hardly agree on anything then. But as you see these guys here, the moment we put on the jersey, I remember Ucho Okechukwu saying, JJ, leave him. As he kick you, you go come here. I remember times whereby, this brings tears to my eyes, whereby Stephen Keshi's wife will cook African food for us all. And she will bring it and carry it with her car, and we'll all start sharing in the hotel. Am I lying, guys? That tells you the love that we had for one another. But as we look back, I am a coach now, and I thank God for everything He's done for us. If you look at the way the football is being played today, fullbacks are asked to attack. We don't have two number 9s anymore. We now have a 9.5. We're talking about this started in 2008. As at 1994, Daniel Amokachi was not a number 9. He was not a number 10. He playing 9.5. So he was ahead of his time. As at 1994, we had an overlapping left back. Sometimes we used to beg him, Ben. But he will still go, and we will beat Ivory Coast. With all due respect. As at the time, all the midfielders used to just carry the ball. One small boy from Delta, all he did was fight for the ball, give it to the players to play. And at the time, God blessed us with the best striker this continent has ever seen. I am talking of Baba Rashidi. I will share something that I had between me and him that used to tell me. Shori Sonny, ma down alone. Shati no si for me. For those who don't understand Yoruba, what Rashidi used to say to me was, Sunday, don't listen. Just send the ball in. And this man had the most clinical finishing I have ever seen in my sporting career. And I've been blessed to play with players like Inzaghi, Zidane, and all of them. But none could come close. And then we had one crazy number 10. In as much as I and him have a good relationship today, if I tell you how many times we almost fought on the pitch, JJ pass now. But I must confess to you guys, if I had a problem and I was crowded by players, give it to JJ. He will find a solution.
Just so you know, fuel is 1,250, which means on your mandate you have to start. On your legs, you have to walk. Get ready. All of you who do not like walking, go and get this and get trainers so that you can walk. We have gone back to the 18th century. Come on, whether it's that's where we have gone back to. Electricity. Twice we have increased it this year. February never even reached half. You have increased it twice. Fuel, 1,250. Diesel, 170. On the angle. Bread is almost 3,000. As for Gary, we are improving. We are doing very well. We are doing well. The mommy was and daddy was. Especially the ones with plenty children. I don't know how you will manage it, but you will manage. See, that's what they say we should. They say we should suffer. They want to suffer. The suffer has to reach climax before it will be solved. Welcome to suffer. But I never say anything. Some of us we have changed in this journey. So we are not worried about it. Now, hey, Gen Z, Gen, every Gen. No worry. When you go to the shop, see, import duties is now 1,450 US dollars. Hey, see, from 900. See increase. See increase. Hey, after now, you have not put anything in place. You are just busy. Increasing. Tax. They say your father served, Abi. Your father served with whips. And God, I will. Your father ruled with whips. I can say, but I will rule with iron. I never say iron. Wait, this is ukulele. Ukulele 101. Yeah. That's...
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Alexi,
sorry.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with him. I don't know what is wrong with him. Somebody is asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he's coming down to say that, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People who stage coup in Nigeria, they never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't lie to you.
Dr. Wumi, if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drugs, and I know a lot of people who distributed drugs. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, What I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was Ilubo.
Well, am I the only one showing on the screen right now?
How are you doing, Dr.
Doc,
Alex?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. How are you, sir?
Good, 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 good. I was still preparing the show. I wasn't ready to come on, but since
Oh,
yeah,
okay. I just have one or two things to just contribute before I go back to work.
okay,
Uh, I spoke with someone very high up in status today in Nigeria this morning.
okay,
An ex classmate of mine,
okay,
and Rudolph, we're in trouble in Nigeria. You know, I have to apologize to Nigerians for thinking that Tinubu had the wherewithal to turn the country around. This man is making. He's my big brother. I'm not going to deny that. My family house to his family house is a stone throw away, but people are suffering, Rudolph. People are. It breaks my heart when a loaf of bread is almost unbearable cost-wise
yeah,
to
like
purchase.
1,000 naira.
Yeah, they say fuel is a liter or gallon, 1,200 naira right now. Tube of yam, 3,000. Exchange rate now is almost 1,600 to $1. This is sad. I've seen Nigeria. I'm in my late 60s now, so I've seen Nigeria at its best, and I'm seeing it right now at its worst. And it breaks my heart to know that people are suffering. It's unbearable. Every single policy decision that he's taken since he's been the president has been a total and complete failure. I totally agree with the professor who said that his policies, especially something to do with the professor who the former, I think, Professor Sage, something like
Okay,
that.
yeah, Sage,
Yeah, he said something today that was totally spot on. He came in unprepared. I think he came in for essentially the status to have a record that he has been the president of Nigeria, but he's making Buhari come across a genius. But I think the problem is that when he came in, he didn't understand the problem, the financial problem that we had, and he inherited a bad government. But it's almost a year now, so I said on your platform there must be a honeymoon period. Remember I said that on your platform, but we're past the honeymoon period right now. This is time for us to notice changes in government and the well-being of the people. People are just, I mean, I'm talking about someone who's so high up and who's complaining bitterly. It's sad. It breaks my heart. And the only thing about it is that I don't know whether for someone like Chuk Chuk who sits down and writes rubbish, I don't know whether Obi has the wherewithal to turn the country around, quite frankly. I think the country is in total dire straits. I think I will say it and say it again. And you can quote me anytime, any day, and you can take it to the bank. I think that the major problem we're going through right now is by Emefiele. And it breaks my heart to know that I had an association with this dude. That this dude I knew personally 50 years ago or something like that, and that he's turned out to be the person he's turned out to be. Consequently, EFCC issued out arrest warrants for his wife and family members. This is how bad and how deep this is. This is really bad. It's really bad.
No doubt, Dr. Alex. This we knew that things would be difficult, but do you think Nobody was expecting miracle from Bola Tinubu. And nobody could have gotten there without Nigeria going through some things. But did you think that he was fully aware of the situation and that he took steps, the ones that he could have taken, to give at least give the impression that he understood what people would go through and that he was willing to sacrifice? Because that was something that was needed, and he did not show that example.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, More. He needed to have taken some drastic actions, like this paying 14 billion or 14 million to House of Rep members. That didn't make any sense. People are suffering, you spend that kind of money. It was a stupid move. You're right. It wasn't. I know Obi wouldn't have done something like that.
Exactly. Those are the differences that we could see.
Yes.
Not that they would do any magic, you know.
Yes, but that's whataboutism, you know. That was one of the reasons why I started watching One Man Show. I didn't know One Man and I went to the same school. I was driving my car one day and I heard a Nigerian guy use the expression whataboutism. I said, "Whoa, this guy's English is brilliant. Well, who's this dude?" Later on, I found out that we went to the same school. These are suppositions. Nobody knows what would have happened. But what we know for sure is now that Nigeria is in a state, and if not because of the economic strength on paper that we have, we're in total dire straits. We'll be bankrupt. But lenders are still willing to accommodate us because they do know that we have what it takes. We just need to. I mean, the one that broke my heart was this better I do corruption thing. I can't believe, for the life of me.
But Doc, what about Tunji Ojo? We talk about better Edu. What about Tunji Ojo? Why will he collect his company contracts?
I haven't followed the Tunji Ojo thing, but I know he's in problems right now. But I haven't followed that, quite frankly. I can't comment on that. The one I can comment on with authority is this Idu girl, a girl that I followed her career. That girl is a world-class physician. She's a world-class Harvard certified physician. So this is the bottom line. Let me say this before I go. The average Nigerian, Rudolph, especially from the age of, I say 35 and 40 and under, have a huge element of corruption in their DNA. And the minute they go into government, no matter how educated they are, the only thing they want to do is to embezzle. What is a 38-year-old girl going to, the one I saw yesterday, going to hairdressers and giving $1,000 cash for lunch to her hairdresser, where people can't even eat just one meal a day? This is totally out of order. My heart is broken. I'm so dejected. I don't know where we're gonna go from here. Things are only gonna get worse. But Rudolph, sorry for interrupting your show. I just had to come in and say it.
We always want you anytime you're free to join us.
Thank you so much. Let me go before I get fired.
All right, I appreciate this. Thank you so much again. All right.
And this interior, don't feel like you are making a mistake. And I've actually had this is exhausting. Our people, my God, this is exhausting.
Don't
I think I'm going to leave this place because people are exhausting. And I've had this conversation with CM. And he pretended as if he doesn't know the context you were talking from. This is scary. This is just scary. Our people,
because
are so dishonest.
You see videos,
you know what?
What you sorry, forefather.
You should come and take over. You are too dishonest.
No, let me see.
I'm tired of you people. It's unbelievable. Show can come and take over. Show you can come and take over, please.
Forefather.
People are just full of.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
It's Saturday, February the 10th, 2024. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo.
How much is money? It's nothing. Ballin'. Premium or nothing. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what they're on them.
Boom boom, ayagaya, bombo. Tomorrow, Nigeria will play Ivory Coast in the 2023 African Cup of Nations, the finals. Yes, win or lose, by Monday, the euphoria of the cup will have come and gone.
Please, if government work, if they cannot protest, we Yaloja, we go open our nyash, we go open our press, we go protest. Too much suffering is too much for this country. Before you win, we go suffer. The suffering is too much. Please, Maja, find solution for this things. It's too much. Gary 2,000 naira. Since when my father bought me, I did not buy 1,000 naira pence of Gary. There's selling 2,000 naira now. It's too much. The savannah is too much. Even say rice, the Rika one rice up to 1,200 naira. For what reason? It's too much, to buy meat. With even the pamas are dry rice up. Two fish for Chicago or Chicago, 1,200 naira. 3 of pieces of it. It's too much. Sanuwa, Baba we Sanuwa, Boda we Sanuwa, Yayipo Ejo, Sanuwa ti poju, Ebi Pawa, Edesakwe Yaja Nigeria Yanja.
Yes, the suffering is too much for poor Nigerians. Poor Nigerians will revert to their miserable life of suffering, hardship, and creeping protests. Can President Bola Tinubu move the wheel of Nigeria in a different direction? Or will he continue his trial and error policies, as we have seen in his management of the economy in the last 8 months? With taxes on the rise, including import duties that traders transfer to the customers, is there any other trick in Tinubu's bag? These are some of the questions that people have been asking.
The cost of fuel has gone up. Food and other prices have followed it. Households and businesses are struggling. Things seem anxious and uncertain. I understand the hardship you face. I wish there were other ways, but there's not.
Oh! Yes, I wish there were other ways, but there is none. Your president has no other way. Using the collapse of the Naira as an example and the failed effort to arrest it, will the government have an answer to the fury to come from the suffering masses. We know it's coming. The question is, will the government have an answer to what is coming? In the meantime, we're going to enjoy the games coming tomorrow, and we will know what happens after. All right, so you join us as we have our usual Saturdays, have your say 247. Again, my name is Rudolph Okongo.
No, so I'm gonna make them last. This little nuts of mine. I'm gonna make them last. Oh, these little nuts of mine. I'm gonna. Someone is first timing me. Someone. Hey, my grandson, Udoka, how are you?
Hello, Grandpa.
Kedu?
I don't know. What are you eating?
Oh, I have nothing left at home. I'm eating palm kernel. That's all I have at home. Now I eat meal without meat. Aku without ukwa.
Mbano, that's not healthy.
What can I do? Can you please help me beg your father? Beg your father this Christmas to help me. Things are hard. Prices of things up, energy up.
Induct, Grandpa. I'll tell my dad right away.
Biko, thank you, please, thank you. Biko. These little nuts of mine.
Dad.
Hey, Udoka, KJ.
Grandpa is suffering in Nigeria. He needs your help urgently.
Udoka, didn't I warn you? How did you know he's suffering?
We're just on a FaceTime call. He looks so skinny now. His stomach has shrunk and it's flattened.
His stomach?
Yes.
Let me see. You know what? I don't care. Look, that man, I give him money, he will go and use it to buy tobacco, and that's it. I give him money, he will go and give it out to his friends. And I give him money, he will go and marry a second wife and talk. No, I don't care. Whatever is happening to him, I don't care.
I have a solution.
What?
Go to Help Me Waka and they'll send him any food item that you want to give Grandpa anywhere in Nigeria.
Help me
Waka.
Really?
Really.
Help Me Waka, the people that run errands for you. This Christmas, help your people. Go to Help Me Waka and order items for them. They will be happy. Please help them.
All right, Peter cannot hear me. Ernest, welcome to the show. Or can you unmute yourself?
Hello, Doctor. Hello.
Yeah, hi, how are you?
I'm all right. Good afternoon, good evening.
Yeah, it's nice to see you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Odi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
I like your study. It looks serious and nice to see you.
Yeah. Can I make a comment?
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay. I like to really talk about Alex. He was an interesting guy that,
Dr. Alexander Gomez.
Alexander.
Okay.
Yeah. So his monologue, sort of, I'll say, because it was just you and he was the first person on the show.
Yeah.
I think he's the guy that normally I would have just watched, but after I think I liked his honesty. I think we need more of that. My only disappointment is that, he did not actually tell us what his friend said that made him lose hope. Because he said he did talk to someone, and you really let him out cheap there. I think you could have pressed him to give a little bit more, to tell us what did his friend actually tell him, because this is actually in the future that made him decide that there's no hope. Secondly, I have many friends like Alexander who are top people. You can see that he doesn't depend on anything from Nigeria to be successful. But they, for one reason or the other, me personally, I say it's tribalism. Anybody can say whatever, I have friends like that. I told one of my friends recently, I said, finally, can't you just own up and say, I wanted this man to win because he was from my place and he's not doing well now. Just say it, He said, no, let's give him 4 years. That's when we can judge him. I said, how do you wait for 4 years to now judge somebody? Whether the person is succeeding. That's why I give my respect to Alex. But, I'll tell you, many of the people I know are waiting for Tinubu's government to do one thing, for them to claim victory. Maybe the exchange rate drops to 1,002 and they say, yes, we told you, city boys here, they will capture one terrorist or something. They're looking for. The problem with this, why it's so bad to support this kind of government, is that there's nothing. It's not giving anything. Everything is just getting worse. Maybe they'll claim victory if Nigeria wins tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe we can give them that one, right? But like everybody's looking for something. Obi used to say something, and one of the things that we can offer all our solutions on this page. I'm sure Tinubu, some people are telling him the solution. And even Obi, when Obi criticizes him, he gives solution. Obi kept saying during who buys bread cheaper? You can see the people you played. Most of them are in the Southwest. Look, I'm sure if you go to the Southeast, there'll be problem also. The North actually is worse. These people are finally going into the streets. People who are, even at NSAS, they decided no, everything was running smoothly. So you can see that the solutions are very simple. And Tinubu said there is no other way. I disagree with that. What we are suffering from is demand and supply problem. The simple solution is from consumption to production. Nigeria, the CBN can continue to manipulate the Naira and squeeze everybody of the dollar around, convert all our money we transfer via all platforms to Naira. But if you're not producing anything, then the demand on the dollar will remain high. There's simple solution.
Odi, let's keep some of these details when we start the conversation.
Okay.
Let me just mention the topics we have today and then go around and see if you can add anything, if there's anything I'm missing. Essentially, we're talking about the suffering in the country, which is getting to fever point. And then we are talking about what's happening tomorrow, which is the game of African Cup of Nations that a lot of people are excited about. So these are the two things. We're talking about the Naira, the collapse of the currency, and the effort by the government. They are still trying to do many things. One of them is to seize the money. People are suggesting they should seize the money in the bank, the dollar in the bank. They are denying that that's happening. But they did something this week, actually. They now said if you send dollar or any currency home, they will collect it in Naira. They've tried that before. It didn't work out, and they are bringing it back. We want to see if that will solve the problem. Essentially, those are the two things we have. The games, which is tomorrow, the suffering, the currency issue, the solution to that. Everything is expensive in the country. And then there are protests happening already in the northern part of the country. They can't deal with that anymore. So when I come to you, if there's anything you want to add to the subject matter, you can add it for now, and then we begin the conversation after that. So let me go back to you, Peter. Peter, I don't know, you are in the dark. I don't know where you're joining us from. I hope it's from Nigeria. Peter, can you unmute yourself?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah. Hi.
Doctor, I'm in London. The NEPA have taken the light. So I'm trying to survive here.
Listen, Peter, King Charles may be sick, but he's not finding it funny. Don't say that.
What can I say? I'm a Nigerian now. So as far as you are a Nigerian, the thing they transfer. Yeah. Where do everybody? The hardship of the country is what concerns everybody. I spoke to some of my
Peter, we've not said it. I want to know if there's any story that I'm missing in the subject matter. Is there anything going on that is important that we should talk about?
The real thing that I could say is that regarding this scarcity issue, we have to bring in ourselves. Tribalism.
Scarcity of what?
Of this Naira. If there's no Naira, there's no food. There's no food anywhere, especially in our country. So there's too much hunger. There's too much hunger in the country. Is it not scarcity of money that brings it in? The government is trying to balance everything.
Okay.
Yeah, it's scarcity. We should bring our ethnicity, our tribalism.
Yeah.
This thing have to hit the rock. It's not education. I think we should do more about this.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why I'm looking at it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Peter. Ernest.
I don't have anything to add. Just to discuss the topics you have already.
All right. Thank you. Odi, anything to add?
No, not from me.
Okay. All right. Dan, anything to add?
I just want to say good evening to everybody and give you just a small acapella of what we've been working on.
Okay.
Welcome to Dr. Damage's Talk Show. Welcome to Dr. Damage's Talk Show. Welcome to Dr. Damage's Talk Show. Welcome to Dr. Damage's Talk Show, where you can have your say or solutions to every burning issues. Remember to be civil on the show. You hear? Yeah, that's what we're working on very soon. It will be put on tape. You know.
This one is going to the Grammys. We are going to feel it. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dan. Yeah, go ahead. What do you want to say, Odi?
Yeah, so amid this doom and gloom, there's a state doing well in Nigeria. It's called
what?
How can we maybe just add it as a discussion and kind of to see what they are doing well there?
What state?
Abia State.
Abia State. Okay. All right. I think it's well. Dan, thank you so much. So when are we looking at what time frame are we looking at?
Yeah, the time frame I've told you, the guys who want to do it. I was on holiday, I thought I could do it, but they disappointed me so much. So I bought my recording gear. I'm working on them. Immediately I get used to it, I will press it down and send it to you very soon.
Okay. All right. Olumide, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Rodolph.
Yeah.
So yeah, my own addition is just the insecurity. You can't have the level of insecurity in that place is just alarming. I mean, you can't have development, you can't have investments where there's no security, especially the security of the local indigenous people. So it's news every day, kidnapping, killings. So for me, that is just one thing that is so alarming there and needs to be dealt with.
All right. Thank you. That's key. That's a very important one. Alaba.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. How are you doing? Greetings to all panelists, everybody. And one major thing I want to add to the discussion is this Bajabia Miller's attempt to want to block the internet. I think these peoples are just a bunch of jokers. You see, as for the Nigerians that are suffering, as much as I feel their pain, and I'm not a psychopath who don't feel empathy for people. I feel their empathy, but maybe they need to suffer more. And the more sufferings that goes on would probably elicit a reaction. So let everybody make everybody they chop breakfast. And when that bedu enter body, we go dance. It never enter body yet. And when the bedu enter body, we go dance. Thank you, Dan. I can't beat you on that one, but that was a good one you gave us. But I mean, the government is still so bold to be altering lots of garbage. They want to block the internet as their response to the mess they are creating. They're not even responding to the disaster that is. I don't know. Maybe we are not pushing them enough. Maybe we're not shouting enough. Oh boy, let the suffer continue, Jerry. Maybe until the bedu enter body.
All right, thank you. I'm hearing there's something going on in Senegal. I am not aware of it, but people are calling me. There's a situation there. So if you're aware of it and you want to come on and share with us, we appreciate that. The flagship.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah, nice to have you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody on the panel and those in the comment section. Two things I would like to add. Number one is the post effect of the AFCON semifinals, the results that we had in Nigeria of the death that did occur. I think there should be an awareness of talking to the people about their health concerns before tomorrow. I was hoping that Dr. Gomez was going to say
true.
one or two about it, to just kind of educate them if you know you've got any underlying conditions that could trigger off your system and cause any severe adverse event on you, you should please think twice before the march starts tomorrow. So that's one I wanted to add to it, if we could throw a little bit more light from the aspect of education now. The other thing is, I think it may be old news, but it seemed to be progressing, and I've not heard too much about it. I read about it this week, the Trans-Saharan gas pipeline that is going to stream out of Warri in Delta State and heading all the way out to Europe. And there's a contention now in Niger since this pull-out from ECOWAS. So those two I wanted to bring up to see if we could talk.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Exero, welcome to the show.
Welcome. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Dr. Damages, I thought you were observing what's been happening on the social media during the AFCON. You don't see what's happening?
No, what's happening?
I thought you're going to add it to the discussion now.
What's happening?
Nigeria, anytime we are playing a game, we are not just playing the opponents. we are playing against 4 or 5 countries at the same time. There's a serious rivalry between Nigeria, Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, and Nigeria, South Africa. So I thought you were going to touch on it because it's very interesting. The kind of stories I see on social media. They say Nigeria has taken the jollof rice. Now, the way somebody described it, said Nigerians have taken all their women in South Africa, and we have taken Amapiano. Now we took football from there. You know? So in that case, we must not win the AFCON.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to.
I got that. Yeah, that's part of the competition, especially for a big country like Nigeria. The rest of Africa, they are rooting against Nigeria, apparently. Yeah.
Seriously. It's interesting. I wanted to know why. Please, guys, rack your brains around that. Why are everyone really seriously competing with Nigeria? You know?
Okay. All right. We will add that to the conversation. Super Eagles. Finally, we have JJ Okocha. JJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages of Nigeria.
How are you?
I'm very well, sir. I'm very well. Greetings, my fellow panelists.
Yeah. So where are you going?
I'm here to support Super Eagles, especially. But something we have to talk about is the increasing rate of high BP.
Yeah.
It's very important because as we educate people on this program, we should equally figure out a way to help educate them on how to. CPR is important. CPR. Perform CPR on your fellow citizens, and also educate the advanced masses, the adults, on how to go about checking their BP. Is very important because the rate at which so many of them are walking dead, you know, until this competition, before we begin to see the effects. It's not like the football is actually bringing out. They already have these things, you know. So I think we should talk about it, and medical practitioners should help us out on that. But up Super Eagles, we are winning. I'm here for them.
We are going to try. I'll try to reach a doctor and see if I can get anyone that will come and tell us about that. But let's start with the games tomorrow that we're going to play tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Super Eagles. Maybe you start for us. So
my prediction. I want to start by predicting.
Yeah. What are your predictions?
We are winning. 3-0.
Oh, excuse me.
3-0. We are winning.
Why do you have that confidence that we're winning?
Super Eagles.
What is giving you the confidence?
Sorry, excuse me.
Oh, maybe it's the real.
Go ahead. I want to start by saying that we got to the final by merit, and we are going to win it because we have defeated the undefeatables. So for that fact, I want to give them kudos, and I want each and every one of us to know that Nigeria can work. Yeah, Nigeria can work. But the politicians, Nigeria can work. The reason why I say Nigeria can work is because in this modern day, there are always solutions to problems. I don't think, especially when it comes to do with what concerns the human being. So if we put the energy, not necessarily.
Rodolph, I'm sorry. Can I ask a question? Can I ask him?
You will. Just let me learn. You will.
I just want to say, we all know Nigeria can work, but tell us how.
You will.
Tell us how.
You will. Okay. First of all, let us believe. Let us have that belief that Nigeria can work. First, it starts from there. Okay. Before we even start to work out how, if we don't believe that it's going to work or it can work, then there's no way we can figure out how. I'm not saying that you should support Peter Obi or Tinubu or whoever. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying because of I'm a Nigerian living in diaspora. I'm seeing it from a different perspective that if we put our mind in the first position, which is saying, okay, can we come together to work things out? That's the first question. If we can come together to work things out, now we can now go into how do we work these things out. We don't necessarily have to say because you don't see it.
Super Eagles, hold on.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to wait until we all agree that we can work this out before we start working it out? I mean, which one should start? Who is when do you get everybody to come together and say we can? That's I think the challenge is how do we make it happen, irrespective of people who are saying that it won't work. You shouldn't be arguing with them. You should prove them wrong by making it work. That's what I tell government officials. Don't stop complaining about people who are saying Nigeria is not working and it's not going to.
No.
You prove that it can work by your action. So
the first,
let's go back to the games. Tomorrow, I heard that Tinubu is storming the stadium. Do you want him to come and watch you play?
I'm not interested.
Sorry, there's an update. Tinubu canceled the visit.
He
said Shettima should lead. I think he heard the cries of people, so he has canceled it. He said Shettima should lead.
Oh, I didn't know. That gives hope now, because if I would have been worried seeing him there.
Okay, Dr. Damages, I'm just here to represent our boys, to tell them that.
Very, very good.
So I was proud, and I'm proud of them, and I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
All right.
God bless you, and may the show prosper.
Thank you.
Up Nigeria.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Up Nigeria. We are winning.
All
3-0.
Right. Okay, 3-0 from Super Eagles. Peter, where are you? First of all, I need to know where you are, because I'm very uncomfortable.
How are you rotating this thing? Are you exempting me?
I came first too.
Now,
I said, never just bring light.
This rigging will not stop, even with VAR. This to me. It's broad daylight rigging.
That will be going back. I am going this way.
Never just bring light.
Yeah, okay. Peter, where are you? Where are you? Seriously.
Are they London? See, I'm here. Are they for what do they call this place? Canary Wharf.
Open the window. Let's see whether it's London or Lagos.
Canary Wharf.
There's no sign yet that it's not Lagos.
Every day they ask me this question. See, Canary Wharf. You know, see Canary Wharf there. See my house here.
Okay. All right.
You know Canary Wharf? You go see Queen, you're not gonna see me.
All right. Thank you, Peter. So what do you think about tomorrow's game?
Tomorrow's game, I like Nigeria, and I'm not too fascinated. I like the boys. They have got nothing to do with them, what we are all passing through. That's the only joy we have today, doing their best. But the criminals that are killing everybody, now they want to take a center stage. We don't want them there, so that we can be happy. We that they kept out of the scene. We should be happy in our own way, while they are celebrating with the loots. Yeah, it's two different people here. They want to take the money because they have no solution to our problem. So we are happy with football. When we finish football, we go home hungry. So they cannot come there and celebrate with us. They go, feed their children. They feed themselves while we go home hungry. So if they can avoid those things like Tinubu have done, Shettima should do the same thing, right? Because the way these people terrorize Jonathan, the way these very people that are standing now that they don't know what is happening. See, this is two government. They terrorize Jonathan out of office because he was not doing well. Though we can feed that then, right? Now, Buhari came in. He borrowed money without thinking that he will pay back. Nobody said, and even the North now that is more suffering. They defended him as if it's their God. Yeah, I asked many of them, this debt that is piling on our head, do you think it's going to affect the people you hate, or you're also going to benefit from it? But today we are all seeing the effect of Buhari. So now we are blaming Tinubu. Tinubu will also be better than the next government that is going to come, because he's also going to borrow this money. He doesn't care. And in the end, it will go. We will celebrate another 4 years again. Wasted. Yeah, Nigeria will not work except we change it. We don't need another constitution. Yes, we could amend. We could fix what we have. The one that we have, is it working? So if we cannot even something is written on that document, at least we will see this one will help us. Like Donald Trump, you can see he have his own way to manipulate a document that is well put together. Now, I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying. So in our own case as well, we can also see something that, this one is good. We can use this. We can use before we now say we need to fix it properly. If we have a new book called Constitution, this is not somebody that's going to operate it. So this is my own problem that would let me say that Nigeria will not work. Yeah, we are all, growing old now, but who want to die? Because these people, if we face them, they will come out with their guns. And one thing I come to notice, I am not against my brother, the Muslims. I'm not against them. One thing I comes to notice, why is it that everywhere they lead, we must have problem? I'm not accusing them. I'm not saying that they have problem. I'm saying everywhere they lead. I can give example. We have Pakistan there. The election cannot hold. At this moment, you cannot count election with electronics because you want to cheat others. Look at what they did to Tinubu for us, right? They canceled this technology we have.
Peter, hold on.
Yeah.
Jonathan, is he a Muslim or a Christian?
No, I'm not saying the government. Muslim means that the people in that area, all of them. Like I will support it, I will defend it. It's not just the government. It's not just the educated.
Peter, hold on. In Zimbabwe, who do they have there?
Yeah, those. See, we are going to talk about those people as well, because if that guy just said they're insulting us. Yes, the big brothers are not ready. Nigeria is their problem.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Let me put it this way. What you just asked me. I spoke to a Ghanaian before. I said we have problem. He said, "Oh, Nigeria have problem." Yes. When Nigeria is not ready, the Ghanaian will move. I said, "No. Nigeria is a big brother in the house. When they reach where they call the ECOWAS, then the decision to change everything is not working. Then you see that you are not going anywhere. When you want to run, Nigeria pull you back. You're not going to say you are right. So what happens in Zimbabwe that Nigeria should be commanding these people. We don't want you like this. You must fix this. Look at EU. Yeah, I can be good because I see Dr. Rudolph. I can be good because I see the other person. I want to be better. But when these people see us, I say, is it the Nigeria? Do you know who we are? They're scared of us. But when they not see your appearance, say, is it him? They can even want to grab you and put you down.
All
so
right.
This is it. But what I was saying is that I'm not against these guys. The crime we are in this Tinubu thing, we didn't vote for. No, Tinubu never won election. But in the end, it's our president. We accept. We agreed, not accepted. But how does it happen? We see the Fulani just came, just manipulate everything. 1, 2, 1, 2. And my police officer friend told me the other time when I visited them, he said they were trying to do help side, blah blah blah. When he spoke to me, it was the government that was using them against the common men, and they themselves they are suffering. They need our help. So as I ask, how can the government be using you against the people that want to that as well can also help you? You know, it's complicated.
All right, Peter, thank you. Let's move on. Yeah, Ernest, welcome.
Yeah, I want to talk on the match tomorrow.
Yeah,
that's it will end in shootout.
Penalty.
Yeah, but I don't know who will win because I think the first time the Spagu met Cote d'Ivoire, even though the Spagu won, but it was penalty, and by this time they have learned their lesson and they are the home team, so they have all the supporters, they have all the advantage as home team. So it will be very difficult for Spagu to just win them like that and get away with the trophy in their own stadium, in their own home. So I've seen it as shootout, but I don't know who will win the shootout. And coming to Nigeria, I think the problem of Tinubu is that he's ruling with impulse and he's not a good. People thought that he did well in Lagos, but what Tinubu did in Lagos was just a kind of extension of what Obasanjo's government was doing. So when Obasanjo has Okonjo-Iweala, he has Charles Oludo running the economy. So not only Lagos, the whole Nigerian economy was stable. And Lagos being the largest economy in out of all the states. So Tinubu was just basking in the euphoria, managing money coming from everywhere in Lagos. That does not make Tinubu a good economist, but many people did not understand it. And the problem of Nigeria, as he's talking about Muslim, I'm not against Muslim, but in a country where somebody will say that I want you to win this election, so pick a Muslim as a running mate. How do you see it? Like a winning formula of a country is you are a Muslim, pick a Muslim as a running mate. And from one thing or the other, it just happened. Then those Northerners did not take in cognizance about the economy, the insecurity. What they know is this person is a Muslim. So they are voting both on Muslim tickets. And you see, the truth of the matter is that Tinubu has no solution to Nigeria's problem at this moment. So the only solution to Nigeria's problem is for him to look for help. And if you know Tinubu, Tinubu will never look for help. Because for him, he's Alpha and Omega. So everything, he just picks some people who are around him in Lagos and others he judge that they are good in economy. But those people, they are not exposed to economy. Forget about those CBN governors. Forget about when the Minister of Finance, when he was in National Assembly, he said that the true value of Nigeria is 750. He said that true value of Nigeria.
Hold on.
Of Naira.
Saying that the Minister of Finance was in the National, I'm not aware of that. National Assembly. When?
Yeah, he was. He told them that was a.
Yeah. Okay. You mean okay? I got you now.
Yeah. He told them that the true value of Naira is 750. I think that was during ministerial screening. So all these things you see Tinubu, they are doing, if you are sending money to Nigeria in dollar, they convert it to Naira. This is not an economic policy. This cannot take Nigeria anywhere. They want to say they will release 42 trillion tons of maize. There is nothing in Nigeria's store. Nigeria don't have any food reserve. Buhari said 40 tons of maize during his tenure. There was no food. Tinubu now came, said 42 tons. See, Nigeria has no food reserve anywhere. So if you look at P2B's manifesto, he said, if you fight insecurity, if you remove fuel subsidy, you provide modular refinery to cater for domestic need. Then farmers can go back to farm. Nigeria with food sufficient, inflation will go. Tinubu has not done any of these things. So all this trial and error policy, convert Naira to dollar, convert. Okay, now Tinubu, they use forest to buy. I heard somebody say they use forest to buy car for National Assembly. They use forest to buy yacht. They did all those things. Now they are banning it. You should not use that, but they used it. They are using it. So it is clear that they are just wicked. So for me, this is just the beginning of the suffering.
All right.
Progress is too small and it's too far. But Nigeria will hear and win, whether they like it or not. Right. And the why I'm happy is that the first people who are suffering are the Northerners. We in the East, we will stop our.
Hold on. How did you come to that conclusion?
Where did the protest start?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the only people suffering. The fact that
I said they are the first. They have started suffering already. Forget it. I'm from eastern part.
Honest, everybody.
Number one. Let me just summarize. We Igbos, we don't depend on government from time immemorial. If Igbo man get a federal work or state work, the first thing he will do is to look for business to augment his earning. Average outside person depend wholly on both state, local government, and Nigerian government. So we don't depend. So even if Nigeria is not running well as a country, we Igbos will survive. I'm not trying to make more, but average Northerner will find it difficult. So if they like,
Honest, less than 2% of Nigerian population are working for the government. Less than 2%.
Yes.
So it doesn't.
That is the aspect. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Youth. An Hausa man who has 4 wives and 25 children who's not working for government, who is feeding them?
All right, let's go. Ernest, we have to leave. I can't come back and argue with
Government feeding them. They know how they feed them, whether you are working or not.
you.
So the money comes, they share it to them. You don't need to go to work.
Ernest, the point is that everybody in the country is suffering, irrespective of where you live. And
Yeah, I know, but it's in comparison. If they like, I said, if they like, they should vote for 3 Muslims as president, vice president, senate president. Now they go first so far. If they like, make they allow Nigeria, make Nigeria work. Let people that understand things come into this game and do it. Obasanjo did it because of Okonjo Iweala and the Charles Oludo. Forget about all these things. And if from that economy they built in 1999, that is what Nigeria is running till now.
All right.
They put another Igbo man to come and do it again. That's the truth. Forget about Tinubu. Forget about Rufai. Forget about Buhari. If Tinubu finish, he return power to Fulani Hausa people. As in Nigeria will keep on going down. When Nigeria will divide, when Nigeria will cease to exist, it will not come from IPOB. It will not come from Oduduwa or Arewa. Nigeria will cease to exist when the economy ceases to exist. And time is coming.
Thank you, Ernest. Thank you so much. Odi, let's get back to the games. What's happening tomorrow? What is your prediction and why? Because it's easy to say 3-0 and you don't tell me who are the people that will score, what are the strengths of the teams, and how do you arrive at that?
Well, I think, I never knew Nigeria would get to the finals. It was a disjointed team. So trust me, I already think we've won by getting to this point, And, Ivory Coast is like a cat with 9 lives. I'm really I think it's going to be a 50-50 game. The last game, Osimhen was not fully fit. You could see it. It wasn't his usual stuff. I hope he's fully fit. If he's fully fit, then we've got a chance, because his movements does create the opportunities for other people to score. He's very aggressive. He presses very well. I've never really liked the coach, but I give him his flowers. He's now done. He's led the team to the finals. We've not been playing pretty football. We really have no one in the midfield. Alex Iwobi has been trying. You still have to give him credit, but I see that I'm looking at maybe a 2-1 win for Nigeria, being a Super Eagles fan. It may get to penalties, something like 2-1, 3-2. Ivory Coast. I think everybody, there's someone that said something funny about the war going on. It's a Twitter war, right? People are making memes about different countries. Trust me, most people in Africa do not want Nigeria to win, because Nigerians have been so loud on the social media, disparaging everybody. But it's just the fun of it. There was even threats that Nigerians in South Africa will be attacked. Thank God that hasn't happened, because it would have been a big shame. But I really wish. I think maybe a 2-1. Maybe we'll go to penalties. I hope Osimhen scores. Just Osimhen. I just hope he scores, because he should be man of the tournament. He should be the most valuable player. And, but it will be a crisis if we win Ivory Coast. Those people can throw tantrum. When they lost, when they thought they were out, they almost burned down their country. And, the next day they went to celebrate, So I think for the safety of, I think we should win, it should be, Nigeria has a better team, I believe.
All right. Thank you, Odi. Dan.
Yeah, it's unfortunate I've not been able to see the match, because all the time they've been playing, I've been working, but watching through
We're off.
Eh?
You're taking off tomorrow from work so that you can watch.
How did you know that? I don't have the power to take off day, but fortunately, I was supposed to be off on Thursday and they pushed it. Somebody was not available. So now I had the choice to say, okay, if you give me Thursday to work, then Sunday you have to. So tomorrow will be the only time I will have to watch that game. And I'm happy it's a final. And I believe I'm a Super Eagle serious fan. Very, very serious. Even when I wasn't watching it, I was watching the live score while I'm doing my job. Sometimes heart attack, even when I'm not even watching it live. So for Nigeria, I will give them 3-1, you know. I give them 3-1 because the highlights I used to see, I know they are good, you know. I can see the effort they are making. I know the people didn't give them a chance when they started. They said because they were not together. But the small highlights I see on YouTube, I think they are good, especially with South Africa. They did well for me. And like the brother said, I want Osimhen to finally let tomorrow be his real day, you know. Like this type of beautiful goal now, you see. Sorry, I have to watch this side of ball.
Very good vision. You know, he lifts his head and gives the right pass. Wonderfully played. But already how he felt he changed the.
So you think Nigeria will win tomorrow?
3-1. That's what I'm calling, and I wish tomorrow will be Osimhen's day because I have not scored the goal which everybody is waiting for. I wish him to be the man of the match tomorrow, so that being African Player of the Year, we haven't won it for so long. He should be able to celebrate that tomorrow as a victory. This is what I see.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Olumide.
Can you skip me for now?
Okay. The flagship.
Thank you. I would like to start by saying congratulations to the Super Eagles of Nigeria and to Nigerians. This is one thing that unites us. If you will, Rudolph, allow me to go back to refer to, I think, 2, maybe 3 or 4 shows that we had here on this platform some weeks back. How we analyzed the Super Eagles at the airport. We castigated them based on their looks, their appearance, what they wore, and how they stood at the airport waiting for their bags. We gave them all sorts of names. And at that point, the majority actually believed that they were not going to be up to no good in this tournament. But have they proved us wrong? So it's not always by looks or clothes or how you appear. You really don't judge a book by its cover. I think that idiom still stands true today. Having said that, the Super Eagles will win this match, definitely. Both teams have tested and felt themselves from the beginning of the tournament, and they have had a feel of how it looks like to play with each other. The Super Eagles actually came not together, yes, I agree, but they have gone through the steps and the levels, and they're at the point now where they have really good form in this tournament. They have met the Ivorians, they played with them, and they're going to meet them again now in the finals. I think they know pretty much how to handle them and how to go around this finals. So having said that, my prediction will be a 3-1 with favor to Nigeria. And like everybody else, I'm hoping that Victor Osimhen actually would have his turn to put the ball behind the net this time, because he's worked so hard to assist Lukman and the rest of them that did hit the net with the ball. So I'm really hoping that he will get that chance tomorrow, come time for the tournament. And if we have time as we go, please, or if we don't, Nigerians, please, make sure you check yourself very well tomorrow. We know the situation in the country is tense. It's already causing a whole lot of headaches, heartaches, situations that could cause high blood pressure. But if you know you cannot handle the tension, please, it would be a good thing to wait until after the match to watch the replays, just to save yourself that tragedy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Flagship. X0.
Yes, finally. Tomorrow's game is surely Nigeria's game. It's going to be Nigeria's day. A lot of people may not understand the tactics that the coach is using. They are trying to use counter. That means they leave Osimhen at the front and they play defensively. But once they get the ball, they switch and then they build up, they support the attack, which is a very, very good way of playing in a tournament like this if you want to get to the finals. If you don't do that, you expose your defense, and we know that our defense before now has not been that good. We've seen how loose it could be before, but coming to this tournament, we've seen that they've been near perfect. They've held their own, you know. So I see that replaying again tomorrow, and I see the goals coming in the second half when they now switch off play and play more attacking. By that time, the Ivorians have already exhausted themselves. But we should also look out for penalty mistakes and the VAR, because sometimes when you score and then they go check to the VAR and see that maybe your hand was ahead of the defender, that could kill your joy. So that I don't think the Ivorian team matches us in any way, apart from the fact that they have a huge support and they can do anything just to win. But we are a better team. 2-0 and then comfortably. Yeah.
Very good. All right, Alaba.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got two computers here. I don't know which one is in, which one is out. First of all, I want to say that I truly wish the boys. I'm conflicted. I want the boys to win because they are professionals. They're doing their job and they need to move further in their career. At the same time, I don't want us to win because I'm thinking that the ruiners of Nigeria will see that as their good omen to further sedate the people. Nigerian rulers always do that. But I tilt more on the side of the boys winning because it's their team. They're the professionals. They're the one giving their all I need. So I pray that they win. But believe me, those politicians would hijack the situation and said, you see, we told you, this man brings good luck. Now we won, and the whole thing. And secondly, this soccer team, I wish it's over quickly because it's another sedative for our people. When I say sedative, it sends them to sleep. It's a major distraction. You know, we're not, right now, they're not focused on their hunger, which is a good thing. At the same time, it's a bad thing. They're not focused on their hunger. And then another good thing about this whole thing is that see how united we are when it comes to soccer. You know, a few people made a few tribal submission earlier on. I didn't like that. And I think Rudolph should have called them up on that. You know, I didn't like that. Now, see how united we are on this soccer team. You know, we're Nigerians. Now, I don't only wish that our hypocrisy as Nigerians, and it's all of us, it's not just, it's all of us, will stop. That if we can put this much energy that we put into soccer, into making our own country a great country, into holding our political ruiners accountable, this much energy, not use soccer as our, oh, let's come and sweet talk them, we are the greatest, South Africans, Ghanaians, and Senegalese and Cameroonians don't like us, we are there. No, we are not. We are the shithole shalanga that we are. And we have to start talking truthfully, honestly, and we have to work this out. Well, look, there's a lot of sincere ignorance among us and a lot of conscientious stupidity. I'm praying for the sake of the boys that we win. It's their career. They're going to go further. They're going to get more contracts. Nigeria's name will be better. But at the same time, I know how these terrible people that are ruining us are going to exploit this situation. And some people are already here defending them, saying, oh, Nigeria, you know, color, blah, blah. We have no patriotism in us. There's no patriotism in our blood. It goes for all of us. If there is, our country will not be what it is.
All right. Thank you. Shagun.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to the viewers and the people in the comments and the panelists. I just jumped in quickly just to make comments about the match. obviously, when this team started, we didn't really give them much chance just because we believe they had individual talents, but there wasn't really a team. But Nigerian, if over the years, if you look at various competitions, we kind of start slowly and then gain momentum. And I think that's what has worked at the moment. Obviously, the obvious things is we've got a good defense. Our midfield, I don't think we've got midfield. So going back to the last match, it was tension packed. In fact, the reason why I jumped onto this call quickly was what Flagship said about check yourself before you watch it. I've been following Nigerian football since 1985, but I couldn't watch the penalty this last time for the first time. I had to switch off my TV once they blew the final whistle. That was how tense I was, and it was because of the rivalry between Nigeria and South Africa, and then because of the heroics of their goalkeeper in the match before. So I wasn't sure if we go to penalty, we were going to win. But thanks goodness we won. It brought joy to the people. It's going to be a tough match. Ivory Coast, having come back from a near elimination to get to the final, at the moment, I will expect that their mental strength is going to be very, very strong. The semi-final they played, for a lot part of that game, they played 10 men against 11, and they still came back victorious against Mali. So mentally, I think they're going to be stronger than our boys. But we've also got something going for us, that Nigerian spirit that we never let anything go until the final whistle. I think these boys are up to the task. I think our defense will do well. Midfield, I don't know what magic the coach can work. So I hope that Nigeria wins. I think it might end 1-1 into penalties, or trying to wish well, I think 2-1 in favor of Nigeria, so that we can just carry the day. But it's going to be a nerve-wracking match. So hopefully tomorrow we see what happens. But at least we need something to excite us. Even though after this tournament we will still go back to our problem. It's going to be like, a man that drinks alcohol, forgets his problem for a while, and then once his eye clears, he comes back to it. But I'm hoping for a tough match tomorrow and hope that Nigeria comes out victorious.
Yeah, thank you, Shegun. Let me ask you this. I've been hearing during the game last time, people criticize Aino, who missed a penalty. People tend to forget all the contribution. So I'm wondering if for any reason we failed to win, will Nigerians appreciate how far we got to, or will they find reasons to criticize and trash the boys and the coach?
Well, I think it's going to be a mixture of the two. Sometimes, you say that you're as good as your last game. So if the boys come fighting and luck is against them and they lose, I think we'll be lenient on them on one hand. But if they play poorly, for example, I know when Electricity was running the commentary on this show, I was one of the people that was saying these boys are playing shambles. They're just because in the first half, South Africa was really in control of the game. As a matter of fact, if you look at the possession statistics, South Africa had the highest possession throughout the whole game, but we just had the goal or penalty in our favor. So I think we didn't give them, the team, a chance at the beginning, and they got to the finals. And whatever happens to the finals, Nigeria should appreciate what the boys have done. People that are criticizing are enough for missing penalty. Even the best players in the world have missed penalty. Penalty is not an easy thing to take. Best players in the world have missed penalty. So, and I know has done well. In fact, for me, his style of play, he makes football looks very easy. So those guys have done well, especially the 4-5 backs we have in Nigeria. So Nigeria should just be happy these boys have gotten to the final. We hope to get to the best. But whatever happens, we should just applaud these guys. They've put in their best. And we hope that our politicians will learn from them and also put in their best.
Talking about learning from them, Man of Presi, welcome to the show. My fear, we'll get to that in the next round. But they're actually learning from them, and they are going to take these templates to tell you this is what's going to happen with this administration? And what are you going to do? But man of President, tell us what you think about the game.
So just put me at the background and I'll just
Okay.
keep listening. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, man of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damage. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I greet everybody. So the first topic we are talking about is it's about the football, right? Before we can go to the next topics. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, as a football fanatic like me, even at all I'm in the USA, and I've gone into most of American sports, but soccer, I'm a lineage to that, because I did play soccer. I'm amateur level when I was in Nigeria, so that I can say. But anyway, I'm a soccer fanatic. To analyze what happened against South Africa, that was a good match, and you can see from what happened there was a lot of anxiety, particularly in the Nigerian space. We have 5 people died. I've never seen anything like that in my lifetime. I know we have people die like 1 or 2, but I've never seen 5 people die. Even the guy, that owned Osterpass in Ivory Coast, I think he's from Oka. A real businessman, you have politicians, I think you have youth couple or whatever. So a total of 5 people die. So the problem, what I'm trying to say is that if you have a heart issue or whatever, it shouldn't work that much. Because even me, I'll be very honest, I was just telling my wife, she wasn't here when the game was going on. And I told her that I stopped watching the match in the first half. I'll be very honest. This is me, and everybody's different. They can handle something different. I stopped watching the half. I went back to my office, room, and I was watching. Then I was clicking to see what the highlight is. This is how my wife think I'm chicken about that. I said, look, you don't know anything about soccer. When you watch soccer, if you're a soccer fanatic, the anxiety could do damage to you. So I watched it then until Nigeria score. Then I went back and started watching it, but I watched everything after that. So what am I trying to say? If you have any kind of heart issue or whatever, dumb or high blood pressure or whatever, I'm not saying it can lead to that, but what I'm thinking, I'm not there. I don't have the fact to back up what I'm saying. Those 5 people die must have some health issue, So, but may they still rest in peace for that. So going back to the soccer, we're analyzing it.
Man of Prestige, sorry. Tinubu watched that match, and he's older than all these people.
Okay. Well, we don't know what Tinubu. It's not about age. It's not about age. How about the youth couple that died? At least he's good. I don't think the youth couple that died is more than 25. So it's not about age or whatever. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can't really say what really killed them and whether they have health issue, but that may be some pertaining to that because the person that died from the youth cup is younger, so I can't even imagine the person having that much health issue. So it's just part of soccer, phenomenon, But anyway, the one against South Africa, man, it was the anxiety there was too much. South Africa pretty much controlled the first half. I think what happened was the coach changed the formation. We was playing 3-4-3, so you have like almost about 5 people defending, with the halfback and everything, So he changed the formation, and that is why South Africa employed. They have 2. I think don't quote me. I think they have 2, 6 and 2. You're right. So they pretty much dominate the midfield. That's why Iwobi and some other people, they kind of lost in that regard. So I think they need to go back to the formation that brought them to where they are right now. Of course, I'm not a fan of that formation. I always like 4-3-3. That's what I like. But having said that, it's gonna be a cracker against Ivory Coast. To me, I think we can beat Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast is okay, but when it comes to soccer, they're gonna have an advantage, in terms of the home court advantage. They're gonna have about 60,000 people supporting, riding all over. So that's an advantage. That's one man supporting them. That's why I say. But our team, we are matured enough. Like I said, we have the most talented team in Africa. Go and look at the numbers. Even at all, the person I would have liked to lead our attack wasn't even there, Victor Boniface. We have to talk about the present form. Not necessarily what Osimhen is good, but not necessarily what Osimhen did last year. Victor Boniface is the best striker we have in Nigeria, of course. Unfortunately, he came to the camp and was injured. I think he's supposed to fly. They have given him the permission to come and watch the game. He's still injured. So having said that, we have the talent, but sometimes it's not about talent that win. It's about teamwork. That's what South Africa employ. Look at all their players are homegrown, maybe one or two playing away, but most of them, I think about 8 of them or 9 of them playing for one particular team. So they have the system. They've been playing there for many, many years. So that's what a teamwork does. But to conclude my my point, I think we're going to win that game. I don't think it's going to go to penalty because from what I have seen from the Ivorian defense, I think we're going to break through. So it's going to end before the game. In my own opinion, it's going to be 3-1 for Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Man of Proceed. Thank you so much. Paul.
Yeah, I like the way Man of Proceed said 3-1. I wish I can give numbers to it. So on the soft side, I think now that we're discussing it today, it would have been better, Ghana border Ivory Coast. It would have just been better for Nigeria to order Ghana jollof rice. Just use this as a great reconciliation so that the Ghanaian people also support us. To calm Twitter down and everything, because this final is like Ghana is playing against Nigeria. It looked like Ghana is still on this tournament. So I think one easy way just for Nigeria to just order Ghana jollof rice so that Ghana calm down. I think it would be better. But on the talking about the game, it's tough to play with host country, and these guys they've done so bad, and they pick up their pace. So they can't afford to lose this game. So they want to give all their best. The Ivory Coast will want to do everything possible to win this game. But one thing that will help Nigeria, statistically, Nigeria have that history of we've been winning Ivory Coast in time like this. About 3 times we've been dominating the Ivory Coast. So that can also put some type of panic in them. And I would be much, much happy if Osimhen will give his best. Because if Osimhen come out and give his best, that can also be a plus for us, because I strongly believe that they want to use 2 men to follow Osimhen. So that's like -1 to the Ivory Coast. That can help us if Osimhen will give his best and everything. I'm expecting Osimhen at this time to even come on the social media that he promised to have 2 goals on this tournament. You understand? Just to get them confused. I could remember 1994 when they asked Arrigo Sacchi between the match with Nigeria and Italy. They asked Arrigo Sacchi before the match, they said, who is his problem? And Arrigo Sacchi said, Rashidi Yekini is his problem. Guess what? We just pushed Rashidi Yekini out there. But meanwhile, Arrigo Sacchi, after the match, he said Amunike and Omokachi is his problem. So we were so happy and everything, we just pushed. But strategically, he knows Amunike is his problem. And they take Amunike out of that game. So sometimes we can also use the media to our own advantage in times like this, just push Osimhen out there, make some type of utterances. Oh, he's going to score 3 goals. He's going to be the African best player. By so doing, you might discover that they'll put 2. And Osimhen is doing very well. But without Osimhen, we still have very good, formidable attacking formation and everything. So I see this game that it's a 50-50, in as much as we will get that panic, but it's a 50-50 game. Nigeria has a very good chance because of history and everything. Though playing with those countries, it's not always easy, but I see victory from the side of Nigeria. That's my take for now.
All right, thank you. Femi.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Doctor.
Hey.
So, I wanted to just reel out some things. I depending on what topics you probably already have up for discussion, because I didn't start the show with you. Some of it is as amusing as it could be serious. We could start with the sachet, what I consider the sachet wars between NAFDAC and the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria. And then I was also thinking about Tinubu as the new fighter pilot. You did see that picture that was it the Nigerian Air Force displayed of him? Some people call it AI generated. It was quite amusing in itself. And this idea, I mean, anyway, let me just continue. So, and then there's that fight to see who's going to outdo themselves in Cote d'Ivoire. Everything is politics in Nigeria. On one hand, people were criticizing Obi for going to watch was it the match against South Africa now, and I just found that ridiculous. But anyways, it's not really Nigeria in any case. I don't know why people are too worried about what is doing, and it's not because I'm necessarily an Obi supporter. I just find it ridiculous when there's more important things to deal with in Nigeria. Meanwhile, nobody said anything when Shetima went, and now we're hearing about 22 state governors, I think, trying to go to the finals. On one hand, so people actually mentioned the fact that it was when Shetima went there that Nigeria almost crashed out, because that was the only time we actually played the. We suffered to get to the penalties. People always are able to infer all kind of things from situations. Anyways, and then let me just run through this quickly. Because of the fact that I like to think in truth when we discuss things like the Palestine-Israeli issue. You like to compare it with how it's kind of like affects or relates to what happens in Nigeria, for example. And that's why I thought it was interesting. I found it interesting what's going on in the EU, especially regarding the farmers' protests in local countries there, and how they're trying to dissuade the government. Some of the governments are trying to dissuade countries like Morocco from, Moroccan imports from coming into their country. And then, of course, I'm pretty sure you probably already added the protests that seem to be spreading because of the food situation in Nigeria. And of course, what appears to be redundant ministers, because I had highlighted initially when we had that over bloated numbers, and I heard some people mention the fact that for the situation in Nigeria, we need as much. I didn't think it made any sense. I think I've been proven right now, because you can count on the tip of one hand how many ministers seems to be doing anything, if at all. And of course, the other thing that caught my attention was the general overseer of the Faith on the Rock Ministry, I think in Abuja, who was arrested by the AFCC for a 1.3 billion Naira fraud. And it's not just him. It only highlights the decadence in society. And how ridiculous it is when our hypocrisy, when we claim to be so religious. I guess, of course, the CBN thing, you already must have mentioned that as a topic, I guess. And of course, maybe just to round up real quick, the statement from the PRO, the tweet from the PRO of the FCT, Josephine Debo, something, on how she thinks people should keep their marriages off social media. I thought that was hilarious in a way, because that's not a topic of most important national interest right now. But Nigeria, we got to find a way to make jokes out of everything. With the Senegalese issue as well, that it's interesting you mentioned that, and I think it will be a good topic to discuss if we can get there, because of the implications and the fact that, as you can see, ECOWAS that was at some point led by Baba Blue. You see that they've calmed down now, all of a sudden. And I just have a feeling that this thing, we're just seeing the beginnings. This is just the beginnings of what might necessarily become quite rampant in Africa. So and for the Super Eagles, maybe when as you go around, I would voice my own opinion on that.
Thank you, Femi. We brought you on to talk about Super Eagles, but you gave us topics you want us to discuss. Hopefully, we'll get back to you on that. Olumide, welcome.
Thank you, Rodolph. And good day to the panelists too. So there are a couple of issues I want to I want to raise. First, the Super Eagles. So I would say I'm not part of the people that will come and predict score lines, but I know the Super Eagles are favorites to win that final match because of the way they played from the beginning to the end. But they are playing not just against 11 Ivorian players. They are also playing against another player, which is the whole nation of Ivory Coast, which is going to be behind Ivory Coast. So they have a whole uphill task, but I believe they can do the job. They are professionals, and the coach is a very good coach. He's a very tactical coach. He wasn't really kind of playing beautiful football. He was only playing to get results, and he had the kind of players to achieve the kind of tactical formation that he wanted. And I would say, for me personally, it's my own opinion that Ola, is that unseen, uncelebrated catalyst in the team. Because if you watch his formation, I think that is what most teams have not been able to really. If they can take Ola, out of that team, he might weaken the midfield of the Nigerian team because he's able to roam around the defense, the midfield, and the attack, giving that free role, and he's been doing it very, very well. That's just my own opinion. Regards that, and I wish the boys the best. But I want to extrapolate. The last time, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, when I was here with TA, I was trying to extrapolate the Nigerian situation. I asked TA a question, and he didn't give me an answer. I said, you were able to give the first match the Super Eagles played. They played below par, the 1-1 draw with Equatorial Guinea. And he kind of criticized the boys' performance. These boys are professional. The reason why we even trust them and we believe they will do the job is because they are professional footballers, not amateur footballers. They take their job with all seriousness because of the kind of background they have from where they are. They take this football seriously. It is their profession. This is their daily bread. And they've kind of brought it into that competition, and they've done very well. And I said, you are able to give a critical analysis of these players. What about the professional politicians back home in Nigeria? Why are you not able to? You are a member of APC. Does it not mean that you cannot criticize what the government is doing so they can sit up and refuse to answer the question? So, and the first guy, the Super Eagles guy who made this, it's just wishful thinking, trying to think that the fact that the boys are making everybody proud and are going to win the competition, then you begin to have hope that Nigeria will work. That's a very silly wishful thinking. I'm sorry for my use of language. That we've seen this over and over again. These boys have been winning series of competition, under 17 World Cup, under 20 World Cup, Nations Cup during Keshi's time, and done very well in qualifying for the World Cup and going into the second. Has the nation ever improved? So the only part of the country that is doing well for themselves is probably the entertainment industry, the singers, the actors, because of the kind of exposure from outside. They've been able to, make the best out of that situation. But the people who are politicians, who don't understand what politics is all about, that they think politics is to come and butter their own bread and wreck an opportunity to steal from the people's resources. They don't understand what it's all about. They think their own political party's constitution is above the country's. They're just confused human beings. And when they win political posts, elective posts, they go to church to give testimonies, knowing fully well that all they want to come and do is to steal the people's resources. It just baffles me and belies logic that somebody will, because of the potential the reality that Nigeria may win that cup tomorrow, you think the nation will be better. It's just wishful thinking.
All right. Thank you so much, Amunia. Mazi, please, welcome.
Yes, Dr. Domegis. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me. Good morning, Dr. Domegis, and good morning, other panelists. Olumide, I'm surprised at you for one thing that you just said. How can you say something about Ola Aina? Ola Aina is, nobody is, is anybody talking about removing him? That you are talking about him being a catalyst.
Listen, you guys didn't hear me. I said if the Nigeria opponents knew better, if they want to weaken that team, They should mark him out. They should. When I say take him out, I mean for the opponents to mark him out. That it might weaken the midfield, Nigerian midfield, because it plays like an extra man in defense, in midfield, and in attack. He's able to roam around. That is what I was talking about. Don't misunderstand me.
Okay. Okay. Except if you say that, for me, the way, if you look at it, I'm so surprised that you said that Pizarro is tactical. Because they're winning now. Now he's tactical. Before, he was the devilish man that
I've never
most Nigerians call
criticized
him.
him. I've never criticized him. Don't come for me. I've never criticized him.
Olumide
I
cannot
don't
talk.
only criticize him in your presence. Refer to that person, not to me. I've never
Olu-
criticized Pesero in public.
Olumide,
But it's
okay,
a good, as far as I'm concerned, he has played tactical formation. He's playing
okay,
tactical football, not beautiful football.
okay. It's good. It's good. He's doing a good job. But I can confidently tell you, for me, I feel he shouldn't feature the Zaidu tomorrow. Instead of Zaidu, let Omero start, and Zaidu can come in later if Omero gets tired. From what I'm seeing, from the way I want, defense in terms of defense. And then I'm also hearing that this person might not be starting. Iwobi might not be starting. So if Iwobi is not starting, then that looks like senior man is gonna take that position, which is Ihanacho taking that position. However, just like in a nutshell from things that I've heard so far, what I am begging is, please, can Tinubu not attend that match? Please.
Prince Akwachi, can I correct something if you give me just less than a minute? You say something about Iheanacho taking that position. That's not possible. Iheanacho is not a midfield. He
No,
can't
there's
take
a
that
way.
position.
There's a way you can switch. Listen
The only person that
now.
can play, hold on.
None
Let
of the
me
stage.
educate you, Prince Apache. The only person that
Okay,
can play that,
can we move on? Can we move
the
on?
only person
You
that
could
can play
educate
that
me
field is
later.
Yusuf.
Yusuf, I don't want Yusuf. Yusuf cannot even make an impact. Yusuf cannot make an impact. What I'm trying to say is that there's a way you can switch things, right? If you have Omerua, you bring in Ihanacho. Let Ihanacho be a feeder to what's his name? To be a feeder to Osimhen and all that kind of a thing. That's making him play the 10 and all that stuff. So, but that's by the way. The only thing I'm begging is, please, if there's any possibility that we can send a mail and tell Tinubu that he's not needed in Cote d'Ivoire, he can stay in Nigeria and solve Nigerian problem.
Okay, just to let you know, I saw the story that he's not going. He said he listened to.
Please, thank God. Please let him not go, so that he will not go and give them bad luck.
He's not going, which is interesting because if he had gone and we won, he would have taken credit for that. But the fact that he could listen to public opinion, they didn't want to add to, if anything bad should happen, that will add to all the counts against him.
We have a lot of problem in Nigeria. Let him solve in Nigeria. Let him deal with his
So you should be happy. All right, let's go. I want us to go to implications of beyond the game, the wider implication. Like Olumide was saying, he talked about why should we not, if our criticism of this team made them better, why don't you think we have the right, or it's important for us to continue to criticize the government to make them better? Also, we know that Bajabiamila this week said that good news is coming for Nigerians are going to get good news, that the government will do something good for them. They are going to key in to any win tomorrow to say that just like we started slowly and we are taking care of things, that good things are coming for you guys. So Dexter, welcome to the show. We're talking about the game and the wider implications.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I've been listening on the backstage, and I've been itching to talk because I've been listening to some crazy opinions here, really about. I'm just shaking my head, and facts over feelings. Really, facts over feelings. I heard somebody say, all of a sudden, all of us in Nigeria, we are coaches. We know better. We are now telling the coach to. Funny enough is that If for any reason Nigeria loses the match, these same people are going to descend on the coach and say everything he did was wrong. Because I listened to Shego Odegbami on Channels TV. He came out and said that South Africa scored us because the coach made a wrong tactical decision. Why would we speak? Is it that Nigeria cannot lose a match and they lost? And it was because they were outplayed. You know, then all of a sudden we're now saying, oh, is this person? I know, yes. I mean, facts over feelings. I just checked the history. 1990, Nigeria beat Algeria 5-1 in the opening game of the tournament. In the final, Algeria beat us 1-0. Let's look, this football, anything can happen. As much as many of us want Nigeria to win, but facts over feelings. Look, it's going to be a game of 11 players. And don't think that Cote d'Ivoire are there to rule over us. We are so good. We have the best players. When does that win a tournament? When does having the best players win a tournament? It doesn't. It doesn't win any tournament. So if you look at Portugal, when they won the Euros, they were not the best team. They were not the best. In fact, they were the third team to qualify in their group. At the end of the day, they won. They beat France. France 1-0 in the final. So facts over. Let's just all this sensationalization we are making about it. I'm not against Nigeria winning. The boys win. Congratulations to them. But I don't think the way we are, as if Cote d'Ivoire will just roll over, and all of a sudden we are now seeing the coach. The truth is that many Nigerians didn't like that coach, but just because he's getting victories, we are now, oh yes. But that is one of the problems we have in Nigeria. The path to growth is not about quick wins. Any country in the world, Argentina today, the coach that won the World Cup for Argentina has been there for 8 years now. If the path to growth is not about, in Nigeria, we want quick wins. That's why we keep on winning the under-17 championships, but we never win the World Cup because we take over age players, and if you don't win, they will castigate you. Toni Kroos played the same tournament with Macaulay Chrysanthos. Toni Kroos is still playing football today at the highest level. Macaulay Chrysanthos, who was the highest goal scorer in the tournament and the second best player, is nowhere to be found. Nowhere at all. So what we
did... Sorry, Chrysanthos is playing in one division 4.
Okay. Who knows him? Now, the point I'm trying to make here, we are not even thinking about the future. People are talking about the game as if, have we actually thought about the reason why Pizarro is playing that formation is because Nigeria doesn't have the players to play the formation many of us think. We still live in the past where we had Daniel Amokachi, Finidi George, and we all think that is how we must be playing. Oh, we must be playing expansive football, brilliant. We don't have those players. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We don't have that quality. So the coach has to play something that is stable. The best thing we have in Nigeria, and it is, all you need to do is go and listen to ESPN analysis. Nigeria has good attackers, no doubt. Nigeria has the best attackers in Africa. Nigeria doesn't have midfielders. You have no bloody midfielders anywhere. The best midfielder you have there is not even Iwobi. It's Frank Oyeka. Frank Oyeka plays for Brentford. Brentford, he doesn't even play full time. He only plays. It's not a full time player. He's a bench player in Brentford. Now outside, that's why the coach has to pack the defense. He has to pack the defense because you don't win tournaments by conceding goals. Look, even if you bring Arrigo Sacchi to coach Nigeria, it's not going to change. He has to work with the quality of players we have. Senegal was considered to have the highest quality of players in these tournaments. Where are they today? They are not there in the tournament. They are out. So it is not about, oh, Nigeria has the best players. Oh, we are going to roll over. Cote d'Ivoire will roll over for us. It will be 3-1. If we win, I'm happy, fine, good. But if we lose, I'll take it as normal. I'll take it as normal. It's not. We are not entitled to it. For all I care, from what I've watched in the Cote d'Ivoire game, they have so much spirit. The way they came back to win against Mali. One man down. If it was Nigeria, we would be singing it everywhere. One man down. They were losing 1-0. They came back 1-1, 2-1, and they won. So what are we talking about? Why can't we look at these things, base it on reality, on the evidence that is there, and realize that it is a complete 50-50 game. 50-50. If we win, good. If we don't win, good. Let's take it like that. The players will go back to their clubs and continue their lives. And after this tournament, there's a World Cup to qualify for. When the time to qualify for the World Cup comes up, what are we going to do? When the coach starts playing this 5-4-1 in Lagos Stadium, we not the same people that will come and complain and start telling the coach, oh, play like this, play like that. I'm talking like this from experience because I can still remember being a coach in my university days. The moment one player does something, everybody come and say, oh, change that player. It is not easy. So we must decide, what do we want? Do we want long-term growth? It is not about winning this championship. France lost. They lost to Portugal. They came back. They won. They've lost again. Did they sack the coach? They lost again in the final to Argentina. Have they sacked the coach? It's not about just winning, oh, let us just win. No. It's about consistent growth. It's about a system that we can play. And going to what Femi Bajamila is saying, it's a shame that people like Femi Bajamila that use social media to castigate Jonathan's government now wants to regulate it because he doesn't want the truth to come out. Because what is happening in Nigeria today is that the advent of social media has made it very, very difficult for the government to conceal things. Like the Edugate scandal. It's because of Twitter. It's because of social media. Somebody snaps that letter and circulates it. If it was back in the days when you didn't have social media, by the time the thing gets to the mainstream media, editor, we call the government and tell the government, man, I have this story, and if I want to squash it, if I squash it, how much will you give me? And then they will squash the story. That's what used to happen. But now in this present day age, Femi Bajamila is indicted for the fraud he's involved in. So you are seeing that, look, evidences now, you don't know who is who. Person will just snap it and send it. And on social media, it goes viral. So that's why he wants to regulate it. So it's a shame on him. And Nigerians should not allow this whole Nations Cup we should not close our eyes and allow the House of Assembly to pass bills because of Nations Cup. In fact, let us lose so that we come back to the reality and face our nation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. AY.
Yeah, good morning, everyone from here. Good discussion so far. It seems to me we know how to criticize so much. There is a popular person on this comment section. I don't want to mention your name. Since day one, he kept criticizing this team, criticizing this coach. He doesn't know what he's doing. I kept telling him, he knows what he's doing. Mr. Mazi, Prince, that coach is a tactical coach. He deserves a lot of credit. If Nigeria has crashed out against South Africa, I will still praise that coach. He did a lot of good job. If you watch that team, just like most of the panelists rightly said, what we are struggling with is the midfield. We have the attack. You can't have a better striker like Osimhen. Lookman, Moses Simon, they are very aggressive attackers. They are so good. So if you watch in all the games, you don't need to score goal before you turn it. Osimhen is 3-in-1. He goes to defense, he goes to midfield, he attack. With his distraction, that is why you see Lookman getting goals. It can easily create problem for any defense. Lookman, Moses, they run around. They are able to run around. They are good. I don't think we have problem in the attack. Perhaps we have Chukwueze in the bench. He's a very good player. He can replace Simon Lookman easily. Where we have problem is the midfield. Our midfield is struggling. We don't have defensive midfielder. We have, but it's not that active. The defense too. A lot of credit to these guys, man. The vice captain that what's his name? So good. He has done a lot of good job. The South African, several of them, 8 of them play in the same team. They play almost on a regular basis. You can't compare them. So the strategy, the South African coach was very strategic. He has a master plan. He knows that our weakness is the midfield. During the halftime, I had discussion with the electricity. We were discussing. I said, this is where we have a problem. So when you watch the second half, the first half they dominated quite all right. The second half, immediately, the coach have to make changes. So Yusuf came in, and even before then, you see that he really talked to them. You have to do this. Alex Iwobi is good, but he needs a real defensive midfielder. His problem is he's slow. He can't attack. He can't really distribute ball because of he does not have. He needs somebody to do that dirty job for him to distribute ball. To be honest, people have also criticized the coach for not putting in a senior man. Iheanacho will not perform in that front. You know why? Because Iheanacho is a point man. He is a very point man. So Osimhen is a striker we need. He run around, he go back, he go from. When you need the goal, bring in Iheanacho. 15 minutes, 10 minutes, he can run around and make the goal and just end the game. But whatever happened, just like what the last speaker said, it's football, right? Anything can happen. You can get on that game that day, like in 30 minutes, we have a record. I don't pray we do. It's going to change the game. And a lot of things can actually change the game. But I give credit to the team, to the coach. They've done fantastically well. Whatever happened, I will still hold that coach to a high esteem. The only thing he needs to do going forward, which we need to plan, we have midfielder all over the world. We have some midfielder. You need to look for them. You need to look for them and build that midfield. But the front, the back, for now, we are so good. We are the best. Do you know what it takes to play 6 games? We've played 6 games so far, I think, and conceive just 2 goals. 1 is penalty. Do you know what it takes? I don't think if you are a football fan, I don't think you understand it. The coach is not stupid. He is playing. He knows what he's doing. Every game he planned it. Like, let's give credit to him. We know how to criticize so much. It's easy when you are watching from afar. It's so easy to criticize. But these boys, they need more credit than we give it to them. They need it.
All right.
Okay, Doctor, just a minute. AY, first and foremost, when I was talking to Olumide, I was being sarcastic. I never said he's not tactical. I'm saying why I said it to him is he came, he was praising. I said the other day, you come and say, oh, the coach is this. I didn't say the coach doesn't know what he's saying.
Okay, sorry, got it.
When I bring the issue of Iheanacho, it's everyone agrees that pretty much that Iwobi is tired. Now, if you watch the last game, Iheanacho was kind of like a feeder to the guy that played the first penalty. His name keep escaping my head. I think is it Jerry or something, whatever is it. He keep escaping my head.
Yeah, I know the person.
You see, when he served as a feeder to the guy, those South Africa was a little shaky. That was why they almost got that penalty. You know, that incidentally it was outside the box, you know, that gave them the red card. But something like that, something that can shake them, something that can take a little pressure off Osimhen. Because if they're thinking that they're going to hold on to Osimhen, somebody that will distract them, and then Osimhen will do what he do.
Mazi, do you know why he's not playing Iheanacho? The coach is not playing attacking football. It's completely defensive minded. Yeah. If you watch the game, I know what you're talking about.
No. Iheanacho came late to the camp. He came late to the camp.
Okay,
So
hold on, guys. I have pretended enough that I know what you guys are talking about, and it's now that show is here. I should stop pretending that I understand what's going on. So, for the moment, I will hand it over to show. To guide you guys to have more of this conversation on the sport, on the soccer thing going on. I'll be back in a few minutes, and sure, welcome. And I know we didn't talk about this. I just saw you, and I felt that you should anchor this more than I can do.
Okay.
I don't know.
Please, who was that on the screen? Who was that on the screen?
Oh, the pretense. Me. I was me when I used to play.
Doctor, even when I give my analysis based on jollof rice, you still cannot say something.
How long are you going for, Rudolph?
Just 30 minutes.
30 minutes, okay. I can
You have
manage
that time?
Yeah, I can manage that. Half an hour. Yeah, that's fine. My son will probably run in and out, and but that's fine.
Yeah, so please, I'll be back, but you can go on with the conversation. I would also want it to go beyond the wider implication of win or lose, and
Okay. Yeah, I only came in because of the football gist.
I know.
I would drop my submission and I would expand it.
Yeah.
I see what you're trying to do with it, so we take it there, and hopefully you come back and
I'll be back
about
in 30 minutes. Yeah.
my business. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So who was finishing?
No, you can hear I want to hear your own analysis.
Regarding this football thing,
Yeah.
I've not enjoyed it, and I think I have the right not to enjoy it. You can have a meal and be full, but not be satisfied. The football they've served, it's not my kind of football. I have a different taste, and I think people have the right not to enjoy it. I'm used to a certain type of football that I enjoy.
Arsenal fans.
So I can go back and watch Nigeria and Argentina 1994. I can sit down and watch it. I won't go back and watch any of these games. That's me speaking for me now.
Hey, Daddy, inside the laptop.
Yeah, Daddy inside the laptop. Okay. I can go back and watch any of these games. I can go back and watch Nigeria at the Riyadh 95. I can go back and watch Nigeria and England where David Platt scored 2 goals. I can go back and watch those games. I enjoyed it. I can go back and watch some of the Atlanta 96 games. I enjoy them. Now, what these guys are doing, it has worked. But the only issue I have is this sort of football is only acceptable when there's 100% guarantee, which doesn't exist, that you're going to win a trophy. The minute you don't win a trophy, for me, it's been a waste of time and a waste of everything because there's no memory, there's nothing to remember for me personally. So it's like Mourinho type of football. Chelsea fans tolerated it because it was getting them trophies that they're not used to, at least not in recent times. But the minute you don't win, they get rid of you. Even in some quarters, you would win and they'll still kick you out. Go and watch Capello. They sacked him twice at Real Madrid. 10 years apart, exactly 10 years apart. In those 2 instances, he won the La Liga. But Real Madrid kicked him out because they said, we don't want this type of football. It's too defensive-minded. So Pesero, who I only found out about when he took the Nigerian job, has done a good job so far because it's a result-based business. It's gotten them to the final. But the minute they don't win, then it becomes, for someone like me, like, what have we achieved? Because they would probably sack him, then it will be another cycle. So that's why, for me personally, I would have enjoyed a football that's more attacking, a bit brave. I've not watched all the games. I lost a lot of interest in Super Eagles a few years ago because of the let down. The last time we won was 2013. A country of 200 million people, where football is our only sport, apart from people who run, like, the ones OVA's people track. Apart from that, football is the only thing we really focus on. So for a group of 200 million people, and you're telling me we have no midfielders that can attack, that's part of the job of the coach. Don't focus only on the people that play for Brentford and all these places. You scout, you go and watch your other players across the globe, and you bring in your best. You bring in people who are in form. It's a short tournament, 3 weeks, it's done. So it's about form. Like someone rightly said, it would have been nice to have Victor Boniface of Leverkusen. He's tearing up the Bundesliga, but sadly he's injured. So I would have loved to see a football that is more brave, a little bit more brave. I saw the South Africa game. I saw the first half. I was on my way back from work, so I was watching on the phone. Then I thought, let me join the YouTube comment section for the second half. So I couldn't do 2 things at the same time on the phone. But the first half I saw against South Africa, I was like, my God, what is this? Imagine we lost that game. What would you have said you enjoyed about it based on the way we played the first half? I heard that the second half was a lot better, which is good. So it's not criticizing for the sake of criticizing. Some of us just want a bit more adventure. Try, entertain us a little bit. And my biggest issue with Super Eagles going to this tournament was, over the years, they went into tournament with this entitlement, not even trying, lack of effort. And you're thinking, the least you can give us is to try. You can lose, but if you try, we'll say, okay, you've tried. So that was my issue with them going into this tournament. But from reports I've read and the 1 or 2, halves of the games I've seen, it looks like they're putting in an effort. So even if they lose this time around, I can say, you know what? I've heard that they've tried. The coach they've hired, I think, is a Mourinho wannabe. Is Portuguese. Mourinho is Portuguese. So maybe Mourinho is his mentor. Maybe Mourinho is somebody, who he looks up to. But the football they've served has been very negative. The ones I've seen so far, very negative. Less possession, sometimes, no shot on target. I saw the South Africa game. We didn't have any shot on target in the first half. South Africa could have scored 3 or 4 goals. It's not even about the goalkeeper now, and we have a fantastic goalkeeper. But South Africa just didn't take their chances. The clinical finisher, they will have scored 2 or 3 goals. So I wish Super Eagles well. I want them to win. At least something to give Nigerians a break from the usual agony, complaining, something to make us happy, bring us together. We can laugh and play for a few hours. Then we'll remember rice is 70,000 or whatever thousand they're selling it. So I wish Super Eagles well. I'll be watching tomorrow. I'll watch the full game. I've got a few friends coming over 8 p.m. It doesn't matter. We finish when we finish. So we'll watch the game, have a few drinks. I want them to win. I want them to do well. And I hope that they'll be more adventurous. Yeah. And also one last thing about, I know the coach is the coach, but I would have thought because Victor Osimhen is struggling with scoring goals, he looks short of confidence. I've heard that he's running around a lot, but I would have thought maybe as a striker, let him take the penalties we've had. That could have given him confidence. If you watch football, it's something that he said all the time. If a striker is struggling for goals, lack of confidence, the minute you have a penalty, you let them take it, because it boosts their confidence. And this Osimhen had an issue with this other boy in Napoli, where there was an argument about penalty, and the whole of Nigerian Twitter was saying Osimhen should have taken it. So we can now turn around and say he doesn't have to take penalties. So I would have thought, let him take some of those penalties that Trust Ekong took, and he scored. Fair play to him. But that probably would have given Osimhen more confidence going forward into the other games. But that's it, yeah.
Sure. I wanted to ask you.
Can I say something?
All right, sure.
I wanted to ask you a question. So we wanted more adventurous football, but I think for me, this is the first coach that discovered how to manage Nigerian players' energies. You can expect adventure for somebody who is 22 and really 22.
No, adventurous football saves your energy. No. If you don't have the ball, you run around. But you people watch football in America. I'm not talking the egg you throw. If you have the ball, you spend less energy. If you chase the ball, you are tired. How can you?
I think this guy managed the team very well.
I'm not disagreeing with that. That adventurous makes you tired. It's the opposite of what you're saying.
I'm gonna say this. So Osimhen is not struggling. He does not have confidence issue. If you watch all our game, Osimhen is the top player on that pitch. Listen, he has scored 2 goals that were disallowed. One, the last one, because of the foul committed that resulted to penalty. He scored another goal that was it was so difficult for the ref to even determine it was an offside. It was just his hand.
Okay.
Osimhen is not struggling. Osimhen is not struggling with confidence. He does not have any.
Do you think it would be good for him to score goals? Would it be good? Would it be better if he scored more goals?
You need to get it. That is what you need to know. I know what you're talking about. The kind of players we have, that coach cannot open up that midfield, open up that defense. They're gonna back our net. If you watch what he's playing, when the game starts, if you pay attention to the game, he's playing 3-5-3, 3-4-3 formation. So that midfield, he needs to choke it. Even in the final, he needs to choke that midfield. Osimhen, the beauty of Osimhen, you see how he's defending, how he's come to meet us, he collects, but not every striker that can do that.
Osimhen is good for scoring goals now. Maybe that's what brought him to limelight.
He's good, but don't forget, he's playing with different sets of players.
I think what Ewa is trying to say is that he may not be scoring, but is he contributing positively to the team?
Yes.
He's providing
in all our games.
Yes.
In all our games, you are a football fan. Osimhen has consistently been our best players in that pitch. Go and watch it.
Thank you. He's the backbone of that team.
Yeah.
What he's doing in front there is magic.
Just this like last game, if you watch the 90 minutes, it was Osimhen. Why the keeper was the man of the match is because of the penalty, what he did with the penalty. Osimhen was man of the match.
So
I don't know if
yeah, please. I'm sorry. Yeah. So something I wanted to even allude to as well. I think it was because I was listening to X0, and even though you spoke my mind to a large extent, and AY, you spoke my mind to some extent. So what I like to do was, because I saw quite a handful of the matches as well. That South African match, luckily I watched it, and I was like, there's some things that are not sustainable in soccer. I mean, I can take a case in point with my team right now in England, mind you. I mean, Yeah, I know. Don't commiserate with me.
Don't
I know.
mind.
No, but so the reason why I try to juxtapose them is because when you look at people say African soccer has grown. Well, that one is up for debate. When you look at even the team, the Cote d'Ivoire Ivorian team, even without someone that, in my opinion, would have been their star man, Saha, who was dropped on the eve of the tournament for some reasons.
Oh yeah,
they're not too dissimilar. Like the Nigerian Super Eagles are not as fantastic as we make them look like. And whilst I do not like, from the one I've never liked that Pesero guy, to be honest. I think the guy Guavon probably would have done a better job, in my opinion, and that's up for debate too.
No,
but whilst AY, please, I'm sorry. So whilst I do not necessarily like him, I could see what he was doing. He's making up for the deficiency, especially in the midfield, for example. But I would like to give a special shout out to not just Osimhen. It's true he's not been scoring, and I mean, I'll be annoyed with a lot of his linking plays have been good, but I'll be annoyed with a lot of his touches when it comes to his finishing rather. But even at that, I'd like to do special shout out to him. Lukman, who has actually carried his club form to the tournament, and even Olaino, and Trusego, and of course goalkeeper. In fact, that goalkeeper is a godsend because let's be honest with ourselves, nobody gave that team a chance. But that goalkeeper kind of changed the dynamics. But I just hope it's more hope than even though I'm totally convinced that we're just going to win this thing. My heart tells me Nigeria because I'm Nigeria, but my head tells me because of all a combination of factors that Cote d'Ivoire probably will win. Whoever wins, you cannot say they do not deserve it.
Yeah,
Okay.
when you play a team like Nigeria, to be honest, you got to come with fear. That is just the truth. Even if we have it's just like you play against Barcelona, you play against big team. There was that level of fear. Why I was talking about the criticism, that I know again. I know he's one of the players that has been doing fantastically well. Even the penalty he missed, that was a very good penalty. If you are a football fan, the ball just like it's normal. These things are normal. I know he's a very good player. It's one of our very strong backbone too. But I tell you, if that coach mistakenly any day bench Osimhen, that team will run it.
Oh, of course, you don't bench Osimhen. You have no cause to bench him. I was just saying that for a striker who's known to score a lot of goals.
I get your point.
I was just thinking, let him take penalties.
Messi with the Golden Barcelona team, Messi don't need to do too much. Xavier Iniesta are just rolling the ball. Messi is scoring the goals. If Messi play against PSG, what happened? Was he able to do that? It depends on who you are playing with. When you have the midfield, you can do anything. Even the defense. If you have a defensive
we're really missing
midfielder,
Ndidi.
if you have defensive midfielder, if you have defensive midfielder, yes, Ndidi, exactly. Now you mentioned
That's what
somebody.
changed that
I don't
team.
know why
That's what changed that team.
He's injured.
That's what
Yeah,
changed that
he
team.
would have be a game changer. If you have Ndidi, he will do all the
Because he's a ball
dirty job
carrier.
for
He's a very good ball carrier.
and all of them. He will just
But
be
we also
running
need,
around.
there are some Nigerian players playing for other clubs. We don't know their nationalities yet, but they are dual citizens.
Or like
But they are fantastic.
Olise,
yeah, they're fantastic.
Exactly.
May I say
What happened with that guy? What happened?
May I say something? May I say something?
Yeah, go
May I say
ahead,
something?
man of President, before we go to our
Yeah.
commentator.
Trying, everybody has spoken well. We are talking about this football. I think what Nigeria has been lacking for many long time, even with the previous coach, that has been playing with us. We like creative midfield. If you look at what the national team, even the previous one, has tried to, they tried to lure players like Olise and Eze. Both of them play for Crystal Palace. I mean, they are dynamic midfield. Eze has committed to England, but he only played one game. But according to FIFA rule, he can always change because he has only played one game. Olise is still kind of pending right now because he doesn't know where he wants to go, whether he wants to play for France. He has played for them at the junior level, and he has an Algerian mother and Nigerian father. So he can practically play for 3 countries. So Algeria has been trying to lure him. Of course, Nigeria is there. So anyway, to make my point, we like creative midfield, and this has been our hindrance for many years. So the days of Okocha and everything is gone. So we need that in order to actualize to regain our dominance in Africa. I mean, we have the players, the strikers, and the defense has come into fruition right now. but we need a defensive mid. We need a midfield. What's him? Indeed, he's a defensive midfield, so it's not a creative.
But he does carry the ball well, though. He's
But
he's
the
a ball
role
carrier.
recently, they have, the role he has been playing for Leicester City. They are second division right now because they are winning. They're gonna come back. He has gone. He's been playing forward and he has been scoring goal. So we really miss him. I know Onyeka has been playing good, but they don't have. He doesn't have the same. Onyeka doesn't have the same pedigree like Ndidi. So let's be factual on that. So we miss some of our best players. I mean, like I stated before, Victor Boniface is my favorite striker as of this year. I'm not talking about what happened before. Osimhen is good, but as a present form, Victor Boniface is our best striker in Europe. So go and look at the record. So thank you.
Sure. I want to ask this question.
Okay.
How many of these players playing in this team are really born in Nigeria? Because when they were interviewing the players, almost all of them had English accents.
No, so I think there's just about
I'm sorry.
I have the video. So it's Bassi. Bassi is London. Olaino is London. These are all South London boys. Olaino is London. It will be obviously London. Who else is there?
Ajayi was speaking with pure
How about Ademola?
Ademola Lukman. So there are quite a few innate boys in there. There are innate boys.
I even saw Saka celebrating Nigeria. I said, look at this guy.
His name is Akana.
If we have that guy in our field, look at the way he played with his left foot. If we have that guy, believe me, I would be saying Ali, because the guy is good. He's very young. Let's give it to him.
So we can expand the conversation as well. We can go so many different routes, and I'll come to Electricity, our wonderful commentator, to speak on this next. So why do you think a lot of these boys, like the Sakas and the Eze, who haven't I think Eze has played a friendly game for England. Until you play a competitive game, you can still switch even at the senior level. So why do we think these boys choose these countries ahead of Nigeria? Electricity, welcome to the show. Why do you think we're losing so many of our talents to these countries? Is it because they were the ones who invested in them and provided them facilities, or what exactly? Because if you look at African teams, look at the French team that won the World Cup. If you take out all the African boys, there's nothing left. If you look at Nigeria, for example, we're talking Eze, we could lose out on him. Ulisse, we could lose out on him. We've lost Saka. Ross Barkley could have played for Nigeria, as white as he looks. Ross Barkley qualifies to play for Nigeria. So many boys. Electricity, how do we stop this brain drain?
If you're talking about brain drain, it's across the board.
Skill drain.
Skill drain is across the board. Doctors, nurses, lawyers, engineers, everybody, including by condemn iron also, they also live in Nigeria. so it's part of the brain drain. Please, I respect everyone's opinion in respect to the football Nigeria, but I think we should enjoy the moment, please. The criticism from my own point of view is not appreciated. Because they're doing their best, they're doing their job. We are winning at the end of the day. That's they are not. I follow Chelsea. I stopped following Chelsea for health reasons, and I did.
What are you Chelsea? Relax. We are coming back.
Health reasons. I get too much emotion into it, and I had to take a step back. But like I said, listen, it's easier for us to play football with our mouth than to play with our legs.
Not our job now.
So those who are playing with their legs, we know it's not easy. But in this present moment, like I said, in this present moment, if you watch the celebration back, one celebration stands out to me that sticks in my head. This they call them women supporters. They just gathered. There are more women in that viewing center or in that place in Nigeria than men. And when they started to sing the national anthem and the pledge, and I said, wow, there's still this, if it's a 0.1% belief in the country. So I think regardless of our reservation, whether Osimhen is He's there in front. He put pressure, whether he has scored 2 goals that was disallowed. He put pressure. Him being there alone kind of it's a distraction to the other team. Like I said, I respect everyone's
It's quite interesting
opinion.
it's quite interesting how people are saying this. When it comes to your football club and your striker doesn't score, people don't make this excuse. You people go to town.
I'm talking
How can my
about the
striker
nation
not
now,
score?
for sure. I'm not talking about a club now, please. We're talking about Nigeria.
Yeah, but it's football.
In the present context, I like putting things into context, regardless of whether we perceived or we say that they play well or they don't play well. I mean, sadly, 5 people died as a result of that. I mean, to tell you, even if we have reservation about those 5 people that died in respect to this football match, that should tell you the passion and the whatever you want to put it, coin it into. We've not had good news for a very long time. Let's just take that moment. We've not had good news for a very long time.
Haven't we?
Pardon?
Haven't we had good? What do you mean we've not had good news?
What good news?
wrong?
Can you give me one?
What's wrong?
Have you had good news show?
What is wrong? Please tell me what exactly is wrong with Nigeria.
I understand where show is coming from, and Mr.
Sure, he just be sarcastic.
It's just been sarcastic. So.
Electricity. Please, let's go to, is it ME? I'm not sure if you're in Nigeria or...
Okay.
Because we always give preference.
All right, no problem.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody.
Welcome to the show.
Is this a popular person on this platform?
Sorry, I've been gone for a while. There are faces
No. Let him stay behind first. We know him. Now come on, this guy's here. Relax there.
Electricity not go glue for anybody this year.
No, this year.
No problem.
Electricity.
Electricity round off. So we go to
Dr. Damage was fortunate. I was lucky to cancel this thing. If not, me would have for tear apart for this thing. One run broadcast where they play football. And which can be that now? They bring that play. So please, let's maintain. Let's enjoy this moment. For once, let's enjoy it. That's all I have to say. Whether they play well, in our opinion, or they do not play well, but at least it brought the nation together. We forgot hunger, even though it's there. We'll meet it after the.
My own pleasure was the way we danced after we won South Africa. We were singing.
Yes, sir.
So
did you not see social media? Do you not see social media in that regard?
I've seen it. They said it's the revenge on Grammy. Emmy, welcome to the show. We're discussing Super Eagles. Of course, we're discussing the games, or the game, the one we're playing tomorrow. What's your take on it? How do you think it's going to go? And also, if you want to expand it, how do you see this going? Because I think before Rudolph left briefly, he was trying to say, do we think if the Super Eagles win this, the APC government might come, or the government of the day might come and say, you see, similar to Super Eagles, we might start slow, it might not be really pleasurable, but with time, we would win together. Do you see that happening? Are you worried? What's your take on all of it?
Good evening, everybody. And I want to say this, that it is normal for the government, the reigning government, to take any form of glory to rub on themselves. You get the point. So if it is you that is there, you want to claim that glory. So it's the normal thing. You understand? Even if you don't, it's just like all those fathers that they don't take care of their children, but once the child is now making waves, they begin to claim that kind of a thing. So it's like that. So I'm not I expect such to happen. But we all know what is happening, that it is not their efforts in any way, because there have not been any form of, if we win tomorrow, and I believe that when we win tomorrow, it is not because of the investment of any single person. It is just because of the grand suffering that has made us to be determined as youths, that has pushed everybody outside. And that is the strength, I think, that they will need to even call on, that deep strength, in order to overcome the Cote of Ones. Because playing against our host nation at the finals is not an ordinary thing.
That's true.
You need to play like you are not hearing the noise at all. You just have to block your ears from the noise in the stadium. And you have to now believe in yourself, because for every wrong pass you make, or for every attempt to make a wrong pass, the noise will make you make that wrong pass.
That's true.
So it's going to be really a tough game for those boys. But one thing I've seen is that they've improved tremendously. And that's why we need to appreciate the coach and the boys together. Look, let us throw away fancy football this time around. If you truly want to win this game, we must play it dirty.
Does dirty guarantee win?
Yes.
It does.
We need to win.
No, please say that again. Does dirty guarantee win?
Okay, let me put it this way. Dirty gives you the higher chance to win.
Okay, I agree. I agree.
Because
I agree.
by playing dirty, let me even tell you one of the very funny guys that play dirty game that people don't really notice of. Pep Guardiola. That's why he plays fine football. Whenever his team loses the ball at the opponent's half, go and watch it. You see that they are defensive midfielder. We always break the person's leg quickly before that ball makes any sense. Those technical fouls, they are called dirty games. And the ref will not even see it as a dirty game. He will even say, okay, no, they'll just blow the whistle, no yellow and nothing. And that is the most critical tackle in that kind of a game. Because it breaks the opponents down and it wastes the efforts. And then you have to repeat all over again. So those are the kind of game we have to play tomorrow. And the fact that we are playing 3-4-3, I appreciate it. Because basically, we are utilizing the strength of the boys. Our boys at the back, they are extremely good. And thank God for the goalkeeper we have now. It makes it consolidated. But you see Osimhen. Osimhen tries more in that lone wolf game. Leave him. Let him chase the pack. Let him chase the ball. In this kind of team that we have now, we can't play fine football like that. This is what we need to play. And if you look at it, that's why it has worked to this point. Look at the last Nations Cup. Somebody suggested they would have done better. You know, we won the group stages with 9 points. We beat Egypt, beat all of them. But what happened in the next game? We lost it and we left the tournament. It's because we didn't play the fine. I mean, we are trying to play the fine game and we didn't utilize the wisdom that comes. It is not every game that deserves fine game. Some game, you have to play the dirty game. You have to play the body game. And in Africa, you need body more. You need muscle. You need all these leg overs. No, they work for Africa. you want to do leg over. Where is Morocco? You can imagine with leg over. Where is Algeria with leg over? Where is Egypt? Even Senegal. You can imagine for Senegal to be out of this tournament. That should tell you that this is a different tournament this time around. So say you Sabi or you are Sedumani, you are Mohamed Salah. Nobody wants to see that once it is AFCON. Go to Europe and go and use that to make your money, no big deal. But once you come to AFCON, everybody is Ajepapo and use your muscle to play. Because that is what we win. If you don't use your muscle and your play, you lose it. So I believe if we do that tomorrow.
I mean, I want to agree with you, but if you look at the history of AFCON, Egypt have won it 7 times. They don't use muscle.
Yes.
There's a reason why they've won it more times. Ghana, the Fufu Aku people, the last time they won it was 1982. If not be peer pressure, Ghana not supposed to come AFCON anymore. 1982 was the last time they won it. It's peer pressure that is bringing them. They have no business coming. You understand? So I think as much as you say Africa is not Europe, I think a bit of, those things still help. But I hear you. We'll round off and we'll go to Chinoyerim.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that fact. And I'm not throwing away football intelligence at all. You get the point? I'm not throwing it away. It's Spain.
Not 1992. Sorry, 1982. Ghana last won AFCON 1982, not 1992. 1982.
A team like Spain would come to AFCON and might win 9 points in the what do you call it? In the group stages, even win the second round. And we get to the quarterfinal and we struggle. That is what AFCON looks like. So you can just in once in a while breeze through with good, fine play football, and just hit everybody out and win. No problem. Okay. But if you look at those 7 times that Egypt have won, go and check it properly. You will see that a lot of muscle was used in winning those trophies.
Okay.
Muscle, and if you look at the Northern Africans, Northern Africans too, they play with muscle. Go and see their club sites, and you know that they play with muscle, they play with fan, they play with everything, so that they capitalize on it to quickly make sure that they quickly score, and then they seal up the back, and you won't be able to score again.
All
so
right,
it's a game like that. But I believe that for us to win tomorrow, we must call in within ourselves the strength to play against the host, to play against the soft man, and to let Osimhen try. Let Osimhen go and trouble them. We will win.
Okay.
That's my point.
Yeah, that's fine. So if we win the AFCON, it will remind me of when Greece won the Euro 2004. Similar. Chino,
Thank you very much.
sorry, electricity. Yes, quickly before I go to Chino Yerim.
Yes, there is for tomorrow game. If you people are, there is a competition being already out for tomorrow. The competition is open anyway on Dr. Damage's platform. It's already up there. If you predict the who is the correct score by the end of halftime by the end, not full game, we will be leading.
It's 0-0 now. This is AFCON.
No.
90% of the game finishes 0-0
Sure.
halftime.
There's no INEC here. No 0-0, no 1-1. Somebody must be leading.
That's a no. With the way we are playing now, you think everybody's going to
African Cup of Nations is 0-0 at halftime 90% of the time. That's not.
There's a 10,000 Naira cash.
If Cote d'Ivoire they are not playing fine football. So it's going to be a really.
Can we listen to the competition, please? This is not about other people play fine football. This is there's a competition already.
Sure. I wanted to even tell you. Sure, you were saying this. Do you know there's a reason why Kanu Nwankwo never scored the Nations Cup?
Let me keep
Let
my
this
mouth
man talk about this tournament before he go back. We are
He said 10,000 Naira now. It means that he wants to give cash out to Nigerians now. We are not.
Yes, they're watching now. They're watching. If I win, I'll give you my mom. I'll give you my mom's account number. She'll be happy. She'll pray for you.
Yes, now there's a cash out there that who can predict.
I predict 0-0. I'm the first one to predict.
No. I said leading. There's no 0-0 matter.
Bro, how can you
we are making the predictions.
This is why I query the sort of football analysis happening on this channel. How
this is not analysis. This is competition.
You want the correct score. What I predict is not your business. Correct score at halftime, 0-0.
Sure, it is who play the pipe that it takes the tune.
So if nobody is winning, what happens?
We want.
If too many people predict the same answer, how are you going to do a raffle draw?
Chino Yerem no vex. We'll come.
There's going to be a raffle.
Like the internet today. We're not in a hurry. And now Chino Yerem. So we don't give you presents anymore.
There's going to be a raffle. Go read it. There's going to be a raffle. Anyways, for those in Nigeria, you people are not in Nigeria, so you don't need to worry about that.
I will not give it to my mom. 0-0. That's my prediction. The same way you
have to go to the platform and put it
is okay, whatever. Rudolph, in your absence, they said there will be a prize for whoever wins the prediction of a game. I think it was us and South Africa. The day before they promised, when the game started, game finishes at 90 minutes. These people are saying because there's no winner at 90 minutes.
There's no winner. Myself and Mazi, there was no winner.
Result is 90. Forget extra time. It ends in 90 minutes. People got it though. But anyway, Chino Yerem, the floor is yours. Dr. Rudolph is back. I'm going my way.
Rudolph. We are boring Rudolph, eh?
No,
who is this wicked evil saying $10,000? If I have $10,000, won't I buy Rudolph off?
That's 15 million right there.
Exactly. What will I be doing if I have $10,000? I'm talking with you.
With $10,000, you can even buy a big mansion in Nigeria now.
Yes,
all right.
Where did they buy that one?
Let Chino Yerem speak.
Chino, go ahead.
Yeah, this is panelist. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, yeah. So I think, in as much as I want Nigeria to win the match tomorrow, but I know that emotions don't win matches. You understand? Let the better and the more fit team win. That's just what I believe. Whoever plays better tomorrow should just win. In as much as we are praying for Nigeria to win, also the Ivory Coast. Yeah. Also, people from Ivory Coast are also praying for their own team to win. So, and in that case, let the fitter team win. So that's just it. And on the issue of Nigeria or the politicians trying to, how would I put it, trying to manipulate the winning this thing for their own political propaganda. I think what I said here earlier, the last time I came to this show, see, Nigerian politicians are not just ready to do anything good for the people. They are not just there for anything good. Believe me. Like I said earlier, Nigeria will never get any good until they get to their breaking point that everybody will at the same time revolt. There must be a revolution in that country for anything good to come. Believe me. There is nothing else. There is nothing the politicians can do. They cannot do anything. They are not willing to do anything. They will not do anything until the people there get to their breaking point and revolt. That is the only thing that will happen in Nigeria. No good policy will ever come from the politicians. Nothing good can ever come out from those people until the people that are being dealt with, that is the populace, stand up and say enough. And that time is coming. That time is just around the corner. It may not be this year, it may not be next year, but definitely, because I'm quite sure that the politicians will never do anything good for those people. They will never create any policy that will work for the people. All they care about is themselves and themselves alone. And that will continue to happen until the people get tired. And once they get tired, they go for the politicians. And that is when something good will happen. Until that day comes, let them continue enjoying their suffering. That's just it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chinyere. Are we done with everybody spoke on the Eagles?
There's still more to speak about. We can go ahead.
All right. So let's move the conversation forward and talk about the suffering in the country.
If government work, if they cannot protest, we Yaloja, we go open our nyash, we go open our breast, we go protest. Too much suffering is too much for this country. But before you we self, we go suffer. The suffering is too much. Please, Madam, find solution for this things. It's too much. Gary 2,000 naira. Since when my father bought me, I did not buy 1,000 naira pence of Gary. They're selling it 2,000 naira. It's too much. The savannah is too much. Even the rice, the Rika one rice up to 1,200 naira. For what reason? It's too much to buy meat. Even the Pama said that rice up. Two fish for Chicago, 1,200 naira. 3 of pieces of it. It's too much. Bàbá wa ṣàánú wa, bọ̀dá wa ṣàánú wa, ìyà yìí pọ̀ ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ ṣàánú wa ó ti pọ̀ jù, ebi ń pa wá, ẹ dẹ̀ sọ pé ìyà ò jẹ Nàìjíríà, ìyà ń jẹ wá o.
All right. that's a cross section of your country. There are people fighting for yam to feed themselves or basic items. There are people throwing money around, and the country continues to lack solutions to the economic problems. One of these is the Naira issue, how to control the collapse of the Naira, the currency of the country. So let me start with you, X0. Are you hearing from people at home?
Yes, I do hear from people at home. In fact, sometimes, it's like the vision. I used to tell them back home. I said, I I went to the extent of starting a farm, I said if you don't invest in food, the way Nigeria is going, you'll find it difficult to even sell your products. And this was like 4 or 5 years ago. I started the whole project, but it didn't materialize. I had to leave because people were just stealing from left, right, and center. People you're trying to help, Nigeria, just like we're discussing football, Nigeria is like a football team, but we lack leadership. We can see all the potentials, but we need proper leadership. Like Paul Kagame said, he said, if you look at some countries, you wonder if they are not overdue for military takeover. But then when the military take over, they don't want to leave power. Nigeria is overdue for a drastic change. With the poverty that is meted on Nigerians today, it's only a precursor to what's going to happen in the next election. Because with this level of poverty, it only means one thing. When you bring out even some small change, people will rather take that money and come and vote for more sufferings because they have no hope. You would think that people are going to be like, this is it. This is the final bus stop. We are not going to take any more bad leadership. This poverty is only going to make them take more risk, take money and sell their votes. That's what they are weaponizing poverty. Sometimes I think they do it intentionally because the kind of money these people spend on, these are leaders spend on frivolities. You'll be wondering why didn't you just give this money to the poor people and get some praises? See, I don't know where this country is heading to, but it's overdue for a drastic change. The military is not ready to do that for us. That means if we come out, they will come against us. That is just one thing you have to think about. I don't want to go further, so I don't.
All right, thank you so much, Mazi Prince. What are you seeing on the effort by the government, if they are making any efforts to control this economic collapse?
When I hear about the government, I laugh. I try as much as possible to live in reality and just forget about APC propaganda and lies and deceit. People are hungry. Dr. Rudolph, people are hungry. I don't know about any other person in the platform, but I could open my phone and show you what happened, what transpired this week. And the worst part of it is now the central bank, whatever they call him, is he chairman or president? He went from blaming people who send their children abroad for school, which he refused to mention the name of the politicians, to the Minister of Information lying about them releasing about 100 and whatever tons of grains. Where do they have that food? Do they actually have that food? And how are they going to share it? With all this propaganda, we will do this, we will do this, we will do this. We are not seeing it done. I don't believe when people say things. I believe when I see things done. It will get to a point where people we so hurt other people just for food. Okay, look at the yam they were jumping in to take. Probably it belongs to, it's not government, it belongs to a private person. That money is gone. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think the government is doing anything. I don't believe them. I'm sick and tired of them. They don't know what they are doing. And they are evil. That's all I can say.
All right, Mazi Prince. All right. What are the solutions? We had Bajabian Binla, the chief of staff to the president, say that social media is a problem, it's a menace to society and should be controlled. Is that the most important thing for him to do now?
Bajabiole. Let him come out and talk about the money he stole.
Oh, I was talking to AY. Mazi.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. So first, here is the honest truth here, right? The government, they actually play with fire. That's just the summary of the whole situation. They are playing with fire. The truth is, it's sad. I don't know the solution they can have now. How can you remove subsidy? You don't understand the effect. You don't know what you're going to deal with. It still baffles me, to be honest. If you watch the very first video, Rudolph, this is what I was complaining about. I said, this is where we're going. The government need to act very, very fast. What can they do? I don't know right now. I don't see what you will do that will reduce the poverty going on right now. That will be like instantly is going to have a solution. The mistake is from the onset. You remove subsidy without a plan. It damages everything. So right now, what are you going to do? You're going to, even if you triple the salary of workers, what's the population of Nigeria that have a job? A lot of Nigeria don't have a job. Some are traders, some are, how is it going to affect them? The reason why they need to look for experts, people that can provide solutions that can be effective immediately right now, that country, if they are not careful, is going to go in flame. The president needs to understand that. Don't let anybody deceive him. What you see in Kano, in Mina, what is going to happen, the poverty is going to keep increasing with what is going on now. If you get to a point, 25, 30 states can get involved in that protest. Oh, sorry for the government. And that is where we're going. Except they really look for solution and be genuine about it and be coming out, talk to the people like, oh, hold on, this what we're doing, this what we're doing. Except they do that, people are hungry. There is problem. You talk to people back home, you buy something at the market last week, you coming back today, it's times 2. It's not joke at all. What it means really as we stand, if you have family, let's say you, yourself, and 2 children, if you are earning 500,000 naira in Nigeria now, you are going to money, you are poor, and you live in a place like Lagos. The question you ask yourself, what's the population, the workforce, what's the percentage of the workforce that earn even 200,000? That's what you ask yourself. A lot of Nigerians that are working, some of them just go to work just for people not to say they have jobs. They don't pay them living wages. That's why right now the corruption is going to keep increasing. Robbery, kidnapping, all kind of crime, they're going to be up. So the president, to be honest with you, he needs to look for experts, people that can see that and really profiling solution. He should have a strong economic team that will wake up, hey, Mr. President, you got to do this. You got to do this. except there is any way you can reverse the poor price of petroleum, drop it back, start working on things, start working. When you now working, like, okay, develop the economy, have a refinery working, have things working, then you can ask, okay, now we are confident, produce more job, I can remove that subsidy completely. Because even from what they said, they are not, the government, they are not even following what they said. You are saying you remove subsidy. To be honest, subsidy is still there if you want to actually interpret it. Because if you want to actually let it flow the way they're saying it, poor price of petroleum should be more than 1,000 naira now. And if you try it, the next day the country is going to flame. If you increase it from what it is now, like move it to say 900, 1,000 or more, the fire you will see. So the president needs to really listen to people that will tell him the truth. I don't know the newspaper he's reading. I don't know the TV he's watching. There is fire in the mountain. There are people that will still tell him, oh, it's okay, people are enjoying, people are having fun. If he's driving on the street, those people he saw in Lagos that were telling him we are hungry, they are not opposition. So you can protest in Kano, they tell you, oh, they are opposition, they are NNPP. They are not oppositions. It's not about party at this time. There is problem. There is fire on the mountain. So the president needs to sit up.
All right. Thank you.
You can remove me if people are waiting.
Okay. Thank you. Olumide.
So, well, I'm kind of surprised that it took a long time for people like AY to face reality. Is out right now. It took him a long time to face reality. You know, when people like my Hilk criticize what is happening, they say we are not one Nigeria, we are ethnic jingoist or tribalistic. But truly, if you truly critically analyze situation, you will realize that perhaps people like us are the people who truly want one Nigeria. I will give you an example. I've been following news daily of what is happening back home, and recently, the Yoruba people are criticizing Pa Adebanjo for being disloyal to, in quotes, the Yoruba race by supporting Peter Obi, and they are praising one Professor, what is his name, Akitoye, for being loyal to Tinubu being. So I mean, and I said to myself, why are people just disingenuous? Why are people, and you want a country that will work, and yet you cannot hold a free and fair election and declare the true winner the winner, so that if he doesn't perform in the next 4 years, that same process that brought him in can take him out, and we can bring in somebody who can truly do the job. That is the fundamental foundation upon which democracy is built. You understand? Then we can begin to talk of, okay, fine, this constitution is not working for us. This is how we want to do it, you know. But when people have designed the very way that they want people that they want there to rule the people, and the people don't have a chance of selecting or electing who they want, you understand? And today it is some particular Yoruba people saying, oh, it is a Yoruba brother, we should support him by all means possible. And I'm like, how do you build a true society? How do you build a society that is truly one Nigeria? You understand? When you cannot hold a free and fair election, and then by hook or crook, because it's your Yoruba brother, now that Yoruba man is gay. And I was telling TA the other day, I want him to solve the security situation. I told him nine months ago, when Tinubu before he was sworn in, or shortly after he was sworn in, I said, I want him to solve the security situation. If he can do it in a month or 2 months, I will turn and support Tinubu. Till today, they are still killing people. And one thing I want to bring to the notice of, I mean, I can't say everything that I want to say in the short time that I have, but I want to quickly say that there's something going on that perhaps is not visible to the whole lot of us. Tinubu and the APC, there's a pact that they have signed with this Fulani tribe that they are holding everybody hostage in that country. One example is this. I was reading in one of the news, the daily papers. I don't know if it's Sahara or I don't know if anybody has also read it. There is a community in Enugu State. I think they call them Nembe. I've forgotten the name. There's a community in Enugu State. Enugu is a PDP state. And the governor is making land available to settle Fulani people there. So what pact did that PDP governor sign with APC or agree to before he won his case in the Supreme Court? You can see the way they are leading the country right now. You understand? Against the will of, and these people are crying out and saying that we can't, we won't, we do it. I think it's a border community with the Kogi state people. They've taken land from Kogi and they have taken a chunk of land from Enugu that borders that community. And the people are fighting back saying they don't agree to this. Particularly because these Fulani people attacked them about 2-3 years ago and killed a large number of people till today. Nobody has answered for it. So what exactly has APC signed among themselves? That a Yoruba man, a learned professor, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, served under Buhari for 8 years, pretended nothing happened, security-wise, in the whole of that country, and is going ahead now to launch a book for him. So what pact have these people signed with the devil himself? That they can't talk. Look at where they are leading the country. And this guy is saying that they don't have any they don't have any clue as to what to do again to fix the country. The country has to bear what they are doing until some miracle happens. That is because you guys have not allowed the people to elect who they want. You are not the one that is supposed to be there. Let's say the truth. I'm a Yoruba man. The guy who had the brains to want to fix the country, you have not allowed him in the name of Omoiboni. I mean, this is just nonsense. We can't tell ourselves the truth in this country. And somebody's telling me that if they win the Nations Cup, oh, there's hope. What hope? With the way things are going. I mean, I don't see any hope in sight. I'm sorry. I don't see any hope in sight. It is all a sham from local government level to state level to people who have made their own party constitution superior to the country's constitution. Even in the US that we copy, do you not see Republicans voting a Democrat because do you not see Republicans voting Biden because they don't want Trump there? Does it not mean they don't love their Republican Party? But because they don't want that personality there. When you don't allow it, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Rodo, do I still have more time or I'm done?
No, you don't. Thank you so much, Olumide.
30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah. Olumide, I'm sorry to say, I have criticized Tinubu policy from day one with the strongest term. If you go back from when they removed subsidy, Rudolph was there. I criticize. I see this thing, the direction they're going, they're not going good. When it comes to politics, we can discuss that. I try to stay on issues. We can have a different discussion about what happened in politics. But with what is going on, we need to stay on the issue. This is not time for PDP, APC, Labour Party. This is time to save our country. It's not issue of sentiment. You got to stick there and look at what is going on, that what is wrong is wrong. Even if I was a member of APC, I would criticize this government. Some of my friends that are true supporters of APC, I told them straight up, some are here on the comment section, I said, Mr. Man, Tinubu is going the wrong direction, period. My loyalty is to my country. My loyalty is not to any man.
AY, where I put that fault is not the fact that is going the wrong direction or going the wrong way. We are saying from the foundation, you have to let them know that election was flawed. And if they want to put the country on the right path, they must allow the people vote who they want. We don't want their people forcing fake numbers from a particular section of the country on us. We don't want their people investing so much money in technology and they're making it a waste. That is economic sabotage. That is treason. You understand? But nobody has the guts because they have the army, they have the institution. Nobody has the guts to face them. We have to tell it from where it is. From the foundation has been broken. We have to say from where that foundation was broken, and not say in the first place is of course it's going to be confused. You understand? It's going to be confused that it doesn't have anything else. Any more knowledge or wisdom or anything to, even if they bring the best professionals from anywhere, these people, because of their own personal and selfish and wicked agenda, that person will fail.
Yeah, they don't love the country. Thank you, Rodolphe.
All right, thank you, AY. Thank you, Olumide. Man of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damage. Everybody has been, I'm one of the, highest critic of Nigerian government when it comes to that. But I'm going to pivot a little bit. But before I go that, I'm going to kind of pay a little bit of critique to them. Nigeria is a falling state. They are not a fair state by no means. What do I mean by that? I mean, a falling state where nothing is working. Where there's anarchy, nothing is moving in the right direction. And they have been on that trajectory for a long time. So it's not something that started under Tinubu. And there's no vision to fix it. I mean, even with the high intellectual they have in various part of offices, that's not what is required. So they need to go back to the drawing board to see what can they do to fix Nigeria. I think it's not just people in the government. The whole Nigeria needs any kind of reorientation, their mindset. Even at all, you bring younger people right now, maybe some of them still in college, they come back, they're going to repeat the same thing they're doing. I don't know what happened when you go to that Aspen Rock. I mean, they bastards your mind just changed, differently. You become what people are currently doing. But having said that, look at what the central bank, tried to do or whatever said, and I think it was Cardoso that said it, the reason why, the free fall of, Naira right now is because people, are investing abroad, sending their children to school and something like that. Who are those sending their children to school? Is it not the people holding the money, the top politician and everything? So he's not laying the blame where the blame is supposed to be. So that's where I said Nigeria, is a missed priority when it comes to Nigerian people in the government. But I'm going to offer some solution. I don't know how valid, how that would be useful to Nigerian space right now. I mean, like what they just did over the weekend about, this Naira. I don't know if anybody has sent money between yesterday and today. Every money you send, anybody you send money is going to be receiving Naira. It doesn't matter what app you use, even ordinary Western Union or some other ones. They're going to receive the money in Naira. That is official. So if anybody has sent money, you let me know if I'm wrong on that, because I've not sent money, but a friend of mine has sent money with different app. It has to be received in Naira, which is the official rate. So whatever he did yesterday or something like that, is it a step in the right direction? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, Naira again yesterday. I don't know what if you call that again, they gained 0.6% over the USD. So that's a step in the right direction when it comes to Nigerian space. So that's the right thing they are trying to do, in my own opinion. So everything in no more everything in Nigeria right now, there won't be no more dollar, circulating. You have to buy whatever you have to buy, foreign exchange, within the site. That's what they did, but I don't know how good that can go. But there's different other area where they can go, because that cannot solve Nigerian problem. That would be at least less than 5%. The free fall for for Naira we go. There has to be other things that has to be implemented. Security definitely is one of them. Because it can't solve the free fall for Naira right now without the security. Because if you look at what's happening, they have to produce. Nigeria is not producing nothing. I mean, because the place we consider our food basket, Benue, Nasarawa, or all the whole northern state, I mean, it's full of insecurity. The people can't go to farm and produce something, because Nigeria is so much dependent on oil about 90% of of our export is in oil. We don't even refine it in Nigeria. When we send it to abroad, 40% of 40% of the money which we would have been getting in forest is being used to refine it, and come back to Nigeria. So Nigeria has a problem. They have to find a way to fix the refinery. They claim that the Port Harcourt refinery is kind of going to start producing everything that come out of Nigerian government is half truth in my own until I actually see it working. I don't believe anything that come out of Nigerian government, but hopefully, if the refinery they start refining gas in Nigeria and petroleum, maybe that will help. Another thing I can suggest is just a stopgap measure, hiking the interest rate. But I know people here will say interest rate, yeah, there's a plus and there's a negative to bad. I mean, investors in Nigeria and people in Nigeria try to borrow money. Yeah, that's gonna hold them temporarily, but this is just a stopgap measure, in my own opinion, because what that's gonna do is gonna prove Nigerian, it's gonna prove Naira, to maybe to a marginal level that the benefit with the negative, because people will invest, that will improve Nigerian banking when the interest rate is high. That's just a stopgap measure. So I've spoken about security. That's definitely one area they need to do something. So just a lot of things they have to do in order to prove this Naira. If it is not, Nigeria is not going anywhere. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, man of prestige. Electricity, Ernest.
Yeah, Dr. Damage, thank you. Well, we face the same issue every day. I'm just just if I don't know if you know that the yam does it belong to somebody or was it given by? I just want to be.
I have no idea. What the comment?
Okay, let's just argue that it is hunger that drove Nigerians to invade somebody else. It is good and bad. Good in the sense that it is now it's touching the bones. Maybe as a result, it will make the people to rise and maybe extend this protest, not stealing, not violence, extend this protest to the right channel, that the authority. Bad in the sense that it's somebody else's livelihood that is taken, if that is the case. But I'm going to take this from a different perspective. Different perspective in the sense that I acknowledge the problem that we have, which we've discussed over times on this platform. And I will never dismiss it. And I will always hold our leaders accountable, regardless. But the citizens, which is you and I, in my recent studies and writing, these individuals that are leading us today, actually, you agree that they came out of us. They were part of us. They grew up just the way we grew up in Nigeria. And they started from somewhere. And they started by giving bribe and taking bribe at that little level that you and I are right now. And when they rose to that point, that position, and they have that free reign access to money, it goes, there is no stopping of them. So if we can change, we citizens can change the culture by stopping to what? I didn't say stopping to give bribe in any shape or form, and do things and bear that pain to say, because in the context of Nigeria now, if you don't give somebody something, nothing will happen. They're not going to attend to you. They will even deliberately frustrate you. So if we decide to come to that point, because if I give bribe today, it's not that I have not given. I was asking myself, did I have a driver's license when I was in Nigeria? For the fact that I could not remember that I have a driver's license means I do not have a driver's license. That means I drove without a driver's license in that country. And if I drive without a driver's license, there is the high possibility that I will come across checkpoints and I'm going to give When they ask, I will give. So we need to change that culture because these people are no spirit. Bajamiala, Tinubu, Wike, Betaidu, they are no spirit. They are just like you and I. And we did that as well. I'm not placing any allegation on anybody here. But if we need to start to now change that culture. And this thing is highlighted in the Quran, in the Constitution, and even in that literature book called the Bible, which we will deal with it in referencing to bribe. Code of Conduct, Section 6.1, Section 6.1, and Section 8 of the Nigerian Constitution.
Did you call the Bible literature book?
Yes, I did. The literature book.
Okay.
Do you have issue with that?
No.
All right, thank you. So what I'm trying to say is these three books kicked against bribery. The point I'm trying to make. And it tells you the implication, the consequences of that. And because we all grew through that system, we went through that system. If my child did not pass today and he wants to get into school, the next thing I have to do is to go and bribe the school authority to ensure that he gets into school. It's not just the police. It's not just the police. So it is we, the citizens now, we need to have to change that culture to get it right. Like I said, I had to meet our leaders are nothing to write home about, but they came out of us. Rudolph, if I give you bribe today, for example, hypothetically, as a motorbike person, I give you a bribe. The possibility is there that if I become a senator today, I have already known the way. I will bribe my way through. And that has been the culture.
So electricity, hold on. Are you saying that people should not collect bribes?
That people should not give, people should not collect.
So if I'm a security guard in government office, I get paid 30,000 Naira a month. And one loaf of bread is 1,000 Naira. Transportation costs to go to work and come back, 600. How am I going to survive?
Rudolph, you see, we have to make sacrifice if we are going to get things right.
And
let me throw the question back to you. Are you promoting bribery and corruption? Are you promoting giving?
No.
But that is what you're implying.
No, what I'm saying is easy for us to preach, especially all of us.
I am not preaching, Rudolph. With due respect, I am not preaching.
No, what I mean is it's easy for us to make this pronouncement for people at home without solving their problem. You're not going to come to me if I'm a security guard in Nigeria and tell me not to take bribe when you haven't cared about what I'm suffering from.
Rudolph,
yeah,
the suffering, it's known. Listen. Let me. I went to the shop. I went to the shop today to want to buy pajamas, just pajamas. Okay. And I was told don't buy the pajamas. When I told them the price is, I think it's about 12 euros or they said don't buy the pajamas. When you convert the money here, you send the money, you convert it, we can buy 10 pajamas. So that tells you how things are. I am not denying. Listen, if we think we are going to achieve this without sacrifice, then we are deluded.
Who is sacrificing? What are you?
You and I, every one of us, Rudolph. I've not exempted anybody.
What are you sacrificing?
Electricity. What Rudolph is saying, right? You can't pay people. For example, you pay someone 30,000 naira now. Bag of rice is 70,000. You are forcing them. You need to pay them living wage before you even crucify them.
Let me read an article for you.
Electricity. You're missing the.
Hold on,
hold on. No, I'm not missing the point.
Electricity, you're missing the point.
Okay, educate me first.
Let me educate you. Now, you see, when you create a medium, a process that criminalizes action or enslaves individual, and then you go back now to blame that individual for being a criminal or being a slave. Electricity, the system created Nigerians. It is not today that it started. I was jotting it down as you were speaking. It started way back far after the Civil War, when we started to kill armed robbers, the Oyenusis, the Aninis. But then We refuse to kill a single person that commits economic sabotage, but we will kill soldiers who plan coup because they were trying to remove us from that source of income that we have. We begin to create a system of imbalance where whether you survive or not depends on how close you are to power, how big man you are. Now, it is the system that makes slaves and criminals out of Nigerians. So you can't come here and be preaching holier than thou that Nigerians are criminals without, I know you attack the system. I don't want to attack. I'm not attacking you, but you're missing the point. The point basically
No,
is,
I think you should retract that statement that I'm acting at earlier than that. Can you
oh
retract
no,
that
okay, I
statement?
retract it. Sorry, I
Thank
think
you
that
very
was
much.
way far out. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
That's not what I intend.
that is out
That's
of
what
language.
not what I intend. But
All right.
but to speak to the core of our Nigerian problem, that is our problem as Nigerians. That is the truth of our problem. That holier than thou, that I'm not attacking you, I'm attacking myself too. That attitude that this my thief is better than yours. You can't discuss the Nigerian issue without that fact of that Nigerian mentality. Look, when Jonathan was in power, Jonathan came out and said corruption is not stealing. His enemies look on that. Why in the world would anybody in government say corruption is not stealing? You understand? That means he's encouraging stealing, or he has tolerated it to a certain degree. His enemies who are in power now jumped on that, used that as a weapon to push him out of power. And they got there, they launched their own advanced level stealing, even the one Jonathan and Diziani never even saw. You understand? So our problem is that our holier than thou attitude. My thief is better than yours. And until we have a mental revolution of what it means to be a citizen, what it means to have a nation, what it means to be in government, we are not going anywhere. You can blame the people all you want. And don't make any argument personal. Please, let's make it general. Because when you have a pragmatic reality of the situation, of what you are dealing with, that is the only way you can solve the problem.
All right, Alaba, thank you. Let me
I didn't finish, Rita, before
I know. I'll come back to it, but let me just acknowledge that I know that people are waiting. Like Iken at San Antonio, he's been here quiet in WC, and we'll get to them. Okay, go ahead, finish up electricity.
Yeah, thank you. If you listen to what I said, you said we have to reorient our mind. If I'm getting you right, we have to reprogram. And that is exactly what I am saying. I stated earlier that I am not excusing our leaders that they came out of. It's not today. If I steal 1 Naira, it's not different from the person who steal 100 million Naira.
Yeah, but it is not that will change all. It is the megaphone that is held by the politician. It is the megaphone that is held by the religious leaders. It is the megaphone that is held by the traditional leaders. It is the megaphone that is held by journalists, by educated people that will change our mentality.
But that is what I am saying. I'm saying we have to start somewhere.
We can't start from the people. We can't start from the people. That is wrong. It's like
if your argument is we can't start from the people and it has to be from our leaders, that is your argument.
Yeah, that's the argument from our leaders. Yeah,
because if you say we can't start from the people, then it has to be from the leaders. Okay,
and the leaders are not going to do it voluntarily. They would have to be forced to do it.
If the leaders are not going to do it voluntarily, that means they have to be forced by who? The people. Am I correct?
No, the enlightened. People like you, people like me.
But it's the same thing. What's the people? What's the difference? We're saying the same people.
No, there's a difference. There's a difference.
All right, hold on. Let me just say this before we move on to the next person. Electricity. There was an article I read maybe 20 years ago. I don't remember who wrote the title, but it was talking about he was asking the question, what are people cooking? That they see people cooking everywhere in Lagos. What are they cooking? So I use the same security guard I'm talking about working at the government office, making 30,000 Naira with 4 kids and a wife. The kids are going to school. The kids are paying school fees. The kids Think about their living condition. What are they cooking? That should worry us more than telling them not to take a bribe. How are you living? How is he living in that country today?
Rudolph, there are certain things we can't divulge, in the sense that there are certain things that we do personally that we cannot divulge, because I don't understand the situation back at home, people, security guy. Now, there's a report that I got, I can't confirm it. At least I'm not denying our leaders. The report states it's not yet confirmed. I have the document with me. The committee that was set up in terms of this minimum wage, I don't know if you heard it, requested for a committee just to do their job. Requested from the president, signed by Akume, Senator Akume. You've heard it. You've heard the story.
I have it. I have the document.
You have the document as well too. And that is the most ridiculous thing.
Why is it ridiculous?
So the 10 of us here sat down here at committee to deliberate on wages, increment of wages. And we are requesting 1 point, even though they said the president did not approve it, he only approved 500 million naira. I don't know how true that is. What do we want to do with it?
But no, I think the issue is this. I think most of us come into this conversation about Nigeria maybe newly, because this is not something that just happened because it's Tinubu. It's something that has been going on. And because we don't know how our country functions, when people talk about the need for restructuring the country, this is what they're talking about. When you hear that a committee is meeting, you have to know that they're spending money. When you hear that they set up a committee, you have to know somebody will approve money.
Rudolph, I agree they spend money, but that amount of money, Rudolph.
There's no limit to what they spend. You have to know that. They decide. You know, this is how it works. So it shouldn't be the fact that people get
mad
when they see these stories. I feel like, have you not been following that country?
Rudolph,
how do we change things? We have to go to the fundamental. You don't just
okay. What is the fundamental? Let me put you on the spot.
No, we have to go to other people. It's not we're not the only people.
When it's my turn, I can deal with the fundamentals.
Alaba can give you. Ehimen. You know, pardon me. I can pronounce it. Remind me again. Emmy. Okay. All right. Emmy, go ahead. You're next.
Well, Dr. Rudolph, it's a tragedy that here we are in Nigeria now. It's really sad. It is sad. But the thing is that I think I am not happy that this is happening. But I think it is good that this is happening. Because if you look at it, it's like a certain generation hasn't yet understood the consequence of decision making. Especially the impact of governance, and people you put in power, the impact that these people have in your lives. You know, if you look at Nigeria, even right now, it is still believed that Nigeria is one of the cheapest places to live in the world. So you can imagine, despite the struggle right now, so how much cheaper would it have been, even while the average person was still able to afford it? So I think because of that, they've not been able to conceive that idea properly within their minds, that government can literally take away your years of life out of you, and it will be wasted. So, you know, if you look at that, average Nigerian hasn't gotten that concept yet. And I think it is gradually coming. Because they've been able to survive, they've been able to live, even despite bad leadership decisions, bad choices of leaders. And as a result of that, people have not been, people have just felt like, oh, it is easy to do that. So we voted and never just moved on. The Igbos will make their businesses, their cities will move, the civil servant will still have their money, whatever thing, food will still be easy, will still be cheap in Nigeria. Nobody could have conceived the idea that a tuber of yam can go for as high as 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 naira. But it is happening now. And hopefully this will give the Yadodjas, the mothers, the idea that now you must know who you are voting for. It is not by the virtue of, hey, Ekadibofun, as the Yoruba will say, or the Igbo say, oh, now a person with that, or the Hausas too say, oh, it is a person, and they just voting blindly. Now people will understand that, come, if I vote, I must know what I'm voting for, because my food for the next day depends on the decision that this man is going to make or this woman is going to make. And when I'm talking about voting, I'm not even talking of even the president alone. I'm talking of every point of that you have to lay your votes on, because it's getting crazier. And we just have to come to that level of consciousness, because it's like Nigeria as a unique being. If you look at it as an entity, we are like the basiest, the crudest of humanity, in my own understanding, the way I'm saying it now. It's just like we are the crudest of humanity now. Yes, they feel like they are coping, it is, at least you can see some videos, some people are still spraying the money. So, but the thing is that the majority of people, look at the ideology, look at the mindset. It's like we don't even understand what humanity is all about. And that is exactly what the politicians are taking for granted. In their own world, they are enjoying Nigeria to the best. This is the best country they can stay in. Look at what Rotimi Amaechi said the other time. He said he got to the corridors of power and he knew that, no, you mean there is money in this nation. There's a professor, I saw his interview with the primetime news. This usual professor that is coming up with brilliant ideas on how to solve this, how to tackle this issue. Professor, he's an Igbo man, I've forgotten his name, it has escaped my mind. But look at what this man was saying. He said Nigeria is not even having a problem of revenue. What we just need to do is have honesty, transparency, and just pick up the brains. Let them just do the right thing. But we just make sure that these people make sure that the right thing is difficult to do. They make it difficult that you shouldn't even do the right thing. So, they thrive in complicating the simplest of things. How can you build a single road for 20 years and you're confident in saying it? How can you build a simple railway on the corridor of Lagos and for almost 20 years and you're confident in saying it? These are little things that we need to be angry about. We have to just be angry. And the average person in Nigeria must be the person that is angry, not even the outsiders. You just have to be angry that if it means you go with a 2x2 every time, that whenever you see a politician, you beat senselessness, wickedness out of that person. I don't care if the person dies. To be candid, we have to get to that point. We have to. That these people begin to understand that, come, we can't walk into the midst of these people if we are not doing the right thing. We have to come to that point. Otherwise, we will have the best opportunities.
Emmy, if you permit me, can I please answer your question as to why question you asked? Can
you mute him? Can you mute him,
Emmy,
please?
excuse that, Emmy. I want to use part of Emmy's time, and it's allowing me. It's granting me.
I'm not asking a question, Olumide. I am angry because these are just common sense things that should be up. Look, we should just use common sense and we will have a better Nigeria.
I want to offer an answer for your question.
Olumide, we'll get to you. Don't worry. There are people who have been waiting there, not happy about it.
So the thing now is this. Now the problem is not bigger than everybody can solve it now. Because one way or the other, if you want to solve this problem, we have to trample on some eyes, and it will become ethnic or religious. So how do you now manage this? That's what I've advocated. Let us go regional. If we don't want to divide Nigeria, because I still see the benefit of one Nigeria. But you see, in this one Nigeria, we should also still be regional, so that we manage our problems in our own unique way. Somebody like the president now, I don't know if this person will remain a president in a regional Yoruba land. I don't know. But at least that is subject to debate. You get the point? But now, because of the whole Nigeria, then some people will just have to be biased and say, I have some sisters. When I listen to them now, when they start crying, hey, one congo of rice is this and that. I say, who did you vote for? They said, Tinubu, Adibofunio. Sherinko. Means, okay, I'm not Adibo for Tinubu, but Teche Diboyen, Eya Diboyimu, Iyatabade Jeno, Edimu, Pubasheri, Ejeke Kagbabe. In the sense that, as you have voted, enjoy the consequence of your vote. Next time, you know who to vote for. I'm not saying you shouldn't vote for Tinubu, no problem. I'm saying you should vote for Peter Obi or vote for Atiku. But know that your vote has consequence. Don't think that you are voting to help the person to get to power so that I can say, hey, I had to vote. No, you are voting for your children's lives. You are voting for yourself. You are voting for the food that will come to your table next day. How would you allow rice to go to 70,000 and everybody sitting down? Before December 2nd, everybody should have been on the street. Rice must be 14,000 or we crash this system. This is where you call the government to account. By fire, by force, it's not that they buy this rice from the farmers and subsidize it for everybody. What do you mean that let market forces take over? Where is that done? So you see.
All right, Emmy, thank you so much. We'll come back to you. Ikena San Antonio.
Why are you laughing, Rudolph? You're laughing because
you're very quiet. Yeah,
exactly. I have been quiet. That's my New Year resolution. I will be quiet until my turn. Well, I think the young man that just spoken, what he said is truly the solution and the problem of Nigeria. When I was a young man, I was a conductor riding bus from Lagos to from Onitsha to Lagos back to Port Harcourt. They created road safety. Road safety pulled the bus over, and they had attachment. They give you a ticket, and you go to road safety, the road safety in that zone, and you go and pay for that ticket. Then it worked for about a year or 2 years. Guess what? Road safety come. They pull the bus over. They come. They count how many attachments you put. They divide the money, and you pay them over there, and you go. So the government doesn't make the money anymore. In America, where I live, police pull you over. If you don't have a license, he can run your name and figure out if you have a license, or they give you a ticket for not having your license. That is system. The problem Nigeria have is that the whole system, the whole architecture of Nigeria have fallen apart. People say, do you know that people that have never asked me for money since I've been in abroad are asking me for money now? Because now I have touched everybody. You have touched everybody. This January is the hardest January people have encountered. If you're a businessman, your money is gone. Because if you get container from China, before your container get into the sea, your money is rubbish. People that ordered market during Christmas time, the container haven't even make it to Nigeria, and the money is no longer there. So, what are the solutions to Nigeria? The solution to Nigeria is solution to a bully. When you stand firm to a bully back down. Until people are willing to make sacrifices in Nigeria. Sacrifices, when we talk about serious sacrifices that take the war to them in that house, in that Senate, in that local government, in that place where they are sharing the money, take the war to them. Not until then. If anything, we're talking. As far as they have the area boys, the boys that do the deed for them, the boys they put in payroll that goes to the community and intimidate people. Not until those things are resolved. I think for me, personally, for Nigeria to get better, there is no immediate solution to Nigeria right now. There is no immediate solution to Nigeria now. You don't have a solution because all they do is borrow money and share to their family, share to themselves, and send their kids outside Nigeria. Every soul wants to leave Nigeria. No soul want to be in Nigeria right now. So, my brother, for me, number one solution, we have to have a long-time goal. Nigeria never have, even families don't have long-time goal. Even individuals don't have long-time goal. Because how are you going to plan? You can't even plan in Nigeria. You can't have a goal in Nigeria. Because it doesn't matter how you plan, that something will happen. The word Nigeria happen to you, Nigeria will happen to you. So there is no long time goal, there is no short time goal. So for me, families need to take over, start restructuring the family. Bribe, corruption, I have had it since I was born, and I will hear it till I die. It's every aspect of African continent, because we have leaders that are bullying into leadership. If you are a bully, you get into bullying people and you get into leadership and you become somebody. When you become somebody, you take as much as you can take. And when you take as much as you can take, the rest, when you finish, you go to Dallas, buy a house, go to England, buy a house. The sad part of that, the houses they buy in Dallas, in England, they pay tax on it. But the mansion they build in Nigeria, they don't pay tax on it. How would you generate fund for the country? How would you plan the road, the bridge? I was in Nigeria, the bridge they say that they built. Nobody passes that bridge. Nobody. That bridge was empty. It took them how many years to build that bridge? So I don't know. Every day we come over here. Nigeria does not have a solution. Nigeria does not have, and Tinubu is not a solution.
Hold on. Nigeria does not have a solution. So you're saying all of you here, PhDs, all this, that you can't solve a single solution of a small African country, you know?
Okay, thank you for saying that. Do you know why?
Why?
If you deal with Nigeria, let's say, for example, you say, let's go and change Nigeria. You're putting sand in Gary for somebody. All he need to point you done.
Ike, hold on.
Okay.
When the Italian mobs, when they were controlling New York, it appeared impossible. But somebody said, look, we have to handle this. And it was handled. When people like Rudy Giuliani, whatever you think about him now, came to take on the mobs, he was attacked. It was impossible mission. But they finally got control of it. I mean, I don't think there's any problem that
because there's a system in place. There is a system in place.
System in Nigeria.
What's the system in Nigeria, bro?
Anyway, all right.
I don't have anything else to say, but there's no system in Nigeria.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, Alaba, go ahead.
Okay, now I would touch on the fundamentals. What's his name? Antonio has been very right. As a Nigerian, as Nigerians, as a country, we have no long-term goal. Whatever we have going now is not sustainable. It's not what is called, there's one thing I learned back then, graduate school, sustainable development. And to make matters worse, we have no sense of value as a people, as Nigerians. I'm talking collectively now, please. Let nobody take insults to anything I say. Why do I say that? When you take a typical white man, or you take an Indian, or you take a Pakistani, or you take an Arab, I want to start with the sense of value. Their sense of value, as diverse as it might be, is very clear. They know where they are, and they know where they are going. We, on the other hand, we don't have that. Now, let me start with this Yoruba proverb that says, Oku meyi andago, meaning the dead man does not know how much the funeral will cost. He's dead. Oku meyi andago. In this life, since the coming of the white man to our land, we have lived like the living dead. Like I said, my submission, nobody should please take it personal. Just listen. We have lived like zombies. Land of we live in our land like the living dead. Now, back on this sense of value. Me, you, our leaders, politicians, educated, from the days Chinua Achebe wrote Things Fall Apart, and then he followed it up with no longer at ease. We saw what happened to your brother Rudolph Okonkwo in no longer at ease. You know, how the grandson of Okonkwo fell to the hills of the corruption and then finally ruined his life. What happened is that what is our sense of value for ourselves, for our family, and for our country? There's non-existent. This is what we consider success. We wear a white man clothes, we speak the white man language, we go to the white man's land. We have made it. We have arrived. We do everything the white man. We try to copy the white man. Those have been our definition of success. These are intricately DNA built in us. So a typical Nigerian, anybody who has ruled Nigeria from 1970 to the present day, will view success as going abroad, sending their children abroad, schooling abroad. The key word abroad is a symbol of success. So therefore, I am better than those local people in the village. So our sense of value traditionally is warped. It's warped, it's upside down, and it's every one of us. So what is this? So, and then because of our locality, we have this agbero mentality, whereby we have this Molwe mentality. And that is as a result of what the Yorubas call Iwa Ojo Lari. How we define success, how we define value, how we define progress is an antidote of Iwa Ojo Lari. I have not seen wealth before, or what you consider wealth. But to the rest of the world, what we consider wealth is not wealth. That big mansion in Ikoyi, that big mansion in Banana Island, that expensive car, that going abroad, that is not wealth, because that is not a generational wealth that is transferable and sustainable. So we have a warped sense of mentality. Couple this with governance. So that's why I always say we need a revolution of the mind. Now, we as Africans, as Nigerians, our direction is to please those that are not us. We are busy sending the little we have to those abroad instead of building our own. You understand? Because how we view success is different. Everybody might hear come and make noise. So, Tinubu is this, Tinubu is that. Obi would have been no. Tinubu is a product of the Nigerian system. Tinubu has no fault. Don't shake your head like Shakespeare, but it's the fact. Tinubu is a product of the Nigerian culture, Nigerian soil. This is what we have.
Naira, sorry, let me interject you. Sorry, you interjected me.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I did state earlier that our leaders are our product.
Exactly.
Do you remember me stating
I
that?
agree. Yeah.
Oh,
I agree.
Miracles do happen. What God cannot do does not exist.
Yeah. So
please, let me just interject, please.
Okay, yeah. That's Mr. Shakespeare.
Yes. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
There is this thing that I wouldn't accept. That is Tinubu is a product of the Nigerian system. I think no. Look, the moment that you're a leader, let me tell you something. You have the capacity to make a change.
Is Jonathan a product of the Nigerian system?
Look,
is Babangida a product of the Nigerian system?
I don't understand your point.
My point is,
finish with him first. I don't understand
your question.
Tinubu is not a product of the system.
But
they're all a product.
When I say product, it means what we planted, what has germinated and yield fruit. This is what our seed, our soil, our water, our sunlight has produced. Don't try and separate him from yours because you don't like the output.
No, don't do that.
So are you telling me that countries that have good leaders, is it because the citizens are good? That's why the good leaders came from them?
Of course.
Possibly and not possibly. But this case,
no, listen. There's checks
I
and
think I read
balances
the statement that
everywhere.
if you
There's
think
checks
so,
and
I won't
no, I don't want you guys to derail me. So let's agree to disagree
Okay,
so I
Perla,
can
go
move
ahead.
on.
Right,
So you all don't
right.
agree that
Right,
Tinubu is a
Perla.
product of the Nigerian environment. You don't agree. Well, let's go. What about the judges? The ones that gave the ruling? Are they a yes or no? If you're okay, let's take Tinubu off the board. What about the judges?
Point is this: the nefarious, evil politicians, they have become wiser than the average Nigerian citizen.
But I'm not going. Yeah, I agree with you. I can't disagree on that. But I'm just trying to see and connect what we are producing, how the system is designed to produce what it needs to produce. Look, a system that is designed to produce what it needs to produce will produce what it is producing. You all might fight me on that. You might disagree with me on that. But this is a fact. Everybody knows I'm not a Tinubu supporter, but I'll tell you the truth. Tinubu is a symptom of the Nigerian malaise. Unless you're disagreeing that we don't have a malaise.
If we want to solve the problem, how do we solve it? Because this problem,
let's now go to the fundamentals. The fundamentals are these. First, our sense of value has to change. What we consider success, what we consider progress, and that is embedded in how we govern, what we consider as governance. You understand? Governance just doesn't come because some people voted or did an election. No. What is our sense of value until we redefine who we are, what we are, where we are going? You understand? Now, a second thing we do is that we misdiagnose our situation. For example, 24 solid years, every fucking educated Nigerian thinks that we have democracy. How could we get that so wrong? Thank God for Obi coming to show you all how flawed your so-called democracy is. 95% of you all still believe that illusionary concept that we have something going. Yeah, we're making progress. We didn't. Diagnosis, very vital to applying medication. Once your diagnosis is wrong, the medication you apply will not cure your disease. That's a fact. So once we start now recognizing the problem, then we can now start profiling solution. You understand? When you have bleeding, you put pressure on the wound to stop the bleeding. When you want to drive a car that gets hot, your long time, and you want to travel from Lagos to Abeokuta, your solution is not to carry a keg of water to be pouring inside that hot machine. Your solution is to fix that engine so that it doesn't get hot. If you have a flat tire and you want to drive from here to Kanu, you will be so dumb to think that because you have a flat tire and you don't have a spare, you will make it to Kanu. This is what we have been doing since 1960. We never sat down and fixed the fundamentals. Falana was here the other week. You saw the question I posed to him. These are the good men we have. In my own view, when I was young, I looked to people like that as heroes. But look at what, as hard as he's working, and I give that to that man. Look at what the system is turning him into. Look at what the system has turned Wole Soyinka to. You understand? You guys got to understand the fundamentals of what we are dealing with. Koye, Oli Koye ran some Kuti. Babangida almost rubbished him without ministerial.
Can I just ask you a question? What is this fundamental you're talking about? What is this fundamental that you're talking about?
The fundamentals are that we think that governance is that the white man has killed an elephant and we have to come in there to share the meat. That is not governance. You build your meat. You raise your meat. You build your nation. You don't go in there to share. Those are fundamentals, and that's connected to how we view our value system is. Okay, so until that is changed.
All right. So thank you, guys. We have to get other people involved in the conversation. Thank you, Alaba. What I have to say at this point before we continue is simply that, the world has been in existence for a long time, and their structure, the state system, the governments, the countries in the world, and we've seen how other people did it. We're not expected to come up with something new. We just look at what worked. How did they work in Singapore? How did it work in this country? How did they turn around their countries and learn from it? You know, someone said that the ideals of Nigeria, they are not, it's not that they are difficult. It's just that they've not been tried. People found them difficult and just decided not to try them. These things we're talking about is not something that requires us to go from the beginning. And if you just pick one thing, just put consequences to facts, to things that people do. And that would be that will change things immediately. Consequences, punishment to things people do. And start from the beginning. If you listen to the how other countries, how they're doing this, it's not going to pick out small people, dump them in prison, while the big guys do whatever they want to do. That's not the solution. You're not serious. That means you're not serious. All right, let's hear Eagles Air. It's not for me. This is your show. You guys air your view. Eagles Air, welcome from India. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning from India here. Dr. Rudolph, thank you so much. And if you look at the Nigeria situation right now, there is something that we have to see as a solution. And that solution, I want to put it in two ways: kinetic solution and non-kinetic. Now, how do we look at it? We found out that something like a history have been taken away from Nigerian education. And a country that don't have any history in their education, the country is in big mess. Like people of this young generation now, that history are no longer taught in the school, they will not understand where the problem of Nigeria is. They won't understand what happened in the Civil War. They will not understand what caused the Civil War and what Civil War had done to us these days. So when people are not enlightened or what caused the problem at the past, they keep on making mistakes. That's the main problem. Then let us talk about the kinetic force we need to implement for us to get the main solution of this Nigeria issue. One is that let everybody in their own constituency, in their own local government, and in their own state begin to attack every house of assemblies, every senators. If I know the senator that represents, like I'm from Olu zone, senatorial zone in Imo State. Now, what I have to do, who is that person representing us in that zone, in senator? Then we go there and attack him direct.
What do you mean attack? You have to explain.
Okay, let me explain. When you send somebody to represent you in an event and he misrepresents you, what will you do? What we need to do is to tell him, my dear young man, the purpose I placed you that place is no longer functioning. I don't need you any longer. I hope you understand what I'm saying. We don't need any longer. For instance, there's something that happened in Ghana last year. Yes, believe me, Ghana last year. What is that that happened in Ghana? A certain politician was sharing rice, and the youth of that zone was taking the rice back to the van, back to the Hilos van. They're bringing that rice and telling them, we don't need this rice any longer. We don't want to eat this rice any longer. Take your rice and go. We don't need you. We don't need your rice. That's how they rejected them. Immediately, they reject the rights, they reject everything concerning that person. Now, another force of attacking these senators is that when they have a community, they have a village. There's one senator from Bayelsa State, representing Bayelsa State, do time of Jonathan session. I remember he has a race also. This man was saying in the house that one beautiful day, these people are suffering, one day they begin to attack them. One day, these people, they begin to attack them. So what do you need? Attack those people are representing you. If you know how to attack them, put fear in them, reject them, say no to them, attack them directly.
Okay,
See,
hold on. Just so you know, because this is international forum and the platform is on YouTube. When you keep saying attack people, people can misconstrue it to mean physical attack. I know what you're saying. I think you're talking about you have to challenge them. You can record them. You can do many things to say.
Okay, let me use the word.
Some people.
Okay, let me use this word. Challenge them. Or try to dispute them. Now, what I mean,
which we don't.
What I mean that if you watch 2014, there is what APC they use against Jonathan regime. They use their social media. They use social media. That's why I was watching this man, chief of staff of Tinubu, what he is saying. He forgot what they used to attack Jonathan. They use social media. If you get that the man that representing you, you watch him, finish him with social media, finish him completely. Tell him his problem, finish him direct. Then let us talk about all these kinetic forces. If people in constituencies and local government and state are challenge these people, tell them their own sin on their face. Then when these people travel to Europe, come to America, come to Canada, come to India, come to any place, we in diaspora, we've come out there to disgrace them, tell them they are shameless, they are shameless, they are disappointed to our nation. Tell them their sin in their presence. Make them to feel the impact of what they are creating in Nigeria. I hope you understand what I'm saying. We should not keep quiet on them when we see them come one-on-one. Keep quiet. No, you tell them their own sin. Now, I want to talk about security. I want to talk about security.
No, we're not talking about it now. Just hold on.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll go to Lumide, but let me go. Let's just see what 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you for that. I want to start. Rudolph, you said something not too long ago about consequences. Can you remind me of that again? I was about to write it. It flew off my head. Can you please? No, because somebody said something in the comment section saying that Rudolph is trying to be smart. Yeah, and I agree with that comment. Can you remind me what you said again, please?
I don't know. What is related to what we're talking about? No, I don't really. I'm just saying. No. What I'm saying is this. Okay, if you look at the laws in Nigeria, sometimes when we have an issue in Nigeria, we think we need to make up new laws. The laws are in the books. No matter the issue you have, they are in the books. They are not being implemented.
They're not being implemented.
Okay, so if you enforce the laws that are in the books, like most countries, then you get the outcome that you want. So but if you don't, then you won't get the outcome. And you may see people talking about putting in new laws when the ones we have not been
implemented.
So that's what I'm saying. And it has to start from the top. And when you listen to other countries that succeeded, they decided that we have to use the people at the top.
We have to do something.
Show example. And when you show the example, so for instance, Better Edu, we're talking about Better Edu, and why is she still there? What is this suspension? Why is it taking so long to determine if woman stole money and kick her out and maybe try her? If you do that 3 or 4 times within 6 months, you give the sign to everybody that you are serious. But then, how do you expect Tinubu to do something like that? Anyway, let's go to...
You're correct. To do, regardless of it, we must be ready to bear that consequences. Is even either from the leaders and up to the citizen. It's not easy when a culture, they said, when an habit has been developed, it's not easy to pull out of that habit. It's not easy to pull out of that habit. And that habit is going to create a problem. Sorry about this. That habit will create, sorry about that. That habit, to break that habit is always a problem. Like I said earlier, and I did not deny that, our leaders, the solution comes from them. They have to change. They have to start to implement the laws. But we have responsibility. And I highlighted our responsibility, not denying the responsibility of our leaders. It's a joint effort. Yes, if they start to do what you just said, implement the laws, this and that, we have no choice. We are going to change. We will fall in line. But in the absence of that, the ones we can do, because tomorrow you and I can go and it's likely to go and vie for position. For example, Osita is going to vie for position in his local government in the coming election, which is very encouraging. But what Alaba said is, if the mindset has not been changed, that I have to stop giving or receiving bribe, when he gets there, I'm not saying he is, just citing as an example, it will continue. That's why we
But
are.
If you want to change the mindset, how long does it change the mindset?
You can't place a time on it.
That is the point. Leave
We
the
can't
mindset
place a
of
time on it.
masses.
You just have to start somewhere. You can't. For example, Rudolph started this program one day.
Sorry, electricity. On the time set, you also have to put some specific things in place.
Of course, Rudolph, we've just highlighted
you have
that.
to.
Yes.
You just do. Hope is not a plan. There's
If
no
you want-
problem in this world that can't be solved. You just have to put specific things in place.
All right. You guys hold on. You have this debate when we come back. Let me get through to people who are waiting.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for the time. I appreciate it. Let me go and prepare for tomorrow's match. Yeah.
Okay. I'll call you. I'll send you a text. Electricity about tomorrow.
No, say what you want to say. No problem. Go ahead.
No. I don't. Production things. I don't say it in there. We'll talk about. I'll send you a text.
Huh?
I'll send you a text.
All right. Okay. No problem.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. I want to first react to Emma's, Electricity, and Ferreira's contribution earlier on. See, there's something that I've said before in the past, that as far as the people of Nigeria is concerned, this last electioneering cycle proved that they wanted change. They were ready for the country to move forward. They wanted their franchise to be exhibited in a free and fair electioneering process. But unfortunately, the Nigerian institution failed them. And there's a particular question that I've always asked on most of the time that I've appeared on the panel. I always say, what is the solution? What is the solution? And for me, I'm going to say my own personal opinion. For me, it doesn't matter whether you want to educate the people, you want to orientate the people, you want to see the system in Nigeria, the institution in Nigeria, they have the highest burden of proving that that country can still work. And the managers of that institution have to show competence and have to show that they can exercise discretion over what they oversee without interference from politicians or crooked people. We saw the last electioneering cycle. It wasn't a free and fair election. Somebody switched up the beavers. Till today, we don't even know what the outcome of that election would have really been. But it was clear that the people who orchestrated it, didn't see the way it was going, and they kind of switched it off. So if people cannot choose their leader, who they want, you are just wasting your time with this educating people about not bribing or not bribing. When the people who sit and should administer these laws and policies here in the West, if you work for a reputable company, they have policies in place to making sure that every employee, regardless of the cadre, from the lowest to the highest, is continuously being updated and educated on the policies of the company. Every year you access now, you can go online and access and revise and go over your company's policy in whatever area or whatever laws that the government has instituted to regulate the various, depending on which department you are in, or ministry, or whatever part of government portfolio that company falls within. You understand? You make sure you're updated, you're following company policies regarding standard labor laws, employment laws. Everybody's trying to make sure we're doing things the right way. And reorientating the citizenry is a continuous process. In every society, you will always have people who want to break the law, and you must show an example of them by making sure that when they break the law, they face the consequences. They are charged, they are dealt with. That is a continuous process. But the very people who are saddled with showing example, if they are stealing and they are getting away with it, they are not being prosecuted, or it's being covered, how do you expect those ordinary citizens to behave? When we read it on the pages of the newspaper every day, is it not somebody in the government or somebody in that particular office that exposes that corruption in the first place? People are talking. You told them to go get their voters card. They went to get their voters card. They voted. Even though some people were still buying votes and selling votes on that day, you cannot totally eliminate corruption in the electioneering process, but some people still wanted to exhibited their free and vote freely who they wanted to, but you still switched up the beavers. You understand? If they had allowed these true statistics to play out, we would have been able to say, okay, a certain percentage of people sold their votes, a certain percentage of people voted free and fairly, and yet the true winner still emerged. And maybe the next electioneering cycle, in a free and fair election, supposedly, things will improve. And when people realize that buying and selling of vote doesn't pay, when you can elect who will bring change to you and utilize our resources to the benefit of the people, it would naturally die a death that it should die. But when you begin to blame the people for what they did, when it is the institution that failed, in the 2027 now, are we still going to go through the same electioneering process where these people will use the same institution that should protect the sanctity of a free and fair election in a true democracy against the people? Are we now going to allow that same process? That is what we should be talking about. How are they going to allow a free and fair, like whether beavers, whether option A4, whether this or that? If that doesn't happen, we are just wasting our time. There's no change that will take place. Because the true change that should take place, you percolate from the local government level, then to the state level, then to the presidential level. When this begin to percolate, when we begin to realize that local government institutions should be independent of the state and should be able to utilize the resources of the people at that local level, and not just be expecting the federal to come and touch you when your local government level can make that change, then we are wasting our time. You're just putting blame where blame should not be. Because these people did what they should do in February 2023, but it made no meaning to anybody. The institutions that made ridicule of it. And then you are telling them, oh, educate the people. It is the people. When the highest burden of that change should come from the top. We know it is the top that is corrupt. They are the ones stealing the billions, the millions. They are the ones not allowing the vote to count. They are the ones who have corrupted our justice system, that we don't have faith in that justice system anymore. Let us put blame where blame should be. We want a situation where the president, they will hold a local government election, and the president will not put his hands in how that process should play out. The state governor will not put his hand in how that process should play out, so that the people can elect who they want. In a situation where these candidates have campaigned to every local government people or citizen and told them what they want to do, and based on that, they've debated, and based on that criteria, they want to choose who will come and implement what he has promised, using the people's resources. Not somebody stage managing who will be there so that they can corner the people's resources. That is where the problem is. It is very clear to see.
All right. Olumide, thank you. Let's watch this video and continue the conversation.
As at the closure of market on Friday, market moderated at about 1,450 naira to $1. You know, from a Wednesday, Thursday high of 1,575 naira per dollar, which is a very good approach. But like I said, it's interventionist in nature and does not tackle the root cause of the matter. What they've done is what we call opiate or elixir. We need to tackle the source of the problem, and which is the dollar illiquidity in the markets, the lack of the paucity of supply of the dollar compared to the demand. And that comes also to the physical side of the market. As of today, you know, people have complained. I don't want us to complain. We need to look forward. The deregulation of downstream oil and gas sector and removal of subsidy was a good decision. The margin of the foreign exchange market rate to avoid the arbitrage window that created the room for the criminality that happened between 2015 to 2023 was a good one. So what do we do to rescue? Of course, like Nigerians said, most Nigerians have complained, galloping inflation and other things. Now, let us look even back to history. Buhari became president May 29, 2015. We need to understand the root cause of our problem before we can provide credible solutions. Buhari inherited foreign reserve of $29 billion. Between 2015 to 2023, total import volume of Nigeria was $451 billion. Go and check the records. Total export received was about $406 billion. Buhari and co. borrowed over $32 billion from 2015 to 2023 when he handed over to Tinubu, because as at June 30th, 2015, external debt position, total federation was $10 billion. Buhari left at $43 billion to Tinubu. Foreign direct remittances was about $168 billion that came into this country within those 8 years. So if you look at the net dollar inflow and net dollar cash flow, outflow, there is no way Naira will have lost over 600 Naira to $1 under Buhari, and now galloping at what Tinubu is experiencing today was the foundational recklessness that was led under Buhari. And Nigerians are not asking the right question. I will explain to you, Dr. Bati. This is the truth. The 23.2 trillion Naira that was printed and handed over to Buhari and co. by MFL is at the root cause of what we are experiencing today. Remember in 2018, Obaseki cried out and they lampooned him that printing Naira and handing over to Buhari and co. without any project tied to it will lead to where we are today. See, the truth is, and I also want this to be on record, the CBN, they are doing their utmost best to intervene. Interventionism will not solve the problem. The problem lies at the root cause of it. Between 2015 to 2020, there was a bazaar in Nigeria. In fact, Tinubu should go back and do what Obasanjo did when he became president. Obasanjo hated the worst economy, worse than what Tinubu hated. Obasanjo went after those that took away our dollar out of Nigeria. He called the Abacha family to question, and they negotiated. Most of the processes are still being enjoyed by Nigeria. Tinubu should develop that political will and call the practitioners that worked under Buhari for 8 years. We are talking about over $100 billion that was taken out of the economy. That is where we are. Because if you look at the net dollar inflow into Nigeria over that 8 years and net dollar outflow, there is no way we will have been where we are today if not for the criminality and the corruption that we experienced within that period. Obasanjo came to power and left after 8 years. Naira lost only 38 Naira to $1. Jonathan and Yar'Adua came to power 2007. When the official rate was 124 and left at 199, Naira lost to dollar by 78 Naira to $1 in 8 years. What had happened over the next 9 years is something that Nigerians will not wish again. So why the CBN is trying to do interventionism, we must also look at how do we shore up the supply of the dollar. Under Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, under Charles Soludo, there's no country that actually have a free flow that is not managed. Even China intervenes in their foreign exchange market. America intervenes. But you can only intervene when there is liquidity. Sanusi was able to intervene because there was liquidity. Oil proceeds were being paid into the accounts. Today in Nigeria, output was 2.5 million barrels in 2011. It came down under Buhari and had not recovered. Under Buhari, Mele Kyari in your studio told Nigerians that we lose $1.9 billion of crude resources to inefficiency and theft every month, which is $22 billion annually. Up till today, nobody has accounted for those losses. Nobody has accounted for those thievery. And as long as we do not have liquidity of the dollar, which is 90% controlled by the physical side of the market. See, whatever the CBN is doing now is just like moderating the galloping. If we do not fix the physical side, stop the oil theft and criminality that place, stop the cost of governance that is overbloated, stop the MDAs and the governors from taking FAC, JAC, and IGR and pursuing dollar, and providing security that will allow Nigerians to go into productivity of this economy. I tell you, what the CBN has done very good is just to moderate it. If we don't fix the supply side of dollar, by tackling the physical side, which is 90% the problem of Nigeria, after this moderation, it will go to 2,000. Mark it Tuesday.
That sounds ominous.
All right. That's Naira. I think that's his name. That the dollar will go to 2,000, which is the same thing that everybody is projecting that by December of this year, will be at 2,000 or 2,500 to a dollar, to a naira, to a dollar, yeah, naira to a dollar. So, okay, let's continue. I think the next person online is Femi. Femi, go ahead. We're talking about solutions, whether the government, this present government, they have a solution to the economic problems. People have made up reasons and excuses for them, but they were aware of what they were coming into. And they've taken some steps which didn't show that they fully thought through. Go ahead, Femi. What do you think?
Okay, so I know someone that knows how to solve the problem of Nigeria. Uche Nwakudu has a book on Amazon. I am still considering buying it. The book was written in 2011. I suspect that whatever he has written in 2011, because just looking at the preface, shows that perhaps 2011, maybe not as ominous as what we have right now, would not be different, because, you know, every year, and Rudolph, you can even correct me because you're definitely older than me, right? There was a time when, probably when you were growing up, that at some point in time, people thought things were really, really bad. Maybe when you look back now, looking back now, you probably be like, you were actually in paradise. Now, and that's the way I look at that book, because on the preface, Uche states the fact clearly that, just like you would agree as well, we all know the problems. We probably all know the solutions as well. It just might differ. Now, there's this article I was reading, because, you know, sometimes it gets to a point. Again, I'm not an economist. I don't claim to be an economist, but sometimes you don't even need to be a PhD or an economist. Some of the people that solve problems, that are presidents in that changed the tide of their countries, they were not economists. Some probably were actors, or you get the point. Now, Olusegun Onigbinde, I think that's his name. You probably know him as well. He is a lead fellow with Budget. Those guys that seem to always track the spending among governments. Perhaps no surprises. One of the major, if not the major problem, which was the reason why I didn't have a problem with, just like a lot of us, we didn't have a problem with Buhari coming to power. One of our biggest problems is, if not probably the major problem, is corruption. Well, as we've come to find out now, I think he probably made it worse. Now, Olusegun, he kind of stated, Segun stated a couple of, he had some line items on an article he wrote, and he made it 7. He listed them as 7, basically. We know it's more than, you could have all kind of lists. One of the fundamental ones, which we're still battling with is security. Insecurity rather. Because the insecurity in itself is not just a malaise that's affecting the living conditions of people in the north. Now it's become a general problem in the country, to the point where even if we try to divest our economy from from oil. I mean, even the oil, after all, we're not even meeting up our quota anyway. That's even another story. There, you know, there's all kind of corruptions, and you talk about the likes of Beta Edu that we probably wouldn't see the end of this matter. But then you still have the case, the not so little case of the NNPC. That director, is it director general, or I don't know what that term is again. I something tells me that guy has more than 9 lives, because there's no way the NNPC is not a cesspool of corruption, judging by the different variations in terms of the profits, if you recall, from the latter part of the revelations that we were hearing from the different variations in the pricing of the crude oil and the crude oil import. I mean, the petroleum imports that all those revelations that we had in the tail ends of Buhari's regime. There's a lot of things going on there, but the guy is still there. For example, now for me, I'll go back to something that I thought fundamentally has to be fixed first of all, because if we don't know where we're going to, we better know where we're coming from. We better revisit where we're coming from. I still think that above anything else, and I know it's easy to just say, I know what is cheap. If we don't restructure, I still think restructuring is the basis of our problems. You know, and I'll keep it that way for now.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Wale, welcome to the show.
Oh, good day, everyone. It's been great listening to everyone's comment and everything. I'm not going to, like I always say, I'm not going to keep repeating the problem we know that has been existing. I just want to know what could be the way out. And I completely understand that some of the solutions that we might be providing shouldn't be something we'll be discussing on air, because I try to strategize how these people who are holding the country down, how do they manage to do what they do? Because they come up with a strategy whenever they want to throw us under the bus. You find Muslim, Christian, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa among them, but you never hear when they are fighting each other. They just strategize whatever they want to do. Maybe they have their meeting in the middle of the night, and probably that's what someone said. You'll never find women, most women, involved in politics, because the time they're going to have their meeting, a responsible woman wouldn't be there. And when they even finish the meeting, there's meeting another after meeting. Anyway, that is just one part. I could pick from what Mr. Ferreira or Electricity or some of the panelists have said about if we can have accountability and transparency. I think it's Mr. Rudolph that actually said it, that if there's a punishment for any wrongdoing, then people will sit tight. They will think twice before stealing money or doing any evil that shouldn't be. You played a video at the beginning of this session where the lady in the market was shouting, there's no food, this has gone, blah, 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 all that. And you played another video that showed where people are just spraying money. And I think there was a comment there that said, well, that was my sister complaining there was no food. And that is me spraying money. I'm like, what is going on? This is a country where you don't even know what to believe anymore. You know, someone is spraying money and in their family, there is someone starving. So there is a consequence for action and inaction. When people are meant to choose the right person, like someone said, when the bag of rice rose to 14,000, they're supposed to eat the street. Oh, no, it's not my business. It's Omowani, Ejekose. Now they are facing the consequence of their action. Sometimes I wouldn't pity them, but sometimes you have to, because even the Bible says when the wrongdoers or the sinners are, reaping from their sin, even the righteousness will bear the brunt as well. So sometimes I do think that Nigerians are not tired yet. Honestly, when they're tired, they will know what to do. Because, maybe they have amnesia. Let me put it that way. So you just played a video now that says that man was talking about Tinubu is not. Didn't we hear that Tinubu said he's going to continue from where Buhari stopped? Have Nigeria not suffered enough under Buhari for 8 years? I mean, come on. It looks like sometimes people don't, maybe they do forget. I don't know. Are they not the one wishing Buhari to leave? They are counting days when, 24 days before Buhari tenure will come to an end. Change. Come on. After 8 years, what have they learned? It looks like they don't learn anything. And maybe it's the elite conspiracy or a better pass my neighbor kind of thing. Mr. Femi said restructuring will probably be the best way. I totally agree with that. If Yoruba people want to remain in darkness and they want to choose Olori Buruku as their leader, so be it. If the Igbo people want to be swimming or going under, the tunnel, they don't want to have a good road, so be it. If they choose the leader who will never bring development to them. So that restructuring, I think, is the best way to go. Because even in the family, we don't all agree. People will they will craft their own way to success. But if my success is as a result of your downfall.
But Wale, I just want to chip in that. Do you know that restructuring cannot take place without a new constitution? Do you realize that?
Definitely. And I think what is happening now will actually lead to that. That's what I said. I don't know how it's going to happen, but until people who cannot think or who think a bag of Indomie noodles is what they will give them during the election, and that's what they're going to eat for another 4 years, and the decision of the person they are dancing and ailing is going to impact the school of their children, what they're going to eat, their job, and they can't think. And they always think that is the tuber of yam that the Bajabiu and Desmond Ole or something are giving them is going to solve that. Sometimes you look, I feel like if I see any of my family there, honestly, I would disown them. That ever in your life, don't call me again. Because to me, I feel like how many days are you going to hit a tuber of yam from someone who stole billions and they're giving you kobo out of it? And you're still dancing after them. Are you not supposed to stone them? But that's how their mumu follow come be. So sometimes you look at them, you think, you know what? Let them see Shege. They haven't seen Shege yet. Shege Pro Max is on the road. So, big. Sometimes I get tired of talking about Nigeria. Although I have my mother and my family members there, they did ask me for money. I said, well, the money I gave you 5 years ago to invest for yourself, did I give you Lapo or Bobule or some kind of shark loan? No, I didn't give you. What did you do with the money? They do Ashwebi, they do Owambe. Now they are coming back to tell me, can you give me money? They think I'm dumb. No, I work for the money here. I pay the bills. They give me the money with the right hand. They collect it back with the left hand here. By the time you pay your bills, you pay everything. The money is not enough. In code, it's not easy. And someone said maybe until we actually stop, let them see to Shege. Maybe they will get sense. But until then, we can continue to pity them. These people are really enjoying. Do you see how they spray money? Mr. Rudolph, when was the last time you went to a party and spray money like that?
All right. Thank you, Wale. Thank you so much. I just wanted to point out at the beginning, you were talking about why should we talk and why should we share, whether we need to share our ideas here. APC is requesting that people should offer ideas to run the economy, to offer Tinubu ideas. So it's not, you're allowed to offer something to the president at any point because they are acknowledging that they're out of ideas. They don't know what to do.
Sorry, Mr. Roosevelt. Sorry for me to cut you short. Ideas. Even if you have ideas, would you give them? So wait. Let's think about it very well. What do they call that campaign? When you are coming, you have to have a template that, okay, I understand these people's problem. This is what I'm going to put. Don't they say they have a brain head that can turn things around? So what happened to those dust heads? Because if they say they have brain in there, I don't believe. Maybe it's dust inside. So where is the ideas? I did not know it better than an average Nigerian. So it's not they're coming to Nigeria to beg for if they have the idea. If they can't face the E, they don't know what to do. They don't have anything. Let them pass, move. Let other people come in. It's as simple as that. Don't come and try and error. This is, you won't go into a plane or you won't go into a flight where they say, oh, this pilot is just a try and error. If you have any idea of how to fly the plane, come and help us. Really.
All right. Let's one more topic, and then I hope forefathers will come and take over. So there were protests last week or this week. Yeah, go ahead, Laura. Go ahead.
Yeah, before you move to another topic, I just wanted to mention how you see even that guy that was talking to not Rufai, to the other man on Arise,
Ruben.
To
Ruben
that was talking. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that was talking to Ruben.
The guy that was talking to Dr. Abati, and you see how we the enlightened and the educated are still so full of hypocrisy. Yes, the guy highlighted the problem, but you notice one thing in that interview. He was trying to distract and blames the blame, which rightfully so, on the last administration. But the fact remains is that there's no difference between the Tinubu administration and the Buhari administration. It's the same party, same political ideology, same, so he was like, oh, all this Naira inflation, the Naira going down is as a result of the 8 years of bad. What about the 8 months of Tinubu? He didn't even make mention of that. It did highlight the problem, stop the stealing of the oil, fix security, govern. Who is in charge? Who is to do all those things? Is it not them? And he didn't even point a finger at the Tinubu administration. This is why this country keeps going down. Because we don't point finger, we don't hold people accountable. In that interview, I was listening. He was listening. Oh, he was trying to present a front as if all the problem were Buhari's problem. What about the 8 months that we've seen Shege, that we've seen the Naira go from 700 to 1,004? No mention of that. Isn't that not worse than the 8 years that it went from 120 to 700? But it wants the 9. You see, this is why I say information matters, enlightenment matters. People like that, we should have a counter media to just like tear them down in garbage like that. Because anybody listening to that, playing neutral, will say, well, it's not Tinubu's fault. According to what he just said, we all saw how Buhari messed up this country. But they're the same. They're the same. Yeah, they're the same coin. Tinubu, Buhari, APC, same garbage. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Rudolph, I want to say something, please.
Give me the mandate.
Because as we are APC, according to People's Gazette, he said that Tinubu and Co are asking people to give them solution what to do. Number one solution I want to give to them. There is a coach of Liverpool, Jurgen Klopp. So there is a statement they dropped at least it's about 2 weeks now. So when the press are asking him questions, he said that he want to stop coaching or he want to resign from Liverpool. He want to step down as the Liverpool coach. They asked him why. He said he's running out of strength. He is running out of strength. If Tinubu and APC is running out of strength, let them stay aside. That's number one. Let them stay aside. As they are running out of strength, they are confused. They don't know what to do. Best thing to do, they stay aside. For instance, there is one PM in London. When they are looking for, when they want to stay away from when they separate from the EU, European Union, from London. This PM look at what the UK people are looking at. He resigned. He said he cannot handle it. He resigned. And he resigned and go his way. So let APC and Co stay aside. And second solution is that he cannot rule a country with boys. Tinubu is ruling Nigeria with Lagos boys. And they cannot offer anything to him. For instance, I was listening to a man that built Dubai. When they're asking him a question, how many Dubai is built like this? Then what can you tell us that Nigeria. He said that Nigeria is a blessed country, but they lack leadership. Now, leadership is the core of every development of a nation. And since we lack that leadership, what is the problem of that leadership we lack? One has said it before, no history again being teaching in school. Two, we are not holding people that within our constituency accountable of whatever thing they does. Three, Nigeria, they love to forget. They are very quick to forget something. You see Nigeria, you see that place, the people in Nigeria, they are very quick to forget something. Very soon, next year, now they talk about campaign, they forgot what they passed through. And what else do they come? Emelok, it's my own. Let him finish 80, let him finish 80. Things keep on destroying. But if they have praised them to the world, they have suffered, their eyes have come out, and hunger have built them up. You will see, when they come to that thing, they will say, no, please, we don't want this kind of thing. I was discussing with my cousin who based in the Lagos. He said that they are waiting for demonstration to come to Lagos. I said, oh boy, listen to me. These people, they have their strategies. What is that strategy? Divide and rule. That if there's any riot that comes out, now next thing they will give a military command, shoot everybody aside. Shoot. And after shooting these people, they will say that nobody sent them. They don't know who did it. So best thing to do, according to non-kinetic power, we need to do is that when it comes to election, they say that they want to offer you transformer. They want to offer you 5 kg of rice. When they carry it and come to your own constituency, your own local government, let those people within that place give them run. Let them say no to them. Stand on your feet and say no to them. Let them go, and they will go. And then when they found out the citizens are no longer with them, they have rejected them, then they began to have anything. Then lastly, he talk about restructure. Let me tell you the truth. If you cannot restructure our mental, if I cannot restructure our mind, if I cannot restructure our senses, there's no way restructure will take place in Nigeria. Forget our constitution. But if you and I, every individual in Nigeria have a restructure of our mind, our understanding, and learn for the past mistake, we find out that we say no to certain things that are happening. So restructure started from our own mind, individually, our own knowledge, understanding, knowing what we are passing through. That's how the restructure will start. Apart from that, no way. There's no solution about it. We have to restructure our mind and understanding to go far. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eagles Air. Let's touch on one more topic before I go, which is about the demonstration protests that we saw in Niger State, I think, and Kano State. The question is that a solution? Will it spread? And what are they demanding from the government? Because what are the options really that the government can implement as of today? I mean, immediate option to give relief to people. The government is not most likely not going back on subsidy, removal of subsidy. They've tried to give 35,000 Naira to workers, mainly government workers, and there are not many of them. And even if you give 35,000 Naira a month to everybody in the country, that will still not touch on the hardship that people are feeling. So, Amy, I will start with you.
Yes, the thing is that how else do you want the masses to show their demonstrations? How else can they display their anger? The only way they know how to do it, and you need to understand that majority of the masses are not educated. So the only way they can do it is to definitely go outside to the streets and just cry and show that, come, this is not. And if you see a lot of videos, you see that is what they've been doing. The market women, the market men, and that's just the only way they can do it. And that is why that, for me as a person, to solve this Nigerian problem, I would still say let us just go the regional way.
No,
because there's no way.
Hold on, Amy, hold on. What I'm looking for now is immediate in the next 6 months for you to let's say we have a consensus in the country, and you want to go to the National Assembly to move that motion to go regional. That will take years. It's not going to be implemented in the next 2 years.
Okay,
Even if you
fine.
have a consensus, because I know you don't have it. There are people that will reject that move. So it's to take years. So I'm talking about what can the government do in the short term to
All
bring
right.
yeah.
One thing they can do is, as the Yorubas always say, that that if you take the cost of feeding out of poverty, the rest can be managed. People are hungry at the moment. And the only way I think that can be sorted is open the borders. Please, why are the borders still locked for food? Let food come in. And I know one of the arguments is that they say, what about the farmers who have already invested in Nigeria? I say something. The government should patronize these farmers and buy their food so that the farmers don't lose. But the government subsidizes food for the people. And make sure that in 1 month, the price of rice should go back to 14,000, please. That's just, it doesn't make sense when you continue to say, but if you look at everywhere else in the world, rice is cheap. Nigeria's rice is still the cheapest. That doesn't make any sense, because what is the cost of labor in Nigeria compared to everywhere else in the world? So we have to face our situation ourselves. And I think one thing is for the government to subsidize food. Do everything to make sure that there is food in that nation. Now, there is time. There is farming seasons. This is the time that I believe a certain acre of land should have been farmed, mechanized farming should be going on heavily now in the 6 geopolitical zones to cater for the food need in the next year or next 1 year. And as at this present time, open the floodgates. If it is to cater with maybe Thailand or something, let them bring food in, let them bring rice in. And let that food be subsidized. And you know that as at this first 6 to 8 months, you are simply subsidizing food for everybody. And that there should be no place where they should sell a bag of rice more than 14,000, 15,000. By doing that alone, you have scored a big point. That is it. Open the borders. Look at the processes that you think are bureaucratic that have been menaced to the system itself. Reevaluate the processes and make it smarter, make it more efficient, so that people can enjoy the benefit of ease of trading, ease of business, and these are the things that will make even other forms of cost drop down. That is it. And please, reduce corruption. That's just it. Let people be punished. Even if Tinubu got there with corrupt, they should try and become right. That's why I said something. Look, and that's why I disagree with people who said because they are part of us, they have to know. Yes, they came from us, but they've gotten there. That means they have the capacity to make a change. So whatever thing, and funny thing is that generation enjoyed the best of the country. It is that generation that had free education. It is that generation that they go to universities, they eat chicken, they lay their beds for them. It is that same generation. So they've seen the best of Nigeria, seen what it means for a country to work. Nigeria was working then. And that's why a lot of people who traveled abroad could not even have it in mind to stay abroad, because there was like, what was the essence? When there was no need for even visa to go to the UK. So why would you want to go and stay in the UK? But now they regret that they would have done that. So my point is this. Whatever someone is saying, importation will weaken the Naira. We are talking of food. You are talking of Naira weakening.
What I actually, when you were talking, Amy, what I was thinking is the reason why they removed the oil subsidy. Do you remember why they removed the subsidy in oil, crude oil? The reason was that Buhari considered it. They actually considered doing that. They knew the implication will be what we're seeing now, which is the increase in prices of things. They knew all this. And Buhari decided against that because he could not figure out how to manage that implication. Now, the new government had to remove it. Even Buhari was saying that it was removed when he was still there, but he gave a date ahead of time. But the fact was that the country did not have any money to pay the money they borrowed already. There was no money to pay. So Tinubu had no option, really. than to remove the subsidy. There was no money to pay our service the loans. Service the loans that we already got right now, you know. So they did that. And now you're saying they should go and basically add a new subsidy because they
no,
were.
Dr. Rudolph. Okay, now just look at, they've removed subsidy for fuel for how long now?
Since they came in.
That's the case.
Yeah.
That is the point. But what is happening now? You can't just remove subsidy from everything, especially when you've not even put in place a system that will support everybody in that place. You just can't blindly look. This is like saying the masses will always suffer. That is just the ideology here. Let us just quickly do something without consider the masses shouldn't suffer for every of the decisions we are going to make. Buhari came in 8 years, the masses suffered for 8 years. In the name of it was going to get better, so everybody was enduring it. Now, what is the point now? That suffering, 8 years of people's lives have simply gone to drain.
All right, let's go. Thank you, Amy. Alaba, let's look at the currency one. Hold on. Let me frame this for you so that you can address it. When you talk about the currency, the floating of the Naira, the argument they gave was that it costs a lot to defend the Naira, and Buhari was doing that. So they have to bond foreign currency reserve to defend the Naira, to keep it at 700 and something that it was. So Tinubu came in and said, you know, the only option is to float it, so we don't spend that money that we are burning to defend it. I'm presenting the arguments that are out there. Economists are making this argument, the government. So what is the option? What is the other option for the government?
For them, let me tell you, this government, they'll have to understand one thing. We can't run a nation with propaganda and lies. The first option available for them is resignation. That's the first. They're not going to take that. And why they're not going to take that is that they didn't come to fix the problem. They came to continue their looting. They have their agenda. Now, what are the things they could do that would make meaningful impact on the Naira, not just going down? Stop the stealing of the oil, bunkering that's still going on. Old people who floated the Naira and we didn't see the result, hold them accountable, not just lock MFLA up. Go and pick up Buhari himself. I'm telling you, go and pick up Buhari himself. When you do these things, the downflow of the Naira in itself will stop, because the world, the global banking world, will react that, okay, there's a U-turn. Maybe these people are getting ready to build something. Let's take them serious. Then secondly, apart from holding people in the previous administration and those in your administration, you cut down on the excessive spending that you're doing with this your government. Minister this, minister that, largest that, 50 wives going to go watch the AFCON final, and all this madness. Millions down. You cut, it shows seriousness in government. And I'm telling you, the market will react when they say, but they're not there for this. Their game is to distract, blame, pretend, and do this propaganda. You can't run a government with propaganda. Eventually, the chicken will come home to roast, and that is what is happening now. The Naira will continue to fall. It will go beyond 2,000. I'm not cursing them. It's a fact. With what they are doing and what they are currently doing, if it doesn't get to 3,000, let us thank our stars. This is a fact. You cannot have 1 + 1 and expect to get 7. It doesn't work like that. That's all I have to say on that. They're not here to fix anything. They're here to continue business as usual.
All right. Thank you. Olumide, Alaba wants to go and pick up the rabbits and arrest him and try him. Now, if you how do I find it? There's a lot of noise.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, what do you think about that?
Sorry, come again, Rodolph. Sorry.
The solution to the problems we try to understand from the government angle.
So for me, I think the country is just so messed up that and unfortunately, I mean, no matter what we prefer, even in good faith, I don't think they'll take to it. But I mean, if I was to give it anyway, short term and long term. Long term is to sit down with the people, the indigenous people of the country, and let us form a new beginning. You understand? If you're going to hold a referendum, do we want to stay together? Let's answer that question. Let's if we want to stay together and we believe that one Nigeria is more beneficial to everybody, let us have a document that we will all aspire to and we all respect and obey. Let the indigenous people sit down together and rewrite this document. There's no shortcut to anything good in life. You have to work hard for it. I mean, if you want a lasting, honorable legacy, you have to work hard for it. And that is the long term. I mean, if he answers, if reconstructing the country is the same as that which I've said, then let's go for it. You understand? But short term, right now, he needs to secure the country. The farmers cannot go to the farm, both in the north and south, because we have foreign elements of a particular ethnic group who are attacking and killing people. They are even collecting levies from these local people in some part of that north in millions before they allow them to go to the farms. They have constituted the government unto themselves. And in the south too, they are kidnapping, they are killing, they are raping in various parts of the southern communities. The people living in urban society, more developed part of the country, are not feeling this, because those who are feeling this are people living in the rural area and the villages who are suffering this brunt. And are they not human beings too? Are they not part of our population too? Are they not the indigenous people too? And then we now know that there are other resources apart from oil in Nigeria. How much of those resources can we generate in revenue to supplement our oil revenue? And then the president is saying that, fine, they're claiming that they removed the subsidy, which some of us believe never existed in the first place. Because if you have removed subsidy and you claim to be saving trillions of naira monthly, where are those trillions of naira that you are saving? And why are you still borrowing money? So we need a critical auditing of Nigeria's finances to be looked into by not a non-partisan body. It could be PricewaterhouseCoopers, it could be Deloitte, an accounting firm, to look at what is going on in there. And also, another thing that could happen, I think could happen in the short term, is trillions of dollars have been stolen, not even naira, since 1999. Jonathan regime, Buhari regime. These monies are in banks. And some of these monies are even in Nigerian institutions. There's a saying here in the West: if you want to solve the crime, just follow the money. Follow the money. Get these people. This money can be used to offset some of these other loans you are borrowing, because some of these monies you have borrowed have either been stolen by these state governors or some of your ministers or government parastatals, those who are saying in form of contracts. There was a revelation in the prime time news, Premium Times, I think, where a certain senator in Oyo State put the same. He was chairman of one of these budget committee. I put the same project in the budget. Part of the budget 4 times. They use the same road project. You understand? You can see what they are doing to the people. So we know all these problems. We know, but do they have the guts? But because some of those who committed these atrocities are in their parties, you know, they're also donating to their parties. They're going to guarantee them victories. They don't have this morality to, and so. But in that sense, he's saying he was saying the other day, the pledge must be sung at every government functionary. So you're saying the pledge, that means you're signaling that the Constitution is supreme above any other constitution or document or policy. So is your party's constitution more supreme than the country's constitution? Is the fear that if you go after your party men, you will lose your election? Is that the fear? But rather, if you go after your party men and you prove to the people that you indeed want to fix the country, will that not get you back re-elected? So I don't know if these people are really sincere or not sincere. I mean, some of the solutions that we are offering them now, the truth of the matter is that they won't take them. They won't take them. And how can a party have an agreement with the particular ethnic group, you know, to force other ethnic group to seize their land to that ethnic group without consulting the owners of the land? Where is that done? And this is what is going to put the country in flame, because this is what Tinubu has agreed to do before Buhari allowed him to take that mantle forcefully against the will of the people. So he may not want to cede lands in the West because the West are resisting, but he may want to seize lands in other parts of the land, and this is unfair. Unfair to the Middle Belt people, unfair to the Southeast people, and I know they dare not try it in South. So this is just unfair, and this is not going to lead anybody anywhere. And any Yoruba person who thinks I'm talking trash can come on here now and contradict what I just said. If Tinubu hasn't signed a pact with the Fulani on the bloods of the Nigerian people, and you people are shouting one Nigeria, you are shouting one Nigeria to your demise if you don't know. We know the truth, we are telling you the truth. You are shouting one Nigeria to your demise. If you are not going to sit down on the table of brotherhood and discuss the way the Czechoslovakia people did it, Czechoslovakia could have gone to war, but they decided to sit down and they split the country amicably. If we must be together as one Nigeria, we have to sit down on the table the way we are all sitting down online now and arguing, and at the end of the day we argue, we insult each other, we talk, at the end of the day we still come to a conclusion that, okay, this is the way things should be. If those crooks back home, those crooked politicians cannot, or our elites cannot come together to come and sit down on that table of brotherhood and acknowledge that they are owners of the land of that entity called Nigeria, and those owners of the land must be recognized and they must be respected, and their culture and their values must be put into consideration, and we form it into a document called the Constitution, where we can respect each other. We can prove to the world that a Black African nation can prosper. But if this is what we want to continue to do, to cheat each other, out of the fact that, oh, we are more educated, out of the fact that, oh, we are more, our religion is the best, is supreme to every other religion, Usman and Fodio is the owner of the land, blah, 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 blah. We are just going to keep going around in circles. And at the end of the day, it's the people that will suffer.
All right. Olumide, thank you so much. Femi, we're looking for solutions for the government. They are looking for solutions. They are willing to listen to you. What solution will you give?
First of all, I'm looking to ask you when you're going to bring Tinubu here. And then, having said that,
There's an invitation out there for him to come anytime he's ready.
Okay. So having said that, it doesn't matter how you dice it. Part of what has to be done, which I and probably as many people as had advocated for, would include cost cutting even from the top, from government itself, and just being realistic and making haste. Because you listen to people say things like, because there's nothing wrong with being wrong sometimes. There's nothing wrong with having supported someone and, in the view of probably, if you like it, new information, you should be able to criticize even someone you support. Now, I would say that it's already how many months now? It's close to a year. And I'm shocked that you still have, although it's beginning to decline, some people talking about how, it's only, remember there was a time they told us it was only 5 months. Then it became only 7 months. Like play. It will become only. But thank God, in a way, out of every bad situation, you always see some kind of, I don't know, some kind of light, if you will. Everybody is suffering it now. Even those of us abroad, we're also suffering it, because when all of a sudden you have more people reaching out to you, it affects you as well. Now, solutions, you said, since they asked for solutions, like I said, it has to start from cost cutting. And again, I repeat what I said earlier. We have no business with 40, whatever. Let me ask you, Dr. Rudolph, how many ministers we have? I'm not even sure you know.
42, I believe.
How many do you remember? How many do you know their names?
I don't know much of.
See, the whole thing is ludicrous. I said it from the onset, we don't need all of this. If the people that are actually going to do the work, if you organize your civil service properly, because you're not going to discountenance the fact that that's also the problem in itself, as highlighted by the Ways report, which till tomorrow, as a matter of fact, I'm sure they've thrown that thing into the bin of history. That report has a lot of good things, but for some, why are we even discussing? The guy did a good job, but they will never, I don't know, we like to deceive ourselves. So anyway, accountability in government, being just on, and you're talking about immediate solutions. It's a good thing that, for example, that they've decided to open the strategic reserves, but I don't even know how much we have in the reserves in itself.
What is that? Oil or?
No, the food reserve, the grains, is that all they told us? Remember, back in the days, we actually saw evidence of the silos. Remember the way you used to have silos all over Nigeria? I'm not sure it exists like that anymore. I think we are deceiving ourselves. But that being said, see, I don't think there's too many quick fixes right now, because right from the onset, I think it was a major gaffe. The fact that Tinubu, wittingly or unwittingly, had announced the subsidy. It's not a bad. After all, Jonathan wanted to do this thing. It's not a bad thing that the subsidy had to go. But it was the way and manner, especially in light of the fact that there are no cushioning effects. There's too many things to even talk about. Rudolph, please, have you seen one of those gas conversion gas buses that they were talking? How many? Have you seen any? Has anybody told you they've seen it?
So what about the rice pyramid?
Where? Are you referring to the one that the abracadabra? Remember the one that happened to Buhari? See, oh my God, Ruben, I was almost going to call you Ruben. Rudolph, let me just end here. There's no quick fix. There's none. We're broke.
All right. Well,
it's just to add, we are not broke.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Oli.
Yeah.
Please, we are not. We shouldn't also join in saying that we are broke in Nigeria. We are not broke. We have the issue of corruption. They are taking those monies that should work well for us. That is my own point. We are not broke.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Well, go ahead.
Actually, I think I have what do you call it? Is it suggestion or plan or
free suggestion to the government?
I will go. I have a reference for it though. It's in the Bible, either King James Version, Old Version, or New, whatever Bible you want to go into. If you look at the story in the Bible of Pharaoh, when Joseph was jailed and he has to be brought out of jail, and he translate or interpret Pharaoh's dream about 7 years of famine, 7 years of surplus. What made Joseph to become a prime minister? I mean, for those who know the Bible very well, if you want to read it, I don't know what verse or what chapter, but if you read that story very well, you will discover that after a long time, Joseph's siblings came to buy food in Egypt, and I think that's how they end up being slaves in Egypt. Now, what I'm trying to refer to is, if they are looking for advice or how to go about it, let's look at it from food perspective. Why can't they go to Joseph and seek advice? How did he interpret the dream? How did Pharaoh listen to him? And what happened? What did Joseph have to go through? I mean, what he went through before he got to the palace, how he managed to escape death, and how he found the favor of Pharaoh to interpret that dream. Imagine if that dream didn't work, and Pharaoh's wife was, the one who actually got this guy into prison. So maybe they should go back to all their imams and pastors that told them all these things. Maybe they need to come and pray for them and be a Joseph so that they will have more solution. That's my reference. I have a reference for it. I'm not just cooking it up. Maybe they need to go there. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you. Eagles Air.
Thank you so much. If I'm to give them my own suggestion, one, they have to tell themselves the truth. In the problem of Nigeria, all these politicians we have in Nigeria, they don't tell themselves the truth because they lie to themselves. That's why they come up with the propaganda.
What is the truth?
The truth that as the Tinubu is lacking solution, lacking vision of ruling Nigeria. He come out on air and said that, please, my people, I am confused. Where should I start? In terms of security, they said that our security is not doing well. What do? We are not doing well in security. Our policies are not working for us. That is truth. You are telling yourself the truth. But the problem of Nigeria, they are lying to themselves. They are not telling themselves the truth. Even when they are failing, they say they are doing well. That's one. Two, we need to go for resource control. Resource control. How do I mean by resource control? Here in India, every state control every resources they have. Do you know that some states in this India don't have any natural resources? But what they use to sustain their own state is transportation, only transportation. And they are doing well, and the state is doing well. Let us go to resource control. This is why I make mention of resource control is that any states that they have a governor and they are managing their own resources, and the governor is not doing well, you find out that the state or the citizen of that state will not be talking about federal, they will be talking about the governor, and they face the governor direct. Now, when they have the crisis of facing the governor, then the people of grassroots, everybody face the government. Then tomorrow, if the governor want to contest the election after 4 years, the people, the citizens of that state will say, no, you failed us, you disappointed us.
Ego, sir, hold on.
So therefore,
hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm stopping you. But I want us to do this. I know it's difficult. I want us to also feel the difficulty in running a government. We want something, we're talking about immediate, something that will be able, they can implement in the next 6 to 1 year. When you talk about resource control, you have a federal government that doesn't have the money to pay the bills. Why would they hand over the resources, the small resource money they are getting to the states? Who will approve it? How would they pass that law? So it's not something practical. I mean, this is a bigger idea that we've been playing around with Nigerians and people around the country. But it's not something that they can do. Even Tinubu cannot push it through the National Assembly now, not even today. So I'm
Dr. Rudolph, Dr. Rudolph, the problem that I've said it before, we are not telling ourselves the truth. What of the money they say that they used to open Nigeria Airways or what? What do they call it? Where is the money?
Mr. Igua.
That's another issue. Where is the money? Where did they put the money? NNPC, Nigeria Petroleum Corporation, PLC. Have they give account to the federal government? How much did they make in a year? How much did they make in a month? How did they give accounts? Which revenue? How much did they realize as revenue? Do you know the MOM? This what they call it, Lagos State International Airport. How much have they remit to the federal government?
All right.
These things are something they used to settle their boys. How can you sustain a country whereby all the revenue, the source of revenue, are in the hands of individual?
Mr. Iguzai, please, please 1 minute.
Yeah.
Rudolph, Sambisa forest there. If they don't, solve the problem of hunger in the land. They say an hungry man is an angry man. Sambisa forest is there, or all those forests in the west or somewhere. Why can't they do mechanized farming? Let the food surplus. It might take 1 year or 1.5 years to grow a mechanized farming. It won't even be up to that. Are they ready to do that? Solve the hunger in the land first. When people can eat, no matter how poor you are in this Western world, to buy a loaf of bread or buy milk to eat is not a problem. Maybe you go to 5-star restaurant, then that is your own cup of tea. But for you to fill your belly, you can't even eat more than let food. And this is the land where you are blessed. Why can't they think about that? Is it not a rich man that will fly a plane from Lagos? Yeah?
And Rodolph, I want us to make a suggestion. I don't know if everybody will agree with me or not, or if it makes sense. That the president.
I'm not finished. You are taking my time.
Sorry. With respect to what you're saying, Igwe, if the president
Go ahead.
dangle is a stick and carrot approach, the parts of the country where the local governments have been taken over by insecurity, and where the majority of the people are internally displaced in refugee camps, the government should cease giving them money from their allocation until there's security there, and the federal government should take over the overseeing of those internally displaced people through FEMA or whatever agency. Does it make sense? Then maybe the government and the people would want to work in making sure that place is secure.
All right. So what I'm trying to say, in effect, let me conclude. One is that we're talking about food. Now, in India here, there's one government of India used to do. In every local government, they have a place where farmers go and they hire machines for farming. There are some people there are overseeing it. Now, when you pick the machine for farming, government will make sure that they see what they are going to use the machine to do, and government will regulate it. And immediately government regulate it, you find out all these farmers, after their produce is out, they bring it. Government regulates the prices of food in India here. And in coming to India, do you know that rice that you eat in India here have level by level? There is one they say 1 kg of rice, they say the 20 rupees. 1 kg of rice, 10 rupees. No matter your level, they have food to eat. Because government started from the farming to regulate everything. Make sure they give support to the farmers. Make sure that every areas of they are producing food, they supported them. Give them loan. Government give loan to the farmers. Then lastly, the problem that we need to look into it is that in terms of security, let me tell us the truth. Nigeria government, Nigerian military have the sources, have the power to overcome the problem of security. But the problem they cannot overcome it because some certain set of people that claim they own Nigeria now decided to do what? To cover their people, the Fulanis, that creating problem everywhere. How can you say that you arrested Boko Haram members? At the end of the day, you integrate them into Nigerian government, into military. You put them into military. Now, let me tell you the truth, Rudolph, let me tell you the truth. Do you know that if they go to 82 Division Enugu and pick military that place, okay, go to Borno State, tackle all these insecurities, you see that 82 Division Enugu will do well. But when you go to Kanu, pick somebody to come and fight their own brother. They will not do anything to them. They will tell you, this is my brother, I cannot fight them.
Okay, Eagles Air. Just to correct,
Yeah.
82 Division Nigerian Army is not Igbo military boys that are there. It's the Nigerian Army.
Wanted to ask him what he knows about the military that is making.
Because
Don't
Nigerian
stop,
Army is
stop
not
making such
divided.
statements if
It's
you
not
don't
divided.
understand how the military works.
It's not
Please.
divided that way.
Don't stay.
Right.
It doesn't work that way. I'm happy that Dr. Rudolph addressed it. The military is not comprised that way.
Yeah.
See, the problem we have in Nigeria is bigger than what you think. It's more complex. It's more complex. Anyway, let me not eat into your time. I'll talk.
So his time is up. Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. Okay. Hi. Hello everybody. Listen, what is happening now? I love it. Let the hunger continue. I have no suggestion. Let the hunger continue. In fact, we are just revving the engine. The hunger truck has not even started rolling. Let it continue. Let it reset the stupid brains of all the people that helped and enabled the rigging, the bigotry, and all that. Because if this hunger does not hit very, very hard, and some people will drop dead. I know what I'm saying is a bit sinister. Will not get sense like we talk in Nigerian palace. Let the hunger continue. Let the suffering continue. I was surprised yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? Some idiots in Lagos was what they said they were having a peaceful protest for somebody's land that has been grabbed by Sheyi Tinubu. But yet they can't come out and protest about how the government is being run. These are the same agberos and thugs that the APC used in beating up people that don't look or sound Yoruba not to vote. What are we talking about? We're saying we're giving who suggestion. If Tinubu come, well, he will never come here anyway. He knows where he will go. He will never. He says he hates the social media anyway. He says he avoids the social media because he's scared of the truth. He will never ever in his lifetime come. But let it come. Let that hunger. Let it continue. I'm very, very happy the way our boys treated Shitty Man, as they will call him in Cote d'Ivoire. He will just stand aloof like one mumu idiot and all that. You can see he's a bodyguard or whoever. The DSS guy was like everybody knows. They know that these people they are rejected. They impose themselves on us. They bought the judiciary. See, listen. For things to start getting fine in Nigeria, the judiciary we need to start. Security is the most important thing. Mechanized farming or no mechanized is not going to work because a lot of wrong people are armed and they cannot stop them. Nobody can stop them. They will kill. They will continue killing. And for the Southwest, you better start getting yourself a feed because the killing have just started though in your own region. When they were telling them, all these people, they were saying, Omowani, Omowani, all of them are now shouting, Ibin power. Some of them are even calling him here. Let's support him. He's the father of this nation. Whose father? It's not my father. It's your father. You bigots. It's your father. Let the hunger continue. Let it continue. Let it okay. The other day, the Naira gained a little bit against the pounds and the dollars. All of them were just high-fiving themselves. Today it's gone up now. It's gone up again. I think it's about 1900 as of this evening. So what are we talking about? They've got the luxury. Where are we going to start with? The luxury yachts for what? They bought themselves SUVs for what? All the ex Chief Justice case with all the money he stole, that one is still pending. Better I do is going to escape. Obviously, it's going to escape. So what are we talking about? Let the hunger continue. Make the thing start. Let Boko Haram do whatever and all that. People in the middle belt and all that. The gentleman that came the other day that is our panel, I don't want to mention his name, called Igbos out. That I mean, how can someone be making that? That tells you the kind of problem we have in this country. That is Igbos that do the real kidnapping and they sell it on. They sell on the contract to people in the jungle. I mean, how do we want to have a solution in this country when people are still thinking that way? Your people are being killed every day by the terrorists that we are not even allowed to call them terrorists. We can only call them, what was that word they say we should call them? So what are we talking about? I'm not suggesting nothing, nada. Let the hunger continue. Tinubu does not give a toss about anybody. The governors are well secured. The people in the high places are well secured. They've got their security. They've got the best security network. Like Shore was yapping them and all that. I mean, I love that man because he's fearless. He doesn't care, you know. See, when something happens, you know there's security in Nigeria. There's security in Nigeria. So let the hunger continue. We're just revving the engine. It has not started. I'm not no suggestion to anything. The only suggestion is Tinubu will do is that come on the national TV and confess his sin and confess that he stole that election and all that and honorably resign. But unfortunately, the man is an agbaya. The man is an agbaya and he has no shame. He and his band of thieves, they have no shame. That is what have brought us to where we are. It's not going to get any better, unfortunately. It's not going to. We can speak and speak and speak until the people in Nigeria, because they are waiting for Ferreira, they are waiting for Tone, they are waiting for Dr. Rudolph to come from wherever we are and then lead them to the promised land and fight the fight. If you go to Lagos today, this evening, you'll be seeing parties and all that. They are seriously enjoying. So the hunger never reach where they will come out until that hunger will compel them to really come out and say, listen, this is not just happening. If I die, I die. If I live, I live. It hasn't gotten to that. Until it gets to that stage, nothing will happen. That's my take.
All right.
Thank you.
Tone, thank you so much. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Rudolph. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. Yeah, I hear what Tony is saying. Recently, when I spoke to Kulata, I was surprised he was sounding more hawkish on security than I was, because it turns out that 4 chiefs or kings have been killed in the southwest. I think there's some truth to what Tone was saying, that people's consciousness will not get to the point where they need to act until things spill too far down the line. And it's a bit of a shame, because that is what we are calling, it's actually loss of life. It's going to lead to a lot of loss of life. And personally, I prefer that we try to do things to a kind of forestall those type of events. This is why I subscribe to what Ferrari suggested some time ago. If we had some kind of media campaign, as a matter of fact, Kulata was even open to some kind of campaign. He actually reached that same conclusion, that you have to have a common cause and push the government to secure the country. I think that realization is going to be dawning more and more on people. And the fact that Nigerians thought that they were not nationalistic, it shows you that you know what happened with the football during the football matches. People were dying because of Nigerian playing football. If they didn't care about the nation, they wouldn't be dying. You know, the people are getting heart attack and all kinds of stuff. The fact that they are talking about it on TV and somebody called me that they know somebody that this happened to, it tells you it was widespread. It's crazy. It tells you our people don't have leadership. The people care about the country. When I said it before that they were stood down, our people are being stood down, not to do the right thing by their nation. Our leadership, they are not doing what they are supposed to be doing for the people. The people are ready to take the action, but the leaders are telling them, no, pretend as if nothing is happening here. We are trying every day. We are looking to fix the system, but never gets fixed. If Tinubu came to office, went to sleep, and woke up today, Nigeria will be better off. The fact that he has messed with the system, because remember, the subsidy has already been removed. But because when he goes to sleep, the subsidy will be removed either way. But maybe not as chaotically, because he wouldn't have made that silly speech that he made. At the same time, this exchange rate change that he went and made wouldn't have happened. And Nigeria would be better in a better state right now. So it tells you that these are our leaders. They have a way, when Nigeria wants to succeed, they sabotage it. They get in there, in the engine, and try to wreck it. And recently now, they are all listening to the World Bank again. World Bank is telling us, oh, structural adjustment. When they are saying all that, in other words, cut your spending. We have cut the Nigerian government spending to the bone. In short, we've cut our national budget to the bone. There is nothing left. We shouldn't be listening to those people, but these are our leaders, because they've sold out. You are always seeing them in the hands of the World Bank, and now they are bringing American police to come and train our police. Why do we always need training from foreigners? I don't understand it. Are there not black associations all around the world, even Nigerians, that in all these forces that you can bring to Nigeria to come and train? What is the use of having diaspora there if you cannot invite them to come and train your people on the ground in Nigeria? Why do we always need these powerful nations that are far more powerful than us to come and train our people? When they do that, they can compromise your people as they see fit. Because this is the same thing that happened in Haiti. The Jovenel Moise, the president of Haiti, was murdered in his own home. Part of the reasons why they allowed some of those people into that building was because they claimed that they were from the DEA, Office of America. They let them in because that country was full of mercenaries left and right. Our nation, our people don't care about security. Our people don't understand threat assessment for some reason, because our leaders have closed their eyes to it. Our people have been stood down for a very long time, and that hasn't changed. The fact that the CBN head came on and said we've spent about $40 billion in 10 years on foreign education and foreign healthcare. I'm sure he's not taking into account all the crazy stuff, crazy stuff we do in our nation, where we bring in fake hair, fake this, buy pizza, all this nonsense that we do, that has brought our nation to its knees. We are the ones sabotaging our state, our culture, the middle class and the elite class. On this one, it's not just the elite class, the middle class is also contributing to it, because they too support the same system, because they too want to become richer and do exactly the same thing that the elite class is doing. And this is why Fela was complaining about it when he talked about colonial mentality. He didn't just only target the politicians. He went further and said they will change their name to this thing and put their slave name for head, because they don't like their own things. Our people don't like our own things. They prefer to be buying Oyibo stuff, prefer to go to Oyibo education, prefer to listen to Oyibo's advice. They don't go anywhere else. How many times have you seen Trump going to meet Indian president? Let's have a word. Russian president or Chinese president. You don't see them do that. The only place they know since 1960 is Washington, London, and recently with Tinubu, France. Tinubu is a bit of a strange one, because he's one of the few that I know is so close to France. And these people, look at Africa now, West African, to thank the French, or the French to thank us. Look at what has left. It has left West Africa. West Africa has lost about half of its landmass again, which is ECOWAS. ECOWAS has lost half of his landmass under this man's watch, within 1 year of him getting to office. That's why I said, if he went to sleep, I don't think anybody would have declared that war, trying to threaten a military action against Niger. Just him being there has sabotaged our country even further. The gains we would have made, he's reversed many of them. And I don't know what his government is going to do henceforth, because it looks like it's now they appear to want to actually try to govern when they see everywhere falling apart. And have you heard Tinubu come out and say what Macky Sall is doing in Senegal should not happen? That's a democratically elected leader that just postponed an election arbitrarily. You don't hear them now coming out to say, hey, you can't do that. That is wrong. Because tomorrow when a military coup occurs, this Mumu man will come on and start telling us that, oh no, we have to fight them. And now he's caused 3 West African nations to want to align themselves with Northern African nations. All that is threat to us. All that we're supposed to be potential market for Nigeria.
Fathers, when did he become a mumu to you?
No, I have to judge him according to their actions. And his actions since he came to office has been mumu actions. Or somebody more sinisterly, somebody that has been compromised. Because all his judgments are wrong. You don't hear him saying, stop using the dollar. How, I've been saying this a long time here. He took them till just last week, they started telling the banks to get rid of the dollar. No,
hold on. That policy, that's something we didn't touch on today. Do you think it's actually going to get the dollars into Nigeria? So let's say you use Western Union. I don't know what people are doing now. You send money through Western Union and they give Naira to the people in Nigeria. How will the country get the dollars? Because the reason why they changed that policy under Buhari was that they complained that the money was not getting to them. They had no control of the money people were sending, even though people were getting the dollars from the banks and going out there to change it. This new policy, how is it going to bring the money, the dollars to the government hands?
Exactly. I think because they used to have I think they call it dollar accounts in Nigeria. I think that policy was done to try to get the dollar into the country. But it turns out that people were storing the dollar as a way of a kind of increasing the value of their Naira, or they can sell it later on and make more money out of it. But the problem there is that the companies that are doing those things, they exchange the money here, they change the money here to Naira. And when I say change the money to Naira, they don't change the money, they just take your dollars and they take your pounds, they take all your currency, keep it here. And then in Nigeria, with the money they have in Nigeria, they just send it to the person. So that is not getting the foreign exchange to Nigeria. But I'm sure the government has passed a rule. I'm not. I'm thinking that I'm sure, but I can't be 100% sure because, like I said, the Amumu wear trouser. You can't always be sure about these things. But normally, a sensible government will say that money should be sent to Nigeria. The central bank does the exchange, so they keep the the foreign currency, while the Nigerians get the Naira. That's how it's supposed to be.
But forefathers, most of these politicians, which they know, because it's hypocrisy, most of these politicians have got safes in their house. They've got tons of dollars in their house hidden away because they are trying to preserve the money they've stolen. That's what is happening. Even Tinubu himself, I'm sure he's got one of those stash as well, stashed away somewhere. So why go for ordinary people that are just doing their honest business?
To be fair, for me, I don't look at things from that point of view. I know they do it. I know they are corrupt themselves. They put us in this position. However, if you want to start changing something, you have to applaud. You have to agree with the change. Otherwise, nothing is ever going to work. I agree that they are storing money. I also agree that it's a good thing that they try. This is the first time they've even attempted to discourage Nigerians from using dollars. They've not come out openly to discourage them. They just use a policy to say, don't store dollars there. You should, as a national leader, tell your people, don't use this dollar. It's killing our currency. And if they did that, maybe you are right from that point, Tone. That will call into their own guilt too, because they know they have dollars. Hence why they don't come out to say the same thing, because they are not committed to the nation. And when I say we are self-sabotaging, people think it's a joke. You can't have a nation, a whole people, the middle class, the elite class, subscribe to the services and products of foreigners. You are killing your country. And this is not just trade issue. This is little survival issue. You are going to kill your people, literally kill them. They are not going to survive because you are not going to develop. You are not going to be able to defend yourself. Everything you are going to do, you're going to be needing foreigners. When you look at the chart of the world, I was shocked to see that Nigeria is the 6th most populated nation. But if you look at the strongest nation militarily in the world, Nigeria is so displaced out of that position more than any other nation in the world. It shows you how terribly we are performing given what we are supposed to be doing. And many of those nations that are populated like us, they don't have the kind of environment that we have. They don't have the dominance of their geopolitical zone as we do, like Brazil. Brazil doesn't dominate anywhere. Bangladesh or some Malaysia, they don't dominate anywhere because the Chinese dominate those regions. We dominate our region. We don't even have anything remotely close to some of the power those nations wield. We are so underperforming, it's scary. Some of the stuff we've done to ourselves, because Fela said it too. They don't release you, but you never release yourself. We are the ones that have not released ourselves. It's our minds and our people, they are lost. Was it somebody that I was watching this program the other day, yesterday? They showed this I think visa on arrival program they were showing, and I was watching. Towards the end, the ultimate boss came in. The ultimate boss was painted to look as white, and the eye color was she wasn't even wearing a black person's eye color. The eye color was a foreign eye color. The hair was a foreigner's hair, to make the person look as an approximation of Oyibo as much as possible. That's the person that is heading the Nigerian Immigration Service, that is acting as if she doesn't like corruption. It tells you that we, in our psyche, something is wrong with us. We don't believe our own people are worthy. If you go on all the news channels, our women want to dress to look like Oyibo people, and nothing costs money, because from what I gather, it's almost $1 billion we spend on hair product alone. That $1 billion, what you can do in industry with that, God help us. What you can do to train your children in the tech with that, I don't know. But we wash all those things down only on our hair alone. So we heard that somebody was partying for 1 hour with $1 million the other day.
If you don't want to draw the anger of women today, you better
let me. I don't care. I don't care. Let them. I'm just going to call it out. We are.
I will leave that topic alone. No, leave their hair alone.
I don't care.
So it's okay.
Now, Allah, you won't go into the.
You should start with men who wear Italian shoes, Italian suit, and all the things before you go to women. Start from there.
To be fair, I did start with the middle class. So I did let me try to separate the men. The men are the ones leading the nation. They are the ones causing most of all this trouble we are experiencing, and they are the ones probably incentivizing the women to do some of the things that they are doing themselves. Because if the men are busy telling the women or telling the nation that you are supposed to buy your own things, promote your own products. If someone like Buhari came into office and was buying innocent cars using Proforce armored vehicles, by now, most West African countries will be buying it. Even other African countries will be buying it. By now, that's how short term it is. You can start making the profit from those things. But you have to try to convince our officials today to use Nigerian-made product, and they will refuse on top of it. Even when you remind them, why are you not buying your own product? They will refuse. Those officials, they were once in opposition. They ended up in office. So where are they coming from? They are hidden in plain sight. They are one of us. They are fellow Nigerians. We are not doing the right thing by our own nation. We are killing our own nation slowly. I don't know how to translate what I'm saying now to a way that people can understand it. But we are the ones sabotaging our nation. And people before us have known about this. Fela has been calling us out on this for a very long time. That's why he used his term. They've released you, but your mind is still imprisoned. I don't know how else to say it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, forefathers.
Rudolph, have you heard?
My father just tied into my point of our sense of value.
Hold on. Hold on. Tone, what is it?
Have you heard the breaking news
about the death of
the crash? Yeah, Wingway. Yeah,
it's
sad.
Yeah, it's very sad. And
met him in 2017. Gentleman,
So that's the CEO of Access Bank, died in a helicopter crash here in California. He was going to Las Vegas, where he was going to watch the Super Bowl tomorrow. Which is a big deal in America. And he died with his wife and his son. And the chairman of Nigeria's stock exchange, I think, also died in that incident. So it's a lot of loss on the part of
back then, Dr. Rudolph, I hate helicopters. I have to admit that I just don't like those machines. I don't like them. I just don't like them, because when things go wrong, the way they are structured, I don't know.
Yeah,
I just don't like them. I'm always very, very apprehensive when I'm on choppers. I prefer, You can take me in anything, but not choppers.
Even
I don't like them at all.
aeroplane is because we don't have option, man.
You know, I'm cool for military planes. Listen, military planes are designed. Military planes, the way they are designed, especially the Charlies, we call them the Charlies. That's the Hercules. They are designed in such a manner that even when you crash, this chance of survival will be, except there is some kind of foul play. The chance of survival, you have some chances of surviving. That's the way they're built.
Really?
Although,
Is it like
yeah,
because
those
of
Hercules,
the
yeah, that's the way they're designed. Yeah, that's the way they're designed. But those choppers, it's not. It's. I mean, I don't like them at all.
Even jet fighters, they have ejection and this in seats. And I've always asked that question: that why do you go into passenger aircraft? They don't have parachutes or anything. They just like everybody's in the hands of the pilot. It's a bit of a funny situation, and I get that. There's no other remedy. You get into a plane, if you want to crash, your only savior is your pilot. Otherwise, you are done. And
Forefathers, remember the chairman of Leicester FC, how he died. In fact, that chopper nearly crashed in the stadium that day. It was outside, and some people would have survived, but because of the way even the blades chop off one person's head, that somebody told me was so sinister. So I don't like those machines at all.
And
That's the thing.
Abatigwe is building one fantastic university in Rivers State.
Yeah,
he has been boasting about he's gonna be the best. He was really putting a lot of effort. I think he wanted it to like start out.
It's sad to hear that they died.
When I just heard it, I just said,
what they
listen,
were doing
see,
now.
this life is just
trying to go and watch football in an American city.
Exactly.
I didn't even know that they were overseas.
Just so sad. It's so
somewhere else.
So also, yeah, that university was in the news recently because it was
they're collecting money in dollars.
Yeah, it was going to.
Yeah, it was a problem.
And God knows what caused that crash. We don't even know. And this is the kind of stuff that gives me trust issues. You leave your country, and an important personality as you are, you start flying in foreign countries. You put us in a very, very precarious situation. All this type of stuff, I just don't like to hear about it because it just gives me trust issues. You don't know what happened to him. We don't know how this happened. And our people are so vulnerable.
Everywhere is vulnerable. We shouldn't just make it look like everywhere is vulnerable. There's risk even where you are sitting. Where I'm sitting, there's risk there. So
I'm not that important. But he is important. Like your president is important. He shouldn't be going to foreign territories to go have his chest and his brain opened up there. That is not what your president should be doing.
Well, that's where we are.
It's just like those billionaires that wanted to go check the Titanic ship, the wreckage. I'm like, I'm not putting my $1 to go check that bullshit, man. No, I'm not doing that. Why would I take such risk with my life? No, and my money, no.
All right. Yes, you want to spend money like that. It's a normal. Do you know how many times you are sticking a chopper? You get the point. So it's part of life. Let us just move on. May his gentle soul rest in peace. My own opinion.
It's sad, man. It's sad. It's a big loss to the country, to be honest.
Yeah. All right. Amy, thank you so much. Alaba, thank you so much. Olumide, thank you. Tone, thank you. Victory, AY, and Wale, and all the people that joined me, and on the comment section, I saw people making fun of me. That's all right. We thank all forefathers. Over to you. Thank you, guys. I'll see you. Tomorrow we are giving up 90 Minutes Africa for the guys who want to watch football. So we have Mazes and Electricity. They are going to host a show tomorrow for football. You know what we call soccer.
Are they going to stream the football on
I'm not sure what they are doing.
You can't.
I don't think they can, but I'm not sure what they are doing. But they are going to be on all through.
Just commentary. We have done
the semi-final coming at night, later at night. That's the one I'm watching, and I wish you guys all the best, and hopefully.
So you know watching our football? Oh my God!
I don't know where to watch it. I'm not watching. I don't know where to watch it, but anyway, I'm looking forward for this.
Can you you can go to BBC. I'll drop you the link.
I'm not eager to watch. No, don't worry about it. I'll see the results. Thank you, guys. I'll see you
You
guys.
see, people are dying. Rudolph is scared to wait.
I'll see you
5
guys.
people died in the semi-final.
No, I won't die. I won't die because of football. No. All right. See you next week. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So
Yeah,
I'm sure
the elite session start now. The elite session start now.
it's not the elite session.
We don't joke around, man.
Forefathers,
Wow.
go and wear your batting gear, because
What
we are coming
batting
for
gear?
you tonight. They are coming for you tonight.
Let them come now. Let them come. So yeah, where were we? Because I don't know the conversation. I think AY had this conversation when we were discussing this stuff earlier on this week about this export thing and how Nigerians don't do enough export. I was shocked. One information that I got this week was about how much Singapore exports versus that of Nigeria. Singapore, a tiny nation of about 6 million people, not even up to 6 million actually. Their exports is around 341 billion US dollars, while that of Nigeria is 40 something billion dollars. And if you take away crude oil, which Singapore doesn't have, the scale at which their exports is greater than ours is astronomical. It's probably more than 100. And it just tells you that we barely export anything. We are not making anything that we sell to other people overseas. And it goes to the point that we have so performed so badly that we are not even making anything for 200 million people. We are not making anything to sell to any other people. If anything, we are relying on foreigners to bring stuff to our country. This is how far down we have fallen, that our leaders have gotten us to this mess. And this type of information, the only people that can perceive it are people like you, people in the upper classes. You are the only ones that can understand this. The ordinary masses, they are excused of these ones. The bulk of 70% of the Nigerian people can't account for. They don't understand this. So it tells you that the true problem of our nation is in the hands of the middle class and the elite. The elite class have their blame. I've always called them out. They are hand down from the colonizers. But the middle classes, they know better. They understand this. It's like for many of you go to foreign, like Tone probably has gone to Nigerian embassy in the UK and seen how terribly they perform and seen how badly Nigerians are behaving. But when we somehow come to the country, we end up in office, we start doing the same thing. Look at this young Beta Edu stealing money. Young politicians, they are doing practically the same thing that the people that came before them did. How do we get ourselves out of this mess that we are in? I heard this week that the Tinubu's government said that people should be saying the national pledge because obviously they want to instill in people a sense of patriotism, which is a good thing. And they started asking people to not use the banks to remove the dollars. So it appears they are beginning to understand that they want to tap into the power of nationalism. And you saw how people are dying just from watching this in match. That is nationalism at work. The power this thing holds over people. When people care about something, they really care about it strongly. I'm not even sure some of those people, when they see their children fighting, their heart they will give up like that. But they are watching a match and people are dying because of the passion they have for their own nation. And these leaders haven't tapped at all into it for a long, long time. We have been kept asleep. What do you think it would take for our people to start siding with themselves, where they will start manufacturing their own products? They are going to start exporting products, selling it, and for us to start making money out of what we actually make. Because some people argue that if we do that, our own products are too expensive. That why should we buy our own product that is not very this is a good quality? It's a valid argument. You can argue that, so what? Even if it's too bad, if you buy it, you buy it for 10 years, it's going to get better. You can also argue that the government should subsidize it so that the people can be able to get access to the product and patronize their own locally manufactured product. Because if you don't do that, you get what you have now, where you buy foreign products. The foreign product, because you are buying foreign products, your own local companies don't do well. You destroy your local companies. Then you have to buy even more foreign products. and you buy and buy and buy, you become like a cocaine addict that cannot stop buying foreign products, and your people, you know how cocaine addicts end. So how do we get ourselves out of this vicious cycle? Because that's where we are. Make no mistake, that's where we are. All the indication indicates that that's where we are. So Amy, go. I think we are going to go 3 minutes. I think 2 minutes too short. 3 minutes.
For that, it should be my turn. No, I need to go off, man. I'm not feeling very well, man.
You just came. Okay. Because I just started a new topic, and so I don't know whether it's fair for me. Okay, because you are ill, you are not feeling that well. And Victory, I do miss you because I've not seen you for a while. You've been making money in your finance sector. Please go ahead. This is Victory. 3 minutes.
Yeah, good to see you guys all, and good evening, my fellow panelists and people in the chat section. So I just came in because of Rudolph was talking about this financial issue in Nigeria and all that stuff. And then the Tinubu government asking people to give him advice how to fix the economy is so funny because they know what to do. Not that they don't know what to do, but I will just drop a few things for them. Tinubu should invite Buhari back to Aso Rock, and then in short, all of them should go to the Senate chambers and they should ask Buhari what did he do with the 22 trillion naira that he secured before he left office. What did he spend the money on? That's the Rika that floated a kite that is meant to be a Nigeria Air. They should tell him to bring the money. The Accountant General that looted billions, they should tell him to bring back those money. So those money can be used to like buy food for the Nigeria people that are hungry. You know, people are absolutely hungry. I just spoke to somebody in Nigeria this evening. They're telling me that you go to the market in the morning, you buy something, you come back in the afternoon, they will tell you that the price of that thing has gone up. You know, that things are so difficult. People are absolutely hungry. And for the issue of this dollar thing, they're just, I don't know what is wrong with these people. It was less than about 2 or 3 months ago that they removed that Emefiele's policy of like telling the remittance company to bring in the dollar into the country. They removed it, and now they've went back through like a back door by telling them again that listen, you can only pay out naira in Nigeria now, and then they want that dollar, that foreign currency back again from them. So you can tell that these people are just a bunch of confused people. Then secondly, I always go back to the point that what happened to the currency swap Nigeria did with China? What happened to that deal? Because most of Nigeria's goods is coming from China, right? So Nigeria don't have any business looking for dollars. If your goods are coming from China, why can you not activate the currency swap with China? That will ease the pressure on the demand for the dollar because the goods are coming from Nigeria. Most of Nigeria import are coming from
America
China.
has to have its share now. They can, China make profit from us. America wants their own profit from us too. That's the problem.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you. For that, people are fighting for. Everybody is fighting for their nation. So unfortunately, the people who have currently the leaders, they don't care about Nigeria. They are serving the interests of other people and not the Nigeria people, right? And then what happened to NMPC? NMPC that is not remitting forex to CBN for the sales of crude oil, and nobody's saying anything about these things. So I just think that we as Nigerians, we are not serious set of people, and people are just wasting their time because nothing good will ever come out from that place. As far as I'm concerned, what I can see with these people that are running that country right now, it's just going to be another cycle for another almost 3 years, and the country will just be sliding back and backward. You'll just be seeing backwardness. Nothing is going to change. They know what to do. They're not stupid. The people speak to them privately. They know what to do. You know, so they coming out to tell Nigerians to give them advice. It's an insult to the Nigerian people that are suffering.
I don't know if you can hear me. Your time is up. It's three
All
minutes.
right, all right, thanks.
And we take it. I'm not so sure I agree that it will never change because we must well pack our load and just dig the ground and enter it and forget about it. It's over for us. There has to be hope. That's all we can have, isn't it? Emmy, please go ahead.
All right. Let me talk as a Nigerian first. That if you want to have hope with what is happening, I think everybody must just become active right now, and you need to just start questioning every leader that you have the opportunity to see, and demand answers as a Nigerian person on the street. Not to go to the street and fight me. If that is also one way to handle it, no problem. I can't stop them from you know demonstrating in their own way. But the thing is that we must start questioning and demanding answers. Accountability. These are what we must start demanding for. And after that, we must strategize on electioneering processes. What do we need to do as a people? Of course, some parties will say that, but their party are winning and perhaps their strategy is working. But the average person will say, but we didn't vote for this person that is already on the throne and things like that. I'm also thinking that there should be there should be a knowledge, a group of people with knowledge that would sit down and fan out ideas on how to make sure that elections are worth it, that people's votes are counted in whatever way. This idea, maybe if it is to bring up, I don't want to say a lot of things in Africa, but that is one. If you want to talk of the nationalistic method, but when you also want to look at it critically and you want to question, can this problem be solved? Because the moment you start doing acting this way nationalistic, eventually it will be turned to religious or ethnic war for you. If you are Yoruba acting like that, some of the Kahoots will say, no, this is not, you are not being Yoruba enough or whatever. Now, if you are not even, if you are an able person, or if you are not, there's always an angle to it to make sure that you thwart the positivity that should come from demanding accountability. And that's what makes me say that it's better we should just try and see how we can go our original way. Because these are ways we can, if the Yoruba want to solve their problem, there's a way to solve their own problem. There's a way the Hausas want to solve their problem. There's a way the Middle Belt want to do that. There's a way the Igbos want to do that. So that we can have our unique solutions peculiar to ourselves and also enjoy our troubles peculiarly. You get the point? Because it will be, how will somebody's trouble become my trouble because we are one in the nation? It shouldn't be. So these are things that we just need to really sit down and deliberate on. But in all of this, food must come down. People must eat good. Food must come down.
Thank you. 3 minutes is up. Ferrari, please go ahead.
Yeah, what I wanted to talk about is more about this our sense of value. I don't know. I think our sense of value is seriously misjudged. Let's first of all start with the millionaires among us, the rich people, then the middle class. I'm not going to talk about the poor people. They're just struggling. Now, if I'm a millionaire and I'm from Africa or Nigeria, it will be to my interest, right, to make more millions, right, and make sure that such millions can last me maybe 50 or 100 years, at least 2 generations or more, right? But that means if I'm a millionaire, or that means I have whatever decision I take has to be geared towards that purpose. I have reviewed Nigeria in the last 60 years and look at people who are rich. You understand? And people are becoming millionaires, who are becoming rich, either by stealing money or by not stealing money or by their own hard work. And I have looked at where they have put their money is. You say put your money where your mouth is. I am confused on how it must be that the black man or the Nigerian does not have a sense of value. That's how I came to that conclusion, issue of sense of value. What is, it's like taking a fake gold and a real diamond and saying which one has more value. Every sensible person knows that gold, diamond has more value, right, than a fake gold. But Nigerians don't have sense of value, the rich ones, because if they do, they would invest in long-term goals that will protect their interest. And whatever they've been investing in since 1960 has not protected their interest. I can give a few examples. Look at Abiola. He made it big by being a friend to the military boys, but he invested also wrongly. And today, I don't hear much of his children or any of his generation. Then look at the billionaires today. They should be the ones championing cause on how Nigeria can be better, even though it's in a mess today. But what they do not understand is that even if they build all this mansion, have all this million, like this guy that just died abroad, you understand? If your home, your own house, where that billion is not a livable place or a big home, even though you build a fence around you, you're still poor. Look at the American millionaires, the Bill Gates and the rest, the Donald Trump and all the rest. Their story is different, although I don't like to compare. That's for the rich people. Look at the middle class people too. That one is the worst. I estimated that, let's say in 1980, you buy a piece of land for 10,000 Naira. That piece of land was worth 10,000 Naira back then, at least, or 5,000. Then you go 20 years down the road in 2000. The same piece of land, you buy it for 100,000. Now, that same piece of land is now worth $1,000. That means you're depreciating. Then you had another 24 years like we are now in 2024. Now that the Naira is 1,005. If you buy a piece of land for $1 million, that piece of land is only worth $100. $100 of what it was worth in 1980. Are you getting poorer or getting richer? You're getting poorer, both for the millionaire and for the middle class. So it is in everyone's interest for you to make your country okay, to have a rule of law, to have security, to have food, to have good governance. It's in your interest, because as time they go, things just they bad more and more, and you're not gaining, you're not benefiting, because if money is your objective, the way things are going, you're losing more money. Let's say, for example, 8 months ago, you have $1 million in Nigerian account. By now, that's your $1 million has already gone down half. I've gone down half, become 500,000. So who is losing? You're not building wealth. You're only accumulating poverty. So it's in your interest to fix your country. Yeah, I got that time thing. To fix your country. The same thing for the rich people. To join hands with those who I'm confused on how we reason. Maybe one of you could help me on what
I think
the brain of the black man is.
I think you are beginning to think, you are beginning to observe that something is clearly wrong. Because,
something is
like
clearly
you said,
wrong.
Even these rich people, it's in their interest to make
it's
the country work.
Interest.
But still, they sabotage it. So that tells you that something is off.
It's a thing of now. They just concerned about what they will eat now. They have no long-term, long-range vision of view or calculate. I don't know how that is even possible.
Exactly, you think they should, because often you think they should, because they are very clever people. They are some of them are highly educated, like
highly
us.
Educated, clever.
So why are they not thinking like that?
Thinking. It's in your long range, because that it's only when your country builds wealth that you can hand over things to your children and grandchildren.
Exactly.
I don't get it. On that point, I'm just like, what the hell is wrong with the black man? Can we not think beyond the next meal? How is that even possible in this competitive world of ours? Take for example, a millionaire who was a millionaire when Donald Trump was a millionaire 30 years ago in Nigeria, and the one here. Even your so-called Dangote, by the day, as Nigeria is going in this trajectory, is getting poorer every day if he doesn't know. If he doesn't know. And that's the luckiest of them. It's in your interest.
Even me, sometimes I watch myself. Sometimes I think I am one of them too, because you see some of these I do. You check your fellow Igbo boys and maybe Indian boys. They don't do those things, and you wonder why am I spending more on these things when they don't care? And the Igbo guy will be like, okay, I want a phone. It doesn't matter to them whether it's iPhone or this thing. They might decide,
Thank
okay,
you.
they
Thank
might even get a
you.
lower. They are willing to use an old phone, old iPhone for years before they even consider changing. But I have the need to want to change it often. So it tells you that the things our leaders do, I can see it in myself, because there's
No,
something
it's
about
a
us.
sense of value. Then
Mm,
somebody has misinterpreted it. It's just like the rappers, the black rappers. Remember, the black rappers will go put all those big chain back in
mm,
the 80s or 90s or whatever, as if that gives them value. And you see a typical rich millionaire here in America, in the train, in the subway, with ordinary jeans and Levi's. You won't
exactly.
even know he's a millionaire. And they're the ones who control downtown, who control the city, who control the United States. But you, who just made one big hit record, you got all that gold. It's a status thing. You just want to be seen. You go get the big car. I don't know. I don't. There's a lot of things that I don't know. I don't have answers for.
Look
I
at this
just
one.
like.
Look at what this one is saying. See, I think when you keep saying that we don't have an effect, we all contribute to this psyche that we are in. And the fact that it's affecting me, I'm trying to reveal to you that there's something about our culture that is damaging to us.
It
And we
is.
have to start recognizing it and understand that we have to put our own products, our own services first. We can't always we can. This is one of the reasons why I don't want to go into a controversial area, because I think Ferrari doesn't agree with me on this one. Where I
Which
was
one?
about ASU strikes, some of the things they were doing, I felt like because they damaged our education system so badly that people have to go overseas instead of people to be coming to Nigeria to educate
Yeah, the
people.
only reason I disagree with you is that they were just reacting. It's the real people in government that are doing the damage, and also react to every action. There's an equal and opposite reaction. So that's
Yes,
the
but
answer to
but
that
but
one.
but but they shouldn't have gone as far as they did. 9 months strike. They are damaging their
Whatever it
the
takes,
people.
me. Whatever it
But
takes,
they don't
me.
succeed. If I mean they succeed once, that you can excuse that, but they never do succeed. But in the end, the Nigerians people are not educated. They are not giving them good education.
You know one thing that pains me so much. You know this
I'll be
man,
back.
Joseph
I'll be
Wires.
back in a minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right then, no problem.
Joseph Wires, number 3 during Shagari time. He died in England. Nobody could come and claim his corpse. This is how the mighty are falling.
Yeah.
I was a child. I was like a teenager when that man was number 3 to the presidency during the Second Republic. So that means over time, this so-called wealth you think you have, it depreciates, and it beholds on you, your responsibility to protect it. And you cannot protect it in a lawless society, in a lawless state, all just because you have that advantage for the moment. Because all these things our politicians are doing is because they have an advantage. To them, they're protecting their advantage. But
So
they're
I
not
think
thinking of
when I was discussing this stuff yesterday, even Pansat was like, if we can link up the channels like Dr. Damages, Niger Watch,
Yeah.
One Man Want to More, link them up. In terms of security, you demand that the government secure the nation, and that you stand a chance, and you align with people in the north too, and that will push for these things to be done, because because he saw a lot of loss of life in the southwest, because of, I think they said chiefs or leaders of communities were they lost their life, 4 of them in a row in the southwest. So they are meant to understand that this thing is getting out of control.
This
And
is what we need to do. It's not a question of whether if we can. We all need to link hands. Look, something also always amazes me here in Chicago. If you come here in Chicago, when I first came, a lot of Nigerians, most of them were in the cab, apart from other business they do nursing, doctor. They were in the cab business, taxi cab, before Uber came. Now, other people too were in the car business, so Ghanaians, Somalians, and all that. Guess what? In Chicago, before the car business went down, there was not one single Nigerian cab company. The Somalis, they have a cab company. The Ghanaians, they have a cab company with their colors, with their country colors, in Chicago. The Algeria, there was not one single Nigerian cab company. And our people were the majority in that business. We cannot come together. Something is wrong.
Eme, you want to say something about this? In fact, I know you are talking about a bit almost like separation of the country.
No. I'm not talking about separation. Because I still believe in one Nigeria. And I know that there's an advantage to that as well. But that we can still go back to that regional governance practice. Because there's something in chemistry. They'll tell you that the rate of a reaction is determined by there's a rate determining step. The slowest step determines the speed of, no matter how fast others can be. If there's a slower step, that will determine the whole process itself. You see, there's a way the North wants to go. We can't drag them. The West can't drag them. The South can't drag them. There's a way the South wants to go. I mean, the Southeastern wants to go. You can't, they have these unique differences that on the surface is not always obvious. We know how to mix it ourselves there. But those things are peculiar to us and it affects the others. The way the North decides affects us. The way we decide affects others. So we just have to let that differences be managed. And I think that's where because you can imagine the Northerners, they have a lot of Muslims. So when you're talking about security and things like that, and you want to come up with there's if I have my own biases towards it, once I speak it out because of the way I see it, they will see it differently.
No, let me just add one thing.
The US has the same problem. Many countries have similar challenges.
On that northern side thing you said, even the rich northerners too. Imagine the rich northern people in the 70s and the 80s now are very poor. People like, I don't want to call them, people like Gowon, what's his name? Danjuma, Babangida, they're all becoming poor.
Yeah,
now.
Look, why won't they be poor?
Who said Danjuma is poor? Who said Danjuma is poor?
You don't think Danjuma is poor? Danjuma is rich.
in dollars.
Danjuma is rich, but he has no influence to help his people that are being killed.
Yeah, yes, he has no influence because of.
And that's been poor now. You don't agree with me that that's been poor.
Are you talking about poor politically or poor financially?
I mean, even if your wealth cannot influence politics, to me, you're still poor. How rich is he? Is Danjuma really as rich as the Dangote?
It's not that rich compared to other rich people around the world. Most of our rich people is relative.
I cannot be spilling this. I cannot be saying, but I know for sure because I know things about the guy. The guy is not poor. Danjuma. You can talk about the one. I don't know about that.
Okay, why has he lost political influence then? If it's not poor.
At the point, Danjuma owned one of the biggest oil wells at the oil block. At the point. I don't know whether they took it from him or
did he sell it?
Somebody like that can never be poor. That's what I'm saying. It's you that I said this. It's you that is saying it's poor. Even if he sold it, the money cannot vanish. And these guys, they stash their money abroad. I know he is not poor.
Exero. The point, Eme, and let's start with the point this Ferrari was trying to make. I think he was making an earlier point that these are rich people. Some of the things they are doing doesn't make sense because it's in their interest for Nigeria to do well because they become richer. But they are sabotaging Nigeria. Nigeria is not getting richer, and they too are getting poorer as a result. Eme was making a different point that some parts of the country are moving at different speed from other parts of the country. But the point I'm trying to make to him so he can understand this is that even in America, you have similar problems where the middle belt, Bible belts, as they call the Bible belts in America and other areas in America, they don't like some of the California and all the extravagances of New York and all those places. They literally dislike them heavily, like viscerally. These people, they don't even believe that they should be in the same country. And but they are in the same country, and America is the superpower of the world. In the UK, some part of the UK voted to remain in the EU. Others voted they wanted out, and they are still forced in. They are still forced to remain in the United Kingdom. So you can see that that's the ones that voted to remain in the EU were forced out of the EU to remain in the United Kingdom. So nations have these dynamics going around all the time. In the end, they are functional. And I think I was speaking to somebody called Prince Daddy yesterday, and I like his thinking because he's saying that we always think that we have problems. Other people have similar problems, but they are performing anyway. I think he put it in a slightly different way. Me, I say we are functional, but he's saying why do we always make excuse that people there's violence in Nigeria, but there's violence in America, but they still make it work. More people actually lose their life in America every year due to violence.
It's because let me tell you something from what I know. You know, you look at Nigeria, the way it's made up. We have the north, the north and the south, in fact. The north and the power influencers in the north, they, like somebody said here, they have a direction they are going. That direction does not include creating wealth for the middle class or the poor. That direction means they will hold the wealth, the others will follow them. It's just like a feudal system. And we all know these things. That's why when people say until Nigerians suffer, let them suffer enough. You kind of suffer that you want people to suffer. Before it touches that ordinary man in the north, it has finished all of you in the south. Because their own kind of life is, have you heard of back home? They have Raikadede system. So, and they have a line of thinking. Once they are doing things, they flow in particular direction. I will tell you this for a fact. I know that most of the things that we do in Nigeria during the time of Buhari, the stories or the messages Buhari's men and his emissaries were passing to the countries like Morocco, Somalia, and the rest of them was that because he is Muslim, that's why they don't like him. You see that? Because I know one people that told me, because these people from these countries they were telling me those people. I said, we have a very bad president. Look at what he's doing. Look at just under his period, people are dying. And they told me, yeah, but you people don't like him because he's Muslim. I said, who told you that? People from different countries, you know, in Africa. So this is the message this is where they align. And that their alignment, it doesn't have, they see you from the south as not good enough to be in that this thing. We are like, we are just an added territory for them to take. And that is the truth. That's why we are not the same.
I think the way you are,
we are supposed to work together.
Can you consider that you may partly be a little bit overstating the differences, and even if that was true, it still doesn't mean you cannot make a nation functional.
Let me tell you one thing that you agree with me. What will make a president who has common sense to be strategizing our wealth towards the J? Just explain that to me. What will make a president that has common sense?
I think it's for trade now, isn't it? For trade. No, I can explain it. It's for trade. And hold on now. And we actually have more links with Cameroon and this in Benin Republic. We even give light all the way to Ghana once. So I'm not sure it's necessarily accurate the way you're assessing it. Because if you look at the UK, they have what they call North and South divide in the UK. So there's a North and South divide in the UK.
Let me even explain something to you again. Let me explain something to you again. If we don't produce, it goes in line with what the West wants. You're not supposed to be producing your own. They should be feeding, they should be providing, so that when they say stop, they will stop this. If you don't do this, you will fall in line. They don't want you to produce. So if a particular side is working towards that direction, they will favor that side. You ever wonder why the North always has influence? Because their own thinking aligns with the West, and the West has always used the North. And for you from the south to gain power, you need to get votes from the north. So you must, this what all these things that Tinubu is doing, I think is everything that all of them that he agrees with. But even when people were suffering, he could not go over certain limits. You can, even now that he's president, he cannot still go over certain limits. You cannot take the soldiers now and go to Niger and take over, which the West wants, because he knows what is going to happen.
Yeah.
So we're not thinking, we want a viable Nigeria, but all right, and we will get it. But we need to get the fresh people from this part who think differently, not their Rakadede elders.
Oh yeah,
And
and
for now, that is where
our
the power.
funny. Are you saying because Tinubu is not Rakadede? This in Jonathan is not Rakadede.
Tinubu is not Rakadede.
Yeah, Jonathan is not
Tinubu is
Rakadede. Yet look at what they all did. They did similar stuff.
They can. That's what I'm telling you now. You cannot sit in that office without the power block of the North. Without the North, you cannot be president in Nigeria. You don't understand? You can't.
Okay. Let me enable
But
pass the mic to
Exero,
others.
I want to ask you, but is that what we want for the country?
You know, I was
That's what I'm telling you. That what the West, what the West wants is one Nigeria.
Exero, I think Mbore has her hands up.
No.
Please,
What I'm saying is that what people like us want for the country?
Olumide, please, let's allow Mbore to say something. Then
Sure.
ahead.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Forefathers, Amy, Ferrari, Exero, Olumide, and the Blackstone.
Yeah, the Blackstone.
All right. Thank you, guys. I've been... Realities, I will start my computer classes this week. So that I will stop in and out like that, you know, what I was doing to get in here. But I had to call my daughter all the way from Silicon Valley to help me. Well, so thank you guys for having the patience to deal with this old great grandma. Thank you. Oh, please, may I know what the topic is?
Yeah, the topic was about what we have done to our nation, where you have a country as small as Singapore, which is less than 6 million people, has an export of 341 billion US dollars, while Nigeria's export is around 40-something billion dollars. And if you take away the crude oil, which Singapore doesn't have, the difference will be even more insignificant than that. It will be, I think we'll probably have less than $5 billion worth of exports compared to that of Singapore of 341 billion. So, and then you look at you hear the report that came in that
thank you, forefathers. I'll take it from there. This is like you going to
I want to reel everything out.
The layman in the village, and you say, you know, this is posh, and you say, what is posh? He say, you know, the intricacies, and the layman will be like, oh no. But thank you, guys. I really appreciate your telling me the main thing. I have heard a little bit. I just came back and saw you guys, and you know, I have given us a little bit of my total life. And what really helped me a lot is asking. It's still helping me now. If something just happens, and the first instinct is for me to see why did you do this? In fact, I discussed it with my daughter yesterday again. I said, girl, no, we should at first ask, what am I doing because it takes however many to tangle. What am I doing to bring this result that I'm seeing. And there are other, you may call it primitive ways. Boy, I am good. I like them because they always work for me. Nigeria has been set up since, I was told, 1960, before I was born. And I am a great-grandmother. There is this gentleman I happened to come by in the social media, and he was saying, it was a Caucasian. Like I told you, Eme is wearing white. I have never seen anybody that color, so I don't call anybody white. Because I know my color. I do. So I call them Caucasians, Oyibo, whatever you got. So this Oyibo man came and said, they set up Nigeria the way it is. I wish nobody is offended, because I don't come to offend anybody. I just come for us to be able to look at matters the way it is and see the possibility solving such thing. Is it feasible at all? Okay, 60 years or 60 some years, we are running around the same thing. Like I said, I don't want to offend anybody. A short sentence of it all is that the colonial juggernauts set up Nigeria, gave us every false thing, including the way they did population census in the north. All was false, complete false. Where they see 3 people, they can write 300 or 3,000 people. And they had their, in fact, they had their intention to make that decision. The intention was to, from what that excerpt gave, to enslave the South for the North. I am not putting any against the other. I'm just saying, can we look at the matter the way it is? And if we are really serious to solve it, begin to solve it. Because all running around the same thing for years and years and years. Thank you. Was it you, Exero, or Victor, that said, the North has to say yes before any damn person anywhere in Nigeria becomes a president. And it was still that same set of people who decided to make Nigeria a failure. We all are thinking, how do we get Nigeria? How does it work well? Nigeria was built. And that the Fulanis, no, let me get done, please. That the Fulanis were paid to make sure that Nigeria does not go anywhere. Okay, fight, kill, and the rest. And it is going on. And me and you are saying, no, don't call my people Ethiopia. And you. Now, if those who set up Nigeria, if the Fulanis are the one at you call them the cabals and caliphates. If anybody is coming to Nigeria to see the Nigerian president, they go to see the Sultan of Sokoto. Because whoever you keep there is not who they think their president is. Especially when it is, those who are inclined to the people that were paid by the colonial masters to make sure Nigeria doesn't go anywhere. So when we still have those people making all these decisions, then it doesn't perplex me that we get Boko Haram members and give them army uniform. And in fact, tell them that if they leave the bush, they will be president tomorrow. And when they are clad with army uniform, well, any type of force, they are clad in those uniforms. Of course, they are now given the freedom to kill. And we all are thinking, why is insecurity getting worse? Even if it is somebody that has never written, has no type of education, and you give them all this scenario, they will come to full understanding why, even give it millions of years to come, when Nigeria won't go anywhere, because for 60 good years, things are getting worse and
Yeah.
worse.
Thank you. I think this is part of the problem we were addressing earlier on. Many of our people, they are ill-equipped to deal with a world this complicated. And it's a shame because we still hack on to our old way of thinking.
But forefathers, please, like even as you said, sorry to cut you short, even as you said that there are killings everywhere and in America and all that, nobody has ever come in any place in America and said your land or your life. Neither would somebody like whatever they used to call that gentleman from Adeshina tell you it's either you give your land or you die. I mean, when we
actually, that is the whole principle of America.
No, you cannot. I have been here for 33.
That is literally how America was founded.
Okay, see,
yeah?
No, leave about the founding. Right now, I have been 33 years here.
But you are looking for everything. See, hold on. You are looking for everything that America hasn't done to say your country has done badly.
Don't do that, please.
No, I have to. Because the idea that my point is that the idea that it's only the North that determines who elects anybody in this country is not necessarily accurate. If the South, let me make my point. If the South is the South, can you let me talk, please? If the South East and the South says nothing is going to move forward in this country. No, not only the Southeast, South, Southwest say the same thing. You think the North will get their way? No, they won't. Hold on. Let me even during that civil war, the Southwest, the Southeast, the South were on the same side. They will never have won. So it's not only them that can determine the fate of the country. The South also has power to do that.
Majority of us would like to agree with you, but we will not agree with you because why, if the North were not that influential in picking the person that will succeed or be president in this country, why did they go for a Muslim ticket?
Because
that is even for my dear Olamide.
We've had Christian ticket before.
Who is the Christian ticket?
Was it not Gowon and his people?
Is that a democratic process?
Gowon was
you yourself, you're not even, you can't even answer it.
My point is that in the democratic system, there is no rule against it. They are following the law.
Okay. Now, somebody was saying...
We agree that they chose a Muslim ticket. We didn't argue with them because that is what their party wanted. Why did they now crash the Beavers or shut it off?
No, I agree with you on that one. If the Beavers is not working, it shouldn't have happened. That I'm not having any issues with that. But the idea that there's a conspiracy that the entire North. You see, we don't see the North.
I didn't say the entire North. I did not say the entire North, my dear forefather. I said that the Fulanese agreed to make things as that is unbearable as it has remained since Ottoman Danfodio cannot be overemphasized, and for us to overlook it and think that there is abracadabra that we can do about Nigeria is like a big waste of time. Now, somebody said,
let me say something.
Huh?
Go ahead.
So somebody said, how can all the millionaires, gazillionaires, or whatever they are? Oh, it was Ferreira, my honorable Ferreira. They did make a pact with the colonial masters. Their wealth is not in Nigeria.
It just shows you how far behind we are. We are still calling them masters.
Whatever, colonial juggernauts.
British,
God, it doesn't even matter what I call them. But they messed up Nigeria and kept Nigeria the way Nigeria is, and every other country that they have been able to do that. I don't know which other country, other than the Francophone places, But their wealth and everything you may not see. whatever they said Abacha and the rest of them got wasn't put in Nigeria. So it doesn't matter whether Nigeria grows or it doesn't grow. They don't care because they are fulfilling what they were paid for. Now, when the gentleman spoke and said that the best thing is for people to go their separate ways and see whether they can do what works for them. Whoa, I don't know that will be the best, but I think that if what we have done since independence doesn't have a headway, that could be tried. And when that is tried, from what my parents tell me, that worked for them. That worked everywhere. Everybody was very productive. Now,
are you talking about the regional system?
Or whatever they call it, regional, sectional, whatever.
Let me explain to you why it worked. Because
okay,
it favored
what
the
I'm saying is this. Listen, what I'm saying is this. For some people to say, wherever you live is mine. And if you don't let me have it, I'll kill you to have it. That doesn't settle. I gave a story here where I went. I came from America, back home. A patient was to deliver. I put one of those vehicles I told you that I took home. I bundled her into it was a Honda Pilot. Put her in there. Got to the hospital. Got everything. IV on. Lobotomy position. Everything. Then here comes terrorists. We started running with the woman in the stirrup, legs in the stirrup. And I don't ever stop having that nightmare. And that is why when I talked the first time I came to this platform, I said, I am an experiment. I don't see anything that happens in my life as though it happens to me. I am seeing it as, in this situation, what will you do to help the other person? So if Nigeria has been dancing backward, up until what time will we say, if the fighting ones, the killing ones, stay your own, kill each other if you want to do that. And you, the ones that are very trickery and cunning, stay your own and see if that will help you. Just so that when a woman or any sick person gets to go to the hospital, they are not afraid of what if the terrorists come while we are in the hospital. So it is so prominent, so disturbing. It can if you're sleeping with it. You wake up, you're waking up with it. I am thinking, why would I ever go back to Nigeria? Then it's still me thinking, you don't go back to Nigeria. Those who you want to help, how would you help them? You give money from here today. Before that money makes it, somebody, maybe your family member, will just confiscate the money and it won't go to help anybody but him or herself. So even if you get into the grassroots, who are not waging the wars against each other, who are afraid the Fulanis will come anytime. So if you have to eat, you can carry whatever they will come anytime. How can people live like that? So but they're being the juggernauts where they are, it's making us never going anywhere.
Let me ask you a question.
Thank you guys. I submit.
Let me ask a question. The blaster hasn't said anything.
I'll just ask a question, right? When we are always blaming the North or telling the North is having a dominion or power of presidency or political parties, one thing I see with the North is that they are very united on their cause. Is there that unity in the South? Is there that unity in the South? So when we cannot unite, or when we cannot unite on a purpose, and other group is united on a purpose, then we are not blaming them. So we have to first of all blame ourselves and see where we have gone wrong. The Northerners does one thing, that when you give money to the Southerners, what they need in the South is just money. When the Northerners were pursuing political power, we are pursuing money power. So that's how the Northerners. If in the 80s, who were talking about the Northerners? Nobody. In the 70s, nobody was talking about the Northerners. Political power from the North. We're talking about the people from the South. But they know that once
they find out they were able to see how they can be able to break that unity within the South. Now that's what they did, right? And now they're not having dominion or power over the political power over the Southerners. They're not complaining. Let's also look at ourselves. Where did we go wrong? Where did we miss it?
Okay, the Black Swan, was there ever a time the power, so far since Nigerians' independence, power wasn't distributed only from the north? A gentleman, Akintola, was on the phone, was on the television saying, in those old days, that was a black and white. We can never give anything, any position. This was in the early 60s. Maybe around that, maybe 60 or mid 60s, please. We can never give any position to anybody from, he called it, he was specific, he said Igbo. Instead of any Igbo person to get that, we will come here, and he was in diaspora. We will come here, take one of you, and pay you as expatriates to hold that position.
Akintola is from where? Akintola is from what part of Nigeria is it from?
No, not Akintola, is the Sadauna.
Amadu Bello, I think it was Amadu Bello that was
Okay,
saying that.
so when he said, "Oh, thank you," whatever his name is, but as far back as then, he told you, he made you understand that they were there. It was them to defend the positions.
Hold on. I think it's not fair. I think we are beginning to do what has got us into this mess we are in. And that is what they were doing then too. And what we don't understand about the Northerners is that hold on, let me say something, please. There is a reason why they behave the way they do. And if you don't learn to empathize, and this is one I always hark back to this statement that Jago made, that you want empathy, but you have none for other people at all. You never ask what is their fears, what are they worried about. One of the things the Northerners were worried about was that the South was a lot more educated, because the British and the British educated most of the Southerners way more than they did in the North. So they were concerned that when they handed over power, they are going to be like a slave population to the South. So they didn't want to join Nigeria towards independence. We know this history. They were the last to want to join Nigeria. If they wanted to rule Nigeria, maybe they should have been the first, isn't it? But they were the last. They didn't want to.
No, so, they were given Nigeria.
You see, I just said it just now. She completely dismissed it because she has a way of thinking that cannot be shifted. They didn't want to join Nigeria because they feared that Nigeria was going to control them. The British convinced them that to do that, we are going to make a confederate system so that everybody will be on their own. They are not going to. There's no risk of them overpowering you. And because every region was governing itself, they were not overpowering any other region too. But guess what happened? There was a coup that happened, killed a lot of the northern leaders, and then they went and made the country unitary system, bringing all their worst fears to life. And remember, after even all that, it was still a Christian that was in office. Gowon was a Christian. Ojukwu was negotiating with a Christian. Christians almost all throughout that room were dominated. It wasn't in northern. When we're talking about northern, we're talking about people in Plateau and Jos and all those areas.
I don't talk about northern. I didn't say anything northern.
No, you say it. You say you are not saying northern, but
no, I say Fulani.
You are referring to northern.
No, it's Fulani. It's not northern, please.
You are still okay. I will make it specific. You are referring to elite class. It was this in Gowon was not Fulani. Most of the people Ojukwu were negotiating with were not Fulani at all. They were people that you could recognize in the South as almost like Southerners. Gowon was a Christian. He was a middle belter. So the idea that this stuff was
you're misinterpreting the history, forefather. Gowon was not fully in charge. It was Muritala that was in charge. That was dictating from behind. You're misinterpreting the history.
You see now,
Gowon was just a compromise candidate for them because it's closer to them.
You see what we are doing. You see what we are doing.
You see, don't misinterpret.
Hold on now. Let me finish my
Muritala
point.
was a bone in
Let me finish my point. Yeah, you have made your point now. You made your point. Let me talk. You made your point. Let me talk. See, Gowon. Yeah, you want to say now Muritala was the head of state now. Seriously, that's where we are now.
Yes,
because you seriously want to believe what you want to believe, that you say Muritala is the head of state. So either way, you can't eat your cake and have it. You just have We are just full of
Ferreira
prejudice.
said.
Hold on.
Listen,
Let me finish my point. You can't stop me from
said.
talking. You can't stop me from talking. You can't be full of so much prejudice that no matter even what reality indicates, you still stay is prejudice. The North is somehow in power. If they have so much power, or
do you know that when the coup Muritala's coup that brought Gowon to power, Muritala wanted to move, they wanted to separate. Do you know that? You don't even know Nigerian history.
No.
He wanted to separate. It was a Yorubas.
He wanted to separate. That should tell you what I was saying. Their instinct was that they feared that the South was going to dominate them. So they wanted to leave Nigeria. If you don't understand it, you want to keep being divided as a nation. No wonder Singapore, a small 6 million nation, is making us look like a child. Because this is our we think in a primitive way. Even when the data is suggesting that this is false, you still carry on believing it. Even when it is false.
Can I say something? Even if situations are played in the past as the past, we are even looking at the current situation. We know this thing is coming from a particular ethnic group.
It's not.
Listen.
We need to stop this garbage that we keep talking about that is coming from one ethnic group. If the person is in office now, it's not from one ethnic group. We should really need to stop this nonsense.
If the Fulani doesn't keep him there, he cannot be there.
There's a Southwesterner no, it's not a Fulani.
If the Fulani doesn't decide for him to be there, he cannot be there.
Oh, so it's the Fulani that hold on. It's the Fulani that is trying to bring the headquarters from CBN to this thing.
That is why they are fighting. That is why they are fighting.
About today.
No, they are fighting the same fight that they've always
they
fought.
Thought they were
we are not listening to them.
So how come they are the one insisting on being one?
See, what people are doing, see, yesterday, when I was on a different panel where intellectuals were, hold on.
I don't care whether it's intellectuals or whatever you call them, but why is it that it is still the same thing? How come that they are the one insisting on one Nigeria?
You know the difference between intellectuals and normal.
I don't want to know. All I'm knowing is that the truth has to be said.
Let me say something. That's not the truth. See, the difference between intellectuals is that when they see the information, they use that information as part of their judgment making. Not when you see the information, you just carry on. The information is clear. They didn't want to join Nigeria, and they had, if they were so rich, why is it that we are richer than them?
That's long ago.
Why is the South richer than the North? We keep saying the same thing over and over again.
They didn't want to join Nigeria. It's not about wealth. It's about sectional hatred and revenge. They wanted to move up north and destroy everything in the west. When Muritala coup failed, that coup did not succeed. Gowon was a compromise because Gowon was their compromise. Gowon was sent to Ikeja to negotiate with Muritala. There was a brigadier that was in charge then. And Gowon betrayed that general when Gowon
either way, Gowon was the head of state. You like it or not, he was the commander.
And then that led to the Aburi conference. And when they got back from the Aburi conference,
a Christian was the head of state.
To refuse the Aburi conference.
We are not talking about religion.
It was a Christian that
it's not about Christian or no Muslim. It's about
Hold on. Was he a Fulani that created the first coup? Was he a Fulani that did that? Was he a Fulani that decided not to prosecute the people and kill the people?
Do you know how many Igbos they killed in that Muritala? Do you know how many Igbos they wiped out in the barracks?
See, hold on now. Even in the South, there was Adaka Boro that came on because of what they perceive that the Southeast is doing to them. You all, as the country is full of so much hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is scary.
That's fine. That's fine. Everybody feels cheated. That is why we are saying. That is why we are saying
so much hypocrisy.
That is why we are
generation
saying.
they've killed this country with this kind of thinking that has led us to this mess we are in. That we can't even.
They're saying, let's sit down and talk. The issue from the beginning has.
Can I say something?
It's not going to work.
Why is it not going to work?
Because when you come out of
it's not what's not going to work. Current status quo is not going to work.
That you cheated. Southwest, everybody feels
let's allow Olumide hasn't said much. Olumide hasn't said much.
Can I say something?
Exactly. You said something. Olumide hasn't. Let's be fair. Olumide hasn't said much. Olumide, please go ahead.
I wanted to ask you a question because we are going.
I understand where.
Don't worry, you have your chance.
I understand where Ngbero is coming from. I'm a Southwesterner. We are a majority tribe. some of these things that we are talking about, we have been fighting for this fundamental change for a long time. You understand? When we were fighting for this change, some of these people, the North was saying, oh, no, 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 no. We are one. We have to do this. We have to do that. See, the very thing we were fighting for, people who felt they were one North are now crying foul. They are being killed. They can't go to their farms. And they are using religion and ethnicity. And we know this is coming from a particular ethnic group. And we are not saying that this ethnic group should not live among the people. But we are saying respect the constitution, respect the culture, and behave like normal human beings. There are laws of the land that we have to follow. If we break the law, you face the consequences of it. You can't just come and be killing people or be carrying AK-47 all over the place and be killing people on their farms. And they can't farm. And then you sign a pact to get people's land without the consent of the people who own the land. We know this fundamental. Let's not run away from it. Now, you are saying they are no more one North. The go one that we are talking about now, there are people are suffering this situation that we've talked about for a very long time.
People in Zamfara are suffering it too.
That's what I'm saying.
That?
There are indigenous people in Zamfara that are not even Hausa speaking. They have their own language that I don't even know about. You understand? Some of them are even Christians. And we hear on the pages of the paper that they persecute these people every day. They subjugate them under the Islamic law. You understand?
They are Muslims.
How
can they see Exero? You don't have to be like that because you
okay,
you've had your
use some of
questions
my time to Exero. Exero, go ahead. Let me use some of my time to him.
If you want to ask a question, please go ahead. Because
go ahead.
The Blackstone hasn't said much. He just asked a question. Jonaba hasn't
Exero,
said
go ahead.
Exero has frozen. I think he has frozen after he's
so I was going to use some of my time to him, but so this is the fundamental question. People don't feel safe. See, you are talking about development. Do you know? You are putting the cart before the horse. You are talking about exporting. How can you export when you are not even producing for consumption, for local consumption, and you are not producing for local consumption because there's no enabling environment. There's no electricity. How can people come and invest when there's no electricity? Even a bakery, you have to run it on generator. You understand? Things are very expensive. You know, I heard a guy who came back. This guy has a very popular bakery factory in Lagos. This guy came back during the Obasanjo regime when Obasanjo was going about telling people to come back home and invest. This guy came back, and today this guy is regretting and lamenting that he came back home. That he has to, that his bread has to be priced. You know, people have, even though it's profitable and he's doing well, but the price that people have to pay, he feels very sorry that people have to pay so much when that cost of producing the bread would have cost a lot less if Nigeria's economy was running, the environment was running the way it should be running. So that, and then we hear that companies are packing up. PZ is packing up. Then they won't even make. They are saying that 80 to 90% of their stuff has to come from Ghana now, neighboring country. They are packing up. You know.
Okay. See, I think I get what you are saying. Let's allow Jonaba to come. I think the Blackstone, you wanted to say something now, so that we can go to Jonaba.
Okay, let me say something. When we are always blaming our problem on religion, tribes, and so on and so forth, there's no way we are going to move forward in that country. All right. I can give a good example. India is a country of different ethnic groups, different languages. I think India has 7 official languages, right? And they're from different regions, but they still cooperate together and they are moving their country forward, right? Yeah. So as long as we're always putting the blame, instead of finding a solution to the situation of our country, we are blaming each other. We are blaming this group.
Olumide, what are you doing? Are you trying to stick your finger inside people's eyes?
So at the end of the day, we are not going to move forward, right? One question we have to ask: the Nigerian problem today are not something that we cannot solve within a short time. Let me refer to the power sector. I think the problem with power sector is pure wickedness. Not that at this modern time, whereby you can generate power in an easy, just all the technology are there, all the materials are there and everything, but Nigeria cannot produce power. Is that effect of the colonial, the Western world that tell you not to have power? If Ghana can have power 24/7, even Cameroon that said their president is 40 years, they have power 24/7. Why can't we generate power for ourselves? So let us look at the issues and not begin to blame one group, one type of tribe, religion, so on and so forth. We all suffering from the same issue. We have every, like Obi always says, you don't buy bread cheaper in the south and buy it higher in the north. We all buy from the same market. Everything that affects one Nigeria affects every Nigeria. Everything that affects one part of Nigeria affects other part of Nigeria. You know, before I came, people were talking about Nigerian companies or things like that.
Exports versus
Exports,
that
yes.
of a tiny country like Singapore.
Yes, of course, definitely. What do Nigerians produce? I want to ask everybody a question. When you were growing up-
Tribalism and hatred. This is what we produce. That is why
Let
we
me
are
finish.
where we
Let
are.
me finish, Sister Ogoro. Let me finish. When we were growing up, we used to see companies growing and everything. Where are they today? Nigerian companies are companies that are built with stolen money, and because of this stolen money, they don't pass it to their children because that would be the head, right? I never see a person that said is a CEO and he owns a company. CEOs are being employed. You are applied for the position of a CEO, and when people are not competent now run a company, when the man dies, which of the children is going to take over? In Germany, where I am here, most companies are passed from generation to generation. They build it up because they take their children to take over from them. But we don't have that culture in Nigeria, right? And when the man that started a company dies, the company dies with him. Just that could be 5 years, it will die with him. This is the problem. This is the problem we're having in Nigeria. Even in the government, you don't have that continuation. In family, you don't have that continuation. There's no thing like continuation in Nigeria. That's where the problem lies. And so when there's no continuation, how are we going to be effective? How are we going to carry on? You know, look at the BB companies. Most of them more than 100 years, but they are still striving, they're still moving forward. The older they are, the more effective they become. Why? But the older we are, the more ineffective we become. Nigeria in the 80s, the 70s, we were praised all about the world. But we are now growing, we are now getting older, and we are fading away. This is Nigerian situation. This is Nigerian people's mindset. Because we have to concentrate on what they can get today and what they can get tomorrow, what can do tomorrow. So we argue about politics. This politics issue is a complex issue, and we should know it that these things is across all board.
Thank you. Ngore, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Oga the Blackstone. Do we know who made electricity or who got electricity into the what they call exclusive list?
But
I'm just asking, do we know who did that? Who made that?
We don't know who did it. It was
okay. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Yes, but
that's all I needed. Now, you see, when the system has been agreed to be the rich oppress the poor, and the poor has to remain there for the rich to feel valid. That is how Nigeria was killed. And for us to, my honest, humble submission is, if people could just go separate ways and do what it is that they can do best, then we check and see if, because one main thing that I am desiring for that to be is just so that a child, excuse me, please, just one sentence, a child born in Nigeria or a child born in such a separated place has equal opportunity, whether the mother and father are rich or not. But the way things has been with this unitary or central government rubbish has just been the way the Fulanese kept it. The rich remains rich and the poor remains poor. I'll just leave for the...
Okay, let me ask you a question, just one simple question. Right?
So do. Yeah.
The government pays subvention to all the states, right? Does the federal government also...
No, please, I didn't get what you said. Could you repeat it, please?
I said the federal government pays subvention to all the states, right? Does the federal government also control how they utilize that money?
They may not. And when I say may not, is because I don't know. It's a whole lot of rubbish happening between the money given.
Let me help you there.
And how it is disbursed.
Let me help you there. Blackstone.
Please do.
Blackstone, the same system that disburses that money to them is the same system that put the corrupt state governors that don't use the money, utilize the money the way they should do it. You are telling me the system is effed up. You are saying, do they allow us to elect who should govern us? Do they allow the local government chairman to be that we want?
The same applies with the North too. So that is not an issue that you can call North and South divide.
That I want to do something good. For example, now,
thank you.
I want to call a governor in question. I want to call it into account. But will the people up there allow it?
Into the account?
Those people up there who are corrupt, will they allow it? The governor of my state, Abiodun, is APC. But then Tinubu is APC.
Even because the state, the citizens even corrupt. Somebody was saying today that even from the
this is what a country of less than 6 million people can accomplish, and this is what we can do, and this is with oil money. This is what we can do. And it seems like our only export we have, if you remove oil, is tribalism and division. Because this is what people that are less than 6 million people can do. 6 million. And this one is well over 200 million. This is the failure. That tells you that almost everything we are saying now, something is wrong with us. Something is not right about everything we are doing. And whatever we are doing, we need to question every single thing. Because this is a terrible state of affairs to be in. And if this reality is don't hit us, and we don't question ourselves, God help us.
Also, the citizens.
But these statistics, what father, you should be sharing it with Bagabia and Tinubu. They are the ones who should share that statistics.
They know the statistics too. The problem is that most of the masses don't know about this pathetic situation we are in.
Because I can't do anything about that statistics.
Yes, you can.
How can I do? What can I do?
You can, because of your awareness of this, you can demand that, okay, we should be patronizing our locally manufactured goods. We shouldn't be encouraging the use of dollars. There are certain things you can do.
That's not going to change anything. All that we are.
What do you mean that's not going to change anything?
It's not. That's not it. What you're looking for is that we are producing enough to be able to export. That data you shared with us is what they are selling outside.
How do you think they got it to start selling outside? They got it good enough for their local people. They got enough locally before they can start selling outside. You have to start patronizing your own locally manufactured goods before you will start. China didn't start exporting overseas overnight. They started from somewhere before they got to where they are now. I don't know whether Jonaba is ready. I think I don't know whether you're engaged.
No,
because this conversation was about our exports and how we like foreign services and products over our own. Hence, we are in a situation whereby we are relying on too many imports from overseas to sustain ourselves. So, please go ahead. Mute yourself, Ferrari.
She's doing the contract now. She's signing.
Thank you for having me, forefathers and the fellow panelists. Nigerian start here and end here. When I hear people on this platform, I spoke to two people that often come to this platform. Today I was going out and they called me, we were talking. I said, why can't you join have your say is going on? But I'm tied up today, so I'm not. He said that they are tired of the biases and lack of understanding and the way the diasporas behave, that we even contribute to more problems than those in Nigeria. And can somebody mute this thing, please? I think something, please. Thank you. So, and our time here, I don't think it's a wasted time. The value of life or your value is not what somebody places on you, it's what you place on yourself. So many comments I've been following that is completely, I don't think whether I can call it bias, naive, or hatred. Every here, the blame is on the north, on the outside land. When are you going to rise up to take your own responsibility? The other day, I said that the criminality in Nigeria is across the board and all tribes are there. It depends on how it happened. Someone said, oh, don't mention this so tribe. And in the submission of the host of that day, he mentioned that, oh, this person was arrested and he said this tribe, he said that tribe. But he left the bigger fish out of it. Are you being a coward? Or you turn deaf ear on the truth, or blind eyes on the truth, or you are just naive, or you are just biased? Nigerian situation, whether you talk about the export or whatever, in the reality of Nigerian food basket, the North contributed most of it. There are people who, and they have not, the Outdogbe was a minister of agriculture from Benue State. During PDP, he did nothing in Benue State. Nothing. Orange is still wasting. Guava, yam, all the product in the farm. Nobody want to take responsibility. All is to push. Someone came, you saw our problem is outside plan is the unmatched risk. The federal government is paying the state. And somebody said, oh, is the people are still controlling them. How? So you being a Benue guy today, a governor in Benue, and the security of Benue, and the feeding of...
But Jonah, sorry, can I ask, why are the fruits wasting away in the farms?
They don't have a way of preserving it. I'm not talking about even now. If you want to switch it, so people don't go to farm, that's not where I'm going now. So let me land. So this is the problem we're having in Nigeria. The talking point or the control move from consumption to production. We don't have problem with production. We don't have preservation process. We don't have stable electricity. We don't have good road. Is that Fulani say you should not make a road for yourself? Even if
No. How did you know that? It's probably the Fulanis that made sure that those roads are not for walking.
Okay.
They probably. How can you be sure?
Okay, I'm just asking. So thank you. Maybe that is what you believe. That's it. In Benue State, a lot of wasted product that I can talk of right now. People, and in those days, if not now, that people are engaging in farming, they think it is primitiveness for you to be a farmer or something that you don't want to associate with. Some people have to look so cool and calm, like they don't even go to the toilet. Somebody has to even prepare the food and serve them on their own plate. They don't know why the food comes to the table. It is now that Nigeria is rising to the point that even the young people can say, I'm a farmer. And this is the way we go. We cannot continue to contradict ourselves on this panel. If we all believe.
Yeah, no, it is okay to talk about whatever affects you.
Yes, if we all believe
you,
that
primarily
through this pain and suffering. Somebody even say, oh, the Northerners are suffering now, so they are protesting. And some people say, oh, they were not protesting during NSAS. And we now find something that unites us, which is suffering. So why can't we say, okay, this is the end of it? And where in the world, apart from government create security, enablement environment for the citizen to strive, Where in the world that the government feed their citizens? Where? Is it in UK? Is it in US? Is it in Germany? Where?
Are you
What
then
we are asking
saying,
for, we don't ask
Jonaba,
for
are
too
you
much
then
from
saying
our
that we should
government. Listen, let me finish.
ignore the killings?
Waiting. What are you saying?
Should we ignore the killings going on then?
Why should you ignore it? Every life matters. Why should we ignore it? If anybody die close to you, I think you'll be tense up.
Yeah, well, but you shouldn't deride those who complain about the killings, too.
Did I mention about killing? I did not mention that.
No, you said that's what we come to talk about. We talk about killings and we blame a particular ethnic group. That's what
The
you said.
blame is where the issue is.
I think Olamide. I think
because they are the ones
please,
doing it.
forefather, my time is not up. Olamide keep interrupting. I think it's not selling. I think it's not in the shop today, and so it's in the home doing something.
Take 1 minute. Take 1 minute to round up.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah?
Take 1 minute. Take 1 minute to round up so Dexter can say something.
So the issue is that, please, my fellow citizens, if we can't have it in both ways. If we're going to take opportunity that something is uniting us now, which is suffering, let's go for it and rally and ginger the base. But if we're going to come here and say, oh, this is north, this is south, this is west, while we are all suffering the same thing and we cannot take advantage of it, then I don't know where we are going from here. So what unites us now is the pain and suffering. And we are now crying, all the citizens are crying, and I hope that we channel our anger in one direction in unit of purpose. Not all those blaming, casting on blame on this person, on the other person. It's not going to take us to anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Dexter, thank you for joining us. And I'm sure you got something to say about this. So go ahead, Dexter.
Thank you very much, forefathers and everybody on the panel. What I want to say in summary is this. Nigeria, let's not think about solving the problem the immediate problem alone. We have to look at the long-term goal, the long-term viability of the Nigerian state as it is. Somebody says, food comes from the north. Now the south is seeing that food comes from the north and all that. But the people in the south buy the food. They buy the food with their money. The truth about it, Nigeria, somebody says, but the governors are getting money from the federal government. Is that not the biggest problem we have? If you have, how many of us here will have children that for the whole life of that child, we want to be giving that child money? How many of us will be proud if we have maybe 36 children and every month till they are 80, they will be coming to us, daddy, money, you'll be removing money from your pocket. How many of us will be proud of those children?
That's even the money,
sorry,
wait, hold on first. Let me ask you a question. Even the money you give to your son to go to school and he misuse it, will you be happy?
You won't be happy, but let me land. Let me land. A time comes in a man's life where your child needs to become productive. If you are teaching your child that he should be a dependent, I'm sorry, you are teaching your child the wrong lessons in life. In this present modern day and age, your child that is even 5 years old, you should start teaching him to be entrepreneurial, so that he gets to a point he says, "Daddy, keep your money."
That is true, but the analogy, I want to know where this analogy applies to.
In the Nigerian state we run today, we are so proud to be saying state is getting money from federal government. Meanwhile, these states are supposed to be viable entities on their own. But
what made them not be viable? What made them not be viable?
I'm not sure anybody's proud of that, though.
Wait, we have a system.
It's funny to me because I said so. Because if you cannot manage the little you get, how can you manage the big ones you are generating by yourself?
Exactly. That doesn't say anything.
Management I'm talking about. Manage what you have now.
Freebies.
That is the problem. That is the problem.
Freebies leads to waste. Freebies leads to waste. You have no responsibility.
That is the problem.
Hold on. I think hold on, Dexter. You see, you are not addressing the thrust of his argument. You are going a totally different direction. He is talking about the one you get. What did you do with it? No, you are going by freebie is a waste. That is not what he talked about.
Forefathers, listen to my argument. I asked you in the beginning, how many of you will have a child that you keep on giving money? What I'm trying to say is dashing does not make anybody responsible. If you want to build a prudent system,
so it's because they are giving them the money for free. That's why they are wasting it.
Dexter, let me try and explain what you're trying to say to them. The guy is saying that if you are the one producing what your income, you won't waste it. That's what he's saying.
Simple.
Okay, good. But they should acknowledge that he should acknowledge that they get money and they don't use it.
No problem. Forefathers, no problem.
Different. No, what makes Lagos State different?
Forefathers, that is the bane of the problem. Because all you need to do is you sit down, allocation come, they will send it to you. So of course, why can't they waste it? Why won't they squander it? If they till the ground, if they were in productive work to produce their wealth, if they will not lie to waste. How many of us here will sit down and let our money after you have worked hard in the West? You will just be wasting your money, throwing it away. Can you do that? Let us face the reality. In Nigeria,
isn't that what we actually are?
In Nigeria,
as black people,
you have more than 50% of the states. All they do is sit down and wait for government allocation.
But Dexter, hold on. You just said that if nobody gets money in the West and waste it, technically, that's what we do. We waste a lot of resources.
Do you waste your forefathers? Do you waste your resources?
You see, it depends on. Sorry. Let me explain something to Dexter. Hold on. I think Dexter, you see, there are different levels of the impact of the money you spend. The impact of the money we spend doesn't benefit our people. That is the truth.
No, forefather, we're not talking about the impact of the money you spend, whether it benefits you.
So you can consider it waste too.
Forefather, when you get your money, do you squander it on irrelevant things?
Don't compare individualism.
Okay. The Blackstone.
Don't compare individualism with governance.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Sorry, the Blackstone. Which people, who is stealing your money? Who is stealing the money in Nigeria? Is it individuals? Who steals the money?
It's the people in power that are misusing it. So if I have a child, right, I'm giving him money. You can't tell me that I use that to compare the person in power. Even if the state is even a person that cannot manage what you are. If you give me money today, you say you to do something, I'll become a good person. I cannot manage it. You understand me? If I would steal what I have today, I can also manage it. Why is Nigeria going? Why is it that the Nigerians are very wasteful? Even individuals, why are they very wasteful?
See, let me tell you something. If Nigeria, if every state is productive, that is what they are producing, that is giving them their revenue. If they waste it, the people will hold our government responsible.
You see what you are doing? Hold on. Let me say this. The thing you don't understand is that we think what happens nationally cannot happen in the state because we think we are closer to it. But if you think about it, the states literally get money and the people don't hold them accountable for the money they get at all. The way you are making it sound as if that if the state produces the wealth, that's going to change anything. I'm not sure it's going to change anything.
Let me tell you why it will change. Because the citizens of that state become stakeholders in that wealth.
Why would they become stakeholders?
All of them become stakeholders in that wealth.
Why would they become stakeholders?
Because, let me tell you why, because for that wealth to be generated, they have to be involved. No, it's not like somebody. Look at what happens. Let me be plain here. Nigeria.
What is it you are pointing at? You know you are pointing at.
Let me be plain to you. Let me
you are pointing at everybody.
Let me be plain to us. Nigeria is 100%. Just imagine Nigeria is a box of 100%. The productive part of Nigeria is less than 20%. That less than 20% that is productive, whatever it produces, is used to share for the remaining 100%. So 80% is collecting from what 20% produces. What makes you think that 80% that is collecting? And it's not like everybody cannot be productive.
But that is how. But Dexter, that's how America is. Most of the wealth is generated by the coastal regions. No, it's true now. Most of the wealth in America is generated by the coastal regions.
Are you not telling me that the states in Nigeria don't generate?
So Nigeria, that's another bad comparison.
Are you not telling me that at the state,
Ferrari,
the
don't
Nigerian
even
state,
start with me, Ferrari.
don't tell me
That is actually
And
true.
what
Don't
they
tell me it's
do
bad
is
in the
that they
Indian
pay
governance.
state,
taxes
in the Indian
to
state,
the
they don't
federal
generate money in
government. They
Nigeria.
pay taxes
They
to
Sorry,
the
collect tax,
the
center.
they
Blackstone,
collect tax, they collect fine, they collect
But in
fee and
Nigeria, it's
everything.
the other way
Who are
around.
they getting that
the
money?
Blackstone collect tax from who?
From the
Let me ask you a
citizen.
question. The Blackstone,
Okay.
is it places like Jigawa that is only on payday? Only on federal government payday that you have activity moving on? Is it for federal government staff that they are generating revenue? Tell yourself the truth. Let us start
No,
telling ourselves the truth.
wait.
What truth
God,
are you trying to tell?
what are you trying? A bad person is always a bad person. A bad ruler is also a bad ruler. Forget that story. If you are bad, you are bad in every area. You understand me? So it's not. Excuse me.
Okay, let's allow Jagu to say. I think we have really waylaid this time enough now. Please, don't worry. We are. Yeah. Don't worry. You are going to finish Blackstone soon. Let Jagu just have his say. Then don't worry. You are going to get your chance, Dexter. Don't worry. You and Blackstone will finish this marathon. And Jago, please.
What marathon?
Blackstone is not going to give way. Don't even expect
No problem.
Blackstone to give way.
I was just here really listening because I've been out all evening and just come in and seen what's going on. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, panelists. Good evening, those in the comment section and viewers. Again, I'm hoping that this will be another wonderful show because for what I gather that you're speaking about, I mean, a lot has happened in this week. An awful lot has happened in this week. Some kind of shocking as well. But I think what is heartfelt for me personally is that it seems like pockets of Nigerians, ordinary people in Nigeria, are coming out and they're having to protest. We saw what happened in Minna. We saw a few other places as well, like spewing up, and it's real. It's real. And I wonder whether or not we ourselves, because as I something that I think I agree with, that Dexter said, is that we need to be looking forward. You know, the awareness of the people knowing that their rights are being taken from them is one thing, but what would really produce good governance in the country is another thing. And I really feel that we need to be partnering as best as we possibly can with people on the ground in Nigeria, so that there is a real movement that is present and is going on. My real feeling, as per solutions and as per where I want to see Nigeria, to be frank and honest, to everybody that's listening, I want to see people out of government before 2027. I actually want to see it happen this year. And I believe it can happen. And I believe the only way it can happen, I think we have to agree that it needs to happen. I think that's first. For so many. Sorry?
I have to worry about Shetima.
Well, you know what I'm talking about when I say Tinubu out. I mean APC government now.
Okay,
I mean,
APC.
we have to lay down that the APC themselves have had 2 terms of what really amounted to a great waste of time under Buhari. And then we're having a really suspicious government with Tinubu, who came to power from really some strange means. 1, 2, as soon as he became president, things in Nigeria generally began to go down. Firstly, he wanted to fight our brothers in a different country, in Niger, which for most Nigerians, that's just nonsense, abhorrent, it's ridiculous, it doesn't make any sense. You're not following what the Nigerian people are feeling, if that's what you want to go and do. 1. Then 2, you drop the whole idea, which people were fighting for, I hasten to add, the whole idea of subsidies. You drop this, and it was a panic in the country, and it allows the dollar against the Naira to just do what it's doing. And then that whole thing about the economy right now, it stains from Buhari's point. You know, Nigerians, if this was all equal, voting for Tinubu to be the next president is like, I can't even believe the sense. There's no sense in that. Having had 8 years of the same government and then coming back to him again, really is really, really ridiculous. But that's where we find ourselves.
I agree with you, bro. It was really contradictory.
It was
contradictory.
ridiculous. So really, the way I feel about these things is that there are too many counts against Tinubu. There are too many counts against APC as a whole. There are too many ways that Nigeria could end this year in a really backward state. I mean, we already functioning like a state of no union, a state of, we're not functioning like a state. I forgot the term that I wanted to use. Anyway, I say all this to say that, look, I think focus is really, really important. And as we watch what's going on in the ground in Nigeria, we can quibble about things if we want, if that's fancy, but I think we need to be more observant and have a real understanding that there's a groundswell happening. And are we going to be a part of this groundswell? Are we going to be able to conduct what needs to take place in this groundswell? Or are we just going to let it lumber from one lumbering misstep to another lumbering misstep and then come on here and complain? I don't think that's what we should be doing here. I think we should really be taking note. I think we should be smelling what's in the air. I think we should be trying our best to position ourselves economically as well as politically to gear our people to a softer landing. And that softer landing, whilst the world is going upside down, for me, it's quite clear. I just really wonder what other people feel a soft landing would be if somebody like Tinubu is no longer in our way. I'll end there. Thanks.
That one scares me because Shetima, when I think of that, Shetima, again, he accept the entire government goes. And how do you remove the entire government to create a government of national unity or transition? It will lead to a lot of upheaval in the country. One of the things I'm beginning to realize that I think we have to have a kind of campaign for one thing, go for one thing. And I think maybe all the platforms should come together. So, you know what, like when I was discussing with Kolata yesterday, we talked about national security, that you can campaign for national security, recruitment, and that they promised. This is not new stuff. They promised it themselves. If you campaign for that, you are going to have a groundswell of opinion that says, okay, maybe it's a good thing because the Northerners have the same problem. So if all of us come together, that might succeed.
The only thing I will come back on where that's concerned, I know where you're coming from and I understand it. You know, these things have to be made politically correct, if you like. The only thing is where Nigeria is concerned, we have to really understand, we can't really talk the politics of the West and now and what should happen without understanding that we've got 6 years of entrenched madness through our polity, through our people. There's a psyche that doesn't make sense. And they bring it forward all the time as though it makes sense. And that's what you're going to be fighting against. So I say, unless we are taking this thing by the root and pulling all the bad roots and basically discarding them in order to plant new seed, in order to get new wine, in order to have new harvest. If we're not doing that, we're not doing anything. Because lumbering from one idiotic position of where Nigeria should be and where Nigeria isn't to another misspent time, effort, and fortitude going the wrong way. And to me, Nigeria is ever presently going the wrong way. All these little funny changes we do, they don't make a hill of beans. They don't add up to anything. What we need to be doing is understanding, look, we have got somewhere where we're going as Nigeria. We are great people. We have a lot of energy. We are highly spirited. Our education and the guile of our people mentally, it takes us a long way, even with a government that is not assisting us in any way. So
according to that point you made, I just wanted to stop you there quickly so I will share this information with you. So you said the guile and our people, we can do all kinds of different things. So I wanted to share this information with you. Look at this. This is what a country's export. This country is less than 6 million people. They can export. They exported 300.
Which country is that?
That's Singapore. 351 billion US dollars worth of exports for less than 6 million people. And look at that of Nigeria. Of about 200 million people, 47 billion. And if you take away crude oil from that, it's barely 10 billion. That is the ingenious people, the great people, and the kind of people we are talking about.
Fair enough. It's well underlined and well understood. And to compare a place as small as Singapore to a place as big as Nigeria is accurate. I believe that's an accurate comparison. I remember putting the same thing to an old cousin of mine. He's passed now, God rest him. And he used to say, we're not supposed to be comparing Nigeria to Singapore. We're supposed to compare to China. I said, my friend, you know, we can't even get up to where Singapore is. Yeah, you know, this is the mentality. This is the mentality. This is what I'm speaking about. Now, whilst he may have a point, I think your point is stronger in that, you know, we're not even a $500 billion economy. We should actually right now, we should be a $3 to $5 trillion economy. That's where Nigeria should be, comfortably, looking for the next level. That's where we should be. And we're so far from it that I think that's a great highlight. I need for all of us to be understanding these numbers. I need for all of us to be understanding this is economics playing out. I need for everyone to understand that what the economics that we need is within our people and in the ground of our country. We've been blessed with it. However, we've got people in our way. We've got people who have wasted and trashed our country. The name of who we are is being trashed daily. We need to take these people out of the way. It's very, very, very simple. And unless people really come to that frame of mind that we have something stumbling us, and that something isn't rocket science, it's our government and the way our government is set up. So with this, I think we have to take stock. That's really what
I'm asking this question of you because my conclusion, given where we are, governments can only operate with the space people allow them. Like when people started showing up on the streets and started acting funny, you will see that the government will start quaking. And the people haven't even started showing up in mass, like big numbers. When we talk about big numbers, 200,000 show up. When those ones start showing up, the government will shake. Nigerian government, you have to understand, people think the government is very powerful. They are not very powerful. They know the ratio of one soldier to the citizen is 1 to 1,000 or more. They know they can't protect themselves against the citizen. The citizen mean business. And this is what I'm saying. Maybe if we have a concerted effort, we've never really tried it, a national movement to change something in Nigeria. If we did it, I believe they will move.
I want to ask you guys a question.
This is the time.
I want to ask you guys a question. Do you guys think that our government, do they know that they are fucking up the country? Number one. Number two, are they afraid of the people at all? Number three, do they think they can, for the next 100 years, they can still get away with what they are doing and still nothing would happen? It's just a curiosity question to just ask from a perspective, because all of us will come here and say the government this, the government that. Those of them who really have position, like Festus, Okeriamo, Tinubu himself, Bajamia Mila, how do they view those three questions? Do they see it as, or it's just all about them making their own share and passing the baton to the next person?
Anyway, okay. Well, for me, what I think that they feel that they are above the law or that nobody can do them anything. Because if you look at the Nigeria political elites, their campaign and everything, it is first of all centered on individual. What is their benefit? What are they to gain from there? It's not centered on moving the country forward. Neither is it centered on as a service to the country. So the Nigerian politicians, the governors, the president, or the ministers, everything that is involved in Nigerian politics is that they are all self-centered. They are not.
If you ask me, from what you said, that they don't think anything can touch them, I think that's what they think in reality, in terms of the way they operate every day. But if they do the evaluation, like when they saw those people in Mina protesting, the moment that happens, even that small protest threatens them, because when they actually do the calculation, they will realize that they're not actually protected. They are not as protected as they think they are.
How long do you think they can hold on to the status quo? If they're confident, how long do you think they can stay playing the people, gaslighting? How long do you
That will not depend on
They
the
will carry
citizens.
on
That will depend on the
forever. The
people.
people have to change themselves. Like, this is, you see, Ferrari, were you not the one arguing for sensitization? People are not aware of the damage they are doing to themselves because their leadership is not helping them. Their leadership is supposed to help tell the people the truth of their situation. But our leadership, they are not telling us. They hide it. And if anything, they compromise us even further. So the mass of the people that are aware of this thing that are not part of the leadership will have to do the sensitization to allow people to know, hey, this is what your leader is doing. They are lying to you. When they tell you that the dollar is not your problem, they are lying to you. When they tell you that not patronizing local goods is not a problem, they are lying to you.
Okay,
You are
let me
supposed
ask
to
you a
promote
question.
locally manufactured goods.
I think in answering Blackstone, before you ask the question, sorry, I think in answering Ferreira's question too, in adding to the answers that have been supplied, I think the fundamental, if we don't want to engage or we don't want the situation in Nigeria to degenerate into a war or into chaos, the way things are going right now, is for the leaders to allow the people choose who they want in a free and fair election. If, for instance, the people come together to form a movement to say, okay, we want to bring out a
The
candidate.
moment you use the term allow,
It may not be
It's funny terminology.
yeah, you can't say allow. You
No,
have
let him
to
land. Let him land.
Let
Still, we want to understand him.
me land. What I'm saying is, it may not be Peter Obi, but if the people come together to form a movement and say, okay, this is who we believe will change the fortunes of Nigeria. You understand? And this is who we want to challenge the incumbents. If things still continue to go the way they go, obviously in the next 4 years, in 2027, people will be looking for an alternative.
Can I just say this? Forefathers, if you will allow
If
me.
they don't allow, how do we, if we don't want the country to descend into a chaotic or a war-like situation?
You see, Olumide, my brother, where you are, I think is very good because I was just listening to hear you sort of organize mentally what that transition would look like. Would it be a violent one? Would it be one where we can do peaceably in ways that are amiable for the whole nation? And I feel that it's very polite. I feel it's a bit too polite for where we actually are. But I feel also strongly that we have to get to that point of being polite. I really, really do. So, because how to lock that in politically, I really don't know how. All I do understand as it is now is that a movement can be and needs to be created to develop our change. And we, the people, need to be the people doing it. How the government sets up after this achievement of mammoth proportions is taken, after we've
But Jagun,
achieved as much.
the reason why I say allow is the fact that potentially we know the government of the day will do everything. They will use the institutions that should protect or allow
I appreciate what
reason
you're
to
saying.
prevail.
The
You
thing is,
understand?
with the point of view of saying allow, I feel we have allowed enough. We have asked for enough and not been given anything. So I
But
believe
I
that
am
the language
referring
is a
to
bit
I'm
sorry. I
referring to
believe
the
sorry.
government of the
Sorry.
day now.
One more now. I'm just saying that it's a bit polite for them. I feel that they need to be told and instructed that the people are those who are holding this democracy. No one else. The people. So it's not for them to allow. We are taking this responsibility
Take it by
and
force.
we are taking you out of the way. We don't believe in you as a government. We've understood that we can just break it down to them in a proper noted lettered communication whereby we break it down what our terms are. And our terms are that we are sweeping away this kind of government. We want democracy, but the government that they have set up, the way they have set up this whole thing is for corrupting itself. So from the judiciary to the Senate to the parliamentarians, whatever you want to call them, the whole setup needs to be overhauled for real. That's the communication I'm talking about. That's what I'm dealing with.
Yeah. I think Ferrari hasn't said much. If you want to add to it, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I was on the phone, missed a few things. Somebody's noise, is that on my side? Okay, yeah. So I was. So the issue is, can the people get the politicians to sit up, because they're not going to do it voluntarily. People, I don't care what anybody tells you, it's not going to happen. You know, as long as they can do it and get away with it, they will continue to do it. As long as they can steal money, get away with it, they can dictate, change, everything will continue, unless the people change it. But my own theory is just that we don't have, we the people, and when I like to use that term, we the people, we don't have that critical number yet to force them to do anything. You know, when I say force, I'm not necessarily talking about military force or violent force. You know, pending massive demonstration, massive boycott could be fought when they know, these people are really strong. We can mess up, or we can, even if, you know, for a good example is what I would give. One of those northern states, when they wanted to give the result of one of those appeal for those election, they were so scared of the people that they had to do it by Zoom. They had to do it by Zoom. That is the level across each state that the people should be in to get our government to comply, to serve us. If we're not there, well, there ain't gonna be no change. I'm sorry. And it's the elite that can get us there, because it's the elite that mobilize, that organize, that protest, that make noise. So that's why it's critical when you see, let's say, let me go to give such an example. When you say, let me cite one man to Mo, for example, it's critical. People like that, vocal people like that, are on the side of the right, because you need annoying people like that. You need people like you not to keep quiet. You need a media, people. You need a media stronger than the rise. I can't emphasize this. Why all these small media all across are not joining forces for, I don't know, for this change to come? There's more that needs to be done. Let me let someone else.
Are just there to make money.
The next
well, before Mr. speaks, I'll just like this to be noted as to where we are going now, because these are quite crucial points of our discussion in terms of what's going on in the ground, and there are crucial points being mentioned. One is how we need to galvanize ourselves in the diaspora in order to affect change in Nigeria through mobilizing political means. So that's, if that's as you said, you know, be it marching, be it stay at home, whatever the most effective approach is. One, two, what Ferrari's just spoken about in terms of a media that really does penetrate and really does speak to our purposes. I think these things need to be noted, because I think they're real, and I think we need to start thinking about them and start, because we can't be coming here just to complain. We have to be coming here to have the conversation, to put our minds in a position that we can serve our people from where we stand, with our voices, with our cash if needs be, with our effort, with our energy. We need to do this for Nigeria, because the country is dying, is suffering, it's in pig shit. It's disgusting how people are living there. We can still fly into Nigeria right now and live a life that is far higher, greater than what we are living in the West. Be we in the States or be we in Europe. Whatever we're doing here, we can live it at a far higher level on the cost of living that we are living out here. Be that cheap or rich, we'll be richer than everybody in Nigeria, more or less. So, given all these things, I think we have to energize our minds. Not just to be sword fencing and fighting, but to be understanding that we've got a country that's dying. You know, whilst Nigeria's going to play football tomorrow, we're going to all be behind it. We want them to win. We feel ourselves when we're talking about ourselves as Nigerians. You know, we want to use that same willpower, that same willing, in making sure our country is great, because surely we can.
Jagun, the power of the Nigerian state in terms of that patriotism or nationalism is so powerful that people were literally dying because they were watching a match. They were dying from heart attack, and they made a show. yeah, when they made a show about it on the TVC the other day, I thought, okay. But when somebody called me that they know somebody that passed because of it, I was like, okay, this is bigger. How did that even happen? That people are dying because of a match? It's like, have we not been okay? Maybe we have been so deprived of tapping into our nationalistic thing for so long that when we encountered it, a lot of people just like, this is too much. I can't take it, and it just passed. I didn't watch the entire match. I saw the penalty area, and I was surprised how I was palpitating because of it. I was actually surprised by that because I've been on this panel. Hold on now, because I've been on this panel. I've been beaten crazy. I'm not sure I've palpitated that way before. That is crazy stuff, and that is what nationalism that we've never. I'm telling you, I'm not sure I'm going to watch the main match tomorrow because it will be tasking to my.
Try and watch it. Don't worry.
It might be too tasking to me physically to watch.
Well, you see, these things go kind of hand in hand. They go hand in hand. If you look at it, was the 96 or 94 World Cup with Okocha, with Finidi George, with who else was there? That guy in front, what's his name? Amakachi. You see that level of football, and that we had a good 5 to 6 world-class footballers, and they could have won that World Cup. Largely, Nigeria has traded at a level where we're not on par with the rest of the world, and this we need to change it real quick. And if we can get it done this year, and whichever government takes over is the government that we want in place, I think we can have a good 8 years of hardcore coming back to who we're supposed to be as Nigerians. And if we were able to achieve that, we've done it. We've done a lot. We've done our bit, especially in terms of our generation.
Are you so confident
for
that
the
this
generation
government,
coming up?
Jago, are you so confident that this government will be changed this year?
Oh no,
Bros, what I'm seeing is that what I'm seeing is that Tinubu's government is easily seen from within and from without. That this government can't manage what's going on in the country. They just cannot manage it. They have no ideas. They don't know what they're doing. It's clear. And for these things alone, not to be added with the way the president was won, the presidency was won, not to manage with the 8 years that they've had with Buhari. All this is a case that we're going to put in front of them and say, no more. You're out. You people cannot do it for us as a Nigerian people. You people are holding us back. You people are Neanderthals compared to our brilliance. This is what we're putting to them.
The only thing that can remove this government from
A fool can't manage us. A fool can't manage this country. We're not anymore. We need to stand up and put our foot down. You understand? I said, no, out of the way. If let's say, for argument's sake, for whatever happened, I know that these are political that I'm not necessarily mindful of. I know. However, if somebody like Peter Obi was to come in, everyone knows that Peter Obi is not a saint and he's not the best spokesman in the world. He's not the best orator, not the best statesman of any ilk, but somehow he's a great swill better than everyone else. And when I say better than everyone else, I include Shorore. I include all these new brand that was coming up at a time. I include all of them. I'm saying to you that this man or somebody of his ilk can position Nigeria and Nigerians to partner one another and to drive the whole country and the whole nation.
I think the problem is that
forward.
You cannot have one. You can't remove the government. The only way you can remove this government is through a kind of military coup. I don't see a protest that will occur that will remove him from office without it degenerating to a tribal thing, because they will say, "Oh, because
this is where we have to make a difference. This is where we have to make a difference."
Trying to remove him from
I
office.
hear you.
So it has to be some kind of military intervention. Or
I don't believe that though. Whilst I fully understand you,
I'm not saying I'm calling for it. I'm saying the only way to remove them
power
is
that
the only way. That's the only way that it can happen. But what do you think about this other issue?
The reason why
it looks like you are delayed. It looks like you are delayed, Jagun. I wanted to ask you about the Senegal problem, because I noticed that Tinubu is very, very silent about the Senegalese stuff compared to how he reacted to the Niger Republic. The Senegalese president just cancelled an election that was supposed to be held this month, and he
That's not a
wasn't going to
coup
be in
now.
office. It's a
So for
coup. It's a
them,
form of coup. It's
so for
a
them,
democratic coup.
that's not a military coup. So it's
Yeah, but it's a form of democratic coup. It's a democratic deficit that leads to problems. You know, tomorrow now the coup occurred there. They will say, "Oh, why?" But that is what the president is doing now, because he's violating the constitution, changing the date of the election, moving it to December when he's supposed to leave office this month. Or April. He's supposed to leave office in April.
It's not they moved to December. He canceled this they indefinitely, and the House moved to December.
Imagine that.
He canceled it indefinitely. So, and the House moved to December.
Then why is ECOWAS silent on it?
What about the ECOWAS? What did they say?
Yeah, well, that's what makes them corrupt, because they are not acting when these democratic regimes are not behaving properly. They are not behaving democratically. It's a fake system now. It tells you that it reveals the core of the system that they claim to be upholding. You claim that you're upholding democracy. You are not even calling out the president, saying what you are doing is undemocratic. That if you don't behave yourself, we are going to sanction your country too, just like you did with Mali and all the others. If you don't do that, you are giving those three nations the argument to say, you know what, this is exactly why we left. This is exactly why we removed our government. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, was it Mali or Guinea Republic, Guinea, that the president wanted to extend?
Let me say this to you. Let me say this to you, forefather.
It's a form of coup.
Let me say this to you, forefather. Okay. Whilst I understand, I think that's it's a great angle. It's a great angle to bring in at this juncture. You see, the way I have to answer your question, and the way I have to look at the whole West African and Francophone countries in Africa are at the biggest advantage to thinking Nigerians. If Nigerians as business people and Nigerians as politicians are thinking people, the way things are playing out at the moment with the French, the Francophone countries almost leading their way out. You see, I think that would have been the most difficult thing for a sensible thinking Nigeria to do. For Nigeria, Ghana, and the Anglophone countries of West Africa to play such a game that brings the rest of West Africa out of the shadows of the Europeans. They are now doing it by themselves, which is good for us. The only thing is, we feel that we are already at a point where we've emancipated ourselves. But what we have been doing now, unfortunately, as Nigerians, is going backwards, largely because of our leadership, and secondly, because of the followership that doesn't ask questions. I believe right now, the people are asking questions, and we need to be putting more questions into the whole paradigm. Because what we're going to have is not going to be the normal democracy that they have. We're going to have the Nigerian democracy. We're going to have to put that in place. We have to really wake up to a lot of the things that we are having to be responsible for in our generation. Before we haven't even got the reins in our hands, our generation. There's still the oligarch, the old oligarch that's controlling Nigeria. And we need the reins in our hands to package it in such a way that before we hand it to the generation below us, that they're going to receive something golden. That's what has to be in our mind, even from the trash that we find ourselves in at the moment. You see, there's a way that we have to wake up each as individuals. And I don't know how to say this more, because these things are an individual responsibility. We're not just to be reading the newspapers and looking at websites and YouTube and looking at news. We are the news. We have to be part of that news. And I'm not saying that anyone wants to be famous. I know we do have protective identity issues. And when I say issues, I don't mean that negative. I feel that we need to protect our identities. Having said that, however, we have to stand up. We have to stand up. You know, the people that went to march in Salem all those 66 years ago, when Dr. Martin Luther King was marching, those people who walked with him, they had to stand up. They came out of their houses, out of their bed, they had their bathe, entered into the streets, and knew that they had to fight for themselves as individuals and fight for the cause as a collective. If we're not doing it on that level, then we got to stop pretending. Don't even come here and talk anything. These things are too real. Our
All right, guys.
families, our
Good
loved
night.
ones are all involved in these things. Many of them are as conscious as we are.
Have a wonderful day, everybody. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us,
Thank
the
you, my
Black
brother.
Zone. Yeah, you wanted to say something, Ferrari?
The
Yeah,
Black
I was
Stone.
also thinking that I wish, irrespective of our love for the government or the parties, whether APC, PDP, and all these, all this our tribal and religious affiliation that we love so dearly, and all this, my teeth is better than your teeth. I wish once we see them doing these wrong things, we can just come out strongly and just say it the way it is without fear or favor. I wish our press also, like the likes of them, Abati, Rufai, that guy from Channel. I mean, we because there's no one else we're hurting other than ourselves if we don't call a spade with these people. I mean, there's no brotherly love in the issue of destroying your own country. We all are feeling the impact now, the pain the people are going through, even though the people are misguided, but the pain this thing causes. I mean, we should just be calling them like, okay, like the guy at the central bank, Cardozo or whatever his name is. We should call them out. Your policy don't work. You don't know what you're doing. You're tearing the country down. The Naira is going down. I mean, we should be screaming at the top of our voice to let these people know that they are failed, or they are failing, or they are non-entities. And we shouldn't be sugarcoating things with them
I
at
think
all.
I will be asking Dr. Damages regarding this thing campaign. I think we have to zero in on one thing, amplify it, and make sure the people know about it. Let me because Dexter has been waiting for a very long time, being patient. Like he's true, like a proper Dexter is patient. And Dexter, please, what do you think? I think let's not do this divisive thing that we do in our country, because it's the only one we have right now. Anything else is just going to lead us, from what I can see anyway. If you look at the data, if we like to say Nigerians are not Nigerians, then whom are all those people collapsing and dying because they are watching a match? Because they are watching a match. So we have to remember that there are a lot of people that don't think the way we do. They just want a country that functions, and we want to give it to them. And please go ahead.
Yeah, I think I agree exactly with what Jagun is saying. I think time has come for us to, it has to be actions right now. I used to tell my friends in my age grade, I said, look, the generation of Tinubu's generation, they are on their way out, whether we like it or not. I mean, these guys, the winners of Nigeria, generation is on the way out. It's left for the next generation to pick up the baton and take it and do what is right. I think even like us that come on this platform, we have to start, because that's how great countries are formed. You'll be surprised. The diaspora of every great country played a significant role in forming those countries.
Yeah.
I think
that's true.
as much as we can identify the problems, we can say, okay, we've identified several problems. We can't solve all of them. We can pick one and a targeted focus on that sensitization of doing something that will cause an effect back home. I think that's what is needed right now. Because we can talk as much as we can and all that, but it's the actions we start taking and how these actions would be felt by the people and by the government, back home. If not, what will happen is that these politicians would do the same thing they did in 2023, 2027. That's the simple truth. In fact, they are lining up for it. They are lining up for 2020. The politicians are actually, look, this administration is actually not even governing. They are just preparing for 2027. That's what they are doing. They are preparing for 2027. So we have to become it's like a pressure group. Let me not say the word pressure group, but just similar to what a pressure group does. So that, because by the time people start realizing, they're talking about regulating social media. You can imagine what will happen if they Bajabia Mila has started campaigning for regulation of social media. Now, the social media is actually the only space right now that Nigerians are able to get information about the misdoings of this government. Because recently, they inaugurated a country that is saying is broke. Inaugurated a committee with 1 billion naira. Inauguration of a committee with 1 billion naira that wants to look into minimum wage. What are we talking about here? You are telling the people to tighten their belts. You are inaugurating a committee with 1 billion, and these people are just coming to discuss minimum wage. Now, that memo was leaked on Twitter. If there was no social media, I can assure you, if the source of that information went to any media house, that information will be killed. It will be squashed. The CEOs of those media houses will call their contacts in government and they will kill that news. But because of the social media, the information has leaked out and everybody has seen it. It has gone viral. Now, this same government wants to regulate social media so that that kind of thing will not happen. That's why it's not just for us to talk here. We have to start doing things that the government back home will feel the pressure.
I think some of the things that they wanted to pass about that. I think there was I was watching the statement from one of the House of Assembly members. I didn't think it was social media stuff because people didn't talk about it the way they are talking about it, the way you are mentioning. It's good that you brought it up actually. He was saying something. I was hearing him. He was saying something about if you said something online, this will be the consequences. And I was hearing some of the consequences were like, some of them were a little bit dramatic for the kind of treatment that was required to reach that kind of punishment. So, and I wish somebody brought that information up so we actually exercise this in a look at the this in the what they're actually proposing fully, because I support the idea that divisive language in Nigeria should be curtailed. That's hate speech. Some of the stuff we hear here every day is destroying national cohesion. That's why you don't see a lot of Northerners here. They don't come because they hear so many divisive language. You will not open a channel in the UK where people in the North cannot just call in. They can call in because they feel like they are in the same country. We don't use very divisive languages here. So I know that part of it I support. But the part that seems to be designed to protect the elites, no, that one I don't support it. And Nigerian problem is not hard. We keep saying the problem is hard. If you want to get rid of corruption, I've said it before, make it a capital offense for public office holders to steal money. You will be surprised how quickly they will.
But who is going to make it? Are these same people stealing? They will not make it against themselves.
That's what I'm saying. Now you push for it because
they would never do it against themselves.
Many of our people would not want it to. That's the problem. Many of our people would think, why should they be killed because they steal? Because we don't truly understand the gravity of what it is. I've had people argue against it before. That is where the problem is. That's one. If you say you hate the problem, but you don't want it solved. I've seen Nigerians refuse order because they said anybody that they give that power will abuse it, so they don't want any order. You want this order.
So, forefather,
it's like what you can't eat your cake and have it. Please go ahead.
So I want to say that anybody from the North who feels that whatever anybody here is saying on this platform is divisive, and because of that, they don't want to come. That just shows that they are not tolerant. Because in a tolerant society, you would be willing to hear the other person's view, even though you disagree with their view. So if they feel that they have been over-vilified by people from the South, they should come and tell us what we're saying wrong, or if whatever we're saying is just conspiracy theories, or we're just trying to make up things against them. They should tell us. Maybe perhaps people from the South can learn too. You understand? They can learn about them, learn about their ways of life, learn more about their culture, Because democracy that we're trying to emulate, even in the UK, in the West, in the US, Canada, there's freedom of speech. People criticize, we criticize each other every day. The only thing you can't come and say, or you can't tell the other person where you might be taken down by the law enforcement or security forces is if you threaten somebody's life. You
I
can't
think that's
threaten,
a big question.
you
I
can't
think that's a
threaten
big
people's life,
question.
you
If I
know?
can just follow from here, Olumide, I think what you say is strong, and puts the question to forefather. But I would like to add this, whereby what's concerning me, together with what Olumide said, is the fact that our our country is. I kind of lost my thought, unfortunately. I wanted to pay attention to what you said regarding our money, and that's correct. That's stealing. Now, the amount of money, Nigerian money, that is outside of the country, it's not a joke. I mean, it's I won't say it's just trillion, but it's close. It's close to that kind of number. And we're talking in foreign currency. Right now, we want that money back. And me personally, if I'm playing politics and I want to be a politician, I'm going to get that money back. I'm not going to get it back by force. I'm going to let them know that there's going to be a time period whereby there would be a level of leniency if they were to bring that money back. So Nigerians from east, west, south, and north, bring your money back. And as you bring the money back, it will feed into your neighborhood. So everyone's stolen from there. We will see who's stolen. And then what we will say is that you can keep 50% of it, and we're taking 50% back as a government. And I will be that lenient. I will be that lenient in order to get as much money back as I possibly could do so. So I'd just like to add that to what Olumide said. So there's two areas there that
I probably will go further than what you said. I would say just bring it back. I'm not going to take a penny. Just start a business as long as you invest it in Nigeria, because the Nigerians are the ones that are going to inherit the money. Because if you say you're going to take 50%, they will still want to be like.
Well, you see, the thing is, yeah, there's a serious exchange rate at the moment, and it's about growing our economy. So if they're bringing that back the money right now, and we're exchanging that into Naira, that's a whole heap of Naira that we're talking about. And that will do a lot to stabilize the Naira dollar exchange rate as we're suffering it at the moment. And then I'm saying 50% because it's stolen money. It's stolen money. I don't want to go through the process of not recognizing something is bad. What we're giving leniency to is that you have been confident enough, you have been Nigerian enough to bring the money back. And that's why I will do the 50-50 leniency. You understand? But I will put in place that after that time frame is done, we are going to begin and continue investigations of all the money that's outside Nigeria. We're going to do a serious investigation.
And to catch you,
that's how
capital punishment.
Straight, some hardcore. That's how it's going to be.
Yeah, see, for me, I would say bring everything back free. You are free to bring everything back as long as you invest it in Nigeria, and maybe even with guidance of the government, invest it in areas that are actually productive. You can run your company, do everything. However, if you don't do that, we'll investigate, catch you, capital offense. If anywhere you are in the world, we'll hunt you down. We don't care what the world thinks. We'll hunt you down. It's capital punishment when you're convicted in Nigeria. And because that is diabolical. If they give you the opportunity to bring everything back, you can invest it, and the Nigerian people are going to gain from it, and you refuse. I wanted to ask you though, if let's say you tell them you are going to get 50% of the money and the rest the government will take it, but because of that, let's say out of 100% of them that would have brought the money back, you got 20%, 30%. Would that not cause you to think twice and think, okay, if that is not going to bring all the money back, is that not the true stuff you really want? All the funds back into the country.
Well, so, I like the percentage that you deal with, because it will mean that we have an idea, we have some data on the whole money that's outside Nigeria, which there must be. And given that, we can estimate roughly how much there is. So to say that 20% came in under that guise, I would have to look at it as a success, because I'm going to hunt down the other 80%. I'm hunting it down. You understand? So all those things will come into position, and there will be different levels. But practically, I'm saying that the Nigeria that we want has to be a new Nigeria, where we understand too much, and we know that a lot of what we understand we have to forgive. We can't get that time back. What we need is expedience. We need real thought and real thinkers. We need to shut people down who are coming to the table to talk rubbish. We need to take out as much unnecessary noise out of the frame as possible, just to conduct an 8-year experiment of getting better as a people, as a country, and as a nation. That's the experiment. So as long as we're achieving that end, I think we can make laws that suit that period of time and into the future. And that's what's going to keep our country and our people governed under some level of fairness and responsibility. These things are important.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that. Steph, Dexter, have you finished your contribution? Thank you, Dexter. Steph, welcome. Thank you for joining us this evening. Yeah, what do you think about the conversation was about how poorly we are performed as a nation, and because a tiny country like Singapore can export 300 something billion, Nigeria is exporting 40 something billion, and that is including oil. If you remove oil, it's pathetic. And how do you think, what got us to this mess we are in? I submitted earlier on that it's because we are self-sabotaging. We sabotage our nation. We don't support our own things because we like Oyibo things. We like to service Oyibo healthcare. We like Oyibo education. We like our currency that depreciated recently. They said it has to do with people paying school fees overseas because they had to buy a lot of dollars to do that. So what do you think about that situation that we find ourselves?
Good evening, all.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Let me start by appreciating the position you've always taken whenever we discuss Nigerian issues. You've been consistent in pointing out how things could change in the country if only we can do one thing consistently. And what is that one thing? Making sure that we conduct elections that are fair and credible, so that whoever the people chooses will emerge, and the people will actually know that we are the one that choose this person, and the person that was choosing will actually know that I derive my power from these people, and they are the one that will hold me accountable after 4 years. It's key. But having said that, forefathers, I just want to commend you, Olumide, because I know you've always been consistent on that issue, and sometimes people don't understand how far that alone could help in solving our problems. Forefathers, what you said is true, but like I've said so many times on this forum, that there was a day one young man came here, and because I was opposing very, very critical of actions that government do take, subsisting government, not just this one, he said that I'm an unpatriotic bigot. That was exactly what he used. And I told him that the most unpatriotic people I've seen in Nigeria are the political class. They're the most unpatriotic. So the reason why we fared far worse than Singapore is because our leaders are unpatriotic. I don't like spinning the table around. I believe that most times things flow from the head. If our leaders are doing the right thing, it's going to be hard for Nigeria to be where it is now, or for the majority of Nigerians to be doing the wrong thing, because they will have that moral standing to implement the law to the letter. But because our leaders don't believe in the country, they claim that they don't believe in Nigeria. If they do believe in Nigeria, they will feel the need to make Nigeria compete with other countries, because they do travel. All of them travels. You, forefather, love your family. And all your effort is to make sure that your family compares or competes favorably to another family. So how come that these people that are the fathers of the nation or parents of the nation don't feel ashamed? You know? So that's the problem. They don't have much investment in Nigeria. That is, when I say investment, I mean as a country, they don't think that they have too much, that too much is at stake for them to make Nigeria work, or if Nigeria loses. So what they are like is, as much as I can get what I will need, let me just get it. What happens after this is no longer my business. You know?
Yeah.
And that is why for somebody who's going to do better, to start turning the country around, the person, that leader have to have a different orientation. So the difference in my own, in a summary, is leadership. That's the difference. Singapore
But is it only
today
leadership
didn't
though?
start the way it is
Okay,
today.
fair
It took a
point.
leadership that started transforming the country. And that
Yeah,
leadership...
but to be fair though, Steph, people listen to that leadership. You know, when you said it flows from the head, but the head has to be fed from the stomach. And that analysis, I feel like the entire group, it's not only the elites that are part of this equation that are damaging the country. I think my class, the class I belong to, the upper classes, all of them, we are complicit in this, because we tend to be. I have people that are close to me that the kind of things they do, you can tell that their loyalty is not to their own race, their own people, their own heritage, their own loyalty. They prefer Western things.
Okay, let me explain to you more why I said it. Because what you are saying now is like we're addressing the symptom. When did it start? Have it always been like this from beginning?
Can I add something, please?
Have it always been? No, I'm asking for...
I just want to add into this. I just
Have
want
it
to add
always been
into this.
like this from the
Bro,
beginning?
Steph, if you don't mind, I just want to add into this. In that you also spoke about orientation and our bad leadership, which we all agree with. And then I have to think, are our people groomed for leadership? Because we've had such poor leaders. I'm really looking at it now and I'm saying, are we even groomed for these things? When I look at the so-called leaders and I see what they're saying and doing and thinking, I'm saying these aren't leaders. These are, I don't know. I don't know. They're just, I don't know what to even call them, but they're not leaders. So sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to throw that into what forefathers also said.
Okay, take for instance forefathers. That because you know sometimes when we judge somebody, we should also be fair. What I want to say now, there's something there's a point that this guy made so many occasions when he was running for presidency, and people don't really read much meaning into it. And that's why when people try to say, is he righteous? He's never said he's righteous. When Peter B used to say, let us start doing the right thing. In one of the occasions, he said he is also to be blamed. But can we start doing the right thing? When I talk about leadership, that's what I actually mean. Who is that leader that is going to come and say, okay, I know I'm a corrupt person before, but see, from today, I want us to start doing the right thing. And not just with words. And people will actually see, yeah, this man really meant business. Do you understand? But we've not reached that level where our leadership have decided, okay, they are still trying to pretend, okay, no, I'm not a bigger thief like the other one. No, the other one is the one that is a big thief. I'm not even that problem. We are looking for that leadership that's okay, yeah, we have all failed this country, including me. But from today, let us start on a new leaf. Do you understand?
Yeah, that's quite a powerful point.
Yeah,
Because,
Steph, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to add, but back to the point I made earlier, that these our so-called elites and the millionaires, I don't know how they reason. Something is loose between the dots because they are not connecting the dot. It is in their interest that the country runs properly. If you're a millionaire, Your millions will be protected if there is law and order. You can pass it on to generation. Your business will grow. There won't be risk to your life and say property. It's in your interest. Not just that, you not only spend your money in your business enterprise, but you spend it to ensure that you have a lawful state, because it is in your, that's the only thing that can protect your interest, your millionaire interest, your billion making money interest, that will make it possible for you to be able to pass it on to the next generation, not in a chaotic state. I don't get them at all. And then those who are aspiring to be like them, the so-called middle class, people like us who have education, we continue to be subservient to evil that these people, and destroy ourselves, all in the name that we just want to make that million. But it is also in our interest that that country becomes good, because that way we are closer to our family. We can pass things on to our children. That is really what is ours.
You're right. You're right.
That's why I said we have a disjointed definition of what real value is, what real success is. We keep thinking it's going to be like the West, like the white man. That is success. That is, no, you can be very, very African in your African soil and develop your own land without the need for you to go to another man's land or country. That's all I just wanted, just for you to connect it to your point.
Thank you. I think that, man, that the conversation has gone quite serious now. Very, very. I really think that the points that have been made are quite. I'm learning from them.
When you want to blame people like you that send their children abroad for education, do you know why they started sending people like you who sell their lands and sell their children abroad for education? Do you know why? Do you think they enjoy it? You think if they have options, it's palatable to them to do that? Families sell liquidate all their savings, sell their properties just to send their children abroad for education. Not just the one that have it, like you said, the middle class, right? Do you think they enjoy doing it?
I'm beginning to think that. Are you sure that some of them are not happy?
The educational system have been run down. You understand? Those people that are sending it, if government put enough structure in place, they will even be willing to contribute to make the education work. But the government don't even have a blueprint to make the education work. Is it the job of that middle class man that is selling his house to send his child abroad to draw up the policy that will make the education to work? It's not. So everything still boils down to leadership.
Steph, I can speak for myself on this one. When I was coming to the UK, one of my key objective was to study. Yes, and in terms of Nigeria, some of the stuff, the kind of stuff I wanted to study wasn't there. I felt like, okay, I prefer to study in UK. But if you say, okay, if that stuff was available in Nigeria, then that for me to study it in Nigeria, and if I come to whether to choose which side to study it, I would have chosen the UK either way. Not because it wasn't available in Nigeria, because I felt like the UK was better for everything.
No, I'm not talking about availability.
Because you were asking about whether our people enjoy doing it. The reason why they've not left.
The reason why I ask you that question is in the 1980s or in the 1970s something. That time we say that, okay, let's say early 70s.
1970 something. How old do you think I am?
I'm coming. Where our education is considered to be of a comparable value. You understand? Where some other part of the world send their children to Nigeria for education. How do we got to the point where Nigeria send their children to Ghana for education? That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, I get that part of it.
The only thing is, once you make that point, it didn't happen by accident.
Exactly.
We know and remember when education in Nigeria was great. And we know and remember when that change began. And how it just took a backward turn year after year after year after year. We also know for what reasons were given for the levels of poor education as we have in Nigeria. Yet still, we are still pushing out marvelous individuals from these institutions as we have them poorly in Nigeria. The fact of the matter is, as where I know that there are no leaders in Nigeria, just lets us know where we are in Nigeria at the moment. There are no leaders. Unless we stand up, I keep having to say it. There are no leaders to look for. I don't, sometimes you say this quite a lot, Steph, and I'm thinking, who are you expecting? Because as I look at everybody, there's nobody there. No one. So I really feel strongly, unless we stand up both here in the diaspora and in Nigeria back home, we have to stand up as a collective so that we sort ourselves out as individuals and as
let
a
me
collective.
add to what Jagun just said. You see, one of you made a point, said that the education started going down is because some people wanted better. That's why they started going abroad. 2 points. I disagree on that. One, our country started heading in the wrong direction from the mid 60s. You understand? But none of us noticed it. So it was like a drip, 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 drip. So by the 75, we were in affluence. So it wasn't even noticeable at all that we were heading in the wrong direction. We had the Udoji thing. Then by the time we got to the mid 80s, where they started introducing austerity measures, the drip now started becoming more. Instead of drip, 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 it's more like a tap has slightly been opened. You understand? Now, by the time we now got further down into the military era of the Babangidas and the Abacha, the tap was let loose. It was like the whole door and the window now has been opened. And now it's like the roof has been opened with the present civilian. It's not even a question of window and door. So it was drip, drip, drip. So for people like us who finished high school in the mid 80s and went to universities in the early 90s and left universities in the early 90s to fight them Babangida, we started getting disillusioned as to what that country has to offer for us. I didn't go abroad to say I want to go study. I was looking at abroad as a survival tool. I got to get out of here because there's nothing here for me. I got to go abroad. If school is what I will use to do it, then so be it. So I did miss school. So it's not like my family was rich enough to send me abroad to school. So I went to do schooling as a professional, whereby schooling is a survival means just to get your visa or whatever renewed. You understand? So the system has been dripping in the negative direction. That's why I love Americans when they do their politics. They will say, ask yourself, are you better off 4 years ago than you are today? Or is the country, when they do an opinion poll, is the country heading in the right direction? So that's why I got to know that, okay, for a country to exist, there's a right direction, there's a wrong direction, there's meaningless movement, which is what Fela described us as. Our life does be like 1 year ball. We 1 year win the blow for 1 year.
Wow, that guy, Fela, you have to give you credit.
He's a professor.
He's a wizard. He's a wizard, bro. He's a wizard. They can't get to those levels, my brother.
He didn't bother to write a book. He put it inside the song.
That was 40 years ago. That was 40 years ago.
He figured us out a long time ago.
You know, that guy, just like now, Fela lived in a time like today where anybody that picks a hole in how government is not serving the masses is seen as an unpatriotic person.
Yeah.
Remember that when he was around, he was characterized as the most unpatriotic Nigerian.
Absolutely.
Why? Because he picked a hole on how the government is not serving the need of the masses. You understand? So, in conclusion, forefathers, if you ask me, anybody that really want to help Nigeria to work should not spend too much time trying to, help this government or any other government for that matter. Spend that time trying to make sure that we can conduct a free and fair election so that the people can actually be in the position to checkmate their leadership, so that the leader will actually begin to know that my government derives its legitimacy from the people and there are consequences if I don't meet their needs. Imagine what will happen in a place like UK or America if the ballot does not determine the outcome of an election. Do you think that society will continue to work? But because the politicians, whether you are from the left or from the right, knows that at the end of the day, if you are in Congress after 2 years, still have to come back. If you are in the executive after 4 years, still have to come back. Do you understand? It makes them to, even if what the people is asking of them is not really what they want, they will do extra mile, even if that thing is good for the country. But that even if what the people want is not good for the country, but that's what the people want, he's not going to say, okay, because it's not good for the country, I don't care. He's still going to do that that extra mile to educate them.
I think at the core of it is that
before you speak, following what Steph said, you see, that is why we're following what Steph said.
Anything for a while.
Hold on. That is why we should, all of us are black people, Nigerians, never depend on these white people or Western for the solution of our problem. No matter how bad things are, we have to go back to our own black brothers and resolve that thing among ourselves. You know what Steph just said just now? You heard what he said. They know that their own country would not work if the will of the people is subverted. But yet, when the will of our own people are subverted, they accept it. They accept our leaders. That's what fella called Oyibo no talk. So say they won't tell you that, okay, that thing is going to destroy you. They will accept them. They put them on national, want to be on the table as the leaders, as they recognize and do business with them. But that same shit, they will not tolerate it in their own country.
Different meaning. Different kind of meaning.
Different meaning. That is why I say, that's the meaning of my song. I tell everyone to hear my song. You see, that's why that man was screaming that these people, they won't tell you. They don't tell you. They would say it's acceptable. But soldier no fit take over for England. Election no fit get rigged for America. But yet it's happening to us, and they're shaking our hands. Come, let's negotiate the deal. Let's negotiate the loan. Good, you're their representative. So you see, even though we are our own enemy, you see the bigger enemy also outside.
There's a bigger enemy, and he's constantly there. Constantly. So this is what I'm trying to. I think we're there. I think we're all on the same page. Allow John Abba to speak. Let's see what page he's on. I suppose.
Good evening once again. Well, I have a different view from the state of
What's the better, John Abba?
The fact that we have a community captured. We have a slave masters within our own community. We do not have a leader. A leader is someone that says, follow me. I see beyond today, and now we will have a better future for you and your children and my children. But for you to believe that a slave master, without the people come to themselves to say enough is enough, that somehow they will let you go. To me, I don't see that happen, and history have never told us that happen. And we keep on contradicting ourselves. It's either we believe that there is free, or there is election that is not that fair, or the process is not that transparent, and we need to work on it. Or we believe that there is nothing like that, that the people have to rise up from local level. And I think if any politician is listening to us today here, we think that we have a way to stand against them, to organize ourselves, to push back on them. They will just see us like we see them. And first and foremost is that a society produces their likeness. So whether you like it or not, you may not be part of it in totality, but whosoever represents us That is who we are. We can choose to deny it, but in another word is delusional, because there is a saying, my adage in my place is, when a madman knows that he's mad, then it's getting better. But when a madman is not agree he's mad, then there is no way you're going to convince him otherwise. So we are speaking to issues that we are jumping the bar, and we do not address the concern of the so-called elite. We do not have even a negotiation of power with them. That okay, this is that, this is what we're going to do. This is our vision for the country. This is the direction we want to take this country to. Over this so period of time, we have seen what you have done, but we think in 21st century we can do better. Give us the opportunity. Open this to us. I believe when people like Olamide and the rest of you talk about free and fair election, is that it's not that all the politicians are not corrupt. To my understanding is that let us make a choice. So if that choice is not good, we have the power to make another choice. We have the power to vote to remove who we want to be there if we do not serve the interests of the people. Then we can say, okay, this is our problem, we will correct it in the process. But we have not even gotten there. That's why I say we are jumping the bar. We are not gotten there because we have never agreed on the negotiation of power. You are dealing with slave and slave masters in your own country, in your own people, in your own local government, in your state, in your federal system. You never break through that. And how long will we be blaming the Western world until till Jesus come or another savior come? When are we going to take a fiscal responsibility that, okay, let's start this movement? We don't have what is called the ideology of leadership. What kind of government are we running in Nigeria, by the way? Sometimes we jump to, okay, let's follow the Western way of election, when we have not even break through the barbaric art, the indifference among us, how to set a government that work for all of us, the fairness in the system. How do we even approach the bigger enemy in our society that anywhere in the world, look at the history, there's nowhere that the slave master let go of the slave without a rigorous fight for their basic human right, which is what Nigerians have never had opportunity to fight for their basic human right as a people of a country. Our independence was not out of any bloodshed. So we do not pay any collective price. We just come after a few of the we all know the story of our forefathers and how the British negotiate and how they let go. And after that, we blame this person, we blame the other person. And in 21st century, it's amazing that we're still saying the same thing over and over. Who is representing you as a person right now here, your interest? You can't freely say it politically. Okay, who you want to vote for, you may know who you want to vote for, but you cannot tell that 100% this person have my best interest. And from our local level of politics, we never even hold them accountable. But we jump, it's easy because it's easy to shift the blame afar and turn blind eyes on the truth that are close to us. Like Ferrari say, and I quote, which I've said, that it's a thief, but it's not a thief enough if it's close to me.
I saw it where the Mefele contributed to the biggest mess Nigeria is on the international platform of how Naira work. But the people are protesting, release our son. So to them, so it's until you can even. I remember when Kuti, the doctor, announced that fella have a disease, a kind of this disease that he had, and because it's and the people say, why do you say that? He's not saying that he doesn't love his brother. He loves his brother. That is his brother. It's the adage in my place says that you can fight your brother, but your brother is still your brother anywhere you go. No matter what we are all saying now, if I come to UK and see Godfathers, whether we have our differences, and I'll not embrace him, blood is thicker than water. So he loves his brother, but he's trying to warn Nigeria that this disease exists. Stay away from so thing. But Nigerians come to criticize him. That is how primitive we are. He did not say because he wants to sell his brother or he doesn't love his brother. He's trying to warn the nation as a medical doctor that if you go this way, unprotected sex, this disease is going on. You're going to catch it. My brother had it. So in this kind of atmosphere where we cannot be true to ourselves, we cannot criticize people from our immediate area, and some people are saying, are you saying that there is no flag enhancement capturing your community? Is that the only crime in Nigeria? Yes, I agree. I have a family in Maryland. In Maryland, he have retired as a controller of custom and returned to farm. Till today, in Maryland, he said he wake up trembling about the Fulani herdsmen that invaded him. He escaped with his family and he moved abroad. So it's not that we do not say that there is no Fulani herdsmen, but is that the only crime in Nigeria? Are we going to just turn all our effort on Hausa Fulani or herdsmen and Boko Haram, and we're not going to admit that there's a kidnapping in any part of Nigeria?
Fathers, can you bring Olumide in?
All right.
So we cannot continue to turn blind eye on those things and then somehow believe that that is the way we go as a society, and we will make a way forward in 21st century. We have to touch it. If your brother do something, doesn't mean you don't love the brother. You just don't like what he's doing. And sometimes we take it so personal with bitterness and anger and hatred against our own black brother. There's a neighbor in my place says, if you tell me that my son is not good enough and I kill him, your son will become my own son? Are we going to all go after each other and wipe ourselves out? And then who inherit all that we have? There's a say that when two elephants fight, the grass suffered. The politicians, they are looking up to us to rise up. And if we keep shifting this blame, it's you, it's there, it's this, without admitting the fact that the element of evil in our society has to be addressed in the broader perspective, that is all about this tribe or the other tribe, I don't think it will take us anywhere. And even if you come to political arena on politics,
the benefits of having nuclear weapons.
I think
Olumide. Hey.
If we have to even talk about that, politics is a negotiation of power. And I think we all are patriotic Nigeria. That brings us here. But people here, or sometimes that all we say is to shift blame from here and there. Nobody tells you to say, come and tell us what you do.
What do you mean when you say it's a negotiation of power?
Are you saying negotiation of power?
What do you mean?
We should vote who we want.
We have not gone to where you can vote who you. If you have got to where you are thinking, we will not be where we are today.
But Jonaba,
Okay.
wait.
Jonaba, why do we have to go to negotiation of power? That's primitive.
When you say negotiation of power,
why would you go to negotiate? Why can't we go straight to the people's power? Why does it have to be negotiated?
People's power is people's power at this level, right? Right. I've had people on this platform today, not even yesterday, that why do you need a northern to be anything? Then you are just, maybe you are naive, totally naive, or you don't understand that. And some of you say that, oh, the same place here today. Oh, yeah, we married somebody's in his own place. Can you?
UK will now be one of 6 new.
Say that, oh, these people, when they are 25 years, they have 4 wives, they have 25 children. That is the number, right? How in the state, whether give it 10 states to the north, don't even believe the 19 states of the north. How do you think, if you want to play free and fair election, if you are Igbo man, that you don't need a Hausa man to win election, or you don't need Yoruba to win election? Which tribe in Nigeria?
Let me answer your question.
Jonaba, you're just taking us. Hold on, before you push back on his comment, let me just try. Jonaba, you're just taking us back to the Stone Age. You understand? You're basically saying, because of the nature of Nigeria, the Eastern man or the Western man needs the Northern man, and therefore his individual right to choice should be subverted because he needs the man and be negotiated for what do you guys call it? The development, or what did you just call it just now? Development of power, or whatever. Negotiation of power. That is Stone Age.
No, listen to me, brother. Listen to me. Do you want to admit to me categorically, with open-minded, don't have any sentiment, that Yoruba, as a nation that we are today, only Yoruba vote for Yoruba man will win in Nigerian election?
Why does the Yoruba man have to win the Nigeria? The Yoruba man should exist for the Yoruba man. The Igbo man should exist for the Igbo man. The Hausa man should exist for the Hausa man. His rights should not be subverted because of someone from somewhere else.
You are still not getting me.
Okay,
I'm
let me
asking you one more
let me
time
answer
question.
Jonaba.
Do you believe in election is a game of number, right?
Let me answer you.
It's not a game.
No. Let me finish with Ferrari. It's a game of number, right?
Continue.
No, I'm asking yes, no.
It's not a game of number. It's a game of what?
It's a game of what?
Tell you. It's a game of rights. Individual rights.
No, you are taking it to no. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't maybe you are misunderstanding.
You see, that's the politics
What I'm trying to say is that
your definition is what got us to where we are today. Your definition of what politics is.
You do not understand it, and the way we get to it, and we are not going anywhere.
No. Your definition is what got us to where we are today. You are telling me now that in a politics of a nation, that a certain tribe, we do not need to negotiate or to vote across the board. You don't need to negotiate. No.
Okay,
it should be based on merit and individual power. And listen.
Are we going to have one nation called Nigeria? Are we going to have a Yoruba nation? Are we going to have one nation called Nigeria? Or are we going to have a Yoruba nation?
Whatever country we have, your position.
Your position. No.
Let me land.
It's your naiveness.
Let me land.
Your own. No.
Let me land. Your position is the same.
That is the problem where we are. Because
okay, let me let you land.
No Yoruba man can win an election in Nigeria without Igbo man. No Igbo man can win an election.
That's your own view. Let me finish.
It's the reality of what place in a
nation.
Okay,
can you hear where they're both coming from? I can hear where they're both coming from.
Are you done?
Well, I think they're mixing up with each other.
I can talk now. Can I talk now? Jonaba, listen. Your position is the same position.
It's not my position. It's your position.
Me, man. We have given you time to talk now. Let me talk.
Yes,
your position is exactly what has gotten us to where we are today.
No.
Your position is the position.
It's your position that people.
Let me talk
it's your position. It's your
Let me
position.
talk now.
No,
I
because
give
there
you
is
time
no
to
way
talk. Why
you can talk this till tomorrow until we leave here.
Yeah, but
I'm
you
not
let me
going to
talk. I
agree
give
with
you
you
time to talk. You've made your
that
point.
Igbo man cannot go and campaign in the.
You've made that point. Can I speak? Can I respond? Can I respond? Thank you. Please don't interrupt me as I'm trying to respond.
And you
now,
don't interrupt me when I'm talking.
Try, guys. Come on, guys.
Okay,
Come on.
okay.
Guys,
Let's do it
come
one
on.
at a time.
Calm
Alaba,
down, please.
you go, then
I let him say,
hey.
okay.
One at a time.
Now, your position, that is negotiated power.
So I take that one off the point. Take that one. Don't use as a talking point. Saying, frame it in the way. Frame it like that we all need each other. Say that the northerner and the easterner and the westerner.
Let him frame it from the position he's in.
Okay.
Let him speak.
Okay. Don't worry, Jonaba, you get your chance to clarify whatever he's got to say.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let me not say your position seems to be upsetting you. The position of your so-called negotiated power is what has brought this country to its knees today. Because that position neglects individual rights. That position prioritizes elitist rights, and it prioritizes sectional rights in the name of cooperation. Please let me land. Now, not only you share this position, the likes of Obasanjo, the 66 boys, the Danjuma, the Babangida, the 66 boys all share this position, and it has brought Nigeria to its knees currently as it is. Now, this position is what led to the incarceration of Chief Obafemi Awolowo in 1963, when he lost we did rise between him and Akitola, this negotiated power, and that eventually led to Nigerian civil war. I'm taking you into history, and that position is what we call Nigeria going in the wrong direction, which Fela sang about for more than 40 years, and that is what has brought us to our knees today. Now, if we were a country, individuals will have the right to choose whoever they want. No negotiation. It will be purely based on merit. Merit. No negotiation. No, let me subvert my right so that someone from the north, because he has this and that. This is all the bullshit that has gone on in Nigerian politics that has got us to where we are today, why we never really have a true democracy. While leaders decide who rules us based on the region they are from. Yes, we are a multi-nation. Let me land. 2 more minutes. I'm done. Yes, we are a multi-nation. We are not the only multi-nation that exists in the world. America, even though they speak one language, is also a multi-nation. Belgium, where I also went to school, is a multi-nation. They have the French region, the Wallonian region, and the Dutch region. There are several nations on this earth that are multicultural like us. Yes, they exist. The difference between us and why we are failing is that we have not prioritized the rights of the individual, of the citizen. And that's why we will continue to fail. This negotiated power that they brought to us from the 60s is what has doomed us and will continue to doom us until we come to the table and renegotiate our point of existence. We have to come to the table.
Thank you, Alaba. No, hold on. Let Jonaba respond.
Let me respond to this before you come, Labi.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I think your point, I got you. You are the one that didn't get me. I still believe what I said. No northern Nigerian, as a Hausa Fulani, Hausa, Baburu, Bra, can win election of a Nigerian space.
Abiola has proved that theory wrong.
No,
he proved that theory wrong. Keep going.
I think you are not. I think you are still not getting it.
Keep going.
Yes, Abiola. The Northerners do not voted for him. It's only the West that voted for him.
Can they share the food?
I'm asking you.
Abiola proved. Continue.
No. My question to you, I'm not saying. Now, I'm trying to make it easy for you that a Northerner cannot win a presidency without the Igbo vote or the Yoruba vote alone, just because he get the whole Northerner vote. It's enough.
You're right. You're right.
Okay, that is the point I'm making. That if we're going to operate under one nation, not that I'm going to be Oduduwa or I'm going to be Arewa or being Biafra.
Let me say this to you.
Okay,
Let me say this to you, John Abba, if I may.
Can you allow me, please?
I think
My brother. Okay, Steph, go forward then.
Steph
Olumide,
is supposed to respond. Let's Steph go.
Olumide, please.
Okay.
John Abba, I want
So
to say,
in that space of Nigeria, there is no, if we are one Nigeria, we all need
I would have responded
intertribal
by now.
campaign that even if you are running for president of Nigeria, you cannot run it in the western end or the southeast alone. You still have to build alliance with the north, and the north has to build alliance with the south or the west, as you may call it.
You see, the thing is, you're speaking about two different things. You're speaking about, wait, guys. You're speaking about two different things.
How?
What I'm saying, what I will put to you in clearing up your dispute. On the one hand, I like what Ferrari said. I think it's of utmost importance where the individual and the individual rights are respected in that country. And I do think that is the first thing. I think secondly, when you speak, wait, let me continue. Let me continue, my brother. Let me just continue.
How do you continue
Where you are speaking from and where you are speaking
how
from.
did I wait when I've not finished talking to Ferrari? When I
Wait,
finished,
let me just because you've been going, they've been going on a while. They've been going on a while.
You have your own opinion and perception.
Ferrari, so let him finish. It's only
yes,
fair.
when I finish with Ferrari, because this is about educating ourselves and come to a dialogue. You can have your enemy and see dialogue with them. So the point I'm making is that oftentimes we classify this. I don't know where you are seeing it, but I'm repeating it one more time and I'm done with Ferrari.
Okay, go on, because I understand what you're saying.
Yes, Northern need a Westerner. A Westerner need a Northern or a Southerner in Nigerian political atmosphere. If you are whether and with the issue of Muslim ticket, I'm not talking about it. Christian ticket, I'm not talking about it. I'm trying to say that
you're gonna let me come in real quick.
Or it's a politics, it's a game of number. Then you must campaign in the north to get Northerners vote. It's still individuals vote. You have to campaign in the east to get the eastern vote. It's still individuals vote. I'm not talking the block vote. You still have to campaign in the west. Whichever way you draw your winning strategy, it is one Nigeria. No tribe in Nigeria is big enough to have the block of vote without the voting of other tribes that will singly.
But you know, you are saying this.
Can I come in? Can I come in, forefather? Can I come in now, forefather? I was trying to come in before. I should be coming in now.
Okay, Jago, please go so that Steph can say what he wants to say.
Thank you. Now, all I want to put to you in finishing what I was saying earlier, that Ferreira, he spoke about the individual and the individual rights, which I totally agree with. You're speaking from the point of view of ideas. In a space of called Nigeria, ideas need to rank high, not necessarily the groups that these ideas may emanate from. So if an idea is coming out of the Igbo space and it's a good idea for Nigeria and it spreads, then that's great for the people. But that doesn't take away what is an Igbo nation, what is a Yoruba nation, what is a Hausa nation. And these nations are founded over hundreds of thousands of years. So in that, you can't take that away because of 60 years of so-called European democracy and all the quality that we've had over our existence as a country. What it is that the people of that country are very, very, very important. The people as groups and tribes, if you want to use that term. These people are what constitute being Nigerian. So it's the ideas and not necessarily the groups. Because as a Yoruba man and as a one nation and whatever, that really is something that is up to those people within their own discussions about how they are, how they feel as a nation, how they feel as a nation within Nigeria. I think these are discussions that will always go on and you can't stop them. But what's important is that the individual is allowed that authority to go forward and make his mark, make his vote. And as he does such, that needs to be respected. The ideas, therefore, that the political classes come with to satisfy a nation going forward, that's a different agenda. So we need to see these things clearly in terms of how we're answering these things, if I may.
Thank you, Jagon. I think where we are getting it differently is the notions that you don't need. I think you guys are the one making it an issue of you don't need a Northern to win a Nigerian election.
No, we're not saying that. I'm not saying
No,
that. Hopefully,
okay.
that's not what
And
you
I
got
said
from what I
if we
said.
are even Peter Obi.
You know, you said you won't repeat yourself, or
no, I mean even Peter Obi. I think he campaigned in the North. He chose the deputy, the vice president from Kaduna. So it's all political strategies of how to reach out to the broader Nigerians. So the notion that I'm taking individual power to vote out of it, that is the main argument here. I don't see that. That's not what I say. Yes, if you vote as a tribe, you don't vote as a tribe. But if there is a tribe that you need to reach out to, it's necessary in politics. And when we talk about tribes, sometimes it's not about dialect. Church can be a tribe. Islam can be a tribe. So that, from that angle, we all can argue how Nigerian vote can be credible, and what will we do to improve the system so that there will be a free and fair election, which is there is nowhere in the world. I love the way Dr. Agbo put it last Sunday. There's nowhere in the world that there is free and fair of anything. It's about power.
Abba, I beg to disagree. Is this type of thought and mentality
You can disagree.
That is taking our country backward.
You have the right to
another thing.
But you must come from a bigger level of understanding about the broader perspective that if it is in the interest, it's all about interest. And
this is what has destroyed our country. Mentality
it destroyed
like this.
The whole world. It destroyed the whole world.
America won't tolerate that.
American does.
Can I talk?
American.
Yeah, Steph, talk. What Abba is saying is so toxic. I have to respond immediately.
No, you are the one that is turning blind eye on the truth that you see. Or you
can I talk now?
Thank you. You can go ahead, man.
Okay. First of all, I want to say that I agree 100% with what Ferrari said. And on your question as to, Janab, on your question as whether we need the numbers to win an election, yes, of course we need the numbers. But the area I disagree with you is on my understanding of that phrase you used, negotiated power. Negotiated power is the reason why our leaders don't believe that they owe the people anything. That is the reason. What is going to save us as a country is to get to that level where the people are empowered, or the people empower themselves, so that the leaders not only will know, but it will actually be that they actually derive their power from the people and not from those elite that negotiate that now presently negotiates power.
My question to you before you go further is that, are we there now?
Yeah, no, I'm coming. That's what I'm saying, that any suggestion that promotes that we should continue.
You are jumping to another thing. Are we there now?
That's what I'm saying.
Let me throw the question back at you. Abba, where are we now? Maybe the question you're writing. You tell us, where are we now?
That we are not there yet.
No, let me answer.
We're not there yet. You tell us, where are we going? Where are we? And where did we start from? You tell us.
Where we are now is where the so-called political class are negotiating power on the behalf of the people. That's where we are presently.
Okay.
And
how do we get there?
Can I talk? And that's where we have been since independence.
And how do we move it from there?
What I'm saying is that for us to move forward as a nation, We have to do away with that system.
Then I said there should be a pushback locally from the grassroots movement, from your constituency, and that is how politics
Grassroots movement, grassroots movement that should negotiate with power on their behalf.
Hold on. It's only fair that me and Olumide we are allowed to chip in on this debate.
Yes, so chip in.
You haven't said it. Okay, Olumide, let's allow Steph say something because he says he hasn't said anything.
Because Jonaba keep on interrupting me.
Okay, let nobody interrupt Steph. Let Steph finish what he's saying. Nobody interrupt Steph. Okay, Steph, please go ahead.
Look at what I'm saying is that if we can ensure and channel all our energy, mobilization and everything to make sure that there is free and fair election, that the votes of the people must count. We nearly got it wrong the last time, but when the politicians observed that there still appear to be loopholes, they now, because during the last election, some politicians have that fear that what is appearing to happen could actually hold water. And that's the reason why in my own state, one mighty man in my local government was edged out because he could not bring all his political war chest because of he feared that the storm that is coming, his war chest is not going to withstand it. Do you understand? So if we get to that level where the people are empowered, our mobilization is just channeled towards making sure that the election must be free and fair and credible.
See, let me add to this.
That is the only way out.
Forefather, before you say something, let me
start saying that. Don't answer him. You have not finished.
Coming to the fear of John.
Come on, guys.
Coming to the fear of John Abba that
be on point. Be on point.
Oh my God. Coming to the fear of John Abba that if this power is not negotiated, it may be difficult for an Igbo man to be president. Without it. Look, let me tell you something. An average Igbo man don't care if the election is free and fair and credible. Even if it is only from the northern states, northern side, assuming they have all the numbers to become president, the rest of the country can be voting in only the best from the north. The problem is that the best is not coming from any section of the country that have the numbers.
Now you have the best from the
This
west.
election, I'm coming, because the people are not deciding. That's what I'm telling you. It is being negotiated. Assuming that Tinubu was duly elected without rigging, and he was elected, I'll be okay with it.
But you have no proof today by any means. You made it like
have had your say now. Let other people have their say. 3 of you have had your say.
I still believe that if you do free and fair election, and all the candidates come from the Western Nigeria.
I think we are all for free and fair election. I think
possible.
We've got that.
Can I just add my own too now? You've all added your own. Okay, Olumide go before I go. It's only fair I go last. Go ahead, Olumide.
I agree with you that democracy is a game of numbers, but only if those
who you agree with?
Power, if those who are in power will allow those numbers count. You understand? If you allow the numbers to count, this will resolve all the issues. You understand? Obi did everything any reasonable candidate would have done. He chose somebody from another ethnic, from the other side of the country. He campaigned in the south, he campaigned in the north. He won some states in the north, and he lost some states in the north. He won some states and then all of a sudden, when he was getting to that point where some people felt uncomfortable, they turned off the beavers. And we didn't have the true results today. If people in the north want to sway their people to vote a certain way, that is fine. In the south, if they want to sway their people to vote a certain way, that is fine. But allow the people's vote count. And when you tell me that I would have been tempted to say that the South is more sophisticated in choosing their own, in voting their candidates than the North. But I wouldn't agree with that, because the Northern elite, especially the people who are thinking in a certain way, like you just talked about now, that power should be negotiated, think that they can speak for the whole North and not allow the people's vote to
That's
count.
correct. You hit the
You
point,
understand?
the hammer on the nail.
So allow people's vote to count.
You see, at the core of it, that is what they are arguing about to an extent. I think what John Abba is saying and what Ferrari is saying is not so dissimilar. It's just that it
No, it
appears
is
they are coming
dissimilar.
out.
It is
Let,
dissimilar.
let me explain why I think so. Even when the people's votes count, Mr. Olumide, Jesus Christ, don't worry, I've muted it. Even when the people's vote count, it still doesn't mean there is no form of negotiation that goes on. Because if you look at, like, in the case of the US now, when Joe Biden was about to become the candidate the last time, it took the African American vote to get him there. And it took some kind of backdoor dealing, because in politics and in society, populations tend to rely on certain key individuals within their populations. And if those key individuals tell them, no, I don't like this guy, that the population tend to follow the word of that person, depending on the nature, the level of trust they have on that person. So often you always find, even in open democracies where you have somebody that is very influential in those areas, they come and endorse a candidate. That's the whole point of endorsement that you hear about in
Forefathers
political
is
system.
different from the term
Hold on
negotiated
now.
power as used by John Abba.
It's just
It's
a
different.
name. It's just a name.
You have
In
your
What
own
you are
Nigeria,
referring
negotiated
to.
power.
Hold on, hold on. Can I
Nigeria,
finish
Different
now?
from negotiated power.
I
It's
agree.
the
I see.
same
Oh, let me
used
finish.
to rig
Hold
election.
on now, please. What you are referring to is when the
Negotiated
people.
power is why some people think they have the right to rule.
To speak for a particular region and rig the election because they tell you that is what our people
What is
want.
the
They
difference
rig the
between
election.
reading an election and speak for the particular people? Is it the same thing?
Let me offer the reason why that it comes across as if the way you are reading it, Steph and Jonah Ferrari, is because you are actually referring to the point that Olumide is alluding to, that whether the people's vote actually count. Come on, hold on now, Jesus Christ, how am I supposed to get it? See what the Olumide got to the crux of the matter, whether the people's vote actually count. When Jonaba talks, it appears to Ferrari and Steph that he's saying that the people's vote shouldn't count because it's negotiated. But in reality,
No.
there's a
At
form
one
of that
point,
going on.
forefathers, at one point, John Abba said the people, we haven't gotten there yet. He said the whole
John
country
Abba
hasn't
said
gotten there.
plainly, we've not gotten to the level of being a free and fair
in
election
your
where
area,
people's votes will
where
count.
you come
What are we
from,
talking about here?
listen to me. I think you guys are.
He
You
said
are.
we
You
have
see,
not
the
gotten there yet,
passion
and
you are
I said,
using.
so
I
where
hope you
are
take
we,
that
and
passion
where
to your
are we
local
going?
government
I think
and
that's
to your
the way I
state
perceive it.
government.
That's not
And
what he
if
was
you
No,
saying.
you're
take this
perceiving it
passion
wrong,
to your
forefather.
local government and your
perceive it
state
wrongly.
government, we
Possible.
have a better Nigerian collectively. Your passion, you are just being critics at all necessary.
No,
Yes,
okay.
there is
Let me
no
tackle
reason for
you.
what is the difference? Who said there should not be free and fair election? Who said that?
Listen,
Who said that
do we?
should not?
It's what he
Listen,
said.
okay.
He said we haven't
What
gotten
is,
there
you see?
yet.
Yes.
Let me tell you.
Have you
What is
gotten there? Have you gotten there? Olamide, have you gotten there?
No,
What is democracy in itself?
we are not letting
John
us get.
Abba,
We are not
what is
shedding light on this
democracy?
debate.
Democracy.
Okay. Let's find out. Let's find out what Jonaba is specifically saying. Whether we have not gotten there. Now, Jonaba, elaborate. What do you mean? Have we gotten there? Gotten to where precisely?
Okay. Now, it's deeper than coming here to say it. When I say I don't get there and I try to pause, it's because there are no way I can say some certain things.
Olumi, they don't throw people off.
Go limo. Lamide supposed to. I don't know why it's not in the shop today. Have you closed early? Okay.
At least he took his medicine today.
No, okay, he's doing well. The point is that, do you admit
that the election, to address the issue that we have not gotten there, and I asked a question. The last election, do you admit that it's free and fair? Yes or no? That's what I say. We not got there yet.
No.
Okay.
Capital no.
Okay.
So that's what he was referring to. He wasn't saying that individual votes cannot count.
No.
We have not gotten there yet. How do we get there? Push back
So
from
you're all
the
in
grassroots.
agreement.
Push back from the grassroots and
Ferrari says yes, but no.
Obi,
Yes, no, I disagree with him.
Obi's
Ferrari, what do you disagree with?
Let me tell you what I disagree with.
You know what?
This guy campaign.
Let's hear what Ferrari.
Let me tell you what I disagree with. The term negotiated power did not just start from the last election. The negotiated power in 1963. The negotiated power when Izeoguku failed. It was successful in the north, but it failed in the south. So they negotiated power and they gave it to Nrosi. The counter coup, Muritala Muhammad's coup, also failed. They negotiated power and gave it to Gowon. That led to the Civil War. After the Civil War, they negotiated power when the Middle Belt, when the Dinka took out Muritala. You understand? When Dinka took out Muritala, they negotiated power, gave it to Obasanjo. Go into Nigerian history. They negotiated
read it out,
power,
bro. Spread it out. Spread it out, brother.
They negotiated power, gave it to Shagari. Then they took Shagari out. They negotiated power, gave it to Buhari. Then the fifth angle took over from Buhari, and we are up. And then 1999, they negotiated power and gave it to Obasanjo.
Correct. Right on.
Now,
absolutely.
negotiation of power continues up till today, and it has led Nigeria down the drain. It's now a shalanga, a shithole country.
I think
nobody listen.
That's
40 years ago,
is saying that we are not.
That's
there.
what he's saying. That's what he's saying. Listen, 40 years ago, Fela would tell you that democracy is what we are practicing called democracy. This negotiated power is the demonstration of grace, because that's not
what is different from what you said, and I said that we are not there yet.
No. I think there was a good breakdown.
Where are we now? Let's talk about we are not there yet. Listen. Let's talk about that we're not there yet. The elite, some people that think like you, do they want us to be there?
You can
do they want power to belong to the people?
Fired up. My
they don't want power to belong to
us.
He likes to interrupt somebody. He doesn't let somebody make their point. I don't like that.
You have been making points for how many minutes?
No. Guys, you mustn't get into this. What am I saying? What am I saying? Very quickly, Jonathan. No, Ferrari. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment, if I may, co-father.
I'll talk to you guys later. My question, you are not answering. You can be talking all Nigerian.
Guys, wait a minute.
I don't see what is so confusing about what he's
saying.
One
at a time,
it's
confusing.
straightforward to me.
Listen,
nothing confusing is your own reasoning.
I agree with where
that's why.
Listen, and I also agree with where he's coming from.
Listen, that's why in your
1999,
the man would not let you talk. I don't understand what is because.
Okay, have a good evening. I see you next time.
I see you later. Let me talk.
I say, are we there yet? You're not answering.
They agree with you. They said they are not there yet.
Okay, that is my point. So what are you arguing with me for?
What do you mean? Are we there yet? What does that even mean? Are we supposed to take 100 years to get to know how to rule ourselves?
Are we having a free and fair election now?
How can we have a free and fair election when the Constitution,
what do we do about
the 1999 Constitution gives power to the state?
Am I the one that wrote the Constitution? Am I the one that wrote the Constitution?
Citizens, not the citizens. So therefore, if a madman gets to be a head of state, it runs the country down. Your so-called negotiated power.
Ferrari, to an extent, you are conflating somebody making a statement for him saying that's how it should be. I don't think that's what.
I do not say this is how it should be. I say we are not there yet.
The only reason we are not there is because people think like you. Our leaders think like you.
No.
That's why we're not there.
No.
No.
If we have
No.
an
It's
independent
you
thinker,
that
people who
if
think
the
for the
power
future
is
and
in
for the
the right
country,
hand
we will be
and
there
people have
today.
ideology, the nation, the citizen turn the direction. I made
The
my point.
citizens don't. Citizens that don't have citizenship rights, they don't. Stop lying.
How they're not going to
Because
have
the
it?
Constitution has not
We're
given
going
them
to continue
citizenship
like
Is a
this.
rights.
Lagos boy. Oh.
Are we going to continue like this?
It's gonna take
We
it.
will.
It's
We
gonna. It's
will
gonna
for
take
the
his
next
shirt off.
100 years unless things change.
How
Unless
do we
power
change it?
belongs to the people.
I thought you are a man
Now,
of ideology. How do we change it?
that's what we're saying. We need to bring the system down. Once the
How?
system
How
comes
do you
down,
bring the system down?
basically what we are doing, that's why Obi should have got his ass on the street. We bring this system down, we start fresh, we come back to the table and
I
we
hope you talk
negotiate
to him to
our
come
point
on
of
the street. I will be
existence.
there with him.
No. You see what, John Abba? You were actually around when we were at a point where the conversation was going pretty deep, and we were somewhat not necessarily in agreement, but we were going in the similar direction. Myself, forefather, I believe Steph was online. You came online and you were listening for a while, and I think you heard how the conversation was going. As you came in, to be frank, some level of fracas began between yourself and Ferreira mainly. I stepped in and Steph stepped in as well, and then Forefather and Olumide closed. But I think that whole time was sword fencing. That's what I call sword fencing, because it's kind of unnecessary in terms of where we were, because we are actually now at the point of where we were about an hour and a half ago. So I would put that forward.
There was a lot of great points that was made by Steph and followed on by Ferrari. There were a lot of good points that was made today.
They were.
For once, I might actually go back and watch the video because this argument has moved that out of my mind a little bit. Because I think there were a lot of strong points that were made. But see, Ferrari, it's not everybody that says everything that you just jump at against, because sometimes you hear them clearly, they are not against your point. I don't think John Abba is against your point. I even believe in a more advanced democratic system that gives every individual's power to control stuff. But what John Abba was saying was basically spelling out the reality of politics. And sometimes we forget that even in the West it exists. We always think that politics is just individually based. The rigging of the election happens even before the election in the West. The way they change people's mind, the people that they allow their voice to be heard, the ones that they are not, and the people that they meet that endorse who doesn't endorse who. That's how they trade horses. There's actual proper negotiation that goes on behind the scenes before you get this endorsement from
We
some
need to be
unions and
careful
stuff
in
like that.
excusing the demonstration of craze that we practice. We need
No,
to be
we're not
careful.
excusing it. You see, now you are
The
doing it again.
blueprint is already
No,
out there.
let Forefather finish. Let Forefather finish. He's going somewhere. Oh yeah, now.
I think you are mistaking me explaining how systems work from endorsing our own corrupt system. They are totally different things. The way the West and many other countries do this type of stuff, it works because it's still valid. If somebody has the trust of their people, he has the right to be able to speak on behalf of those people because those people trust him, and he probably earned it for a good reason. It's not because he was violating the rights of their people. It's when somebody comes in, he doesn't have the trust. The people hate him, and this person go and negotiate for the people, and the people that he's negotiating with go and usurp the power of the people and oppress the people. That's what's going on in Nigeria. It's a different scenario. The oppression is the problem in it, but the dynamics in terms of people negotiating power and talking to people, it's not new. It happens in the West, it happens in the UK, it's happening in America all the time. So let's not conflate the point there. Please, who else? I wanted to share one video. Let me just share this video because it's very interesting so that we have a slightly different perspective of some of these topics. This is why these topics are layered. This is just an example. They are layered more than we like to agree with. Let me just share this quickly.
I'm sure there's supposed to be volume. We haven't heard anything.
There's no volume. Oh, sorry about that. Let me do that again.
Ah.
I think I did it wrong. Sometimes this thing, it does happen, you know, because you have to tick every single about 3 different buttons to get the volume to work. Let me confirm whether it works again. Sorry about that. Thank you for highlighting it that there was no sound. Is there sound now?
There is.
Prosecutor got off message at Yale, thinks he's going to run this up the flagpole, make a name for himself, maybe get elected some 2-bit congressman from nowhere, with the result that China or Russia can suddenly start having at our expense all the advantages we enjoy here. No, I tell you, no, sir. Corruption charges. Corruption? Corruption is government intrusion into market efficiencies in the form of regulation. That's Milton Friedman. He got a goddamn Nobel Prize. We have laws against it precisely so we can get away with it. Corruption is our protection. Corruption keeps us safe and warm. Corruption is why you and I are prancing around in here instead of fighting over scraps of meat out in the street. Corruption is why we win.
Those are statements from the song sheet, the song hymn sheet of the devil.
So these are the reason why he's saying that, because you heard where he started from, why China and Russia should enjoy the benefits that they are enjoying. What the story was about how they are influencing other countries, and this guy was saying they wanted to try people in America that doing all this thing. Then this guy was telling him, this is why we win. You can't stop these things. We did it for a reason. And the idea that this is why sometimes the way we understand corruption in Nigeria is different. We almost attach it to sacredness, something that is the reason why nations function, is the reason why the nations succeed. It's just a tool of control. If you truly want to free your nation, put your nation first, like the way a mother puts their child first. It's very simple logic. Everything, no matter how you hear it, because all this new language, we're hearing it new. Anything anybody try to contract for you, as long as it doesn't suit your people, reject it. Period. Because if it's your child, you're going to reject it. That is how you are supposed to think in this world, because that same natural, sacred instinct that has already been built into us by the Creator himself remains the same. It transcends democracy, monarch, dictatorship, and all kinds of systems. That is what he's trying to say there. He's trying to say that where they put that corruption in place is to suit them, not to suit the world. They didn't do all those things to suit anybody. And this is, we even touched on the previous argument we were having about trading horses and all the rest. Our own, we trade horses to kill our own, destroy our own ourselves. But the horses they trade there is to benefit their own people. They are fulfilling the sacred mandate of creation itself, where you benefit your own people, your children, your own people, your heritage. But we do it for the wrong reasons. We do it in such a way that it perverts all what that represents. That is why everything we do seems to fail, because everything we do seems to be perverted. This is why you have so many systems in the world. No matter how they construct it, many of them are performing better than us. The democracy you have in Singapore is not the same as the one you have in the West. The one you have in France is not even the same as the one you have in the UK. But yet they are all performing well because they follow that simple rule. We are the ones that are confused. We think that this corruption tag they put on it is a new thing that was just invented. No, the true thing you have to focus on is your people. That's why when I came online, I said it's always the people you have to focus on, because you are going to miss a lot of things. They are going to confuse you. They're going to tell you everything because they themselves, they understand, they see deeper. If you go through the comments, I said one of them even said it in the comments that this video reveals some of the things their forefathers did for them. Not for us. Their forefathers, Igbo man is saying it, that what their forefathers did for them so they can have the lives that they have now. So I think we should, when we have a discussion, we should be open to new ways of looking at things, because given where we are right now, if we think we know anything, seriously, we are doubling down on serious failure. Please, I speak the truth. I think you've had some of the conversations already, and at the top of it was about, tiny country like Singapore exported 300 something billion, while we are still struggling to export 50 billion US dollars. and Singapore is less than 6 million. We are 200 million, and you can see that the conversation we had earlier on is reflecting what Nigeria is about. We even when we should agree with each other, we don't see it. And is that even the problem? I think in the end, we still need to act. And I think we are getting fed up of doing a lot of talking. We actually need to start acting to try to benefit this better our countries. So I don't know what you think about the conversation so far. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. So, first of all, I think Steph and John Abba were coming from the same place, but from different angles. I think one of people need to start realizing, first of all, that in as much as we are disappointed at the trajectory our beloved country is going, we have to also remember that we are a young Masterson democracy, meaning we are going through the rigors and the challenges that every other democracy that we call advanced today has ever gone through. So that includes not only the economic situation we find ourselves today, but also issues like corruption. And if anybody thinks for 1 second that corruption does not exist, even in the United States today, because I can speak for the United States style democracy, then it's either they are just being disingenuous or they do not understand what goes on in the way the United States runs a society. Let me go by saying back in the days, and this is where I agree with John Abba, that we are not there yet. And I think maybe that's what people were not getting. We are not there yet. We are going to get there eventually. Right here in the United States, we used to have things called cooping gangs. And these cooping gangs would, this was in the 19th century, up until the early 20th century. They would snatch people off the streets. They were a form of electoral fraud. So they would snatch people off the streets, ply them with alcohol, and make them vote numerous times for their own preferred candidates. So can you imagine you voted once for someone and then you just walking home and a horse buggy pulls up, snatches you off the street, changes your clothes. If you don't want to go vote for their candidates, they beat you up or they apply you alcohol. Sometimes people even died. And if you know the noted poet, the celebrated poet, Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Allan Poe was actually said to be a victim of cooping gangs, and that was what led to his death. So I think we should be, in as much as I would love us to say, well, we should be patient. Yeah, I do understand the frustration because if you have someone else's problem, then you can learn from their problem and not make the same mistakes. But what we're going through is just, it is necessary, and I think it is unavoidable. Also, I think I have a problem with, for example, what Olumide said, where he said when we have to choose representatives for something, the right thing to do, you choose from this tribe and choose from that tribe, or choose from this religion and choose from this religion. I don't think that is right. I think the most qualified person, even if it's two Christians, two atheists, two idol worshippers, two Muslims, whoever, if they are the most qualified, we put them in front and we have the people vote over it. So Nigeria is going through certain changes. Our last president, Buhari, as bad as he was, he has set a standard of, for example, no theft. So we cannot justifiably attribute personal theft of government monies to him. That is good. Now, this present government has set another standard of, well, two Muslims or people of the same faith can can vie for the post and we can vote them in. Now, maybe the next government might say it could be two people from the same tribe. It could be two women. It could be a transgender and a man. Who knows? I don't know. But we
But
are
sorry, we
just
didn't vote them in though.
so
Point of
we
correction.
so we are just going through changes that every other democracy goes through. And for now, that's my submission. And I think we're doing it right. We will get there.
Thank
Eventually.
you. I really appreciate your optimism on that. Sometimes we forget that, optimism is also a good thing. Nigeria will start to get better with devolution by decentralization of federal control of revenues. Let every state progress at their own pace. You see, I think I sympathize with this view. Is when people start making coded statement like let every region. When people start talking about region, there's something underlying that. But this one is by state, so I sympathize with your view on that. And obviously, we have Mrs. Fumi O here. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. You are welcome, Fumi. Your first time I saw her name is blah 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 blah.
Forefathers.
Yeah.
Please, I want to react to I speak the truth. What he just said. See, what I think the speech you just made kind of shows that you don't really understand the Nigerian political landscape when you compare it to US. You're okay to how the US progressed and all the rest of it. The reason why I say that is because did you follow the last election? Did you read about what came about that election? Did you read the reports of the EU observers or people who came to observe, even the African observers? And did you read what majority of the people thought of that election? So when you say Nigeria's democracy, I've heard this nascent democracy ever since I was a kid. Nascent democracy, up until tomorrow, nascent democracy. And these are deliberate efforts to thwart free and fair election, and it's nascent democracy. You understand? So I don't agree with your submission. It just shows the naivety of the Nigerian political landscape. That the elections are deliberately rigged. You understand that institutions that have been saddled with the responsibility of overseeing these elections
he didn't deny that.
are
He gave
not
an example
independent,
how people
corrupt.
how elections were rigged in America too. He gave an example of it too. So he's not denying it, is he?
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Those
But you're not going to
comparisons are
compare
not.
it to what we are experiencing.
How is that not?
It's like
when they can force you to
oranges.
drink and vote for
They're
them?
apples and
That
oranges.
is bad.
It doesn't help our cause when we do apple and oranges comparison. What I wanted to say was that Jagun, that statement you put on the private chat section is really strong and powerful. That the inferiority state of the black man as portrayed by Trump might be something the boys might want to talk about. That's just.
I believe so.
That's just deep, and I believe there's some empirical evidence to back what he's saying. In as much as I cannot stand Trump, but there's some element of truth in that statement. Let me read it. Trump has spoken again, just the truth. Donald Trump's speech on Rise Up Africans. They are good in nothing else but making noise, dancing, marrying many wives, alcoholism, witchcraft, indulging in sex, pretending in church, jealousy, fighting, and complaining of bad leadership, but yet refuse to take a decisive action and protest to remove the brigades from positions of power. Let us all accept the fact that the black man
Trump
is
didn't say
symbol
that
of
now.
poverty,
Jesus Christ.
mental inferiority,
All right, calm down.
laziness, and emotion. How did you know he didn't? That's what Trump put out there.
Trump will be talking about many wives. He had many wives himself.
You don't just dismiss it. Have you investigated that fact? That he didn't say that?
Don't dismiss it. Trump cannot.
To be honest, I read the whole thing. It's very long. It's very long. What I sent. I read the whole thing, and when I got to the bottom of it, I didn't think that Trump could have written that. Having said that, I do know that a lot of Oyimbos understand these things about us, and they understand from this particular point of view. And I put it there just to be like a mirror.
Before you finish, Dagun, Pieter Botha, the apartheid South African leader, he said almost exactly similar thing about the black man. Where he said that the lizard and the alligator might look alike, but they're not the same thing. And he mentioned about the marrying wives part and all that, that you can't let them rule
Okay, let me
themselves.
check that Peter Bota one. I need to check it out. That's interesting. He said that. Oh, I guess he's a proper racist now. We have to respect this.
He's a proper one.
He's a proper racist. He doesn't know where his bread is buttered. He's white supremacist. We are supposed to be the black.
Fully
we
paid
have
up
to,
member.
Yes, exactly. We have to be our own. Those guys, they really try to do us. You know what that Mandela and the ANC still pissed at them till today.
Yeah.
Well, I think the stronger thing is when you read these things and when you put the mirror up against our nations and how it must look to everyone else, because we know how bad it looks to us. So just think about how bad it looks to everybody else. I mean, it's as bad as it's written there, to be honest. It really looks like that. So is this really going to give us the upliftment that we need? Is it going to see ourselves? I mean, I don't believe in an ounce of it, obviously. You know, I know where I'm coming from. But when I look at that and I look at us,
when Trump is saying it's a shithole, he's not. See, what he's referring to is that nothing works. If you take your investment, he's speaking from a businessman point of view. If you take your investment there, you are never going to get anything out of it. So
well, that's why so many companies are leaving at the moment. It's just becoming unprofitable
that's where
to trade in Nigeria. It's becoming too expensive. You know? So these are real matters, man. And for me, one, as somebody who's coming from a business point of view myself, it seems to be a one-on-one scenario to make Nigeria work. It's not rocket science. To make Nigeria work economically is not rocket science at all, because the people are there. There's enough of education. There's enough energy going on to employ people. So that gives a lot of a turnaround. I think there are a lot of us in the diaspora that can I think a good 200,000 individuals from the diaspora can go home tomorrow, and in a fair state of affairs, they'll make themselves millionaires within no time. You know, but Nigeria isn't really looking to industrialize itself. There's nothing coming from the government.
I think there is some things that are Jagun. I think there's some things that are happening now. You see, if I wasn't so skeptical of this government, I would say maybe they are trying to. There are some movements, because there's one thing that they did recently. They said they wanted to start manufacturing weapons in Nigeria. I think the Nigerian government banned import of some certain type of weapons because they have to be making in Nigeria, otherwise we won't have it. That thing, we don't hear it openly. Why they don't tell people these things, I don't know.
The thing is, if they were to do that, you would have to wonder why. Because our government is not treading on the right side of the law. It's not treading on the right side of history. It's not treading on the right side of anything justifiable. And on that, if they were to start producing weapons, you would have to ask yourself, how did you get to that stage? You know, when there are countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, who have taken on a military government and who are looking to arm and protect themselves, and who are looking to come out of ECOWAS politically and economically, because it's not doing them any good, who are looking at coming together themselves and making a trading bloc amongst themselves of about 90 million people. And they're looking to see how to go forward. When I look at them, I can understand what they're trying to do. This is a military government. I can't understand for the life of me what Tinubu is doing. I can't understand any of it. It's all bullshit rubbish. And I didn't understand any of the years of Buhari either. So I'm highly skeptical of this particular government.
You know what I think? I'm almost thinking that to an extent, Buhari would have had a better chance of succeeding. You know, he does have this bout of laughter that comes on now and again.
I was enjoying that, but I was wondering why.
I don't know what he's watching. He does that again. I think Buhari, when he came into office,
that was the nicest way I've seen Jago put.
Oh God. I think when Buhari came into office, I don't know what happened to him. Some people say maybe when he fell ill, that's when something changed. Because there was a mood of anti-corruption that was happening in the country when he came into office. I think within that many months, he became ill, disappeared for quite a long time, then came back, everything changed. And he wasn't doing the country very well. And the environment was very hostile to him. He didn't have, the oil price was bad. Everything was bad for him. And the thing about Buhari is a very, very interesting character, because we all say his government is corrupt and everything, but nobody can pin anything on him personally in terms of the money he's gotten from it. I don't know how he does that. And in the north, they trust him. I don't understand that too. I don't fully understand it. If you think they trust Peter Obi, just that's as much they feel strongly about Buhari. They feel like he doesn't. Whenever he says yes, he means yes. Whenever he says no, he means no. So how did it tells you that what is required in Nigeria is deeper? How did somebody that is considered in the not corrupted still able to run a government that is corrupt, undermined, insecure?
Well, you see, where, if I could just give you a quick synopsis on Buhari, where Buhari is and where he gets a lot of his respect from isn't necessarily earned antecedents from him. When he came to power during those 90s, late 80s, early 90s, it was Adi Agbon that was the power behind that thing, fully. He was the power behind that thing. My man was in front. The thing is, you have to understand that he was deposed by Babangida, and easily deposed, easily. You know, so you have to understand what will individuals have. Now, given that, or what structures individuals can make, given that, when he came in the second time, you can see he partnered fully with the oligarchy, the northern oligarchy. Fully, they were peppering him, pestering him, showing him what to do, and he behaved accordingly. And that was his partner. And that is Buhari, the end of it. For Nigerians, it's a waste of 8 years, a waste of life.
Yeah, it's almost a waste of 8 years.
Disgusting. It's disgusting.
He did lay some foundations. I don't see. It's hard for me to even open my mouth and say this boy actually did
But
anything.
forefathers, when they start this their gun factory, who are they going to sell it to?
This is the thing, man.
When they start what?
When they start the gun factory, who are they going to?
They are going to at first. They are going to stop buying now. We are going to stop losing the foreign exchange that we
Even
used
the
to
one they
buy
are buying,
from
are they
overseas. Yeah, Mr. Man, stop laughing. This is serious matter because our people. You don't mind him when he starts laughing. I don't know whether you are watching comedy there.
That was how Buhari's aviation minister Bobo does. When they came in, they said, "Oh, they will start manufacturing parts for Boeing, for manufacturing parts, plane parts." But those guys just 419 the country.
You see, one of that sign that Buhari was looking at going in a different direction was the China currency swap issue. And he started with that, and somewhere along the line changed again. And this is, we need to be watching regimes how they sometimes they subtly, a group within that regime win the argument and shift the direction of that government. I suspecting that the Buhari's government was waylaid in the very early stages. He became ill. Yeah, in very early stages, and he never recovered this thing from that because that China thing died in this thing. Now, our government are sitting down listening to World Bank. World Bank was in Nigeria this week. They are listening to everything else other than themselves, other than their own people. And I don't know whether the World Bank has anything good to. World Bank doesn't mean anything good for us, and everything they propose to us is nothing strategic. They are telling us, "Oh, we are going to help you alleviate poverty. We are going to help you restructure your
What else do
government."
you
That's
expect
all.
now? You guys are not bringing anything to the table and you need their money. So what
You
else
know
do you
what?
expect?
You are right there. Our leaders are not bringing it. In short, maybe our people too, because if the people push their leaders and their leaders will be pressed to say, you know what, these people, they are lining up 200 million behind me. They mean business. This thing you are offering us is not proper. We need this. We need this. We need this done. And I think there's some truth there. You have to have something to offer before you can even get a good bargain out of any deal you want to make, whether it's trade deal, strategic defense deals, anything you want. Nobody will give you anything for free in this world. And our people, to be fair, if we don't even have the consciousness for it, so why would our leaders have it alone? The leaders, even if the leader had it and went to Yoruba and say, this is what we want, the leaders, the Yoruba will undermine them easily. And now I begin to understand too, when Western leaders, they meet any leader that comes from any country, one of the things they say is that this leader is very powerful. They note the leader's power because of the support the leader govern. Whenever they say the leader is powerful, they describe how much the people support that leader. But I've never had any leader that comes from Nigeria described like that. I've never had most Nigerian African leaders come to this to the West and described as being powerful leaders. I've had Mugabe described like that. You see, when your people are behind you, they consider you powerful because you now control the will of all those people. And they know if you say go left, your people will go left. If you say go right, your people will go right. And this is what we're talking about this horse trading. Those things happen because the people trust that leader. And that's how the West look at us too. When we go there, if our leaders are not trusted by their people, our leaders are easy to compromise. Our leaders are easy to our leaders will agree to anything they offer. This is why they come here. They come out here and talk about poverty alleviation. And yeah, when they go to India, they tell them that, oh, you know what? Do you want a nuclear submarine? Do you want this? Do you want that? They are telling them, and there's poverty in India. Oh. They are telling them all those things because we don't offer anything. One other example I like to give is that most women will not like it, but if you go out you are going out with a lady, and the lady tells you that, you know what, I don't need anything, just take me to a hotel, and that was the end of it. You're not going to treat that lady the same as the one that says, you know what, I needed to, we take time to get to know each other, or go to a Sheraton hotel and let's meet my parents. It's different. The different ones depend on what they make of themselves. That's how you're going to treat them. And to an extent, that's what is happening to us. If we don't present leaders or present ourselves as being worthy, why should they give us anything? They'll say, we are just here to make sure you don't starve to death.
That is right now. That's the status quo and it's been a status quo for as long as we've had independence from the majority of African states and Caribbean states. And the Caribbeans, I would suggest, have done better than us under the glaze that they've been under. And there are one or two individuals that have come out of Caribbean politics that have been very strong. And I don't say that they haven't, definitely from Africa, but in the main, we're too easily collapsible. From dying in the first government of DRC to what DRC is today. And we know the difficulties of DRC, but we also had a real inspiration from Lumumba, and it was cut short at a very early stage. And from there, it's just clear how we have chosen leaders. We have leaders installed so that the crime can continue. And DRC is an open crime going on within our eyes. So, it's devastating. It's devastating.
To show you how weak we are, fellow African countries watch it and keep quiet. Many of our countries, we don't know how bad we look, really, to the rest of the world. If the rest of the world watch us and like, how do we let these things happen? They'll be like, what is wrong with these people? They can't look at these things and say, let's fix our neighborhood. Why are people coming to steal everything in this area? They must look at us as people that don't have, like, we are not, something is wrong with us. And I don't blame them for looking at us like that, because you can't imagine these things are flashed on YouTube every day. Look at the condition people are living in DRC. Look at the condition in Nigeria. They are taking power in the international airport. Aircraft want to take off. Oh, no, there's no power. We have to wait until power returns. This is in the 21st century, 2024. We are still doing this nonsense.
In Africa, an oil-producing nation.
The airport should have at least two mobile power plants there. There should be any blink. That 2 mobile power plants will cost just about $24 million. That is an important airport for 200 million people, and yet they can't even figure that one out. Something is wrong with us. Something is seriously wrong with our psyche, the way we think. And if we don't start questioning everything, up to down, we have to question everything, because the way we are right now is so horrible. We are not exporting anything, only crude oil. And we are not the one digging out from the ground. So
Plus,
people
you
that
see,
come
the
and
thing
dig it
is,
out from the ground for
no,
us.
no, no, then they dig the hole for us. The thing is, what you must have some faith in is that we are strategically and globally and personally well positioned in this world to effect a great change back home. All the things that you complain about, you're right to complain about them. But there are people who are Nigerian in the positions in other countries that can come home and get the job done. I think you know this guy, Ogunlesi. I've forgotten his full name. He owns Gatwick Airport and he owns City Airport here in London. And he's owned it for a good 20 years now. This guy is not just a billionaire, but he's a billionaire that you know how he made his money. You could just follow his record, and then his own father, who his own father was, and you would not really relate the two when you know who his father is, because he's really gone out on his own, doing his own thing, and what he's been able to achieve is just mammoth. And there's just a plethora of us who are like this. And I'm telling you, for us to get our shit together, all it takes is putting the right man in the right position. And that I would say is a big job, but that's really all it takes.
I wanted to ask a question. Like, I don't know, Ferrari, you will know about it. I don't know, Django, anybody. Regarding, you know, if one wanted to make a kind of skit about some of all these things and sensitizing the people, is one allowed to make a kind of how do they call it, cover of some of Fela's songs where you because I'm imagining this stuff where you have a kind of skit showing the situation going on in Nigeria and overlaying it with some of those words from what Fela has said. This is going back decades ago. And if you make that, I think if you make even a 30-second or 15-second skit with that, it could have an impact when you start distributing it into all the smart devices where people go to on Instagram and all those places, and you use that in maybe radio stations, TV stations. I don't know whether we can fund TV stations.
No, you're right. You're
Yeah.
right, my brother. You see, the skits. You know, I'm a person that writes. I write films. I
Yeah.
write scores. I'm into my music as well. A few bits and pieces here and there. And where our Nollywood, where our media, where our art is concerned, right, we can beat this whole planet up with it. We've got too much. We've got too much in store. We have it installed. You know, when we look, let's just look at Afro beats and what it's doing at the moment globally, and how it's pushing up not just Nigerian music, but African music as a whole.
But are you not going to be sued for trying to use a kind of cover of Fela?
You can be, but it depends on like me. It's 2 phone calls, and I'm direct to the family, so I will speak to them about.
You could ask for permission, or you want.
Yeah,
or
that's right. You ask for permission, or sometimes you go ahead. You go ahead and you cut them in if you're getting revenue. If you're getting revenue,
just follow copyright rules. You could put that belongs to you. Put the person's music on there.
I think what's more important that what you put forward is the kind of art that can assist in the change of mentality for our people. I think that is of the deepest importance. The psyche of the people needs to be firmly educated so that they know who they are as people in this world, you know, and that they understand that.
Because you can even use like a lady now, not even a Fela himself. You don't have to use his own song. That's why I call it a cover. You use some other person, a female voice. You
to
just
sing the
use the
song.
words, over it, while the images are flowing through some of the things that
I can tell you this. The Fela sister, the oldest girl, Yenny, is it Yenny? She's a businesswoman. Or if you're going to her and you're bringing you can bring a thing that brings bucks to the table. She's up for a negotiation. Straight up, they're business people. At the end of the day,
okay.
Yeah,
it will be what considering, because I don't know how those type of negotiations go. That's why I thought I should ask, because they will come for you if you become Femi Kuti, because the message is not against the spirit of what their father is saying. You are supporting what their father is saying and also conveying it. But in terms of the money aspect, we are not looking to make money. We're looking to sensitize Nigerians from it. So if anything, making the video itself or the skate is going to cost individuals' money to put together and have the overlay, because then you can now deliver the information that, you know what, if your people are your politicians tell you that they are not going to buy locally made goods, don't
Yes, so
support them. If your
I
politician,
can't see them not going for something like that, to be honest,
yeah,
because that's right in their vein. That's right in their lane,
yeah.
actually. You know, and
So
to be supported with their father's music, I can't really see why they would go against that, to be honest. Especially if it's good. I mean, it sounds good just
I think
hearing it.
I you know, I can even fund that myself, get it done, and then share it with, hopefully share with them, whoever. I don't even know who you need to contact. Share it with them. With
Yeah, I'm not saying there's no them without me. I'm involved. Don't worry.
okay, I can share it with you so you can link me up. Yeah, I would have thought that the Agbero of Lagos would have been able to get us there. The one that
He go say your own now. He go say your own. He go say your own now. He's a troubleshooter.
You know the day I started smiling at Ferrari. We were having an argument here one day. Ferrari he just transformed to like a Lagos boy. He was, I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, what's happening here? Is this guy turning to a Lagos guy or something? I couldn't stop laughing. That was classic.
I know be gentleman at all, though.
Straight up, man.
All the places that raised me, from Island to Igbobi to Igbobi College to Lasso, where radicals of the greatest radicals they back then. No. I don't gentle gone.
I do enjoy it. I like Lagosians, you know, because when I went to Lagos from PH, I was like, these people are too different. They will raise their voice and shout and argue with you, but it's not. They don't mean any harm. They don't mean any harm.
They can shout and they believe
God.
who shouted the loudest. Now we know.
Exactly, man.
Great.
My God, they're shouting, man. The aggression. They will act as if they're about to kill you, but they don't mean it. It's just their way of communication. I was
but sometimes they mean more for Lagos, but before you know it, they don't break bottle. For you
you know the difference now when you see the.
You know the difference. You know the difference.
Every conductor acts as if they want to kill everybody. You know, they will be shouting at everybody, get out of the way, and all the rest of it. I do enjoy that aspect of Lagos. We are going to lose all those things, obviously, when development comes along. All those, if there was a way to capture it, it would be good.
It's deep, mate. I think it's deep in the. It just depends. You know, me, I think a lot about the organization of Lagos as a state, because for me, it's a beautiful place geographically, but we've made it into such a dump. It's so awful. You know, we've got a couple of outlays of lush existence, if you like, but the greater Lagos, it doesn't mean much, and it could be the greatest city in the world, to be honest.
Lagos has the potential, to be fair.
It has the potential, you know,
be like Miami if it was done right.
It has so much, you know. Lagos, it can you can put Little England in there. Wait, let me just speak on this from a point of view of the history of what that Lagos is. You can put Little England in there. You can put Little Portugal in there to speak about our history in such a way that there are already these edifices in Nigeria, in Lagos, that support English architecture, Portuguese architecture. One thing. Now, the whole of Makoko, that whole area, I come from a riverine area in my dad, where I'm an Ilaje man on my dad's side of the family, and I'm a swimmer. We all learn to swim from early as an Ilaje for somebody. When I come across a Nigeria, like I come across enough Lagosians and they can't swim. And I'm thinking, why can't you swim? You're a Lagosian, man. Water all around you. You should be able to swim. Anyway, in saying that, the way they live in Ilaje, going into riverine areas, we live on stalks on the water. And when you look at it, it's beautiful because it's still natural. There is palm trees all over the place. There's rice being grown. There's all kinds of things in the area. And we live largely in marshes that all the water is clean, drinkable water. You understand? We are one of the oil-producing states.
We have been given a lot.
Spoiled.
We have been given a lot. If you start painting all the bounties we have in
would
Nigeria,
just be one beautiful on the river team of people who are living together nicely. And then when I look at from Yaba to that whole stretch across there to Surulere, to coming around to what do they call that place where the national stadium is? That's my dad's area of Lagos. Hey, oh, Igomu. When you come to Igomu and all those areas and you're coming up, that whole space is supposed to be beautified garden city, mate. All the way to Festac. It's supposed to be beautified garden. And then as you're going from now Ikeja, come down into past Mushi, in past Solomu, past all those areas.
I
This
think
should
we've
be
lost
another
some things in Ikeja though. In Ikeja Junction, they used to play Fela song all the time, and now
Allen Avenue.
they
Allen
completely removed
Avenue.
that. Now, at the main Ikeja Junction, they used to play it raw, and I used to enjoy that. It almost became an identification of that location. Whenever
Mm.
you go there, you had this Fela song booming out from the center of that, but that has been removed now. And I even remember I hear that Computer Village too has been uprooted. And I don't. When we are removing these things, that's we are developing. We have to think about
Resettle. It's about
preserving
resettlement.
some of that spirit of that
It must
those areas.
it must still be there, and it's all about if you're because in creating Lagos anew, everybody is going to have to be resettled almost. You know, there are some places that should remain as they are, but the majority of the places they need real restructuring. Me, they're just awful. They can't live like this. You know, it's not
I speak the truth. Have you been to Lagos or PH or anywhere in Nigeria? Yeah, you're muted.
speak. You're muted.
Of course.
Oh,
To
you've been to
Lagos.
Lagos.
Of
Oh,
course.
that's good. What parts of Nigeria have you been to?
I lived in Lagos before.
You lived in Lagos. How did you manage to preserve this your accent? Oh, Shere, did he get to did he penetrate it? How did that not get through it?
Yeah, I
So it's
lived
only
there.
Lagos you lived in. You didn't live in any
Mhm.
go to any other part of
No, but
Nigeria.
I've been around the country. My parents have taken me around to the north, mostly the Midwest, the Mid Belt, and the North.
Mm.
So I've been to those
Okay.
places. Mhm.
Okay. You didn't go anywhere to the South region.
No, probably passing through, but
Okay. All right. At least you've been to Lagos. If you have been in
Yeah.
Lagos, you understand Nigeria to an extent.
Mm.
I
It's
understand Nigeria a lot, bro. A lot. Like
good
I
for you.
guarantee you more than you will probably imagine. Like really,
Mm,
like inside how
mm,
Nigeria runs. I understand it a lot, but whatever.
mm.
I like listening to people just say whatever they want to say. It's like cool, whatever.
Don't worry now. You're gonna get your chance to tell us what you know about Nigeria, more than Nigerians. But it's all good. But if you want to say something about what we just said so far about Lagos, your experiences in Lagos, and have you been out and been back to Lagos to observe the changes as occurred?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
quite a funny thing that is
yeah, yeah,
actually.
yeah. But
Mm,
I don't listen. It's it's less about living there. If you will, most of the people that live in Nigeria today do not even have an idea how the country is run. They have no idea. They don't even. A lot of people living in Nigeria are just living to survive. When you listen to people, usually you can tell who understands what goes on in Nigeria and who doesn't, who has all these idealistic imaginations, and all this idealistic thoughts. Oh, it should be like this. I hope it is like this. I wish it could be like this. But then again, you can listen to certain people. I'd say one of them is right here, John Abba, and then even KJ to a large extent, even though he's a propagandist, like a big one. But to a large extent, KJ does understand how Nigeria works. Also, Steph. So Steph, I don't know how much. I think it's just more inclination of maybe. I guess maybe he's just very intelligent, right? But like KJ, you could tell KJ has had interaction with certain people in higher places of government. You could tell sometimes you listen to him, you're like, oh, he knows what he's talking about. So the thing is, while it is fair, like we have all these idealistic approaches. I listen to a lot of things and I'm like, a lot of people are not getting it. It's not gonna work. Nigeria is way deeper than a lot of people I think realize. And that's why I just like listening to people and see where they're coming from. And sometimes I just try to put my input in. That's it. It's a
Can
very
you
deep
share some of
country.
these deep aspects of Nigeria in terms of the governance that the people may not be generally aware of?
So I'd say let me say it like this. I just say the way the country's run. Let me just what the people in charge put out and what the people outside fight over usually are two completely different things. So what the people are fighting over and what they push to the people, like, yeah, fight over this, and the people pick sides and everybody's fighting each other. Usually completely different things. Completely different.
I don't fully understand what they mean. Is what they are putting out and what the people are fighting over are different. I don't
I think
understand.
that was a good question, actually. I think that was a good question from forefathers to you. And I tend to enjoy the conversations between the two of you for some strange reason. But I don't believe you answered the question either. I don't believe you answered that question.
I answered it as best as I could. As best as I
Yeah,
could.
it's very, very cryptic way to answer a question.
Extremely.
What they are putting out is different from what the people are fighting over.
Mhm.
That is cryptic as I don't know what to swear. I'm trying to keep myself also. It's really cryptical. It's very cryptic because the idea is that I can't make sense of it because I would have thought what they are putting out is what the people are fighting over.
Well,
But it's
okay,
not
so
what they are.
let me say it like this. In a nutshell, let me say it like this. And I always use this I always use this analogy. I always say, if you understand how, for example, organizations work, not just organizations, if you have an idea how criminal organizations work, you will understand the Nigerian government. Oh, you will understand government, period.
Yeah.
So once you understand the structure, the hierarchy, how they adhere to their own brand of loyalty, and how they do, you'll understand it. No, but Nigeria is not Nigeria right now, and I'd say in the last, I'll say it like this, and a lot of people might disagree with me. Nigeria really has had only one selfless leader, maybe two, if we're going to count OBJ, maybe two in the democratic dispensation. And who's the other one?
You tell me.
Under normal circumstances, I would say GEJ, but no, GEJ faltered towards the end. The other selfless leader, I would say, came with the desire to change things in Nigeria with Buhari. But then he gets there and he realizes it's no longer 1984, it's no longer 1985. The people are these people are now have amassed so much power, so much money that if he had continued with what he really wanted to do, they would have took him out. Which is, you have to always ask yourself, when he started his presidency, why did he disappear for a long time, and why were
Yeah,
certain
I've always been
people
curious about that, and
and
people didn't question that strongly enough.
why were certain people so confident that he was gone? So it's a deep country, man.
That's interesting. That's quite an interesting point there. And the idea that I always thought that the trust that they had for about Buhari in the north is just as strong as the one they have with Peter Obi in the south. And the fact that in the end he didn't manifest any not much change, but you can also tell from Buhari's personality that he doesn't seem he ran for office 3 times. Clearly, that's ambition. But when he got into office, he wasn't keen on remaining there. You can tell he wasn't keen on remaining there.
Because, like I said, you know, you leave something for 30 some odd years and then you think it's still the same. You know, you have to remember this guy was a general in the army. So he was used to sitting with the Armed Forces Ruling Council, and whatever he said, go. Whatever he says, whatever Akilu says, whatever Dongo Yaro and Babangida and Abacha and Mama Vasta and the rest of them, whatever they said went. So they put it to him. This is what we want to do. And he does it. But now he comes in a democratic dispensation. And then they say he wants to do certain things. They say, hey, yo, this is not according to the Constitution. You really can't do it like this. So he had to adhere, which was very impressive because he actually proved himself to be someone that loved to learn and a Democrat. He wasn't the best president by any measure. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he showed that he was willing to adhere to democratic principles and not violate people's rights if he could. You know, so that was why most times, you know, if he felt it wasn't a situation where the security of the country was going to come under attack, he would not get involved. There's local politics going on. That was why his own party almost got destroyed. You know, he was just falling back, looking at them. They'll say, "Oh, go use your influence, use a federal influence," and he wouldn't say anything. He'd just be like, "Listen, let democracy take its place," you know. And which is why I always ask people when they say, "Oh, his government was corrupt," I say, "Well, but him personally, could you actually say he personally enriched himself? You cannot justifiably and honestly say that." So that's why I said, well, you know, this is just basically steps that we have to go through. They're laying the foundation down. We're gonna be all right. It's just a little bit more, you know. We just gotta struggle through it.
My problem is that for us to be all right, I need to see something strategic change. And you can say local weapons manufacturing could be a strategic change, but I don't think it's sufficient. And my fear now is that these our leaders have kind of hooked themselves completely, hook, line, and sinker, everything with the West. And I don't see the West offering them anything different from what they've given them in the last 60 years. That means we are going to carry on in the path we are. It's going to improve for a while. And when the Chinese and the West settle their differences, they will come for us and they'll come and take the rest. That is my concern, that this our leadership, because one of the things you notice when they were doing the analysis, this is not the leaders, so this is fellow Nigerians doing analysis on TV. They come on TV, they do analysis about ECOWAS, that Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger decide to pull out of ECOWAS. You know what the argument against what ECOWAS did in terms of sanction was? That you don't want ECOWAS nations to go in the hands of the Russians or the Chinese and the other people, that you have to bring them back into the... So the argument is come back to the arms of the West, not come back to the hands of us so we control everything. Their own is come back to the hands of the West. You see the Ghanaian president openly begging on talking to the American Secretary of State that Burkina Faso is now a client state of this Russia and all the rest. What they don't understand is the reason why the West, the Asian countries are doing well right now is because the West and the Russians had a competition. You have to invite competition there. That is the only time your value increases. Now they need you more, then they will offer you more. It was because the reason why China has this relationship with the US.
I will see you
because
guys later. I gotta go.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Ferrari. I really appreciate your contributions. Thank you, and hope we see you sometime soon again. tomorrow or today, as they say. All right. So, like when the approach is, let's not rough the boat. But if you look at China now, the reason why China is doing well today is because America wanted to compete with Soviet Union, so they went and formed an alliance with China. The same thing. The reason why Japan is doing so well today, because they need Japan to counter China and Taiwan. Whenever they are helping you so that you are strong to compete with their enemies. And to show you evidence of this is because when they now see that China is rising too much, that Japan may not be able to contain China, Taiwan cannot contain China. Now they are going to India. They are begging India with everything they've got. They are offering India nuclear submarine, and they are going to be manufacturing their aircraft, jet fighter engines in India. That's what they are offering India. What other thing? What did they offer India? They are offering India everything now, because they need India to be able to check China. This is the strategy of the West, and which is a very if you want to give people credit, you have to give the West. These were brilliant strategies. Strategies. The way they approach things is that better they fight themselves there than you bring the fight to them. Very, very good tactics. Because look at Russia now; he's busy tearing his neighborhood apart. America is sitting pretty, and UK is sitting pretty, and this is the name of the game. And guess the other country that is following that strategy. Another thing, that's the strategy that Nigeria should follow. The other country that's following that strategy is Iran. They will fund every other people around them, so they don't have to fight the fight themselves. And if you try to start a fight with them, all those people will start a fight with you.
That strategy is not new. It's not new. If you always, again, maybe because I'm a student of history, and
sorry. Just to submit, complete my this thing. My submission was that we shouldn't be afraid of the Russians or the Chinese having states that support them in Africa, because that, even if it brings conflict, that will bring power to us too. Because what we have right now is a slow death. They are not giving us anything. If Amino Ibopo gave us 24, they cooperated with us, gave us good loans, and make sure that they don't help our leaders steal our money and all this. That's fine, isn't it? But they are not doing that for us. So we must as well play the game the others played that worked for them. Sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah, so what I was trying to say is that strategy you made, you just said of the West, taking the battle overseas and arming, basically supporting other groups, is not a new strategy, especially if you recall that the United States and the Western so-called democracies themselves are actually offshoots of the Roman Empire. So they are basically following principles, because not like they always say, nothing is new under the sun. So they are basically following offshoots, principles that their forefathers from thousands of years ago, systems of government that their own forefathers from thousands of years ago, strategies that their own forefathers from thousands of years ago have perfected, which is in terms of how to get power, get economic dominance, and colonize areas. So it is nothing new. The same way the Roman garrisons will come across the Gibraltar and through Carthage and take over parts of North Africa. It's the same thing. Come through the Atlantic, circle Africa, take us as slaves, to stabilize our economy. It's the same strategy. What I think Africa just needs to do is very simple. It is not so much as us choosing a strategy from these mercenaries, because this is what the West really are. They are nothing but well dressed mercenaries. That is all they are. So instead of taking their strategy and trying to say possibly have large influence in West Africa, I think it is either we settle and face our own problems like the Chinese did, and which you severally referenced, or we push with other African countries as powerful and as respected and as influential as we are in Africa, to break down the illegal, illegitimate, and fake borders that these Western countries impose on us in the Berlin Conference in Africa. So once we can have a basically united African country, just one, where there's freedom of movement, there's freedom of trade,
It
and
will be
things like
easy
that.
to disrupt. This is what I was saying earlier on. If the African countries can come together, to an extent, they are trying, because I think they reached the conclusion that individually they cannot take on the world, but if they came together, the world cannot take them on without and expect to just win like easily. So
Mhm.
that's their strategy. But I still am of the opinion that given the way the world has functioned in the recent past, the theme to if you have powers competing, in the middle there is where freedom lies. That's from that middle there. If the people that are in those regions decide to strategically align themselves, they are going to do better. If you look at even in the India and Pakistan conflict that they always had, because America is backing India and sometimes Russia or other countries back Pakistan a little bit more. But then again, they are all the flip side. Those two countries they actually flip side between America. They flip all the time. But guess what they got from it? They're all nuclear powers now. You can teach, you can say Pakistan is a backwater state, destabilized and all the rest. But you are not going to say they are going to be enslaved tomorrow. You're not going to say they are going to be exterminated from that land tomorrow. Because to exterminate them, yeah, you have to face a nuclear power. So that is the difference between them and us. They can have problems, and believe you me, they will recover. Nobody, because it's their country, they will recover. If you look at what happened in the election recently, it tells you it's their country, their votes count in their country. Nobody, you can try to influence them, but you can't bully them as much as they can bully us. They come here, they tell our leaders what to do, and our leaders don't have a choice. And our leaders just follow them like house boys. They look. I saw the World Bank official, even her when she came here. I'm telling you, when they come here, when I look at them, when I see them in Nigeria, they seem nervous. They appear nervous, but we don't even see it. Our leaders are there, like, no. I've seen the British defense attaché, this official came to Nigeria, was asking our leaders, tell us what you want and everything. And I can tell he is nervous. But our leaders don't even know their power. They just sit there, oh, please, we can have training, we can have trucks for removing landmines. That's what you're asking for.
Because we don't have the most intelligent people at the helm of affairs. So
Right.
you have to look at it like this. If someone wants to ask you, what is the what is the doctrine of the last 10 governments in Nigeria? You can't say, is it is it one?
Zero. No doctrine.
Exactly. So there's no doctrine. It's usually they do not have ideologies, and you cannot function whether as man or government without having an ideology. You have to have something that people will say you're either unprincipled or this is a principled ideology. So we have to have something. We don't even really have a doctrine. So the only thing I can point to when I look at Nigeria's doctrine is I can say, okay, we have a doctrine of non-alignments. So usually we try not to align with any country
But
with
we
to
do
an
align,
extent.
no. We
We
pretend as if
do,
we don't
we
align. We
do,
do. We
we
align
do,
with the West like a bit, like a
we do. Yeah, but to a large extent we align with the West, but then that does not preclude us, for example, from going to the Middle East or the Southeast Asia, I mean, or
We barely go there.
Eastern
We don't
country.
go there. Oh.
Yeah, yeah, but at least we don't have. It's not like during the Cold War, right, where everybody was picking sides, and with the Cold War to a large extent, it's still in effect. But we haven't really picked sides. We've just, if it will benefit us, we go this way, and if it will benefit us, we go this way. But our government officials, we have the least intelligent people there. And I know it upsets people when I say this, and they always bring the last elections. And they always say, well, OP and this, I'm not listen. we have better people than the ones that lost and the ones that are presently in government. And we just have to put these people at the forefront. And maybe we might at that point say, okay, well, things are effed up right now, but maybe in 100 years, 150 years, this is where our grandkids and great grandkids might be. So I think we have to start looking that far ahead, because if we have to look 10, 20, 50, 40 years from now, we're just wasting
We
our
don't
time.
even
We
have
haven't
that
even
long. And
started yet.
if we try to wait that far, we are done for. And please, Jonaba, what do you think about what you've had so far? Sorry, we sometimes we forgot, we get carried away when we are talking about these things. Yeah, the idea is that regarding ECOWAS now, kind of fragmenting, and you heard about what's happening with Senegal. The guy just decided to postpone an election. That's a democracy of doing that, and I don't see Tinubu coming out to complain about it. And you hear fellow Nigerians saying the only reason why we should worry about not letting these countries are going to pull out of ECOWAS pull out is because we have to avoid them going into the hands of the Russians and the hands of the Chinese, as if us have been in the bosom, not just the hands, the bosom of the West. We are not under sanction. Look at the state of Nigeria. So please, what do you think about such a comment, the way we approach these things?
Um, you know, I'm for ECOWAS if ECOWAS can put their act together and their leader will not be a puppet to the West. But the problem is that you have a collective force that can be manipulated of how many countries together that the West can just take advantage. So if it will not work for them like that, I don't have a problem of them going separate ways or find another alliance instead of just. I don't care about bidding. Everybody need to bid alliance. That's how you get your power, whether with the Chinese, whether with Iran, whether with Russia. Everybody, you need it to sustain, especially over the years. How much do we benefit from the West? Are they tired? And that's what I always say, that no slave, no oppressor, let me not even use slave master, no oppressor willingly will let go of the person that oppressing. The people have to rise up to it. And you will rise by grassroots movement, that people are fed up, they are between the rock and the hard place. And at that time, blood will flow on the street. They will not stop. Then, but for you to believe that power will be relinquished based on whatever you are thinking, whether it's a Western power, whether it's a Nigerian people you call cabal or whatever you want to call, it never happens. But this is where we are. And unfortunately, I hope as we uh, make comment and argue our differences, that one day it fall in the right place and we can take it from there. But I don't have a problem of even ECOWAS go separate way and rebuild again, because what they are right now, they are just a puppet to the West. One person will be the chairman of the ECOWAS and then sell ECOWAS to anybody that approaches them. Oh, we are going to war here, we are not going, because it's easy for them to manipulate since they cannot man up. So I believe in everybody building their own alliance, uh, um, build partner with who they think they can come for their rescue, because it's about power. Power, and nobody apologizes for power. The only thing that people come here and argue, I'm very vicious about it. Like if it is that easy, it will be where we are. Power is not that easy to just relinquish because you think you can talk, or you think you don't know the root of power. And so we have been done it over the years. And so where are we now? So where are we now? Are we better off? So the notion is that let's continue to push from the grassroots, telling the people, empowering the people, because they have used poverty, they have used everything in their disposal to suppress the poor. And when you are desperate, you do desperate things. You not because you want to do it, but because you are desperate. You are pushed to that corner. That's where we are right now. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you for joining us, this is Paul. Yeah,
Yes,
I
thank
don't
you.
know if you heard what we were discussing. I think we moved on to ECOWAS and the
Yeah.
mess that has been left
Yes.
there under a year under this president.
Yeah, I've been listening. I just get tired. I said I'm tired of the argument. I don't want to blow my head off. So I, I was just sometimes you get tired of the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I was just listening. At least I can stretch my back. I can do anything, and also have that peace of mind at home. So they are even asking me, "Are you okay?" This one time you are not shouting.
That's good.
It was just so funny. So talking about this ECOWAS thing, it kind of make me laugh. I think the ECOWAS thing is just like the way they weaponize us with religion, where it makes us condemn our custom, our tradition tremendously. It's just the same thing. So they've trained us that, oh, Russians are the bad guys, the Chinese are the bad guys. And this funny phrase that we know about Chinese, their products are also fake. So we believe anything that is coming from them may not be so positive and everything. And we have the very durable one, very positive thing, positive products that they give to us. But they never give us positive mutual relations. You understand? They don't. They did not give us anything like that. And it's just hard. No country of the world had ever had problem with China, Russia. You understand? Even though where China borrow people money and everything, I don't think they are coming so hard like the way they are using the so-called World Bank and the IMF, you understand, to punish nations. This Tinubu thing, it is the IMF policy is trying to implement, and it's people can't even fed once a day. You understand? We can't even eat one good meal a day. So it's just bad, and I think it's time for us to wake up and learn to cut deals like the way the Indians do. The Indians today, they have relationship with everywhere. You
Tell you
understand? They are
everybody.
just the love bride. You understand? They have relationship with everywhere today, and I don't see why we can't do that. But we must go back to, first of all, we need to lift up our people a little bit. I understand there is class issues in India. You understand? But when you talk about India as a nation, they represent themselves well.
Yeah.
You understand? They represent themselves well, but we never represent ourselves well. Our leaders are just doing. You see, the Tinubu thing with the Niger some months back. I think Tinubu tried to do what Buhari did with Yaya Jammeh. You understand? When Jammeh refused to leave power, Buhari threatened and Jammeh just gave in. So Tinubu tried that. I guess, man, the thing didn't work well. And luckily, it would have worked for Tinubu, but the so-called Northern and fight Tinubu that these are our brothers who can't watch this happen. You understand? And so Tinubu just
Yeah,
give
but he
in
should
on
have
that
thought
one.
about that. Yaya Jammeh is from a tiny country, Gambia. The Niger Republic is a massive country. I think second largest country in Africa, or third. And then you have Mali next to it. Before you start threatening war against them, maybe you should have thought about that. Half of your country is supporting them too.
So for further, just like the Israel-Palestine thing, you understand, we give these people electricity, we benefit them a lot. So he's seeing it from that angle. You understand? But the so-called Northerners say, no, we and these people don't have any difference. These are our in-laws, these are our brothers, these are our sisters. And also remember, they also use that block too for votes during election time too. You understand? So it's very, very important for them.
That it means that he jumped to conclusion. Because first of all, if you wanted to know about what is going to happen by what he did, the
It
first thing he
means
should
he'll
have known
try
was
his
that
best.
North
It
Africans,
means,
the Northern Nigerians will
it
never
means he'll
support
try his
Russia.
best to satisfy France and their partners where that
Exactly.
was concerned.
Because
Yes.
if anybody thought about it, just of 2 minutes, what is 2 minutes? 1 minute, you would think, oh my God, not Nigerians will not go for this at all.
Not at all.
Yeah, so he should have known it, but instead he went and said all those things and came so aggressively towards these regimes. Even threatening to, he literally, they actually organized themselves militarily to actually attack these countries. And guess what? Then the countries banded together, which is what ECOWAS should have done. The country, to show you how free they are, they formed a defense pact for themselves. ECOWAS never did that. If ECOWAS had done that, all these coups wouldn't have happened. You see that? You see what I mean? Because when a coup happens, that's an attack on the state. They will come back and the nations will come and remove you. But now they band together. Now you can't go and attack one of them.
Therefore, Father, talking about that with this Senegal thing that is happening, that just kind of makes everything so laughable. How do you want to challenge Senegal when we have presidents that have been there for 40 years, 30-something years, 30-something years, 30-something years? This is how they stay up to that numbers of years. You understand? They keep shifting the goalposts. They keep shifting the goalposts and every other thing. So how do you want to accuse these guys when you are doing the same thing? And the West that you're following.
Tinubu hasn't lasted one time, so he has a kind of moral authority to still, because if you can criticize Niger, why are you not telling Senegal? Because that is one of the reasons why people say coup is necessary.
It is just social media.
Being Democrats themselves.
If Senegal pay some young guys, if they fire Tinubu on Twitter, all this corruption and every other thing, but I don't go easy for the man.
Better that than say nothing, because it seems inconsistent. Because you see your fellow Democrats do the same thing, you don't say anything, but if a military person does it, you don't like it.
No,
right.
but the northern, the Niger pushback. Another thing is that let's be honest about the economical impact. It's only the neighboring countries, only in Niger, that Nigerian Naira is spent on the street. So
unbelievable. And we gave that. I say unbelievable, and we gave that up now.
So if we are looking at it in a larger way, if Nigerian today cut a deal with China that we do not need to buy dollars to purchase stuff from there, dollar will not be the rate it is today. So the economical impact of all of those things, and Niger is not just a small country. And another thing is that we can just be hypocrite. Nobody throws a stone where their interest is as a human being. So we should know that our interest, it may not be to the vast of the whole Nigeria. If you go to the south, west, mostly if you come to Lagos, they deal with Cotonou more. But then in the north, if you go to Borno State, they deal with part of Cameroon more. Yeah. So the Amchide area and all of that. So when you go to the other side, so the issue is that it's about the interest. And I always tell people that you may talk about any other thing. You can't take real politics from the north. You can't. And people will come and be arguing, and it's so painful sometimes that you argue blindly. You can disagree with me the way you disagree with me. It's not based on any fact. It's not based on any ideology. It's just based on personal hatred or lack of understanding, and you just hold on to it. The Northerners are seasoned politicians. And the people, somebody say here today that, they take the money and go and divide to their people. Oh, yeah? And if that is the case, then it's not a wrong thing. If it is, if you take the money from the federal and divide with and you share with your people, then it's not a wrong thing. Let your people use it. But that is not even the truth. But let's say if that is the case. So but that is not the case. The case is that we all need to, politicians have a way of ringing election. Then when we talk, there are certain things you cannot just say it like that. Let's just say it on this phrase. When America, that's what is called talking point. They started pushing the scenario there, and people started buying it because some people are just gullible for whatever reason, whether for religious or whatever, for tribal or for whatever, and they buy into it. And before you know it, the society started propagating it, and it started going, and it become a stay in the community. It's a ring of election because we already deceived the mind of the people with false lie, and you know the society is gullible, you sell it to them, just like they have sold Christianity to us or Islam to us, and you think that's the way of life. It's the same way in politics. Politicians, they don't care. They just want to win anywhere in the world. So if there's a way, like the last time Joe Biden was the bottom of the election before James introducing to the black community that this is the person we're going to trust. And that is how it goes. It's still the same way. It doesn't matter. But these are influencers in the community. So when we talk about, there's nothing wrong in having influence. End of the day, motive matters. And if collectively society rise up to say enough is enough, which I'm not seeing it anytime soon because of this argument, even here, we that are in diaspora, we say things that, the last time, so I must know your name. You don't have to know my name. I don't have to know my name because even in America, if you employ people here, there's the right for them to put their nickname and not to use their full name. Wherever the form I feel that I put my original name, use it to go with the government. But I can choose to say this is my nickname. I want it to be even on my badge. But this is where we are in the society, that everything is about sentiment. Everything is about I know more than you. No. There's nobody that knows more than, and nobody knows everything.
So, see, Janaba, you said something I find quite interesting, that Niger Republic is one of the countries that they spend the Naira on the street.
Yes.
And it touched on the idea I've always had that West Africa is supposed to be our sphere of influence.
Yes.
Because we make up majority of the population of the region, really. And the fact that we've now, in a way, this Tinubu came in, and in terms of safeguarding that, he's even made it worse. I was thinking that it wasn't even good enough because we're supposed to be moving to more integrated trading where Nigeria's companies will be making a lot more headway in those countries. Instead, it's the French, instead, it's the British and the Americans that are governing those countries. Like in Ghana, it's mostly America that is in charge of Ghana.
Yes.
They basically own their international airport. The main terminal of international airport is left for Americans to use for their operations in Ghana. And Nigeria sits there not doing anything at all.
Exactly.
We just remain fallow.
Yeah.
Like we don't exist. And that thing is a
I'm sorry. Cotonou exists on even the school in Cotonou. Go and find out. They are owned by Nigeria. But the government are very smart. They put a system in place that makes sure that they regulate things well. They don't have anything. They only have a little cutting, and they have the seaport that work for them. And we cannot even negotiate where we can trade with our Naira. I don't even want to say.
Jonaba, the West African region, sorry, 1 minute, sorry, please. The West African region is 500 million people, and Nigeria has over 220 million of 500 million people, and we can't control that market.
Yeah.
You understand? Do you know Asari Dokubo own a university in Cotonou?
A lot of people, not
imagine.
Only.
And how funny it is, and it's fighting for Niger Delta region. Just imagine if we still control our Naira very well. You understand? It is still good. You understand? It's still good.
But we are the ones sabotaging it now. We go on sabotaging our own country and ourselves, and not letting our country progress. There are simple things. They're like, sorry, I speak the truth, because it's not even like only Oyibo people that help us sabotage ourselves. But there are simple things we could have done ourselves, like supporting our own locally manufactured goods, making it a big thing. Because we forget that when we manufacture, we will sell it to all those markets too. Nigeria is a big market on its own. We can sell it in West Africa. You know, with the influence that we've got in West Africa and ECOWAS, we can sell it into Cameroon. Cameroon, even is not in West Africa, but we have a big influence in Cameroon too. We can sell it in Cameroon. But we don't even think like that. How can we not? In short, how do we even get there to start thinking that, you know what, we have a big market around us, we should start capitalizing on it? Because if we make stuff, we can sell it there. It's not only in Nigeria we can sell it.
It's the easiest way to feed your friends. The hard
Olumide is here, so okay. You know, it's not Olumide's fault this time. For once, it's not his fault. Where is the audio coming from?
the original Italian.
I think it's I speak the truth.
Yeah, Jasmine.
I speak the truth is you. There's audio coming through somewhere. And
it's not me, man. It's not me.
No, it's not Jagun. It's not Jagun. It's not Olumide. All the usual suspects are all clean this time. So, but that said, anyway, I really wish we start making it a conscious. It should be conscious among the people that if we are not supporting Nigerian-made goods, we are sabotaging ourselves. If we are not supporting,
there are other reasons why, in the honest truth, it's not enough reason. But it's also a fear. You can see that there are certain things that some tribe feel within the Nigerian space to deal with other outsiders than deal with the fellow Nigerians. And when it comes to some political reasons, for instance, you wonder why, let's say that innocent car, whatever in the, I think Anambra.
Yeah, innocent car.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can imagine if it is in a strategic place. Because the issue is that the people that master the system know what money can do in the hand of, and how much influence you can have within the poor people, within the middle class, and within the politicians and the elite class. So there could, if it was in a certain position, they will promote it better. Because it's political. And when you talk about this is about things, people go off. I can do this. No, that is not how it works.
I have to push back a little bit on that.
Yeah.
In that, what Forefather's saying is very, very, very important and positive. That we, as a that we as a people need to start buying Nigerian-made, Nigerian manufactured, Nigerian global products for reasons of being.
No, I think you are cutting. Let me land. The point I'm making is that it's about political reasons. While it's not, if it is in a certain place, there was a time in Nigeria, Peugeot is assembled in Kaduna, right? Peugeot was a Nigerian official car. So the point is political. What I'm trying to say is that it is politically motivated. Why it's not promoted? Is it the right thing? No, because it is the right thing when we.
Well, I mean, even using innocent as an example, I don't think innocent coming from where it comes from should not be situated where it is in order to become a national product. You know, whereby there may be
it's a politics of money. You see, you are not still understand, and I know what I'm talking.
No, I do understand what you're saying. It's not that I don't understand what you're saying. I'm saying to you though that the market moves differently than politics, and if Nigerians themselves are constituted to think Nigeria and to be proud Nigeria and to put Nigerian products, however small, however big, because the way I see it, Nigerian manufacturers have a great potential, even though they're nowhere at the moment. But there is a great potential for us just to come out all of a sudden, and it is still down to the push of the market and what in the market, what's available in the market, what's the competition in the market, and every pound spent by the people who are knowledgeable about how they're spending their money goes past politics. And this is where we all have to again show that the power of this nation is with the people. And this is what I'm trying to maintain in our mindset. We've done the detraction. We know all of the issues. We know all of the negative spaces. I, for one, am sick to death of hearing it because it's dirty. A lot of it is dirty. And we come to the point where we feel that we can't become clean. And I'm saying that we can. We can. And we can again. And we need to go right now with positive thinking.
No, Gagon, why do you think people advertise their product?
Don't ask me a question. Make your statement.
No, because
make your statement.
Okay, you are saying as an individual, do you go to Nigeria and buy the product? When you go
My,
to
my
Nigeria,
brother,
do you go there? Do you go?
I
See,
myself, put it this way.
the people have to. Okay, listen to me carefully one more
Let
time.
me put it this way: the business I run, the products that I make my business from come from Nigeria. The business I run is a Nigerian-based business. One, because I'm Nigerian, and where I'm buying my product from is Nigeria.
Okay,
So, for that, as a manufacturer myself,
you build a trust. Now, let me tell you, I've said that, and this is it on bad issue. I'm all for good where Nigerian can buy their goods within Nigeria, and it generate income. It build our nation, and people advertise their product even in America here for a reason for people to buy it. Sometimes the reason you keep on going and you go to even if you have to give it for the people for free, you can do that to make sure your product is tested and trusted. And I'm not saying that product is not. And if it is politically settled, then the government started promoting it because that is our own product that will generate money. So, but when I talk, I don't know. Okay,
Okay, let me add to this because okay, there is Proforce out there, which is also a good manufacturer for Nigeria. As a matter of fact, Belarus has bought their vehicles, and there are. It's not only Innocent. There are many other companies in Nigeria that you
Too
would
much.
think the Nigerian government will want to patronize and make sure that they promote strongly. Because if the Nigerian government can use it, soon Cameroon will be thinking maybe we should buy. Why should we be buying from far away? Ghana will be thinking maybe we should buy Benin Republic, and with our influence on top of it, we can be
absolutely.
selling it, and we'll make the gains from it. So I get the idea that there's politics in it, but there's also another layer of self-sabotage in it.
The politics in it, I don't think this politics is 100%. I don't even think this politics is 50%. Sometimes some people may have good business concepts, but they also don't have the marketing skills. Because one thing with we Nigerians, when it comes to pay for ad, you understand, it's just hard on us. We're ready to scatter the internet to go look for something that will just pay for one professional, for a consultant, just to have a section of 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. We don't like it's just not part of us. You understand? So, for example, how do I want to put it? You see the Nations Cup coming. Did you see just even put it in our boys, their jersey? You understand? Just put an ad on this platform and everything. Buy section and everything. Some small, the Idabasi, the Kukaton meal, something like that. Some small events here and there that is going on. Did you put yourself out there? You must put yourself out there.
I'm not sure. See, to be fair to them, I'm not sure that is the key, though.
Father, just let me land with this thing. What I'm saying is that oftentimes when we talk about innocence, you discover that you see it like good percentage, his fellow Igbo brothers market from a place of we are being oppressed. Oftentimes, it just look like, oh, they don't want to patronize us because it's an Igbo man. You understand? You and I will talk about innocence. That's not marketing. That's like we are just ranting, we are just blaming the government. But it's different from marketing, where you show these cars, where you show rough roads that this car is driving, things that you do. You sponsor an event and every other thing. National news. For example, every Nigerians these days, the Ojinika Okpe, every one of us want to listen Ojinika Okpe. You understand? Put an advert in Ojinika Okpe section. What's trending? Just things like that. So from his own end too, he's also not spending money on this good product that he has. You understand? He's also not spending money. He has a good product.
I'm not that impressed with that Ojinika stuff. I've always wanted to comment on that lady.
Good.
I don't want to
go and look the views when she upload.
And
you
that
understand?
is what drives me. That's the kind of stuff that bothers me a lot, because what that lady, the kind of ideal woman she's creating for Nigerians is not good for me. because the way she looks is not how 90% of most of our people can look, because she wears wigs, done plastic surgery and all that stuff. She's not looking like your typical fellow Nigerians, and that is whom a lot of people are looking up to. I find that problematic, but that's a side point. But I take your point about advertisement, and when they mention innocent, it seems to come from this oppressed, kind of marginalized kind of way of looking at it. But it's not only that. There is even
That's true.
other companies out there that is from the southwest and south, even the north. They are not promoting anybody. Nigerian government don't like to. In short, Nigerians. I'm saying Nigerian government. Nigerians, the middle class and the elites, don't like to use Nigerian stuff.
I quite agree with you.
And that is where the problem is coming from.
Mm.
If we start changing our mindset and realize that when we buy Nigerian, eventually we are going to gain from it. Maybe our mindset is going to start changing, and I think that is why
Forefather, when you said Forefather, when you said so, growing up as a young boy,
like 3 times, Paul. Like, can I finally say something?
Okay, you guys, right?
There's a saying in the United States. I don't know if anybody here have heard it before. It says, "Good dope sell itself," meaning if you have a good product, you do not need to advertise it.
Don't even go there.
If you have a good, that's
kick
true.
your teeth in.
No, I'm not trying to.
That is story, man.
Anybody, but
No, it's not a story, but it's still far away from a normal person.
If you have a good product, you don't need to advertise nothing. You've never seen. Most of us have probably never seen a Rolls Royce ad or Rolex or Lamborghini advertising and saying, "Come buy our stuff." You don't, because they do quality stuff. And if you really want it, you're going to go out there and go get it. So in as much as I hear all this talk of marketing and we got to show nationalism through buying a product, if your stuff is good, even if it's in the depths of hell, people are going to go there, take the money, seek it out, buy it, and drive it out of hell into heaven.
Whilst I agree with you, all you're talking about really are different philosophies in terms of marketing. There are those in this world who market strictly to the elite, and you hardly find an advertisement about them. But there are those who play in the large middle ground, like the Rolls Royces of this world, like the Rolexes of this world, who do an awful lot of advertising. And it's because they come from the point of view, make sure that you're always out there regardless. As if there's a space, put an advert there. Always be advertising. There is that philosophy also. So when we speak about these things, we're speaking about them from the Nigerian point of view. A company like Innocent, they're not necessarily manufacturers. As a company, they are more assembly. They're more an assembly line rather than manufacturers. But however, this assembly line, the whole ideal and the idea of African made should be pushed through. It should be supported. The country, they should actually be making special cars for government use in terms of limousines and protective cars. There should be a company like Innocent should be putting that together for our country, and then following from that, the masses, taxi cabs, whatever the car may be, where you're buying these particular products and boosting the economy, and then you're pushing it out to the rest of Africa. It's a serious mindset that we need. We're trying to change here. This is why I say sometimes instead of go
ahead,
on.
finish. Yeah.
Then I speak the truth, Forefather, please.
Okay,
I speak the truth. I love what you said, but when you talk about these big products, they are not doing mass production like that. They've already made name for themselves, and that's their concept. Adidas. If Adidas make headway in America, it's bigger than the whole of Western Europe market. Adidas is still struggling in American market. They push, they even invest with Kanye back in the days and everything. But Adidas still today cannot take American market. It's like that. So what do you expect Adidas to do? They still need to do more hard and everything. America still don't believe in Adidas.
If your product is good, I can name tons of other smaller companies that do not advertise, Krispy
That's
Kreme,
true.
for example, Zara does not advertise. Spanx. So there's tons of companies. So if your product is good, I'm not saying I disagree with your concept of advertising to push a product, but I'm saying if in a case like Innocent, maybe his advertising budget or their advertising budget is not massive, and they look at it like, well, it might not create much of an impact. I don't know. I don't know what their strategy is, but whatever their strategy is, it is obvious that I can't say. I'm just going based off of what y'all saying. It is obvious that they are not putting enough money toward advertising and marketing. But like I say, if it's a good product, people will flock towards it.
Let me add to that. I think for a product to get good, obviously the ideal is product is perfect. People don't have to advertise and they will sell themselves. Most of the time, though, most of these strategic products that are very, very important to a nation, like the iPhone is to America, and the Huawei is important to the Chinese, and Samsung is important to this in South Korea. The nations, the countries themselves back these companies, and to an extent, you can argue that Nigeria backs Dangote for this reason too. And you will see that the government back these companies a lot more to get to the point whereby they become good. Because some companies, it's very hard for them to emerge from zero to where they are good enough not to even bother marketing before they get good. They need support to get there, especially this strategic product, because that's what the others are doing. It's like space exploration. If you had left it to private industry, they will not do it because the risk level is so high that it takes the state to push forward first, then open the doors for the others to come in. That is how these type of areas that we are talking about work. Because what we are talking about is strategic trade here, where you have soft power control over another country, at the same time make a lot of you get a lot of returns from it when you are selling those products to them. However, this idea that Innocent is only assembling is a kind of I feel like it's a little bit unfair, because there's a bit of a sliding scale to almost all car manufacturers. Most car manufacturers don't manufacture their components. They get it from other manufacturers too. Like, you can go to BMW now, you find out that their engine, I think most of them, they actually manufacture their engines. I'm not so sure which one they really take pride in doing. But you find out that even parts of that engine they got it from China or somewhere else. Nvidia that manufactures microchips in America, the parts that they manufacture, they get it from Taiwan. And so most companies, especially car companies are even worse for this. You go inside their engine, and their parts, you see that it belongs to so many different companies, like more than 100 different companies.
No, these things are understood within the industry.
It's not, they are not worse for it. It's called.
Steph is still with us. That's good. I was wondering where
you mentioned
it's
going to wake up.
Industry work. You don't manufacture everything.
It's just industry standards, man.
Yeah,
you know, to make an airplane.
Innocent to say that they are just.
No, we have to be accurate with what's going on.
Criticism?
Yes, because the pound that we are talking, it used to be a French car too. They just only have factories in Kaduna. It's a French car.
I will tell you this, forefather. I will tell you this, forefather. I will tell you this, if I might, if I can. You know, in England, there are so many car companies that have come through, fantastic car companies that are no more. Companies like Triumph that were a full car company, they ended their career, if you like, by making and going deeply into their motorcycle manufacturing, and that was global. But even now, Triumph, they have still the market share that they own within the manufacturing industry is limited. Now, there are so many companies that are no longer even in production, and there's a way that you can buy these companies, bring them, and still maintain a lot of the old custom cars that they have, obviously, but more bring it into the future and what these cars would have been in a country like Nigeria. You can take those companies over. These things, what your concept is of being a manufacturer is up to you. Can it sell in the market is a second thing. But for a country like Nigeria that has begun on this trajectory, a company like Innocent needs the support because it will show the whole country that things can be done from an African point of view, and I think that's what's important there.
Yeah, I agree with that. AY, thank you for joining us, and
Indeed,
obviously,
brother AY, what's
yeah.
up, man? What's
So
up, bro?
Thank you, man.
AY, you come today.
Yeah, then they pursue me now. I don't pursue
You're
me.
welcome.
He was here
It was
earlier.
when I was in the comment section that forefather started again today to bring a woman matter.
I
So
tell you,
is that why you
And I
came
was
on?
warning him, forefather, be careful. Just be careful.
forefather,
I don't know why
want
that's the
war.
reason why you don't want to get married.
Who told you? How do you know I'm not? You think I'm?
You kept
That
your
man,
wife
incognito, naive.
You don't know whether I'm married now. Nobody knows.
Okay, is that why you're not living with
He's
your woman?
laughing. He's laughing there.
AY, please go ahead.
Yeah, so if I might quickly comment on what you guys are discussing, to be honest, not only car manufacturer, a lot of manufacturing company, they always outsource part of what they're doing. Even, for example, they might have a company supply some part of the cars. Even Tesla, that's what they do. So you don't expect, for example, Inosi to be manufacturing every part of his car in where he is. I think the most important thing is, at least, even if we assemble the cars in Nigeria, the difference is we need to patronize our stuff. The government need to show example, to be honest. All the state government, the federal government. The beauty of this thing is gonna benefit the economy. We are just shouting economy is not doing good, dollar is falling, Naira is falling, whatever. We need to all contribute in our own ways. Like, I'm not sure it's only Inosi. I think there is another company that produces cars in Nigeria. By in Nigeria, we gotta patronize these people, to be honest, to make the dollar strong, to even make the economy stronger. The government, the irresponsible government, they need to lead by examples. If Anambra government, for example, say, Inosi, give me 100 cars. The other beauty of Inosi, trust me, he will be willing to give out cars to government. They're gonna pay in a period of time. Somebody was talking of Huawei. Huawei is not by their government. What Huawei were doing, Huawei, when it came up, right? They had big competition from Ericsson, from Alcatel. These are big multinational companies. Quality of equipment they are producing. What Inosi used to do, I tell you this, Huawei, they will give Globalcom equipment. First of all, it's cheaper. Second of all, they give a very long time to make the payment. So that was how they were competing with Ericsson in Nigeria. Of course, Ericsson, you know, this is a very expensive company. That was how they were able to start fighting them, like break it to the market. You gotta compete. Inosi on its own, another car manufacturer. Somebody rightly said they gotta do advert. You can't sit down and wait for the government to do everything for you. Today, social media is everywhere. I know they do advert here and there. You usually see Cubana chief priest advertising some cars, but not Inosi. You know, yeah, they have to also do some work, be out there with the government all over the country, you know.
Yeah.
But if Nigeria, to be honest, if everybody wants the economy to be good, to get better, the dollar, the Naira to improve, no shortcut to it. All this while the government are doing, like, you're using money to subsidize all this nonsense, it's just waste of time. There is nothing like investing in manufacturing, encouraging entrepreneurs to invest in the country, give us light, let people be able to produce more stuff. You know, the economy will be improving. The dollar, the issue, the fight we are having with the Naira falling, it's gonna also improve. If you don't do that, I don't think there is shortcut.
What about your uncle bringing the money, Godwin Emefiele? What about him bringing
Hmm.
the
My
Yeah, of
goodness.
course, that is part of it. It's not. I think the government, what I've known so far, I think they try to recover money from the former humanitarian minister. From what I heard, they got money from them. They got money from Emefiele. They got money from the other criminal Qatar general that stole how many billion naira. These guys, they want to kill the country. If I were actually President Tinubu, I will use more force. If you are not ready, willing to negotiate and return Nigerian money, I will make sure I will get the best lawyer to make sure they follow the law and put you where you belong. It's too much. The city
Well,
of
we
Nigeria,
have we have to be careful though, because all this one is talk. They are talking. They have not really done anything, and they are going after political opponents. We don't have any evidence for anything they are saying, and they use
about
very
Godwin
very
Emefiele money? Which one?
especially one of the ones I'm concerned about is the Mefele one. Because if he was so guilty, why are you accusing him of gun possessing illegal fire? Take him to court. He's already guilty now. Provide the evidence. Let him defend himself. Because they use some terms to say Mefele put this money in these accounts, but not. They don't tell you for what purpose. And they will tell you that there was this backlog of people trying to get a kind of currency FX that was not properly done. But they don't tell us who signed up on it, because the other day somebody was on TV saying the people that signed up for all of these things are still in the central bank right there, right now. Because the central bank has different sections, different directors controlling different areas. They are still in the bank right now, but they are not talking about it. So when they are talking, don't believe much until they bring these people on trial, provide the evidence, those people defend themselves, then we know what the truth is. Because all this one is fake talk left and right. That said, anyway, I agree with you 100% that we need to start buying our own things, because that's our way out of the mess we are in. And when you buy your own things, you feel like you are invested in it. And because you are buying more Nigerians are investing in their country. Guess what is going to happen? They are more likely to defend that country. They are more likely to make decisions that is better for that country. Because if I have a business in Nigeria, I don't want Nigeria to fail. Obvious. Even for selfish reasons, I don't want Nigeria to fail. That is how it has to be. If we don't have a stake in the country, we are not going to want to defend it.
That's right.
So it's just like that. Dr. Emezie Okorie, thank you. Today, I think you came in when everybody was a bit still hot. So you're going to have a bit of a fight on your hand, because one of the things I observe is that when you start talking, it's like your speaker is not very loud. You don't hear people when they are trying to interject. Or maybe you do hear, you just ignore them. But it's okay. so please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I do hear. I do hear when people talk on the background. I don't think my speaker is that bad. I don't know. Can you hear me now? Because I'm
Loud
using
and clear.
AirPods.
We can hear you.
We
Maybe
can hear you,
you
but
can be
it can still
louder.
be
You
a
can be
bit
a bit louder.
louder.
Yeah, you can be a bit louder.
Apart from that one, we hear you, but you ignore us. If they're asking you to stop, you don't stop. Hi.
Okay. No
Don't
problem.
worry.
Today I'm going to adhere to the guidelines. So anytime you
Okay.
want to, yeah.
Can
But
you turn
see,
your mic up a bit? Your mic is a bit low today.
is I think is can you hear me now?
We can hear you. It's just that we're hoping that it was louder, but we can hear you. Go ahead.
Wow. Okay. So my take about what you guys are talking about maybe investing or maybe buying made in Nigeria is something that is straightforward. The economy cannot improve if we keep on importing goods, if we keep on buying things abroad.
That's right.
So buying in Nigeria is something that should be encouraged, and if not
Yes, sir.
only individuals, I think it should start with the government. So from the presidency down to the state government, start down to the local government, everybody should try as much as possible to buy made in Nigeria. So that will help to boost the economy. But that one is outside. So what I want to draw our attention is about what I saw on the news yesterday. So I don't know, maybe I'm fast more on the news than what is it called, Dr. Damages. I heard something about the dollars, like the CBN is trying to ask people to, once you send back money home, that those money will be given in Naira, not in dollars. So they are trying to abolish, like when you send Western Union money or when you send money to Nigeria to domiciliary account, that those money will not be withdrawn in dollars, rather it will be paid in Naira. So I really want to know, like, we that are outside Nigeria, what will be the impact? What do we think that law will impact on Nigerian economy that is already on the downturn? So I want to understand, like, from there, then I will now give my own view. So I want us to like discuss it a little bit, like we send like that law of we like people diaspora sending money to Nigeria, and their money will be withdrawn in Naira, which will be at the official rate, instead of you giving them, because they said as of yesterday that nobody will now be getting money in dollars. All money sent back home will be given in Naira. So I want us to
Yeah,
like,
Janaba probably wants to say something about that. Oh,
That is the right thing to do. That is the right thing to
yeah,
do.
it's the right thing to do.
But they deny that. The CBN denies that.
No, no, for John Abba, that's different from what he's talking about. They are talking about your money that you save in your domiciliary account. They want to convert it.
Yeah,
The
that one is
CB,
different. That one is
That
different.
one is different.
the
No,
domiciliary
John Abba, it's like you're
account.
not. No, that one is different. The one you're talking about is different. The one I'm talking about is different. I understand the one of domiciliary account that they debunk that is not real, that those monies are still going to be in domiciliary account. They are not converting it to Naira. But as of yesterday, there is this new law that once any money is sent to Nigeria as of yesterday, from yesterday onward, that the money will be given. You know, normally when you send money back home, people can withdraw the money in dollars, right? Then it can be you can go and sell it in the black market and at a black market rate, and you can use it and do whatever you want to
In
do.
where you
But
are, I'm sorry, I'm not interrupting. What country you are? If you send Naira from Nigeria to this place, did they give you Naira?
Exactly. It's the right thing to do.
No. I'm not saying that they will give me Naira. They are going to give me dollar. Quite all right, it's understandable. But yeah. So are you saying that is going to help? It's not you personally. Like I'm talking about generally.
Yes,
Like when
the
you take a
general thing.
statistic, do you
On
think
surface
that
level.
like the millions of Nigerians abroad will still want to send money back home with this kind of policy?
They don't have
When
option.
you
If
take
you will send, you will
statistics,
send.
If you see, we are looking at the quality of Naira from a surface perspective, or maybe you think you are making more money. It's like, let's say the way Naira is now, things has gone up more than it was before. So we are talking about, in as much as want to see that we take it from there, go to black market and change it. I personally believe that if you follow the marketing and take our personality out of it, is the
100% is the right thing to do. Don't feed the cancer. The black market is the cancer. Don't feed the cancer. It's the right thing to do.
yeah.
Let's tell ourselves the truth.
But
When I send money to the UK, they receive pound. They don't receive dollar. You understand? When I send money to the Eurozone, they receive the euro. They don't receive dollar. Even when I send the money from dollar, why will I send dollar to Nigeria and they'll receive dollar? And guess what? There's a whole lot of
yeah,
shenanigans going on. Do you know the
no. The
central
thing is, do you understand?
hold on, please, hold on 1 second with this. Do you know the central bank is spending a whole lot of money? If I send a dollar, every $1 that I send to Nigeria, the central bank still give me incentive for 5 naira. They still dash you extra 5 naira for every $1, just to encourage you to even send more. And then we take this money.
From what
Then
you
when we
just
take
said
this
now,
money,
from what you just said now, that they will give you incentive of bringing in money, of bringing in dollar into the country. So what will now be their, like, now that they've stopped you from getting that dollar that you're going to be sent to Nigeria? So what is the essence of that in incentive that they promised that they will be giving to you when you send $1 before?
so the money stay in their corporate place. The money stay in their corporate place. So it is simple. Today in America that I live, we have all type of apps that we use in sending money. We have the so-called tap, we have the FEX, we have the send wave and everything. Very many of us don't even do the dollar route, because when I do the dollar route, I start asking people, they start going from one bank to two bank to three bank. They say they don't have dollar, come today, come tomorrow. You start even dashing the bankers the profit that you are looking for, because you want to go the black market route. So at the end of the day, I just send my money and receive Naira. Instantly, I get my money on my Naira, on my phone. I do my transaction myself. I don't need
No.
third party to do
This your
my
money you're going to get
transactions.
in Naira. Will it be at the black market rate or will it be at the official
We
rate?
just said it's the bank rate. It's the bank
It
rate.
pays you. It pay you more when the money stay in the bank and they use it the appropriate way than we feed the cancer that's sending that money to the
No.
black market.
I just want to understand, like when you send money home, will the money be paid in your with the normal official rate, or it will be paid with a black market rate?
So now let me tell you now, I don't do that because I don't want to say I do that. You know why? Because we have the app that we can convert it to Naira. As I'm talking to you now, I can send myself money. Instantly, I'll receive the money in
I
Naira,
do
in
that
my Naira
also.
account.
But it's in
Exactly.
official rate. Nobody is going to give you at a black market rate. So imagine you're to send $8,000 to Nigeria today. So the official rate is 800 and something Naira, right? That would be like 8 million. So imagine if you're to send that the same amount of 10,000 to go and buy it to go and sell it in black market. That will amount to like 15 million. So you're losing like 7 million Naira. So
Guess
to
what?
me,
Guess what? If you have the app,
this policy is going to cause more hardship. It's going to cause more dollar hoarding because a lot of
because
people
people will hold back. That is true. People will hold back.
so yeah. Statistically, from my own point of view, as somebody that is making my money and I'm trying to use it to invest on things that will yield profit. So if there is a backlash, if there is a downfall on the economy, it's not the responsibility of the people outside Nigeria to make it to reverse the economy. The government should look inward into themselves and understand and make policies. What we are talking about is not even the dollar, whatever that is the problem of what is making the naira to rise. They should look inwardly and they should make policies. There is a very big disparity between the rich and the poor. So if you understand, when you look at developed countries, you ask yourself, what is the disparity between the rich and the poor? You find out that the gap is not that much. There's even distribution of resources and income. So that, in a way, is going to make the economy to grow. So you thinking that you're going to ask the people abroad to start sending money and you convert it to naira at the normal official rate, it will not make an impact. It will not still make an impact because
it will not. Yeah, I agree. I agree to some extent.
The main source of our resources, and those things are lies when they say that the money that they have in the similar account is like 3 point something million dollars, 3 point something trillion. That when you convert it, it's like almost 1/3 of our own resources. That is a lie. I don't believe in that. Those things are gimmicks that they just put online to portray their irresponsibility. They don't want to take responsibility. So they don't want anybody to hold them accountable. So what I'm saying is that if our government really wants a change in that country, it should start from the policies. So countries that move forward, like these things are not they are not rocket science. When you look at China, when you look at Malaysia, when you look at Singapore, these countries, they were like Nigerians before. They were like developing country before, but they make out policies that impacted on the masses. They make up policies that impacted on the masses, leading to even distribution of resources and income. So that will, in a way, boost the economy. So when you have a very big gap, when you have this disparity between the rich and the poor, the country will never develop. The country will continue to die. Let's take, for instance, I saw on the news that one lady, I don't know, they say her name is Aisha, whatever, Ashimogu. She went to Grenada and she rented a place for $150,000 a night, where Bill Gates'
That's not true.
wife stayed.
That's not true. That is not true.
I'm telling you facts. It's not.
If you say you are
So
telling facts, why you don't just use your laptop and go to the hotel and see?
No, that's
it's
not
true.
What do you mean by it's not true? I'm telling you something.
You say you are telling me facts. If you are telling me facts, then you know the hotel. Take your laptop as we are talking. Go and book that same place and see the price yourself. Don't let people read for you. Something you can check online. I'm going to Singapore. I just booked my reservation from here in America. You understand? You can do that yourself.
I'm talking about Grenada. So
Grenada, that hotel in Grenada, you go find out how much is that hotel in Grenada. There is nothing like that.
I've told
That's
you
not true.
I've told you what I know, which is 150,000 a night. So you tell me what is it?
It wasn't up
That's not true.
It wasn't up to per night. He was
That's not true.
misrepresented on the social media.
That's not
So
true.
you tell me what? Okay, I want to correct myself now. Right now. So you tell me what is the booking? What is the daily
So
pay
they're
for?
saying you go find it out yourself.
I'm telling you, you go find it out. I listened to somebody else, and this person
You
went
can't say I should
online
go
and
and
checked.
find it out. You're talking about. I'm telling you something.
You use the word fact, and you back out your fact, and you don't even know the hotel name. You don't even know the resort. You don't even know anything, and you call it fact.
Sense if I tell you that it's 500 per night or 200 per night. To be on the safe side, just Google what's the most expensive hotel that is the per night in Grenada.
In Grenada.
Yes.
How much per night is the most expensive rate of hotel in Grenada?
Yeah. You tell me. So what is the most expensive?
I say it's not
No,
gonna happen.
let's not go back and forth.
Fact.
Let's not go back and forth like this, please.
Yeah.
Let's
the
have
thing
a-
is that I've stated my own fact, and I'm trying to make my own point.
That's not a fact. That's a speculation. That's not fact. Don't call it fact.
There is no how a hotel. Do you understand? Except you don't know about resorts. I've worked in resorts. I work in resorts. I know how much resort costs. If you don't know, ask questions. We have resorts. Yeah, we have resorts that you can even pay like that's what we call private islands, villa private islands. Those resorts, they cost $1 million a night for you to spend a night. They have underwater villa. They have all those resorts. That's where Ronaldo and maybe
this place was nothing like that, my brother.
So you are talking about where you book. You are talking about where you book a section of a place.
Wait. Grenada is an island nation. It's an island country. It has a population and a government. It is not a free zone. You understand? It's not a free zone. So all the resorts that are on Grenada are privately owned and government. So it is not that kind of Necker Island outfit. It is not. So
what
all you have to do, we don't have to go back and forward on this issue because it's very small. It's a small issue.
Yeah. Let's. Nobody here is still telling me how much a night cost in that place that the Aisha.
Okay, now move on then. Move on, Angel, please. We can't be going back and forth on that.
The point I'm trying to prove. Allow me to make my point. The point I'm trying to prove, because if we continue with this mentality, Nigeria is not going to move forward. People will continue dying. The country is going to the poverty rate will continue escalating. You find out that as of today, the poverty rate in Nigeria is we have up to 45% of people are living at the poverty line, which is almost 90 million Nigerians. They are under the poverty line as we speak.
Yes, sir.
So if we continue this ideology of trying to side the government, trying to not point out when things are going bad, the country will continue to go.
No. What you're saying is true.
And people will continue dying. So what I'm trying to say is that let me go back to what I was trying to say about the Aisha of a lady. So she went to Grenada. She spent millions of dollars just to celebrate her birthday, right? If you didn't see me, I saw it myself, and I have evidence for that. If you want, you can go and check.
But let me ask you, Doc.
Wait, allow me.
Let me ask you: is there anything wrong in Aisha going to wherever to celebrate her birthday? She's a private citizen.
There's 1 million. There's 1 million and 10 things wrong with that. But allow me finish.
She's a private citizen. She can spend her money anyhow she wants.
It doesn't matter.
Is she stealing your government money?
I don't know about that. Probably she is.
But if she's not,
because made from her own. If those money were clean money, she wouldn't spend it like that. I'm putting it.
Doctor,
if those money
your money loss.
No. So no. This is not a joking matter. We are all talking about how we can boost the economy, right? We are all talking about how we can boost the economy. If you don't you have to read far and wide for you to understand how country develops. And
did she break any law?
I'm not definitely because when Flavor was performing, the lady was spending like she was giving $100. And that money, I was counting it. It was even more than
You're counting it.
$10,000 that she just spent instantly.
Wait,
Did that
let
make her
me
break
ask
the
you a
law?
question, Steph. 1
Is that
second.
against the law?
You understand?
Is she a private citizen?
No, it's not. I'm not saying it's against the law, but what I'm talking about, channeling the necessary resources to development of what is needed in
Is
Nigeria.
it her
but
duty
is
to
she her money?
reallocate
The
resources?
Grenada, are you?
Is it her
Please
job
allow
to
me finish.
reallocate
The Grenada
resources?
that he went in spending
Steph,
this
what you're
money.
doing
The
is not right.
Grenada
We're just saying that we
he
don't
went
do
in
things
spending this
properly,
money.
and you're
What
supporting
is
people
what is
partying
what
for
is the
millions of
poverty?
dollars.
No. The Grenada that she went to spend this money. What is the poverty rate of people living in Grenada? When you compare Grenada passport to Nigerian passport, what is when you weigh it? What is the ranking of Grenada passport to Nigerian passport?
Nobody has asked how you. Nobody has
Steph,
asked
let me
how
ask
you
him a
spend your
question
own
real
money.
quick. Steph,
Dr. Emezie, nobody has asked you how you spend your own money.
Doctor,
You don't need to ask me, but if I want my country to develop, we should start by putting our resources in the country and
Our
try as much as
resources.
possible.
That is our
Even when
resources, not
even
our
when the
resources.
government is not doing,
The doctor
even
is
when the
correct on
government
this
is
one.
not
Even
doing the
BW
right
will
thing,
say the same
a
thing.
lot of the US you're staying today, most of
Forefathers,
the
don't talk
businesses
to us from
in
the
US,
throne
most
where
of the
you're pressing
businesses
one out.
that are establishing that are thriving today is not government
You guys are
oriented.
wicked.
These businesses are privately oriented. So if the government is even failing, we individuals, we should try as much as possible to invest our
Don't
resources in
even bring
Nigeria, to
America to
spend
it
our money.
because don't bring
Imagine
America
if
to
that
it.
$1 million was used to go to Obodo Cattle Ranch, and you spend at least even a 50 million of that money and put it Aisha Ashimogu development in Obodo Cattle Ranch. You find that
have you eaten today?
Look.
What?
Wait, just hold up. Have you eaten today?
Have I eaten? What kind of question?
Answer.
No, it's
Have
a normal question.
today?
Have you eaten today?
I've not eaten. So what's the problem with that?
Did you eat yesterday?
Did you eat yesterday?
Yeah, of course. I ate yesterday. Yeah.
What did you eat yesterday?
I ate rice.
Okay, so
chicken.
the rice you bought it. You live outside Nigeria, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So if you love Nigeria so much, why didn't you buy your rice from Nigeria?
Bro, what you're saying doesn't make sense to me.
No, it does make sense.
It makes lots of sense.
From Nigeria?
It makes lots of sense.
I like people that reason critically.
You need to buy a bono from Nigeria.
So why did you buy your rice from
analogy you just
Nigeria?
gave now doesn't make sense. It doesn't equate to what I'm trying to.
Let me ask you another question.
What I'm trying to.
You guys are being
So
are you the one
how can I buy rice from Nigeria? Doesn't make sense.
How many rooms apartment do you live in America?
What?
How many rooms apartments?
To me.
Are you the one that own the house?
What? I don't understand. Which people am I talking to here? I don't even.
Yes,
What are you saying? How can I
know?
What are you saying? Like the apartment I'm living is not owned by me, so I'm renting it. It's on a rent. So
do
what
you
does
plan
that have
to buy
do
a
with
house in America?
About?
If you have the money, are you gonna buy?
You see, the whole thing is mute.
If I have the money today to buy a house, probably if I have that enough money, after I've bought my house and I've built in Nigeria and I've had enough and I've invested and I have enough in Nigeria, then I can think of buying houses any other place in the world.
Do you think the woman did not build house, have investment in
that's
Nigeria?
that's not the best way of looking at it, bro. To own a house,
if she built that, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Even if she built house in Nigeria and she have whatever she has spent in Nigeria, what I'm talking about is we channeling the resources into things that will yield profit and develop the country at this critical time. We don't need to be extravagant in our
You're
spending.
correct. You're correct. But would you necessarily go home? Would you, if you had £500,000, $500,000 with which to invest? Nigeria in its present climate, you be going there to invest that money straight up, serious.
What I'm saying is, but this one, what the woman did was not investing.
Bro, you left the subject immediately. You left the subject immediately.
Giving out resources that was made in Nigeria. She took it from Nigeria.
The resources that was meant to take care of Nigerians, right?
Of course, she took it and went and giving it to Grenada, which is far more better than Nigeria. Do you understand? So if we want to improve our economy, if the way that the CBN is agitating that people that dollar is the problem. So the problem, if you understand, is not even the people living outside. The problem lies within the government sector, people living in the country. When this
Dr. Emeze, we are lacking so many doctors. And Nigeria train you as a medical doctor. Why are you
What are
in
you
the
doing
West?
in America?
That's big.
And we have shortage of doctors.
What are you doing?
And Nigeria train you. You probably school as a doctor under $500, and your fellow doctors spend over $200,000-$300,000 in America, and you went to America. Nigeria subsidized heavily on you. Nigeria subsidized heavily on you, but you went to America. You did not give back to that Nigeria.
No, he came with a mute point, and he's been summarily slapped for it.
$500 is your school fees in Nigeria, and you are working with people who hold $200,000-$300,000 student loan in America. You just came to America. You are enjoying with no loan. You are making all the money.
Doctor, do you have any medicine for this punishment?
That one has nothing to do.
You abandoned the country and came to America earning big.
He has everything to do. My mother died because there's no doctor. It has a lot to do with it. I lost my mom. I lost my brother.
Even help the economy, right?
Doctor, what's your recommendation for this particular medicine that you need to swallow?
What? What are you saying?
My brother, that they give you from everywhere. Oh, I don't know the which medicine you go take. Oh, my brother.
Don't mind them, Doctor.
They don't finish you there. Oh, my brother. My goodness. You walked into a hell of doo-doos. Eh? My brother. The line where you project for yourself, oh, it was full of traps. So, all kind of snare.
No. The thing is that is the problem, because me, I'm viewing it from a broader point of view. Like I'm viewing it from like how we can develop the country. I'm viewing it from a broader point of view. So if you have a narrow, if you have a myopic mindset, so it's left for you. So the country will continue to be the way it is. It will never.
Can I address you?
It will continue.
Can I address you? Why it's not my?
No, I think we should let it go, man. We should let it go. It's quite new.
Because the country we all want to. When we don't have the right mindset, when we don't have the right mindset,
can you give me a second? You've made your point.
When we don't have
give me a
the right
second.
mindset to make the right decisions, we find out that it will continue this way. The downturn will continue. In 50 years to come, it will still be this way because the mindset is wrong. I've never seen any big politicians from any developed countries to come and spend money in Nigeria. I've never seen any government officials from outside developed countries to come and seek treatments in Nigeria and in Africa. So that is why they don't take us serious, because our mindset is so archaic that we don't look into the future on how we can develop the country and make things better for our people living in that country. I'm just telling you that somebody went to the doctor and wasted.
Doctor, I don't see foreign doctors moving to Nigeria. Why did you leave?
You people are not seeing it as something that is reasonable. You felt that it's okay.
Doctor, have you seen an American trained doctor leave America, come to Nigeria, come practice?
I don't see foreign doctors in Nigeria.
Have you seen American trained doctors?
Why
leave America, come Nigeria, come practice?
Why foreign doctors cannot come and practice in Nigeria is still the same thing, because our system is bad. The economy is bad. The system is bad.
And you don't want our politicians to go take
treatment. Why would they want to come and practice in Nigeria? Tell me. Why would they want to come and practice in Nigeria? Why? What is the reason for them?
So why would the woman go to a Budukatu ranch and do her birthday?
Exactly. Because there's no light. Generator. My brother. Nigeria subsidized your education heavily.
Come on. You committed the worst crime, sir, for leaving the country that sponsored your education to go to America when people are dying of a lack of medical care in Nigeria.
Bro, I didn't study in Nigeria. Nigeria didn't pay a dime about my study. So that one, forget about it.
Were you born in Nigeria?
Nigeria subsidized. We didn't say they subsidized heavily.
Did you travel with Nigerian passport? Did you travel with Nigerian passport?
It has nothing. it has nothing to do with me practicing outside. So if the country wants me to come and practice in Nigeria, I'm ready to go and practice in Nigeria today. But they should make the necessary things available for me, starting with conducive
the same thing
environment,
the woman will
good
say.
salary pay. So
The
all
woman
those,
will
so
say,
it's just like,
the woman will say, bring Grenada to Nigeria. I'll do my birthday in Nigeria.
so how can we bring Grenada? So is it not for, you see your mindset? Is it not for we to, how can you bring so the people that make Grenada the way Grenada is today?
That's the
So if
conducive
they were to be
environment the
spending their money
woman needs.
in
The same
Nigeria,
way you need
if
conducive
the people
environment
that
to
made their
practice your
money in
medicine.
Grenada,
Woman needs
the people that
conducive
made Grenada
environment
the
to
way it
celebrate
is
her
today,
birthday.
if they were to spend their money in Nigeria, do you think Grenada would be the way it is today?
Doctor,
answer that
If
question.
you have to practice in Nigeria, do you think Nigerian medical situation will be the way it is now?
Doctor,
there's nothing wrong. Your president already said it. We don't have problems with with Nigerian medical what is it called? We don't have. He already said it that we don't have shortage.
Is the
So
president
Nigerians
complaining that the woman went to Grenada to do birthday?
So the Nigerian doctors, the doctors we have in Nigeria is okay.
Doctor.
So what I'm saying, apart from
Grenada is nowhere close to Nigeria
Absolutely.
in terms of development. Nowhere.
Thank you very much. So Grenada is nowhere close to Nigeria in terms of what? What indexes are you using to make
every index you want to say in terms of development, infrastructure, the economy? Grenada is nowhere close to Nigeria. Nowhere close.
What is the human capital index of Grenada?
Listen.
Why are you asking these questions? You should know. You should know because we've made a lot of submissions.
I know the human capital index in Grenada is far better than Nigeria. When you go to Grenada today, doctors are
okay, what's the population? The population of the country is not up to 1 million.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It matters. It does matter. All these things matter, my friend. My friend.
That's not how you assess the
No. If you want, you can go and move to Grenada.
It's like comparing a household that's made of 2 people with a household that's made of 50 people.
The more you're empowered,
how do you do such comparison?
To generate more resources and funds. Do you know that Nigeria is the 7th richest country in the world?
Do I know? Do you know?
Yeah, but do you know that in terms of ranking, Nigeria is 154 in terms of ranking of in human capital index. Nigeria is 94. So what is the reason for that? That is the question you should ask.
Well, it's not the question. That's I think that's what we. No, calm down, doctor. Doctor. We're all on the same side. All on the same side here.
So the Grenada you're talking
about. Wait,
Grenada
calm down a little bit. Calm down a little bit, please.
In terms of richness, in terms of resources.
Let me say something.
Like maybe 100, but their human capital index is at maybe 20 or 25. When you rank countries in the world. So why is it like that? So those are the critical questions you have to ask yourself.
My brother. Okay, don't worry. Don't repeat yourself, please. I understand you. I'm trying to say to you that we're on the same side. I think your point in the whole Grenada issue is that we know we put it down. We don't think it necessarily as a crime. Look down upon it in the mainstream. We do look down upon it. It's over there. The issue is if you bring it to the point of how he is in a country like Nigeria, we know it's nowhere to be found. In the greater scheme of things, where we should be as a nation, we know this. The issue is how do we fix it? Many things are said against us as Black people and Nigeria that should be leading the way as a Black nation.
So
in comparison, let me put this to you. Let me put this to you, my brother. Let me put this to you from this angle. Hey, wait now. Wait. Oh, bros, you're not listening. You're not listening. No, you're not listening. I'm trying to put this to you so that you get an angle on how we are communicating on this issue.
Okay.
Now, all I'm saying to you is, even a country like Nigeria, we are now at the point of what are plausible solutions, and even if they're just ideas, trounce and throw away. What are plausible solutions? If we were to come, my aspect is to come at the country at this point of knowing that the present government can lead. If to come together under some level of movement, push us in the diaspora to help direct those in Nigeria to move to no government at this time. And we want to reposition here. And we are saying that to people. What would it look like? Because we know where we are, but we are not creating any level of solutions to where we are. We're just watching it happen. And I'm wondering, you as a doctor, shouldn't you be taking a lead? What everybody was critiquing, saying it's all very well to look at this and that, but are we all the same Nigerians behaving in jackpot syndrome? We have run away from whatever problems we had back home, enjoying whatever the West has. All of us. There are some of our millionaires, there are some of our thousandaires, there are some of our struggling, but we're all out here. So, given that as a scenario, solution to the Nigerian state the way it is, that's where we need to be, I believe.
Yeah, Jagun, I totally understand what you're saying. I totally understand everything. But what I'm saying is that the way you just pointed it out, for we to make the economy grow, for we to make Nigeria a better place, right? So it has to start with individuals. You know, I said it before. For Nigeria economy to improve, first of all, we need to have policies. We need to have policies that will lead to even distribution of resources and income. When you have a very big disparity between the rich and the poor, you find out that the economy will not grow, and the economy can never get better. Because what? Those people are the few that are controlling the economy, they will continue to be in control of that economy. And when you don't have even distribution of resources, you find out that a lot of people will be in poverty. A lot of people will not have good access.
Doctor, this woman that you kept mentioning, is she a government? I'm through with that woman.
Yeah,
but it's still back to
don't bring him back there, please. Don't bring him back there, please.
Still saying the same thing in a roundabout way.
I've made my point clear.
So basically, what you're saying. So basically, what you so basically what you okay. So basically, what you're saying is still in a roundabout way. You're still talking about private individuals. Now, I'm going to go back to that lady because this is what started this whole private people stuff. That lady or any other person you're insinuating, do they work for the government?
Do they work what?
Do they work for the government? These people that you are saying are spending their funds that could be better spent alleviating poverty in Nigeria, do they work for the government, or are they private individuals that earn their money from businesses or however
Stop
means
with this
they
your
do?
private individual stuff, because that is one of the things.
Wait, forefathers, let him just answer.
Us. I don't buy this private. I give private.
But let him just answer.
Hold on. You guys have bamboozled. This thing attacked Dr. Emeze for saying the right thing. The idea that you are saying that
I'm surprised. Like I can't believe people that are outside the country is having this mindset.
You take a Western slogan, you say private citizen.
Like
so
even
responsibility.
In the US you're talking about a lot of
private citizen, there's no responsibility.
A lot of businesses in
that is wrong.
No, if there's no laws against. But before I go on, just answer me. Wait, forefathers, hold on. Forefathers, pipe down a little bit. Let's ask him a question. Pipe down. So, are these people private individuals or are they governmental officials? Doctor,
everybody's aware they are private
individuals. The people you say should use their funds, for example, the Aisha lady, is she a private individual or is she a governmental official?
I think she's a private individual, but she made her money from the resources we have in Nigeria.
No, that's
So
not
the
what I
money that
asked.
if you read about
He
the
answered the
No,
question.
he did not answer
yeah,
forefathers.
He said she was a private
Forefathers.
individual.
I will.
Hear the answer and hear his comments.
Forefathers. I will politely ask that you do not
no, she
But I
said
destroy
heard the
the
answer. How can you
conversation.
say you didn't answer it when I heard the answer?
in Nigeria.
Let me ask a question and don't give us all kinds of
heard the
answers.
answer.
Let him answer. Thank you. I really appreciate
If
it.
you cannot get the answer from there, you're not
Did you
listening.
get my
So I'm a little
did you
slow.
get-
So maybe
get
I'm
my
a little
protocol
slow.
statement?
Let him explain it to me.